Su Yin traversed into a world where everyone could change their profession. And after the profession ceremony, many classmates emerged as knights, mages, priests, and other combat-oriented professions. Others transformed into chefs, blacksmiths, tailors, and various life-oriented roles. Yet Su Yin alone transitioned into a farmer, acquiring the ability to harmonize with plants and foster growth in all living things. Gazing at his profession and talents, he was engulfed in profound despair. The heavens have crumbled. Let destruction reign. At that moment, the Shennong System was activated. Planting technique. Wood escape. Emergence of the tree realm. Fire technique. Fire escape. Amaterasu. Transport technique. I technique. Divine might. Herding technique. Spirit communication. Nine-tailed fox. Chopping technique. Soul cleaving blade. All release. Flowing clouds like fire. Cultivation technique. Devil fruit. Tremor. The divine domain opened, and the gods descended. In his guise as a farmer, Su Yin dared to challenge the divine, plunging the world into chaos. Look, that farmer has activated his cheat. The strongest knight remarked. That farmer is 1,000 times sturdier than I am. The mightiest mage exclaimed. Not even my combo can match the decimal point of his damage. The most formidable priest lamented. I feel my role pales in comparison to the tree he summoned. The deity wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, incredulous. Have you all lost your minds? You call this a farmer? Chapter 1. What the heck? Captain, you chose the wrong dungeon. Asterisk asterisk. In Dian City, at the entrance of the dungeon in the square of number 8 high school, early in the morning, nearly 1,000 second-year students were already lined up, entering the dungeon in an orderly fashion to complete their final exams. Among the crowd, a 16-year-old boy sighed deeply. Alas, if I must traverse to another world, why grant me the profession of a farmer? Is it truly fitting? His name was Su Yin, who awoke to find himself in this parallel universe. In this world, endless calamity beasts had long positioned themselves at the pinnacle of the food chain. Even though everyone could awaken as professionals, gaining powerful talents and skills, they remained insufficient in the face of formidable calamity beasts. For countless millennia, no matter how hard humanity struggled, it merely scraped by. Reflecting on the memories of his predecessor, Su Yin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Before his traverse, his predecessor had already completed the awakening ceremony, transforming him into an eccentric among life professions, a farmer. Talent, plant affinity, planting technique, foster the growth of all living things. Utterly devoid of combat value. When compared to the powerful warriors, mages, priests, knights, archers, and assassins, he felt utterly inconsequential. To establish himself in this society with such a profession was akin to a farce. Had it not been for his handsome appearance and amiable disposition, Su Yin could scarcely imagine the ridicule he would face. Today, however, the days of discrimination from his classmates would finally come to an end. For after today's final exam, he might not even qualify to advance to the third year. Due to severe resource scarcity in Dian City, educational resources for the third year had become increasingly unsustainable. Conserve these precious resources for students who truly needed them. Various high schools had decided to eliminate those without prospects at the end of the second year. Life-oriented professions deemed insignificant were the primary targets for elimination. Without a doubt, the lowest among them, the farmer, was at the forefront of this initiative. The end-of-term assessment was structured such that candidates could freely form teams of 4 to challenge the dungeon. The teams would be ranked based on their performance, with the lowest 30 being directly eliminated. While this assessment method may seem unfair, it paradoxically established an absolute fairness demanded by society. After all, like attracts like, only through voluntary team formation could the truly gifted and affluent students ensure their survival. In the spontaneous team formations among the students, the strong teams were terrifyingly powerful, while the weak teams were absurdly weak. Without inherent strength, only the offspring of the wealthy had the privilege to defy fate. In Su Yin's team, apart from him, the farmer, there was a stonemason, a tailor, and a chef. All 4 members were merely at level 2. The other 3, like Su Yin, had only formed a team when no one else wanted them. When the team was formed, Su Yin inadvertently became the captain. It seemed inappropriate for the weakest farmer to lead. Yet the other team members had already grown indifferent. Whatever, being captain is no big deal. After all, we're destined to be eliminated. Let be. I think this is fine. Su Yin too had resigned himself to the situation. The heavens have crumbled. Let destruction reign. He did not wish to be eliminated. He yearned to pass the final exam and progress to the third year, to participate in the college entrance examination, and to secure a foothold in this perilous parallel world. Yet, deep down, he understood that his aspirations were but a one-sided wish. The truth of the world and life was harsh, and he had to face reality with fortitude. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Su Yan's mind. Ding! Shennong System, binding successful. Completing system tasks will yield substantial rewards. Ding! Beginner's gift pack distributed. Planting technique undergoes mutation. Planting technique transformed from foster the growth of all living things into would escape emergence of the tree realm. At that instant, a status panel appeared in Su Yan's mind. Name: Su Yan. Level: LV2. Profession: farmer. Attack power: 10. Life: 200. Magic: 200. Strength: 8. Constitution: 6. Agility: 4. Spirit: 6. Equipment: standard school uniform of number 8 high school, Dian City, black defense 5. Planting technique: would escape emergence of the tree realm, proficiency 0. Summons the tree realm, forcibly binding all enemy targets within a 20-meter diameter. No limit on the number of controls. If the opponent is melee, the binding effect will reach its maximum, rendering them completely incapable of resistance. Ignores invulnerability. Even a boss cannot break free. Limitation: cannot exceed own level by 10. Success probability: 100. Duration: 6 minutes. Cooldown: 6 minutes. Magic consumption: 20 MP. Upon observing the attributes panel, Su Yan was momentarily taken aback. Although this world appeared to be tainted by elements of a game, it was far from complete. Prior to this moment, no one had the ability to view their own panels and attributes. To comprehend one's specific attributes and skill characteristics, extensive and repetitive testing was the only recourse. However, possessing precise knowledge of one's data and skill information undoubtedly conferred a significant advantage. When Su Yan beheld his skill information, he was utterly astonished. Would release Arrival of the Tree Realm, ignoring invulnerability, powerful control over boss, a diameter of 20 meters, unlimited control over targets. More crucially, if the opponent is a melee fighter, the binding effect would reach its maximum effectiveness. They would lose all capacity to resist. Melee calamity beasts were in for a rude awakening. Furthermore, the duration and cooldown time for this skill were both 6 minutes, allowing for seamless integration. With exceedingly low consumption, possessing 200 points of magic would enable 10 castings. Even without consuming mana potions or considering natural regeneration, he could effectively imprison opponents for an entire hour. What was even more remarkable was that the skill activated at level 10, and being at level 2, he could bind targets below level 1-2. It is worth noting that during this final examination, the highest level calamity beasts he would encounter were only level 5. After perusing the skill information, Su Yan quickly grasped its true implications. This signified that during the upcoming final examination, as long as he had sufficient mana, any melee target would be utterly incapable of moving, let alone mounting a counterattack. This also meant that within a 20-meter radius, should his opponent be a melee fighter, he would be their absolute master. Returning his focus to the final examination, Su Yan concluded that he merely needed to select a challenging dungeon abundant with melee calamity beasts, employing a kiting strategy to target them, ensuring he could amass points without facing elimination. The sole concern was his mana supply. With this thought, Su Yan glanced at the team member devouring marinated chicken feet, Chef Gao Yang. This portly individual was from the adjacent class. While he exhibited weaknesses in every area, his culinary skills were exceptional, capable of restoring mana at an impressive rate, crafting dishes with remarkable speed. Each hastily prepared dish could restore between 20 to 30 mana, effortlessly meeting Su Yan's needs. With him around, Su Yan would never be short on mana. This was a surefire plan. Soon, it was finally time for Su Yan's team to undergo their assessment. With unwavering confidence, Su Yan stepped into the dimensional entrance, inputting the team members' data and perusing the details of each dungeon, preparing to select a suitable one for his team. Regarding which dungeon to choose, his teammates eagerly voiced their opinions. The tailor exclaimed, "Let's select the simplest one. Opt for the level 1 dungeon." The chef retorted, "Come on, that level 1 dungeon offers too few points. Even if we clear it, we'd still face elimination." The tailor replied, "As if we could avoid elimination with a bit of effort. With 4 lifestyle professions, what more can we hope for? We'll just go in, lay low for a bit, and I'll pack up to head home." The stonemason nodded in agreement. The tailor has a point. The level 2 dungeon is already perilous for us. What if we perish in there? That would be sheer folly. Let's choose the simplest one. Yet after Su Yan reviewed the dungeon information, he was left in a state of disbelief. For this final examination, the school had prepared a total of 5 dungeons, ranging from levels 1 to 5, with difficulty and danger escalating dramatically. Initially, he had intended to choose a level 3 or 4 dungeon, focusing on slaying melee calamity beasts, aiming to avoid elimination. However, now he found himself hesitating as he gazed upon the 5th dungeon. This level 5 dungeon had never been part of his considerations. As prior to the final exam, the instructor had repeatedly emphasized that this level 5 dungeon was an exceptionally unique and advanced challenge and should not be chosen indiscriminately. It was specifically designed for prodigies. The level 5 dungeon, the Wolf Den, a level 3 dungeon, rated with a danger level of hell. But crucially, within the Wolf Den, all the calamity beasts were fierce wolves. Moreover, every single one of these wolves was a melee fighter. The boss was merely level 6. And both the minions and the boss were perfectly countered by the arrival of the tree realm. What others perceived as the most challenging advanced dungeon had suddenly transformed into the simplest and safest option. It seemed he had no choice in the matter. There was no alternative. It had to be this. Level 5 held dungeon, the Wolf Den, as Su Yin swiftly confirmed his selection on the control panel. The other 3 team members watched in astonishment, their bodies trembling. Holy hell. Captain, you've chosen the wrong dungeon. Chapter 2. The Wood Release, the Arrival of the Tree Realm. Su Yin successfully selected the level 5 hell dungeon, the Wild Wolf Den. In the midst of his 3 teammates' astonishment, a beam of blue light forcefully drew them into the dimensional space. Near the shattered temple, for beams of light flickered and, with bewildered expressions, Su Yin and his 3 teammates officially stepped into the dungeon. On a desolate, yellowed grassland, a cold wind howled, swirling dust and stones, while the eerie howls of wild wolves echoed, sending chills down their spines. Nearby, a mere few dozen meters away, 8 massive wolves lay in slumber. Wild Giant Wolf, X8. Level, LV5. Health, 1100. Attack Power, 103. Strength, 46. Constitution, 56. Agility, 63. Spirit, 32. Battle Roar, howls to the sky, unleashing a war cry that enhances all attributes by 100 for 1 minute. While Su Yin could perceive the detailed information about the giant wolves, his teammates, unable to share in this insight, felt an overwhelming sense of dread from the sheer oppressive aura emanating from the beasts, causing their bodies to tremble and breaths to falter. This was instinctual fear before high-level calamities. The seamstress murmured her complaints softly, fearful of awakening the terrifying giant wolves. Su Yin, you truly are a burden. How could you select a dungeon so ineptly? The stonemason spoke calmly yet quietly. These level 5 giant wolves are no trifles. Even a mere scratch could be fatal. The chef, Gao Yang, feigned calmness. It's just a miselection of the dungeon. There's no need to panic. Within the first 10 minutes, the captain can choose to exit the dungeon. We need not engage in combat at all. Su Yin, you must act swiftly. If those giant wolves awaken, it will be troublesome. Everyone was aware that there were only 3 methods to exit the dungeon. The first was for the captain to forcibly withdraw within the first 10 minutes. The second was to reach a critical node in the 10th map, allowing the captain to exit normally. The third was an unconventional exit method, activated by a death in the party, triggering an expensive dungeon protection mechanism that would destroy the dungeon while forcibly expelling the remaining members. Given their team's strength, reaching the crucial node in the 10th map was utterly impossible. If Su Yin did not exit now, one member of the team would surely perish. However, it was still within the first 10 minutes. Exiting the dungeon merely required Su Yin's confirmation, a remarkably simple task. While his teammates were anxious, they were not overly so, merely hoping Su Yin could act quickly. Su Yin, however, had no time to indulge their concerns. Though he felt confident of victory, he was keenly aware that he was facing level 5 giant wolves, 3 levels above himself, so he could not afford to be careless. Upon entering the dungeon, he immediately began to assess the surrounding environment. After careful observation, he realized that the circumstances were extraordinarily favorable. They were positioned against the ruins of the temple, which bore a dimensional barrier that none could cross, not even the giant wolves. This meant that the threat of being flanked was entirely alleviated. Although the passage leading to the wilderness was in ruins, its overall structure remained intact, and several key positions served as perfect strongholds. As long as he could reach any of these critical locations, he could invoke the tree realm's arrival to block the entire passage. With the passage sealed, the giant wolves would be unable to bypass him to attack the other teammates, rendering the team invincible. With his tactical strategy clear, Su Yin disregarded his teammates' protests and charged directly towards the critical positions. He understood that no matter how he explained himself now, it would be futile. Rather than attempting to clarify, he preferred to take action and let the facts speak for themselves. Su Yin not only chose not to exit the dungeon, he instead took a bold leap forward. Witnessing this, the 3 teammates trembled in shock. Is he insane? Su Yin has truly lost it. His teammates shouted in a frenzy, Su Yin, what are you doing? This is a level 5 hell dungeon. Don't joke with us. Come back. The stonemason and seamstress shouted in anguish, while the chef, Gao Yang, stood rooted in disbelief. Familiar with Su Yin from the adjacent class, Gao Yang knew that despite Su Yin's lackluster profession, he possessed a sharp mind and clearer thinking than most of his peers. He could not believe that Su Yin had suddenly gone mad, nor that he would seek his own demise. Gao Yang yelled towards the frantically sprinting Su Yin, Su Yin, do you know of a loophole in this dungeon? You must be planning to exploit a bug, right? At that moment, Su Yin had reached a stronghold, steadied himself, and scooped up a handful of small stones from the ground. A bug? There are no bugs in this dungeon. The reason I selected the Wild Wolf Den is simply that, given our team composition, this dungeon is the easiest, simplest, and safest to conquer. As he revealed the truth, he realized that he was not merely at a stronghold. This position placed several giant wolves within the range of his stones. There was no one who could stop him now. Hearing Su Yan's answer, Gao Yang was left dumbfounded, as were the other teammates. Given our team composition? 4 life-based professions, what kind of configuration is that? The notion that a level 5 hell dungeon could be simple was absurd. This was a dungeon meant for geniuses. Beyond their capabilities, their hearts chilled as they realized the gravity of the situation. It was over. Suyin had truly lost his mind. Now, to leave the dungeon. One member of the team would have to die? The seamstress, Zhou He, twisted her expression. Suyin, you were joking with us, right? Suyin did not respond to Zhou He. Instead, he hurled the small stones at the nearest giant wolf with all his might. As the stones traced perfect arcs through the air, all teammates' pupils dilated in horror, frozen in place. Gao Yang's voice trembled. Suyin, are you serious? Due to Suyan's lack of strength, his accuracy had significantly diminished. Out of the handful of stones thrown, only one struck the forehead of a giant wolf. The wolf, feeling an itch on its forehead, abruptly awakened, standing upright and gazing in the direction of the source of its irritation, momentarily confused. Intruders? Humans? How peculiar. Why do their scents seem so weak? I can't even sense the slightest hint of a threat. It glanced at the small stone that had fallen at its feet after being thrown, and a surge of fury ignited within. A bug dares to throw stones at me? The giant wolf let out a long howl toward the sky. The sound waves reverberated, causing the air to tremble, and the teammates instinctively covered their ears in terror. The other 7 giant wolves were also awakened by this howl, swiftly locking onto the intruders. For intruders, so weak. But even the weakest must be eliminated immediately. The 8 giant wolves simultaneously issued their battle cries and charged toward the group, braving the howling wind. Witnessing this desperate scene, the 3 teammates trembled uncontrollably, instinctively retreating in panic. It's over. It's doomed. Suyin is finished. Yet Suyin continued to stand firm at the stronghold, undeterred and unyielding. With a calm gesture, he beckoned the approaching giant wolves, come. Upon witnessing this scene, the team members were utterly stunned. How audacious of Suyin to dare provoke them. Was he truly out of his mind? Or perhaps, was there a darker motive at play? Could it be that he wished for his own demise? This, indeed, was the only plausible explanation that the team could conceive. Suyin had transitioned into the profession of a farmer, possessing no combat value and scarcely any societal worth. Following the upcoming end-of-term examinations in his second year of high school, his right to take the college entrance examination would be revoked. With no future and no prospects, should Suyin prematurely enter society, he would be rendered a complete and utter failure, a fate that could easily lead him to perish on the streets. If he chose to die fighting, at least he would retain a semblance of dignity. Perhaps that was the most genuine thought occupying Suyan's mind at this moment. What complicated the emotions of his teammates was the realization that Suyin sought only his own death, with no intention to harm others. Standing alone at the forefront, he would undoubtedly be the first to fall to the massive wolves. Upon his demise, the dungeon's protection mechanism would activate, allowing everyone else to safely exit the instance, except for Suyin himself. Contemplating this, a heaviness settled in their hearts. They could somewhat empathize with Suyan's current state of mind. From the day they became lifetime professionals, they had endured their fair share of mockery. Occasionally, they pondered the significance of their existence as perceived failures. Yet, their musings never crossed the line into thoughts of suicide. Perhaps it was because they had not been relegated to the weakest profession of farmer. Soon enough, the wolf pack arrived. A particularly massive wolf leaped forward, swinging its paw with the intent to annihilate the intruder in a single blow. The team members, weighed down by their thoughts, silently closed their eyes, awaiting Suyan's demise and the activation of the dungeon's protection mechanism. However, Suyin had been anticipating this moment. As all 8 colossal wolves entered his sphere of control at the checkpoint, now was the time. In a surge of excitement, Suyin stomped his right foot onto the ground, invoking would release, tree realm descends. In the next instant, the earth trembled violently around Suyin, with countless saplings bursting forth from the soil, growing at an astonishing rate. As the team watched in shock, the saplings grew into towering trees with bewildering speed, twisting and swaying as they transformed into vines, ensnaring the 8 colossal wolves in their grasp. In the blink of an eye, the massive wolves were bound tightly by the immense trunks, rendered motionless in midair, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. They could not comprehend how this seemingly insignificant human possessed such formidable abilities. In disbelief, they wondered why someone with such a feeble presence could wield such a powerful control technique. At that moment, the terrifying wolves, once formidable predators, resembled helpless puppies. Whimpering in distress, the 3 teammates stood in stunned silence. Would release? Tree realm descends? What kind of skill was this? They had never heard of such a thing. Did farmers possess such abilities? Their levels were 3 tiers apart. Could this control technique even be effective? Moreover, it was a full control skill. The sheer potency of this control effect was astonishing. Suyan's skill had mutated. How extraordinary. So powerful it bordered on the absurd. Suyin issued a command without hesitation. Brothers, they can't move. Grab your weapons and take them down. The teammates, still in shock, attempted to draw their weapons. But Gao Yang suddenly recognized a critical issue. Although Su Yan's control technique was potent, the stronger the control, the shorter its duration. This was the most fundamental knowledge imparted in class. Do not act impulsively. Su Yan's skill cannot possibly hold these wolves for long. Our output is insufficient. We cannot hope to slay them in such a brief window. Once Su Yan's control wanes, in a mere instant, these wolves could easily shred us to pieces. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, the stoneworker and tailor halted in their tracks, suddenly realizing the most pressing concern. Their team lacked any offensive capability. As Gao Yang had pointed out, if they failed to eliminate the colossal wolves swiftly, the outcome would be disastrous. The stoneworker, Bai Ding, asked Su Yan, "How long is your control duration?" 6 minutes, came the chilling response. A wave of dread washed over the team. Indeed, only 6 minutes. What good is that? Tailor Zhou replied with a wry smile. Su Yan, you must be mistaken about our offensive capabilities. As a cook, stoneworker, and tailor, we are hardly equipped for damage output. In 6 minutes, we won't even be able to injure one of those wolves. If even one escapes, we are all doomed. Su Yan shook his head. The control lasts 6 minutes, but the cooldown is also 6 minutes, allowing for seamless transitions. I can maintain infinite control. Zhou was taken aback. You mean to say you can control them until they die? Yes. Hearing Su Yan's explanation, the three teammates were once again rendered speechless. Achieving control over creatures of a higher level was one thing, but maintaining seamless, infinite control, was such a thing truly possible? I don't believe it. Neither do I. There couldn't possibly be a skill capable of controlling a monster to death. That would violate the most basic principles of skill mechanics. Su Yan, while your mutated skill is indeed powerful, I'm afraid I still cannot proceed. Ultimately, the teammates hesitated. After all, this concerned their very lives, and they had to exercise caution. Su Yan understood their trepidation. After all, his tree realm descends was indeed a concept difficult to grasp. He didn't feel inclined to offer further explanations. Instead, he decided to let his actions speak for themselves. He picked up the rusty hoe, the primary weapon bestowed upon him as a farmer by the school, and aimed it at the nearest colossal wolf, striking its head with fervor. 8, 8, 8. Although the physical damage inflicted on the wolf was minimal, the psychological impact was significant, provoking an enraged roar from the beast. However, before the wolf could fully unleash its howl, a vine ensnared its mouth, silencing it completely. While Su Yan understood that all melee disaster beasts would significantly enhance the controllability of Tree Realm, he had not anticipated that it could extend to binding their mouths. Indeed, possessing Tree Realm descends allowed all melee foes to submit to him without question. Su Yan merely glanced at the situation before continuing his assault on the colossal wolf. 8, 8, 8. The teammates remained hesitant, lingering on the sidelines for a full 6 minutes, while the unfortunate wolf Su Yan targeted endured relentless blows for the same duration. Inside the colossal wolf, a mix of rage and helplessness brewed. It silently pleaded, "Can't you just grant me a merciful end? End my suffering swiftly. The damage dealt by this shovel is merely 8 points. How long must I endure this torment and humiliation?" Just then, the duration of the tree realm descendant came to an end, and the trees began to show signs of loosening. The giant wolf was instantly elated. Is it over? Has it truly come to an end? Finally, it was my turn. The giant wolf struggled with all its might, brimming with confidence. It believed that as soon as it broke free from its restraints, it could slay the insect before it with a single swipe. However, in the next moment, would release. The tree realm descendant was seamlessly reactivated by Su Yan, and the trees that had not yet loosened became taut again, even more robust than before. After executing the skill once more, Su Yan's expression remained relaxed, clearly indicating that this ability did not impose a significant burden or drain on him. The giant wolf felt the bindings on its body grow increasingly constricting, plunging it into despair. Meanwhile, Su Yan's teammates were thoroughly convinced. Su Yan was indeed not deceiving them. He had truly achieved seamless control. Moreover, it appeared that the consumption was minimal. If they had Gao Yang's culinary supplies, Su Yan might genuinely be able to keep these giant wolves under control until death. At this thought, the three teammates felt their hearts racing with excitement. They could no longer contain themselves and cautiously attempted to approach the giant wolf, their eyes filled with greed. Even if their classes were subpar, even if they were utterly useless, if they could not kill these giant wolves while the beasts were completely defenseless, they might as well perish themselves. Furthermore, these were level 5 hellish giant wolves. If they could slay one, it would not only mean a vast amount of experience points, but also signify that their team would receive a remarkably high score. For these underperformers, there remained a chance to continue their senior year. In their excitement, the team members seized their respective tools. The chef wielded a frying pan in his left hand and a kitchen knife in his right. The tailor grasped large scissors with one hand and a steel needle with the other. The stonemason held a large screwdriver in his left hand and a small hammer in his right. They launched an unprecedented and fervent assault on the immobilized giant wolf. 10, 10, 8, 8, 9, 9. After half an hour of their relentless strikes, the health bar of the first giant wolf finally hit 0, collapsing into a pool of blood. The experience bars of the four soared as if they were desperately grasping for life. 30, 60, 100. Level 3. The entire party leveled up in an instant. The group remained in stunned silence for a long moment before regaining their senses. We did it. We truly defeated a level 5 giant wolf. Surely, I must be dreaming. What expressions would my classmates have if they witnessed this? The head of the grade jokingly said that if I could slay a level 2 disaster beast, he would treat me to breakfast for a month. Now that I have slain a level 5 disaster beast, what would he say? It seems he ought to treat me to breakfast for a year. The tailor gazed at the fallen giant wolf, his voice trembling. He had initially thought of merely finding an easy dungeon to bide his time. Who could have imagined that we would actually kill a level 5 hellish giant wolf? Once the chef came to his senses, he hurriedly began harvesting wolf meat to prepare meals. His own supplies had nearly been consumed by Su Yan, and there were still 7 giant wolves left to deal with. If Su Yan ran out of mana, they would all perish. It was imperative to keep Su Yan's mana at peak levels. Subsequently, Chef Gao Yang ceased his offensive and focused entirely on cooking. Witnessing Gao Yang fully immersed in his task, Su Yan felt immensely satisfied. With Gao Yang's culinary provisions, not only would these 8 giant wolves meet their demise, but all encountered giant wolves would also perish. 2 hours later, outside the entrance of Dungeon 16, a squad was anxiously tapping their phones, and the team leader was growing impatient. What on earth is happening? It's merely a squad of all lifestyle class professions. Why are they still not out after 2 hours? Indeed, other teams emerged within an hour. Are they dawdling? Surely, they haven't fallen asleep in a level 1 dungeon? Chapter 4. Report to the teacher, something terrible has happened. Outside the dungeon, a squad awaited entry. Initially, they believed that ahead of them was Su Yan's team, and that they would exit the dungeon swiftly. After all, an all-lifestyle professional garbage squad was destined for elimination. For such a substandard team, since they could not continue to their senior year, their best goal for the upcoming final exams was not to achieve high scores, but rather to ensure their safety and survival. The dungeon was perilous. The longer one remained, the greater the likelihood of casualties. Therefore, almost all inept squads opted for a level 1 dungeon, lingering for half an hour to make a token appearance before exiting. Yet, lo and behold, Su Yan's team had been inside for a full 2 hours. What could they possibly be doing? Team leader Wu Dalong was exceedingly puzzled. Su Yan was generally a reliable individual. Why was he acting so strangely today? Unable to endure his curiosity any longer, he resolved to check Su Yan's dungeon information. Although it was somewhat impolite to inspect another student's selected dungeon without permission, he was eager to discover what Su Yan was up to. Wu Dalong, the class monitor of the second-year Class 6, also served as Su Yan's class representative. He possessed access to some of Su Yan's personal information, which would allow him to view the dungeon selected by Su Yan. He approached the dungeon entrance, thinking that since his relationship with Su Yan was relatively amicable, a quick glance should not provoke any ire. Wu Dalong perused the class roster on his phone, located Su Yan's student ID, and entered it. The dungeon displayed some of Su Yan's team's information. Upon reading the details, Wu Dalong was left utterly stunned. The selected dungeon, a level 5 regional dungeon, the Wolf Den. For heaven's sake, this could end in tragedy, Wu Dalong exclaimed, and the previous silence among the other team members dissipated as they gathered around, intrigued. What happened? What happened? Dalong, let me see. Upon viewing the information, several team members were immediately dumbfounded. Goodness, what audacity, selecting a level 5 regional dungeon. Previously, they had criticized Su Yan's team for their prolonged absence from the dungeon, delaying their own assessment, but now they no longer held such grievances. For it seemed that Su Yan and his team were likely not unwilling to exit, but rather incapable of doing so. This level 5 hellish dungeon was exceptionally unique. Not intended for ordinary students, but specifically designed for 2 talented teams to compete for supremacy. Only Zhang Hao's team and Wang Ke's team had the privilege to select this dungeon. The dungeon's terrifying aspect lay in the giant wolves within. They possessed extraordinarily high attributes, and their skill, Battle Roar, could exponentially amplify all attributes. Their attack power was frightfully formidable, nearly impossible to defend against, and their movement speed was exceedingly swift, rendering kiting impossible. The difficulty rating was 5 stars. The lethality rating was also 5 stars. For ordinary teams, this dungeon was an absolute death trap. It was likely to result in casualties. Su Yan's team had already been inside for 2 hours, and the exit mechanism that activated within the first 10 minutes had long since expired. For individuals engaged in life-oriented professions, possessed combat capabilities akin to mere air, rendering them utterly incapable of successfully exiting the 10th dungeon node. Should they attempt to emerge now, it would likely result in their demise, triggering the dungeon's protective mechanism to expel the remaining members. At this juncture, it became unequivocally clear to all that Su Yan and his companions were left with but one choice, a sacrificial exchange of 1 for 3. If even a single person were to bravely step forward, sacrificing themselves to prevent multiple simultaneous deaths, it would ensure the survival of the other 3. However, this remains an idealized theoretical scenario. In reality, as witnessed over the past 2 hours, no one had the courage to awaken to this truth. The 4 remained in a stalemate, each unwilling to be the one to sacrifice themselves, each thinking, why must it be me who dies? Such is the essence of human nature. At that moment, every member of the DeLong team felt an overwhelming sense of heaviness. Although they held a certain disdain for those in life-oriented professions, they had been classmates for 2 years. The thought of any one of them perishing was profoundly distressing. As for how to resolve this predicament, it appeared to be nearly insurmountable. Nevertheless, Wu DeLong, as the class leader, felt it imperative to promptly report the situation discovered today to their teacher. He instructed his teammates to wait at the entrance while he dashed to the teacher's office to seek out Teacher Wang, who was responsible for this final assessment. Meanwhile, the grade director, enjoying a leisurely cup of tea in his office, reflected on how smoothly this semester's examinations were proceeding, far more so than in previous years. The students had demonstrated remarkable composure, avoiding any mishaps. Not a single student had sustained serious injuries thus far. Quite commendable. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered as Wu DeLong burst into the room, panic-stricken, exclaiming to Teacher Wang, "It's bad. There has been a fatality." Upon hearing Wu DeLong's alarming declaration, Teacher Wang sputtered his tea in shock. Chapter 5. The worst-case scenario, total annihilation. At this moment, Director Wang was in a state of utter disarray. The gravity of a death, such a significant occurrence, placed an undeniable burden of organizational responsibility upon him as the event's orchestrator. Yet, upon further contemplation, he felt something was amiss. If a death had truly occurred, the entire school would be ringing with alarm bells. It was inconceivable that he would remain unaware. Wu DeLong, known for his tendency toward hyperbole, was surely exaggerating. "What are you babbling about, DeLong?" After regaining his composure, Wu DeLong organized his thoughts and replied, "Suyen's team accidentally entered the level 5 hell dungeon, the Wolf's Den. They have been inside for 2 hours and have missed the opportunity to exit at the start, and they have yet to come out." Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang's demeanor shifted from skepticism to genuine alarm. A team comprised solely of life-oriented professionals, with an average level of only 2, had mistakenly ventured into a level 5 dungeon, the Wolf's Den, and had missed their chance to exit. The outcome was all but predetermined. At least one student was destined to perish. This was it. It was truly over. Since the establishment of the 8th high school, fatalities had been exceedingly rare. Even a single incident was considered a catastrophic event. He feared he was about to bear the brunt of this disaster. "Which dungeon entrance?" he inquired, his voice trembling. "Number 16. Without even donning his coat, Teacher Wang bolted from the office, with Wu DeLong hot on his heels. At the entrance of dungeon number 16, the members of the DeLong team, upon seeing the arrival of Teacher Wang, quickly made way. As he ascended to the dungeon entrance, Wang discovered that the situation indeed aligned with Wu DeLong's account. Suyen's team, composed entirely of life-oriented professionals, had entered the level 5 hell dungeon, the Wolf's Den, and had now been inside for 2 hours and 15 minutes. The severity of the situation was as grave as anticipated. Teacher Wang wished to assess the internal conditions of the dungeon, yet he found himself unable to do so. Although the term artificial dungeon suggested human intervention, it merely served as a dimensional link to the real dungeon, designed to save students the time spent traveling. Artificial dungeons inherited all the characteristics of outdoor dungeons, including the inability to forcibly access them from the outside and the extreme difficulty in extracting useful information from the dungeon's data stream. At the very least, he was certain he could not accomplish this task. After a moment of contemplation, the grade director swiftly contacted the technical personnel from the Dungeon Technology Company at the Dalian City branch, while simultaneously reporting the situation to Principal Huang. At that moment, Principal Huang had just concluded a meeting in the city concerning the upcoming joint training session scheduled for a month later. The results of this training would significantly influence the redistribution of educational resources among schools for the coming years, making it a matter of utmost importance for all principals involved. As the meeting dispersed, many principals were eager and determined to achieve favorable outcomes. In stark contrast, Principal Huang felt the weight of impending gray hairs. The 8th high school had not produced any formidable students in years. Without promising talent, they could not secure good rankings in the joint assessments. Without strong rankings, they would be deprived of quality dungeons, and without quality dungeons, they could not cultivate outstanding students. Would the 8th high school remain trapped in this vicious cycle this year as well? Just then, Wang's call came through. "Principal Huang, there's been a serious issue. A team of life-oriented professionals has mistakenly entered the level 5 hell dungeon, the Wolf's Den. It seems they may not be able to escape." Upon learning of the unexpected incident during the final assessment, Principal Huang's demeanor darkened. He was already troubled by the future of the 8th high school, and now, with such a severe incident occurring during the final examinations, the Ministry of Education would undoubtedly seek accountability. Principal Huang felt as though the burdens upon his head had multiplied. Meanwhile, numerous students began to notice the unusual commotion surrounding the entrance to dungeon number 16. "What is happening over there? Why does Teacher Wang look so distressed?" "I don't know. I just heard from Wu DeLong's team that Suyen, the farmer, along with 3 life-oriented professionals, accidentally ventured into the level 5 hell dungeon and hasn't returned in over 2 hours. The one that can be deadly, the Wolf's Den? Yes. My goodness. If our team went in there, We'd be in serious trouble. Su Yin and his companions must be doomed. That's why Teacher Wang is so anxious. After all, he is the primary person responsible for this final assessment. Regardless of what happens, he bears an irrefutable organizational responsibility. Poor Teacher Wang. He is truly unlucky to have encountered this group of inexperienced yet reckless individuals. There is simply no way to manage them. Enough chatter. Teacher Wang is coming over. Let us focus on our preparations. Soon, the technical personnel from the Dungeon Technology Company, along with Principal Huang, arrived at the scene. Despite the teacher's attempts to dissuade them, many students quietly gathered to observe. After several unsuccessful attempts, the technical personnel shook their heads in resignation, indicating their abandonment of the endeavor. With no one having exited the dungeon, the information stream was extremely chaotic, making it impossible to retrieve any effective real-time data. We'll have to wait for them to come out, the technicians concluded. Upon hearing this, Director Wang's anxiety escalated. Wait for them to come out. By then, they may as well be corpses. What do you mean you cannot retrieve the information? Isn't dungeon maintenance part of your responsibilities? I'm not even asking you to rescue them. You can't even extract information? Are you all incompetent? The technicians were taken aback by his outburst. Don't put us in a difficult position. The dimensional connection technology merely links to reality. It's impossible to make real-time interventions in the dungeon, including extracting real-time internal information while individuals are present. Moreover, we've never encountered a situation as reckless as this at your school. One technician gestured toward the usage guidelines posted beside the dungeon entrance. At this moment, both the grade director and Principal Huang felt a sense of embarrassment. As the regulations regarding dungeon usage clearly stated the key point, it is strictly forbidden to select dungeons above one's own level. This was also a critical point that the students of the 8th middle school had been repeatedly urged to memorize. They had never anticipated that their students would commit such a fundamental error. However, Teacher Wang remained relentless in his inquiries. Principal Huang interjected, saying, "Our school does bear significant responsibility for the incident, but we are not attempting to shift the blame. We simply wish to ascertain the current situation of the children. Is it truly beyond your company's capability to understand the internal circumstances? If so, we may need to consider changing our supplier for manual dungeon equipment in the future." After Principal Huang spoke, several technical staff members grew anxious, realizing that they could not afford to lose a major client. One technician hastily retorted, "It's not entirely impossible. It's just that we are unable to do it ourselves. Please hold on a moment while I contact our chief engineer." The technician made a phone call, and after much persuasion, the other party reluctantly agreed. 2 hours later, an elderly gentleman arrived on the scene. Chief Engineer Liu explained, "It's not that their skills are lacking. Rather, their luck simply isn't sufficient. Retrieving real-time information depends on fortune and consumes luck points. My luck is relatively decent, but don't place too many expectations on me." After saying this, Chief Engineer Liu personally operated the equipment, and after several hours, the results were revealed. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "For individuals, health and mana, all at full capacity." To get straight to the conclusion, in the best-case scenario, one person dies. In the second-best scenario, someone succumbs to impatience and turns on their companions. In the worst-case scenario, all 4 are discovered by the dire wolf and obliterated in one blow. The probabilities for the second-best and worst-case scenarios are the highest. Chapter 6. How on earth do you teach your students? Teacher Wang and Principal Huang did not dispute Chief Engineer Liu's conclusion, for they both understood that his assessment was accurate. With all 4 individuals at full status, not even a sliver of mana was depleted. This indicated that the children were undoubtedly hiding in some concealed location, trembling in fear, caught in a dilemma, having completely abandoned any hope of struggle. This situation was precisely what everyone dreaded, as it implied a lack of proactive individuals among them. They were all waiting for death, paralyzed by fear. And it was highly unlikely that any self-sacrificing hero would emerge. Witnessing the silence of Principal Huang and Teacher Wang, the onlooking students were left dumbfounded. They had initially thought that the death of one person was already severe, but now, it seemed that losing one was the best-case scenario. The students erupted in chaos. Is a total wipe possible? My goodness, this is an unprecedented catastrophic incident in the history of the 8th middle school. If there were to be an absurd situation where a student kills a companion for self-preservation, one student trailed off, unable to continue. The others fell into a solemn silence. Meanwhile, inside the dire wolf's den, the plump chef busily collected dire wolf meat, roasted wolf chops, and fervently fed Su Yin to ensure his mana remained at peak levels. "Stop feeding me, fatty. The wolves are all dead," Su Yin declared. Upon releasing the tree realm's descent, the binding abilities of the trees dissipated, causing them to straighten up and form an ordinary forest with a diameter of 20 meters. Within the woods, the 8th dire wolf, blood levels critically low, crashed to the ground, falling into a pool of blood. Following this battle, the entire team leveled up to level 4, establishing the fastest leveling record in the history of the 8th middle school. They shattered the myth that lifestyle professionals could not challenge high-level dungeons. "We did it. We annihilated 8 level 5 hellish dire wolves. Mom, I've made something of myself. Did you see that?" This round of points amounted to at least 800, confidently placing them at the median level. They could all advance to the third year of high school. As everyone calmed down from their excitement, they began to regroup. Under Su Yan's instructions, the stonemason carefully used a screwdriver and small hammer to extract 7 pairs of perfect fangs from the dire wolves, achieving a collection success rate of 87. 5. Su Yan was somewhat astonished, as the success rate for gathering high-grade materials was typically low. For dire wolf fangs, it usually did not exceed 20. Is this stonemason just exceptionally lucky? Meanwhile, the stonemason was unaware of the significance of this being his first time collecting high-tier disaster beast materials. He handed all the collected dire wolf fangs to Su Yan, who promptly stored them in his spatial backpack. All right, let us keep these for now. We can sell them and split the profits once we exit the dungeon, Su Yan stated, and the chef, tailor, and stonemason all silently nodded in agreement. Though they had no intention of claiming any for themselves, they all understood that none of this would have been possible without Su Yan. Without him, they wouldn't have even obtained a single wolf pelt. Achieving level 4 and qualifying to continue their studies in the third year was the greatest reward they could ask for. With 8 dire wolves defeated, the vicinity fell quiet, providing a temporary sense of safety. Su Yan could finally take a moment to check the system. Name, Su Yan, free attribute points, 10, level, LV4 profession, farmer attack power, 12 health, 250 mana, 250 strength, 12 constitution, 9 agility, 7 spirit, 9 defense, 100 planning skill, would escape. Tree realm descent, proficiency has reached 20, expanding the tree realm range by 4 meters to 24 meters. As the proficiency of tree realm descent increased, the control range expanded, providing greater stability. Su Yan contemplated the allocation of his free attribute points. Given that tree realm descent rendered him invincible in close combat with ample mana, it would theoretically yield the greatest benefit to augment his mana pool. However, Su Yan had to consider a practical issue. Dungeons predominantly featuring melee combat were not easy to come by. Extreme scenarios like the dire wolf's den were rare, and he could not rely on solely farming dire wolf dungeons for eternity. In the future, he might encounter complex dungeons with ranged disaster beasts, where the control effects of tree realm descent would be less potent, leaving him vulnerable to counterattacks, which could lead to his demise. Furthermore, there were various means to replenish mana. One could carry mana potions, or, as in this instance, bring along a chef. The same rationale applied to other attributes. Whatever was lacking could be compensated with the right teammates. However, life itself was singular and irreplaceable. With this realization, Su Yan no longer hesitated and allocated all 10 of his free attribute points to Constitution. His health surged from 250 to 350, and his defense jumped from 100 to 200. After the point allocation, Su Yan felt significantly sturdier, brimming with a sense of security. After taking a moment to recuperate, Su Yan began to contemplate their next course of action. With the current points, the team was no longer at risk of being eliminated. They could consider departing. However, this dungeon was a rare opportunity for him, not only because it was safe, but also due to the excellent experience and material gains, far surpassing what low-level dungeons could offer. Moreover, once they exited the dungeon, there would be a 1-month cooldown period before they could re-enter the dire wolf's den, which meant waiting another month. The upcoming dungeon for the final exam would last for 2 days. Thus, in the past couple of days, one must truly cherish the time at hand. It is imperative to gather as much experience and resources as possible. With a clear objective in mind, Su Yan was compelled to contemplate 2 pressing issues. The first question was, how to spend the night. Under ordinary circumstances, few would wish to take refuge in a den of wild wolves, for the temperatures in this dungeon plummet to a lethal minus 60 degrees Celsius at night. For a conventional combat-oriented team, survival would pose an insurmountable challenge. However, his team comprised entirely of life-oriented professions. There was no reason for them to be troubled by survival concerns. Su Yan cast his gaze towards a distant cave. If they could secure that cave, with the farmer, stonemason, chef, and tailor all contributing their unique skills, the team could indeed endure the frigid night. As for the second issue, the cave was home to an elite-level dire wolf, possessing attributes several times greater than those of a common wolf, along with certain invulnerability capabilities. Yet, the arrival of the tree realm renders invulnerability moot. In other words, the elite dire wolf and the ordinary wolf were indistinguishable to him. Both must submit to his command. With this thought, Su Yan made his decision. The next target was clear, the wild wolf den, home to an elite dire wolf. To avoid alarming his teammates and wasting precious time with unnecessary explanations, Su Yan opted not to disclose his plan in advance. Instead, he continued to stealthily hunt wolves in the direction of the cave. The team employed the same tactics, luring wolves with stones, while Su Yan controlled the situation. Gao Yang provided supplies, and they focused their firepower on a single target. Their progress was swift and unstoppable. The excitement among the team members was beyond words. A life-oriented team storming the wild wolf den. Their homeroom teacher would surely be left speechless upon learning of this audacious feat. They had almost achieved the impossible, and their homeroom teacher would undoubtedly commend them, perhaps even reward them with bonuses. Meanwhile, Outside the dungeon, at 3 p.m., in the meeting room of the faculty at No. 8 High School, Principal Huang had summoned the homeroom teachers of classes 8, 7, 11, and 12 for a stern reprimand. I ask you, what is our foremost duty as educators? The 4 homeroom teachers bowed their heads in unison, replying, to ensure the safety of our students. It seems you are all aware of this, so why have we encountered today's predicament? A mere team of 4 life-oriented professionals, all at level 2, stumbled into a level 5 hellish dungeon. Even a single minor creature within could annihilate them. How do you instruct your students? Chapter 7. Without stealing its lair. Where shall we spend the night? In response to Principal Huang's inquiry, the 4 homeroom teachers fell silent, feeling a deep sense of injustice. Since the first day of their first year, they had emphasized over 800 times that students should not choose dungeons beyond their level. They even created prominent warning signs to display in every classroom, ensuring students could see them at all times. They longed to refute the principal's accusations, eager to express their diligence. Yet, the words eluded them. The incident had transpired, indicating their efforts were insufficient, that they had not done their jobs adequately. And this unfortunate event was indeed their responsibility, one they could not evade. Principal Huang turned to the homeroom teacher of Class 8, Mr. Zhang. Su Yan is in your class. As the leader of the team, he should have known better than to proceed without retreating from the dungeon at the first sign of danger. He clearly did not grasp the 10-minute protective exit mechanism. This was your responsibility. Mr. Zhang wished to protest, but held back. He was baffled. How could such a bright student, who excelled in theoretical knowledge, make such a grave error today? Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Mr. Zhang found nothing more to say. I will reflect on this, Principal Huang stated, shifting his gaze to the other 3 teachers. Bai Ding, Gao Yang, Zhou He, these 3 students are under your tutelage. And none of them were able to promptly correct Su Yan's misguided judgment and actions. This, too, is a significant factor leading to this incident. Have they completely entrusted their safety to the captain of the team? Is this how you guide your students? The 3 homeroom teachers felt a wave of grievance. They had reiterated their teachings weekly. Yet, at this moment, Principal Huang was clearly enraged, and all teachers chose to admit their faults and accept the reprimand. The blame lies with us. We will conduct a thorough reflection. In the future, we shall emphasize the integration of theory and practice, ensuring students repeatedly practice until it becomes second nature. Seeing the teachers' earnest acknowledgement of their mistakes, Principal Huang's tone softened slightly. Each of you will have 1 month's performance bonus deducted. No objections, I trust? No objections. We accept. In truth, the deduction of your bonuses serves primarily to provide an explanation to the parents and soothe their concerns. Do you understand this? We understand. Very well. Although the outcome of this incident remains uncertain, it is bound to be unfavorable. We must notify the parents of the involved students to prepare them for what lies ahead. You will each inform the parents of the students from your respective classes, conveying the truth as it is, stating what you know and refraining from speculation to avoid further complications. Understood. On the outskirts of Dian City, by a high wall in front of a barren plot of land for sale, Su Yan's mother consoled his father. If our child cannot attend university, it is no great matter. When Su Yan returns, let him work this land. I believe it has potential for cultivating crops. Even if the vegetables he grows cannot be sold, they will suffice for our sustenance. Though she spoke this way, she had already resolved to support Su Yan for life. She understood that the land was not suitable for farming, making it exceedingly difficult for crops to thrive, and that Dian City itself had no arable land. With this rocky wasteland, it would be nearly impossible for Su Yan to sustain himself. Her intention in acquiring this land was to provide her son with a legitimate endeavor after his early graduation, thereby reducing the gossip from others. Su Shan sighed in resignation. It was the only course of action. With Su Yan's profession as a farmer, finding a corresponding job was virtually impossible. With this piece of land, they would not have to worry about him starving when they grew old. After speaking, Su Shan took out his phone, preparing to contact the seller about purchasing the land. The asking price for the plot was a staggering 30,000, which was all the money the family could muster. Yet, Su Shan had steeled himself for this expenditure. This money cannot be saved. Just then, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 called. Su Yan's parent? Yes, I am Su Yan's father. There has been an incident involving Su Yan. Su Shan trembled all over. What happened to Su Yan? He, along with several classmates in life-oriented professions, mistakenly entered a level 5 hellish dungeon. But Su Yan is only at level 2. Sir, I recall that after entering the wrong dungeon, one can retreat, can't they? Indeed, but this is limited to the initial 10 minutes. Su Yan and the others have been inside for over 2 hours now. For them to exit, at least one of the 4 children must perish. Upon the conclusion of the teacher's remarks, Su Yan's parents turned ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and Su Shan's phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Regaining their composure, the couple exchanged a glance, and without uttering a word, hastily mounted their bicycles, racing towards the school. Similarly, the parents of the other 3 students, upon receiving the school's call, were also left pale and shaken, dashing towards the institution. Meanwhile, within the instance, Su Yan's team had just dispatched another wave of ordinary wolf beasts and arrived at the lair of the giant wolf. From the slope below, an ominous scent of wolf permeated from the vast cave. The entrance was littered with the remains of various animals, their carcasses gnawed upon, the severed bones exhibiting clean, precise breaks, as if cut by heavy machinery rather than torn by wild beasts. Upon witnessing the gruesome remains, the team felt a chill run down their spines. Urgently alerting their leader, "Captain, we've strayed off course. This route is incorrect. Ahead lies an elite giant wolf. This disaster beast possesses a dominating physique, making it uncontrollable. Not only does it have a dominating physique, but its attributes are also exceedingly high. I've heard that Wang Ke's team nearly fell victim to an elite giant wolf. We must turn back. There's still time." However, Su Yan disregarded his teammates' warnings and boldly entered the wolf den. "We haven't deviated from our path. If we don't seize its nest, where shall we spend the night? Furthermore, whether or not it possesses a dominating physique, the outcome remains unchanged." Chapter 8, Tomorrow. "It shall be you, three-headed hell wolf." Su Yan ventured into the wolf den, causing his teammates to feel a sudden chill. Although they had witnessed the formidable power of the tree realm's descent, ordinary giant wolves posed no threat. Yet, elite disaster beasts were an entirely different matter. They possessed the ability to forcibly escape. If they broke free for even a moment, the entire team would be annihilated. The team hesitated, unwilling to follow Su Yan inside. Just then, several giant wolves returned from a distance, prey in their jaws. Terrified, the team rushed into the cave without a second thought. They realized that without Su Yan by their side, their demise was inevitable. Within the entire instance, the only safe haven was beside Su Yan. As for whether he could control the elite giant wolf, they could only pray for divine intervention. Upon entering the wolf den, the interior was surprisingly spacious. With enormous stalactites that required several individuals to encircle, at the farthest depths of the cave, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly snapped open, sending a shiver through the group. An elite giant wolf, several times larger than the ordinary giant wolf, rose to its full height, nearly touching the cave's ceiling, baring its razor-sharp fangs at the intruders. It was evident that the skeletal remains outside had been severed by those very fangs. 8 giant wolves quickly surrounded their leader, howling furiously at the intruders. The alpha elite giant wolf regarded the feeble intruders with a penetrating crimson gaze, considering it a rare treat to have prey delivered to its doorstep. A situation it had not encountered before. Perhaps this batch of prey was not particularly bright. The team, confronted by the terrifying elite giant wolf, trembled uncontrollably, their legs shaking. Just a glance into its eyes made their hairs stand on end, nearly rendering them breathless. It was far more powerful than they had anticipated. Was Su Yan truly going to be all right? Yet, Su Yan remained unfazed, picking up a small stone, taking aim, and tossing it at the largest giant wolf. The cave was somewhat dim, and he was unaware of any traps or ambushes that might lie deeper within. Rather than approach himself, he preferred to let the giant wolf come to him. The small stone struck the giant wolf squarely on the forehead, and Su Yan beckoned the elite wolf with a casual gesture. "Come here." The elite giant wolf's expression shifted dramatically, for as an elite beast, it had never before been subjected to such provocation and indignity. It lunged forward with incredible speed, causing the entire cave to tremble. The elite giant wolf did not follow conventional tactics. Instead of attacking from the ground, it circumvented along the cave walls, executing an approach that was both cunning and difficult to anticipate. Witnessing this, the team felt their legs weaken in fear. Had the elite giant wolf learned to employ tactics? Could they truly emerge victorious? However, in the next instant, the elite giant wolf found itself pinned against the rock wall by the power of the tree realm. Its predicament comically precarious. Furrowing its brow, the elite giant wolf emanated a faint golden glow, activating its dominating physique momentarily. Though brief, this was sufficient to break free from any control. Upon seeing the golden light, Su Yan's teammates instinctively retreated, knowing that if the giant wolf escaped, their demise would be instantaneous. Yet, after the golden glow faded, the elite giant wolf remained in its comical state, unable to break free from the constraints of the tree realm's descent. Confused, the elite giant wolf wondered, "Why can't I escape? What is happening?" Meanwhile, the teammates were utterly dumbfounded. Could a dominating physique be ignored? Was Su Yan's tree realm descent truly so beyond comprehension? Such a control technique had not been mentioned in any textbook. The other smaller wolves, witnessing their leader subdued in an instant, rushed forward. They could not fathom why their leader's dominating physique had failed, but they knew they must eliminate the one who had unleashed such a skill. Subsequently, the 8 giant wolves scattered, attacking from all directions, while the tree realm began to grow wildly, ensnaring all the wolves in its grasp. Moments later, several giant wolves returned from hunting. Upon their return, they were horrified to discover that their den had been completely overrun by the massive trees, and their leader was utterly immobilized, incapable of retaliating. Fear-stricken, they dropped the prey they had been carrying. After merely a moment of shock, the massive trees surged forth, and all the giant wolves found themselves unable to move. The situation was now entirely stabilized. Su Yan calmly retrieved his rusty hoe, Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us deal with them. In a state of disbelief, his teammates instinctively drew their weapons and unleashed a flurry of attacks. -13, -13, -11, -11, -12, -12. Several hours later, all the giant wolves lay dead in a pool of blood, and every member of the team had reached level 5. Under Su Yan's direction, the stonemason began to gather materials, while the other teammates busied themselves preparing the wolf den for the night. Su Yan glanced at his attribute panel, noting an increase of 5 free attribute points, which he promptly allocated entirely to his constitution. Simultaneously, he was thrilled to discover that the proficiency of the Tree Realm's Descent had reached 50, resulting in new changes. Tree Realm's Descent, proficiency 50, can summon a second Tree Realm. Both realms are identical, with independent cooldowns. The Tree Realm could indeed be summoned twice, one skill functioning as two. This was double the delight. Just then, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Main quest issued. Clear the Wild Wolf Lair. Deadline. Before the instance collapses tomorrow. Quest reward. 1 rare quality weapon blind box. Farmer's Edition. A rare level weapon. Upon witnessing the task rewards and glancing at the rusted whiteboard pickaxe in his hands, Su Yan felt a surge of excitement. The quality of equipment is categorized into 8 distinct levels. Whiteboard, ordinary, fine, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Students of modest means wield whiteboard gear, while those from slightly better off families possess ordinary items. Only those with considerable wealth can afford fine-grade equipment. Among all the students in the 8th middle school, Su Yan had only seen a wealthy senior from the 3rd year donning an excellent grade helmet before the college entrance examination. Even though the helmet was the least expensive among all gear, it still attracted throngs of admirers. As for rare-level equipment, only genuine affluent individuals could lay claim to such treasures, and Su Yan had never encountered a student who owned any. The reward offered by the system this time, however, was a rare-grade weapon specifically for farmers. Its value was self-evident. He must obtain it. Su Yan desired to complete the system mission to claim the reward. But he couldn't ignore the pressing reality. With only 1 day left, could he truly conquer the wolf den? Although the entire team had reached level 5, significantly enhancing their attributes, their professional shortcomings still loomed large, leaving them with little offensive capability. If they proceeded normally, even a day would not suffice to catch a glimpse of the boss. Unless, Su Yan recalled that he could now summon 2 tree realms simultaneously. If he acted now, perhaps he could indeed achieve it. Previously, when he could only summon 1 tree realm, once he ensnared the disaster beasts, he could not leave the realm until he had eliminated them all. However, now, after trapping 1 wave of disaster beasts, he could still wield the 2nd tree realm, ensuring his absolute safety. He could easily step out of the tree realm. If he focused solely on the small wolves, ignoring the elite wolves, he could head straight for the boss's lair. The 3 hell wolves, though formidable, lacked ranged attacks. It would not be unreasonable for them to acknowledge him as their progenitor. With this thought, Su Yan made a decisive resolution. Tomorrow, it would be you, the 3 hell wolves. Chapter 9. The fame of the 4 was known far and wide. Su Yan confirmed his plan to head directly for the boss's lair the next day, yet he dared not disclose this audacious scheme to his teammates in advance. This was because the boss's invulnerability ability differed from that of the elite giant wolf's temporary invulnerability. It could persist indefinitely. In this world, aside from the tree realm, there existed no skill capable of continuously controlling a boss. To explain this would be utterly futile. Tomorrow, once he had the boss under control, his teammates would naturally comprehend without the need for elaboration. At this moment, the stonemason, Bai Ding, completed his material collection, presenting Su Yan with 1 pair of elite wolf fangs and 8 pairs of ordinary wolf fangs, followed by a green crystal. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the core of the giant wolf? The drop rate for such items was considerably lower than that of wolf fangs. Just 1 elite giant wolf could yield this? Bai Ding must have been incredibly fortunate. As dusk descended, the temperature within the dungeon plummeted, reaching sub-zero levels. Su Yan utilized branches from his own timber to kindle a campfire. Bai Ding scavenged nearby materials, sealing the cave with large stones, and even crafting a concealed ventilation shaft. The tailor, Zhou He, used the freshly gathered wolf fur to create bedding, adhering to the standard of 3 beds per person, 2 for cushioning and 1 for covering, with pillows to boot. Meanwhile, the chef, Gao Yang, hummed a cheerful tune as he prepared roasted meat, inspired by the notion of charcoal-grilled giant wolf legs. Soon, the frigid night enveloped them. The wolf den dungeon synchronized perfectly with the outside world, albeit with more extreme temperatures. Outside, the temperature had plummeted to a staggering -60 degrees. At such a moment, any ordinary team, even if they still had the strength to fight, would unhesitatingly retreat to the last critical dungeon node and choose to exit, for no one wished to freeze to death. Yet, this extreme cold had no bearing on Su Yan's team. They finally experienced the most delightful moment of their expedition to the wolf den gathered around the campfire. The 4 of them, wrapped in warm blankets, feasted on delectable roasted wolf meat, discussing their gains from this hellish dungeon and their aspirations for the future. each face aglow with joy and warmth. Chef Gao Yang remarked, "Hee, if my mother knew that tackling a dungeon felt like a vacation, she would surely be dumbfounded." Tailor Zhou He inquired, "Have we perhaps unlocked the correct approach to this dungeon?" Stonemason Bai Ding replied, "This wilderness survival-style strategy is indeed rarely mentioned in textbooks, as life-oriented professions seldom have the opportunity to enter high-level dungeons. However, the role we play is undeniably significant. Had it been a typical main combat profession team, they would likely be freezing to death tonight. Our success might just alter the school's perception of life-oriented professionals. Perhaps we little fish will become famous, haha." Outside the dungeon, in the staff meeting room of the 8th middle school, the parents of the 4 children anxiously regarded Principal Huang. "Principal, you just mentioned that tonight is the most arduous moment for the children. What do you mean?" Principal Huang patiently explained. "The reason the wolf den has become a hell-level dungeon is not solely due to the astonishing attack power of the wolf beasts within. A crucial factor is the extreme temperature of the dungeon." He glanced at the clock. It was 10 o'clock at night. The darkest hour for the children had arrived, and the temperature within the dungeon had plunged to its utmost extremes, minus 60 degrees. No child could possibly withstand such temperatures. As Principal Huang finished speaking, the 4 parents slumped in their chairs, their faces ashen. Minus 60 degrees. Is this a temperature a child can endure? And on the territory of the giant wolves, would they dare to start a fire? Even if they risked being discovered to timidly kindle a small fire against the frigid cold of minus 60 degrees, would a small fire suffice? Without a sufficient heat source, how could they withstand the bitterly cold night? At that moment, the chef's mother was in tears, pleading, "Principal Huang, I beg you, my son Gao Yang is my only child, and he fears the cold more than anything. Please, whatever it takes, help me bring him back. I would sell our house if needed." Upon hearing this, the other 2 parents quickly chimed in, "We're the same. We can sell our house too." The parents clamored to sell their homes to save their children, yet Su Yan's parents were rendered speechless in despair, for they did not own a home. Their family resided in a rented 2-bedroom apartment. Principal Huang observed the anxious parents, shaking his head in resignation. "I truly apologize, dear parents. But this is not merely a matter of money. If there were any means to rescue them, our school would surely act without hesitation, sparing no effort to save the children. However, the mechanics of the dungeon have always been thus. Human intervention is impossible. Our notification to you was primarily to prepare you mentally. Furthermore, should the children emerge, I urge you not to blame or chastise the survivors. Their spirits will be exceedingly fragile after such a harrowing ordeal. If the unfortunate victims were one's own children, it is imperative for the parents to maintain their composure and swiftly come to terms with the reality, for in this cruel world, death is an everyday occurrence we must confront. The only solace we can offer is to ensure that the departed children are laid to rest peacefully." After Principal Huang concluded his remarks, a heavy silence enveloped the parents. Though they were filled with helplessness, they recognized the stark truth. This was indeed the harsh reality. Their only hope was that the first child to falter would not be their own. Meanwhile, Director Shui of the first-year department was already aware of the incident that had transpired during the final exams of the second-year students. In a bid to actively respond to the safety-first educational philosophy of School 8, as well as the prompt educational directives, Director Shui, disregarding the fact that first-year students had already gone home for the holidays and the teachers were on break, urgently contacted all 16 first-year homeroom teachers for an emergency meeting. Soon, every first-year student and their parents received an electronic version of the supplementary learning materials for the holiday from the school. The materials contained several emphatic annotations. "This is a real case from our school. It must serve as a cautionary tale. Do not lament when it is too late." First-year students are required to meticulously study and analyze this case during the winter break and compose a summary of at least 3,000 words regarding the causes of this incident. In no time, discontent spread throughout the first-year cohort. "Is this some sort of joke? I've just made it home, and you expect me to deal with this? What do the mistakes of the seniors have to do with us? Why should we innocent ones be implicated? This is absurd." Su Yan, Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Zhou He, the 4 seniors from vocational studies, were simply outrageous. "I am utterly exasperated. How could one make such a basic blunder as selecting the wrong scenario? Can we not write just 300 words? Once I surpass that word count, my brain goes into meltdown. Perhaps you could inquire with Director Shui? He is the one who assigned this task. I share your plight." "Director Shui? Oh, then it's of no consequence." "Why? Because if you ask about 3,000 words, it turns into 6,000. Don't ask how I know. I've tried." The first-year students swallowed their bitter pill with great difficulty, while the names of Su Yan, Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Zhou He rapidly spread throughout the entire year, becoming the talk of the school. Chapter 10. If there is a next life. Remember not to choose the wrong scenario again. Before long, the tale of Su Yan's team inadvertently stumbling into a level 5 hell scenario became widely known. Simultaneously, everyone was aware that after tonight's darkest hour, the final outcome would be revealed. Principal Huang, Year Director Teacher Wang, the various homeroom teachers, and the parents, along with the technical staff from the scenario company, all anxiously awaited the ultimate resolution. The tragedy seemed inevitable, and they could only pray that it would not culminate in the worst possible outcome. However, as 1 hour passed, then 2, 5, and finally 8, none had managed to close their eyes throughout the night, until the morning sun cast its rays upon everyone's faces. They still awaited the children's emergence from the scenario. The mother of a chef sneezed, glancing at Principal Huang in confusion. "Principal, didn't you say we would have results by last night? Why hasn't my child emerged?" The father of a tailor, filled with anxiety, asked, "Principal, is it possible my child won't come back?" Principal Huang was equally bewildered. This shouldn't be happening. He turned to Chief Engineer Liu, who also shook his head in confusion. In his years of working with artificial scenarios, he had never encountered such a situation. It seemed his luck had run out, as the extracted scenario information still indicated that the 4 students' health and mana were fully intact. The peculiarity lay in the fact that even after a frigid night had passed, how could the 4 remain in such a state? Bewilderment enveloped everyone. Principal Huang unfurled a 2D map of the Wolf's Den scenario, collaborating with the teachers to deduce where the children could be hiding. He marked the giant wolf's cave on the map. To survive the chilling night, a warm refuge was essential, and the closest such place to the entrance temple was indeed this giant wolf's cave. Subsequently, Principal Huang decisively crossed out that location on the map. This spot could be eliminated from consideration, for it was home to an elite-level giant wolf, fiercely territorial. Any intruder approaching the cave entrance would provoke its wrath, leading to a fight to the death. Wang Ku and her companions had nearly fallen victim to this very danger. After marking the cave, all the teachers nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed the least likely location. Should the children venture near, death would be imminent. Principal Huang continued, "The most probable location is the opposite direction, a great chasm situated 1,000 meters from the entrance temple." The teachers all nodded in agreement. However, Chief Engineer Liu shook his head, asserting that analyzing where the children were hiding was now futile, as after today, the duration of the scenario would conclude. If the children did not emerge soon, the scenario space would collapse, the protective mechanisms would fail, and the team would perish on the spot. Upon hearing Chief Engineer Liu's words, Principal Huang and the teachers fell into silence, while the parents slumped back into their chairs in despair. Meanwhile, in the square at the entrance of the scenario, the second-year final exams continued, although the number of students entering the scenario had dwindled significantly. Most candidates had completed their assessments the previous day. Students from 4 classes, along with others from different grades, gathered before the entrance of Scenario 16. They carried flower garlands and fruit baskets, their moods heavy with sorrow. Beside the entrance of Scenario 16, a talented student had managed to procure half-body photographs of Su Yin and the others, converting them to black and white, enlarging and printing them. Even framing them with makeshift borders, they bore a striking resemblance to the originals. The warm morning sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating every corner of the School 8 campus. Yet, this gentle light brought no comfort to the students. Beside Scenario 16, the black and white portraits of the 4 students stood solemnly, their smiles seemingly frozen in time. In the square, students from the 4 classes stood in neat rows, their faces etched with grief and reluctance. They had gathered here today to bid farewell to their 4 classmates who had perished in the scenario. Though the final outcome of the tragedy remained unknown, the students could no longer wait. Today marked the last day of the final exams, and those who did not achieve satisfactory results would be forever separated from School 8, never to return. Thus, for many students, this was their final gathering with their classmates. Consequently, spurred by some student suggestions, everyone agreed to seize this rare opportunity to hold a memorial service for the 4 deceased classmates ahead of time. Su Yan, Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Zhou He. Each was to be remembered, none to be omitted. Although they could not yet definitively identify the final victims, based on collective judgment, it was evident that the situation was gravitating further towards a total loss. Thus, to ensure thoroughness, it was unanimously decided that a collective tribute would be held for the 4 individuals, leaving no room for oversight. Before their portraits, classmates held bouquets of fresh flowers, stepping forward in succession to gently lay them down. Some classmates' eyes brimmed with tears, while others wept softly, and some silently prayed. Each heart was filled with sorrow for the 4 fallen peers and a profound reflection on the fragility of life. Having shared 2 years together, it was unimaginable that they would ultimately find themselves separated by the veil of death. Brothers, may your journey ahead be smooth. Should there be a next life, remember not to choose the wrong path again. Meanwhile, within the Wild Wolf Den instance, a series of peculiar circular groves, spaced several meters apart, formed a straight line. In the ancient grove, the wolf beasts had broken free from their restraints but had lost their vengeful targets. Conversely, in the newly formed grove, countless wolf beasts had just been captured, helplessly whimpering. At that moment, the straight line of groves continued to extend toward the very end of the Wild Wolf Den, the lair of the 3-headed hellhound. Chapter 11. Boss, why can't I even strike a pose at the beginning? Within the new grove, Su Yin commanded the tree realm, drawing nearby giant wolves to him before continuing onward. Gao Yang nervously clutched a large bundle of wolf meat skewers, ready to feed Su Yin at a moment's notice. Su Yin, Where are you taking us? The other teammates questioned, utterly perplexed. Wasn't it agreed that today would be for hunting elite wolves? They had already captured several elite wolves. Why not engage them? Were those elite wolves not to Su Yan's liking? The team members were somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend Su Yan's current actions. After a restful night in the giant wolf cave and finishing breakfast that morning, Su Yan had announced that his skills had evolved, allowing him to summon 2 tree realms and that he intended to take them to hunt elite wolves. The thought of Su Yan's doubled abilities, promising a day of elite wolf hunting that would far exceed the previous day's gains, filled the teammates with excitement, and they promptly followed Su Yan. However, after trapping the elite wolves, Su Yan did not issue an attack order but chose instead to forge ahead. This left his teammates in a state of confusion. Su Yan calmly explained, "Those are difficult to handle. Let us find some easier targets." The teammates did not press their doubts further and opted to follow Su Yan as he continued onward. The party moved through the instance as if in a void, with no giant wolves able to harm them, and the circular groves formed a string of candied hawthorns above the wasteland. Soon, the team reached the end of the instance, at which point the members finally sensed something was amiss and frantically alerted, "Captain, ahead lies the boss lair. We cannot proceed further. Turn back, turn back." Meanwhile, Gao Yang, who was feeding Su Yan, suddenly noticed the flicker of excitement on Su Yan's face, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. "Su Yan, you can't possibly be thinking." In the next moment, the tree realm brushed against the boundary of the boss lair. A luminous barrier descended from the heavens, enveloping the team entirely, completely isolating the boss area from the outside world. The boss challenge had officially commenced, with no retreat possible. The 3 little ones stood frozen in place. What the hell? How did we trigger the boss challenge? No, this can't be happening. Realizing that the die had been cast, Su Yan no longer concealed the truth. "You may find it hard to believe, but my tree realm can control the boss." Upon hearing this, the teammates immediately panicked. "Su Yan, are you serious? You really intend to challenge the boss? A team of life-oriented classes taking on the wild wolf den boss? This is utterly insane. This is a 3-headed hell wolf. Even the top team, Wang Ku's, wouldn't he dare challenge it? Su Yan, you claim you can control it. Have you tested this?" No. At this revelation, the 3 little ones were rendered speechless. "If you haven't tested it, how can you be sure it will work? Even a control specialist wouldn't dare make such a claim." Su Yan wished to explain but found himself at a loss for words, as the system asserted that it could control. Thus, it could indeed control. This was difficult to articulate. If it truly can be controlled, why don't you all stand back? I'll attempt to control it first, and then you can join in. Though Su Yan suggested this, his teammates remained steadfastly by his side, unwilling to stray even a step away. After all, they were in the boss lair, and who knew if a minor monster might suddenly appear and eliminate them all? They shook their heads, resigned to fate. "If we die, so be it. Regardless, we've already achieved a miracle. Even if we perish today, our deeds will be inscribed in history. Let us do this." The teammates encouraged themselves, steeling their resolve. However, the moment the boss appeared, all courage evaporated. The once tranquil rocky expanse trembled as the earth split open, molten lava surging from the cracks. Even a misstep could lead to severe burns. Upon a towering boulder stood a colossal black wolf, 3-headed and towering like a small mountain. It straightened its form, its 3 pairs of fiery red eyes causing the team members to freeze in place, unable to utter a word. This hellish creature, the 3-headed hell wolf, surely hailed from the depths of hell. Su Yan calmly regarded the boss, 3-headed hell giant wolf. Instance boss. Level, LV6. Health, 8,000. Attack power, 603. Strength, 456. Constitution, 556. Agility, 673. Spirit, 392. Hell war cry. Lets out a battle roar, increasing all attributes by 300 for 5 minutes. Hell clone, in a critical state, can split into 2 hell wolves, inheriting 100 attributes and skills. The attributes and description perfectly aligned with expectations, making things manageable. Call for your father. The 3-headed hell wolf stared at the 4 small intruders, somewhat puzzled. This opponent seemed woefully inadequate. It could not sense the slightest hint of threat from them. How did these insignificant creatures manage to navigate through the myriad of wolves to reach its lair? But what did it matter? Since they were intruders, they would be shredded regardless. With a long howl, the 3-headed hell wolf summoned dark clouds, thunder, and lightning. The terrifying sound wave nearly knocked the 4 team members off their feet. The teammates were rendered utterly speechless, trembling as they stumbled backward. This was an adversary far beyond their capability to confront. Yet Su Yan remained unfazed, calmly picking up a small stone. After a brief aim, he hurled it at the forehead of the 3-headed hell wolf. However, due to the sheer size of the creature and its elevated stance, Su Yan's throw fell short, landing instead on its right paw. With a flick of his finger, he taunted, "You, come here." This provocative gesture instantly enraged the 3-headed hell wolf, successfully drawing its ire. The 3-headed beast's brow twitched in disbelief. What pitiful weaklings dared to throw stones at it? The hellish wolf leapt into the air, obscuring a significant portion of the sky from the gaze of onlookers. Its right forepaw had already amassed power, poised to eliminate the four intruders with a single, lethal strike. Suyin calmly planted his right foot on the ground. Would release, the tree realm descends. Immediately, amidst the molten rock, countless verdant sprouts burst forth, breaking through the lava and shattering the stones beneath. Even the extreme heat of the magma could not deter their emergence in the slightest. In an instant, numerous saplings transformed into towering trees, entwining the three-headed hell wolf with tenacious vines. The three-headed hell wolf was abruptly frozen in midair, its struggles rendered futile. Despite the dazzling golden aura surrounding it, a testament to its activated dominance ability, it remained ensnared by the unyielding trees. Faced with this incomprehensible scene, the three-headed hell wolf was utterly bewildered. After all, it was a boss of the dungeon, the mightiest entity within this realm. Its dominance ability could easily shatter the control skills of even level 10 adventurers, so why was it now immobilized by a mere level 5 gatherer? It couldn't even strike a pose at the outset? Suyin, sensing the formidable strength through the resistance of the trees, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, truly. As a level 5 hell dungeon boss, I shall honor you as the strongest. He retrieved his hoe and declared, brothers, this ugly creature is immobilized. Arm yourselves and let us vanquish it. Chapter 12. Suyin, have you escaped the dungeon? The three-headed hell wolf, yet to touch the ground, was forcefully restrained in the air. The shimmering golden light surrounding it had already proven that its dominance ability was utterly inconsequential before the tree realm's descent. At this moment, Suyin's teammates were thoroughly convinced. Their understanding of the world had been completely reshaped once more. All the knowledge and common sense taught in textbooks could be discarded into the trash. What nonsense about dominance overcoming control? It was pure fallacy. Snapping back to reality from their astonishment, they drew forth their weapons and climbed the massive trunks, skillfully maneuvering to the rear of the three-headed hell wolf to unleash a barrage of attacks. 13, -13, -11, -11, -12, -12. The stonemason unleashed a flurry of strikes against the boss's rear, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. If my classmates knew I was actually pummeling a level 5 hell dungeon boss, they would surely be left speechless. The tailor aimed a precise snip at the boss's vital points, chuckling, we aren't just hitting it. Today, we might actually slay the boss. The chef frantically provided Suyin with sustenance, his eyes glistening with emotion. A level 5 hell boss first kill. Previously, my classmates mocked me for being useless. Now, I long to see their expressions. The three-headed hell wolf, receiving a relentless beating, could hardly believe that such an overwhelming control skill could persist. It was determined that once the skill's duration expired, it would tear these pests to shreds. To ensure safety, Suyin decided to disregard the cooldown of individual skills, realizing he had another tree realm at his disposal, which would otherwise go to waste. Within the first tree realm's duration, he unleashed a second one. Dual tree realms seamlessly intertwined. Now, the three-headed hell wolf was utterly dumbfounded. Such an extraordinary control skill could exist in two forms simultaneously. It had come to the realization that it could not move even a fraction. Hours later, as its health dwindled, the three-headed hell wolf unleashed its ultimate skill. Its last glimmer of hope, the hell wolf clone. Dozens of clones emerged, and if just one managed to break free from control, it could obliterate these nuisances. However, as soon as the multitude of clones split from the colossal wolf's form, they too were entirely restrained. The three-headed hell wolf sank into a state of utter despair. Fear etched in its eyes. At that moment, it fully understood that this farmer was no mere human. Finally, under the relentless onslaught of the four, the three-headed hell wolf crashed heavily to the ground. In the sky, innumerable data points began to flicker as the dungeon calculated the team's completion score. Suyin's teammates gazed at the sky, feeling as though they were in a dream. Did we truly defeat the three-headed hell wolf? Have we really cleared the dungeon? This was the formidable level 5 hell dungeon boss, a being so powerful that even Wong could dared not provoke it, and yet we mere gatherers had slain it? It felt utterly surreal. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Suyin's mind. Ding! Proficiency of tree realm has reached 100. You may now summon 4 tree realms simultaneously. Suyin couldn't help but rejoice. Now one skill could function as 4. This was astonishing. Soon after, ding! Tree realm is evolving. Tree realm is in the process of evolution. Expected duration, 24 hours. Please be patient. Suyin was taken aback after reaching 100 proficiency. The tree realm could actually evolve. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this evolution, he was immensely excited. However, the system notifications were not yet finished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for clearing the wild wolf's lair and completing the system task. A rare quality weapon blind box has been issued to your spatial backpack. Eagerly, Suyin opened the rare weapon blind box, revealing a massive black scythe that appeared in his spatial backpack, its design reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's soul-claiming scythe. Grass-cutting scythe. Quality, rare. Level requirement, 10. Attack power, 1000. All attributes, 250. Special effect. Attacking immobile enemies with this scythe reduces the target's defense and resistance by 70, and completely suppresses the target's healing ability by 80. Though Su Yin could not equip the grass-cutting scythe due to the level restriction, he was immensely pleased with its attributes. Once he reached the level 10 requirement, his attack power and all attributes would experience a substantial increase. However, what truly captivated Su Yin was the scythe's special effect, removing 70 defense from immobile enemies and suppressing 80 healing. This scythe was a perfect match for his tree realm ability, epitomizing the phrase "the meat on the chopping block." Level 10 would not take too long. And with that thought, Su Yin quietly stored the grass-cutting scythe in his spatial backpack, eagerly anticipating the swift elevation of his level. The stonemason began the collection process. The perfect fangs of the three-headed hell wolf. The soul of the three-headed hell wolf. Witnessing the nearly 100 collection success rate, everyone was left dumbfounded. The soul of the three-headed hell wolf. This item, I've seen online, is worth quite a bit. How did you manage that? Bai Ding. Bai Ding appeared equally perplexed. I have no idea. It's my first time collecting materials from a high-level boss. Su Yin concluded that during monster encounters, Bai Ding and Gao Yang were indispensable teammates. One provided infinite mana regeneration, while the other increased equipment drop rates. Both were invaluable allies. Before long, the countdown for the dungeon's completion ended, and a radiant light enveloped them, transporting the team out of the dungeon. At this moment, there remained just a few dozen minutes before the instance would naturally disintegrate and collapse. Su Yin couldn't help but exhale in relief. This was considered the absolute limit for exiting the instance. Had they lingered any longer, their escape would have been uncertain. Next time they entered an instance, it was imperative to bring along a damage dealer. As the few of them exited the instance, the clearance results were finalized, culminating in an astonishing score of 38,000 points. This achievement propelled them straight to the top of the leaderboard. On the leaderboard for the Wolf Den, two other teams remained. Zhang Hao's team, ranking second in their grade, with a mere 8,000 points, and Wang Ke's team, the top team in their grade, with 15,000 points. Despite their efforts in vanquishing numerous ordinary and elite giant wolves, neither team managed to clear the instance, thus placing them significantly behind Su Yan's team. Upon witnessing the final results, the members of the team were rendered speechless. Is our score truly that high? They exclaimed. Goodness. Wang Ke's team is the top in our grade, and yet our score is double theirs? Wang Ke's team consists entirely of main combat professions, with the weakest member being a B rank, while Wang Ke herself is an A rank rare profession, a thunder mage. How could we have surpassed them so decisively? Do you think Wang Ke will cry out of frustration? Whether Wang Ke would weep in anguish was uncertain, but Zhang Hao would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. He had already flaunted his celebratory banquet photos in his social media, reveling in his team's second-place victory, boasting to all parents of his teammates. Little did he expect to end up with only third place. This would be quite the blow to his pride. The incredulous results we achieved will surely astonish our teachers and classmates. I can only imagine their expressions. They might very well lose their minds. Haha. At this juncture, outside the instance, the memorial service in the square had reached its concluding phase. Class SIXS Monitor, Wu Dalong, recalled with trembling voice the moments shared with Su Yin over the past 2 years. Su Yin was a diligent yet unfortunate child. I still vaguely remember the first time I saw him in freshman year. Small and frail, somewhat malnourished. Many ignorant classmates had bullied him, yet in his eyes, there resided an unwavering determination and fighting spirit that far surpassed that of his peers. Over the course of 2 years, we witnessed Su Yan's remarkable growth and astonishing combat talent, earning him the respect and recognition of all his classmates. He was destined to be a promising student, yet fate dealt him a cruel hand. As such an exceptional individual found himself relegated to the weakest profession in the world, a farmer. Yesterday, he led a team of life professions into the level 5 hell instance, the Wolf Den, and this blunder ultimately defined his life, ending it at the tender age of 16. Though his life was brief and unremarkable, Class 8 will forever remember him. His handsome and confident smile will remain etched in our hearts. As Wu Dalong concluded, many classmates from Class 8 were already in tears. Together, they released white doves, symbolizing blessings for the departed and hope for the future. The doves soared high, disappearing into the sky. At that very moment, several beams of blue light flashed, and Su Yin, accompanied by 3 teammates, exuberantly emerged from the instance. Upon seeing the candles, wreaths, and the somber faces of several classmates, they were utterly bewildered. The classmates, too, were momentarily taken aback upon realizing all 4 of them were still alive. Su Yin and Wu Dalong locked eyes, both at a loss for words. Monitor, what is going on here? Su Yin queried, while Wu Dalong exclaimed, you managed to escape from the instance? Chapter 13. A hellish instance not so daunting after all. The memorial service came to a successful close, and the 4 of them emerged from the instance unscathed. Just as Wu Dalong had finished reciting the eulogy, he spotted the lively Su Yin and his companions stepping out of the instance, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. All 4 of you are alive. Wasn't at least one supposed to perish? And you all look remarkably well? What on earth is happening? Wu Dalong gazed at Su Yin in disbelief. Su Yin, how on earth did you manage to escape the instance? As Su Yin and his friends surveyed their surroundings, they began to comprehend the situation, the wreaths, candles, and memorial photos. Goodness gracious, our classmates organized a memorial service? Their classmates had truly outdone themselves. Their thought processes were quite extraordinary. Monitor, we exited normally, Su Yin stated plainly. Wu Dalong regarded him with skepticism. Su Yin, don't be absurd. You escaped? Missing the exit mechanism within the first 10 minutes means you had to progress at least to the 10th keynote. Our team, composed entirely of combat professions, couldn't guarantee such a feat. How could your entire life skills team have accomplished it? Because my planting skill is exceptionally strong. Planting skill? Exceptionally strong? Stop it. Tell the truth. Did you discover some sort of bug to escape the instance? Meanwhile, Gao Yang proudly interjected, Wu Dalong, what Su Yin says is the truth. We genuinely fought our way out, and we even defeated the boss, clearing the instance. At Gao Yang's declaration, the classmates erupted into chaos. Defeated the boss? Cleared the instance? How can this be getting more outrageous? Fatty, do you realize what you're saying? This is the level 5 hell instance, the Wolf Den. Wang Ke's team couldn't even clear it. Fatty, stop joking. How did you truly escape? Indeed, if you have a way to exit the instance unscathed, please share it so that others may learn from your experience in case they find themselves in a similar predicament. At that moment, several teachers pushed through the crowd, and upon seeing the 4 of them alive, they sighed in relief, albeit still in shock. Su Yin, Gao Yang, Bai Ding, Zhou He, 1, 2, 3, 4. For children, not a single one missing. My goodness, this is utterly bizarre. The supervising teacher promptly grabbed their phone, reporting the situation to Principal Huang. The children have emerged. At that time, Principal Huang was in a meeting, trying to pacify the increasingly frantic parents. Upon receiving the report, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be followed by a surge of anxiety. How many are left? 4. How many? 4. All of them intact. All alive. Yes, all alive. How is this possible? Principal Huang was utterly baffled, relaying the information to the parents nearby. Upon hearing the news, the parents felt an immense burden lift from their hearts. This school is far from reliable. The Instance Technology Company is equally dubious. They claim there would certainly be fatalities, merely trying to frighten us. Look, they're all back. They nearly frightened us to death. Nearby, the grade coordinator, homeroom teachers, and technical personnel from the Instance Technology Company, upon hearing the news, were equally bewildered. All alive. This cannot be true. Surely, there must be some mistake? A throng of individuals hurried to the scene. Upon confirming that the children were indeed alive, everyone, though confused, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. At that moment, the reason for their survival seemed less significant. The fact that they were alive was what truly mattered. Just then, another group arrived at the scene, comprising medical personnel. The Education Bureau mandated that, in the event of an instance-related emergency, a thorough physical and mental examination of the survivors must be conducted immediately. Principal Huang, may we take the children with us? Principal Huang nodded in agreement, suggesting that they should first conduct a thorough examination. Although he was keen to inquire about the sequence of events concerning the children, he recognized that they had just narrowly escaped a perilous situation and were likely still in a state of shock. Thus, it was not the most opportune moment for questioning. Prioritizing the physical and mental well-being of the children was of utmost importance. Furthermore, there existed more effective means to ascertain the details of the incident. Now that the individuals had returned from the instance, the information flow from the instance was readily available for retrieval. Following the removal of the 4 children, the teachers dispersed the gathered students, and Principal Huang requested the technicians from the Instance Technology Company to assist in extracting the instance data. The task of extracting the instance information will be entrusted to you, he stated. However, this incident is somewhat unusual. We have never encountered a situation where everyone survived, and it warrants investigation. It may provide significant insights for enhancing the instance protection mechanisms. After a brief pause, he continued, we will take the data core for comprehensive analysis. We kindly ask for the use of your school's conference room for this purpose. We have brought along the necessary equipment. Principal Huang nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring about the expected duration for the results. We, too, wish to understand the unfolding of events. Approximately a few hours, came the reply. Very well, Principal Huang acquiesced. The technicians then took the data core and proceeded to the conference room to commence their analysis of the instance information flow. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Su Yin and the other 3 were undergoing a thorough physical examination by the medical staff. Outside the examination room, a medical teacher observed the test results with a puzzled expression. Strange, she remarked. All 4 children exhibit remarkably good health indicators. Aside from Gao Yang, who has a slight fatty liver condition, there are no abnormalities whatsoever, not even superficial injuries. It was indeed perplexing. Logically, having spent 2 days in the den of wild wolves without being attacked was already miraculous, yet they showed no signs of hunger. What had they consumed? Regarding their lack of hunger, it was possible that Gao Yang, being a chef, had brought an ample supply of provisions, which could be somewhat understood. However, what baffled her was that they had endured a frigid night in the wild wolf den, with temperatures plummeting below 60 degrees Celsius. Not only students, but even teachers would likely exhibit signs of frostbite. Yet, astonishingly, these children displayed no indications of having suffered from the cold whatsoever. She began to question whether they had truly entered a level 5 instance. At that moment, Su Yin and the others emerged from the examination room and overheard the medical teacher's skepticism. Taylor Zhou, he anxiously interjected, "Please, teachers, do not jump to conclusions. It would be troublesome if our results were annulled. We followed the examination process as stipulated by the school." Bai Ding added, "Indeed, the Wild Wolf Den was not excessively challenging." The medical staff exchanged amused glances. A hell-level instance, and not excessively challenging? Although they could not comprehend why the children's physical conditions were so favorable, it was evident that they were exhibiting significant psychological issues, as their basic understanding seemed distorted. The medical personnel notified the psychological counselor. "These children are physically fine, but they likely face substantial psychological challenges, and you must provide them with thorough support." Chapter 14. The most challenging level 5 instance turns out to be the simplest? The psychological counselor was prepared. Without needing a reminder from the staff, she had already surmised that these children might exhibit severe psychological issues. For children from life-oriented backgrounds had inadvertently stumbled into the Wild Wolf Den for over 40 hours and experienced the collapse of the instance. Both their physiological and psychological states had undoubtedly been pushed to their limits. In such circumstances, if there were no psychological issues, that would indeed be problematic. The counselor guided Su Yin and his companions to the psychological counseling room, offering each a glass of water and inviting them to sit on the sofa. Although she could not fathom how the children had managed to emerge alive from a hell-level instance, she understood that they had traversed the threshold of death, and the psychological impact of the instance's collapse was unpredictable. Thus, she was prepared for any nonsensical utterances from the children. "Students, please remain calm. I have called you here merely as a routine procedure, a formality, so to speak. After all, it is unprecedented in the history of the 8th middle school for an entire team of life-oriented professions to enter a level 5 hell instance and remain there for 2 days. Could someone please share what left the deepest impression on you during your journey through the Wild Wolf Den? What was the most significant aspect for you? Or perhaps any reflections or insights? I am eager to listen. Think of it as a casual conversation among friends. There are no stringent rules here." Seeing no one speak, the psychological counselor turned her gaze towards Su Yin. "Su Yin, as the team leader, why don't you start?" Su Yin nodded thoughtfully and replied, "I believe our success in clearing the level 5 hell instance was largely due to luck. Had we faced any of the other 4 simpler instances, I doubt we would have emerged unscathed." Upon hearing this, the psychological counselor was momentarily taken aback. She had previously heard about the children's misconception that they had cleared the instance, putting that cognitive distortion aside for now. How could it be that surviving a level 5 instance was somehow easier than surviving simpler ones? Su Yan's reasoning was not only flawed in common sense, but now appeared to be illogical as well. This was a serious psychological concern. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, if it weren't for facing the hell-level giant wolves, we might not have made it out alive." Bai Ding remarked, "Captain, you are being too modest. I believe with your abilities, while the other 4 simpler instances may pose some challenges, we would still have managed to survive." Zhou He added, "That was yesterday. If we were to face those 4 simpler instances now, we might very well have the capability to clear them." As the children shared their perspectives, the psychological counselor felt an immense weight of pressure. To them, the most challenging level 5 instance was paradoxically the simplest. It was evident that not only Su Yin but all 4 children were experiencing varying degrees of the same cognitive dissonance, which was a serious issue. The psychological counselor pressed on, "Can anyone articulate what the key to your survival in the instance was?" At that moment, all teammates turned their attention to Su Yin. He humbly stated, "The key to clearing the instance was Gao Yang. Without him constantly providing me with nourishment, we would not have been able to survive the Wild Wolf Den." After Su Yin spoke, Gao Yang felt a warmth spread through his heart. He had not anticipated that Su Yin would hold him in such high regard. Gao Yang shook his head and replied, "It's because of Su Yin. Had it not been for his agricultural expertise, we would have perished in the instance." Su Yin added, "Moreover, Bai Ding and Zhou He are crucial as well. Without their contributions, we could not have endured the frigid night." Upon hearing this, Bai Ding and Zhou He were momentarily taken aback. The children began to praise each other's roles, leaving the psychological counselor utterly bewildered. Having worked in psychological counseling for many years, this was her first encounter with such a complex and chaotic situation. She could only jot down everything the children had said. After the interview concluded, the psychological counselor reviewed her notes and smiled knowingly, having arrived at her conclusions. Although the content was absurd, it was rather amusing. "Well, I have a general understanding of the situation. Please wait here a moment, enjoy some tea, and you will be able to return home shortly." The counselor exited the counseling room, where the parents of the 4 children were anxiously waiting outside. She handed them 4 reports, stating, "My conclusions are ready. It seems that the collapse of the instance has significantly impacted the children's cognitive processes. You may review the specific diagnostic results privately, but please take care not to let the children see these reports, as it may exacerbate their psychological issues." Upon reading the diagnoses, the parents were devastated. Cognitive disarray, logical confusion, and the lies intertwined in their speech are not mere fabrications but indicative of serious cognitive impairments. Panic ensued among the parents. Doctor, this cognitive impairment seems quite severe. Is there any hope for such serious psychological issues? The psychological counselor reassured them, you need not worry excessively. These symptoms resemble post-war psychological trauma. They are treatable, but require a gradual recovery process, so patience is essential. I will arrange several rehabilitation sessions, and you will receive notifications in due course. Furthermore, it is imperative that during this period, you accept whatever the children say is truth. Parents must maintain their composure and feign normalcy. Only in this way can we hope to restore the children's mental well-being. Thank you, doctor. We are entirely reliant on your expertise. Now, please take the children home to rest well. We will find a solution for the remaining issues. Chapter 15. A chorus of exclamations erupted. After finishing their tea in the psychological counseling room, Su Yin and his 3 companions, under the guidance of their respective parents, joyfully returned home, awaiting their final exam results. Although they guessed that some minor misunderstandings persisted, none of them seemed to mind. They were aware that the school and the instance technology company's technicians were already engaged in analyzing the instance data, and their heroic feat of defeating the 3 hellhounds would soon come to the school's attention. Once the results were officially announced, it would undoubtedly create a sensation at No. 8 High School, bringing honor to their families. Though few would likely believe their tale if shared now, it was comforting to know that their parents seemed to trust them wholeheartedly. The chef's mother rode steadily on her electric scooter with Gao Yang, who proudly proclaimed from the back seat, Mom, I'm ranked first in the grade now. Aren't you happy? In the rearview mirror, his mother's lips twitched with a forced smile. Ah, yes, I'm happy. Hey, why does your smile seem so unnatural? Are you tired from not sleeping well last night? Ah, yes, just a bit tired. The seamstress Zhou He returned home and began to boast to her younger sister about their team's daring conquest of the Wild Wolf Den. Her sister listened in awe, captivated by the thrilling narrative. At the peak of her excitement, the seamstress dramatically revealed her primary weapon. Your sister used this very pair of scissors, snip-snap, to defeat the boss. Her sister gazed up at her with admiration, eyes sparkling. Wow, sister, you're amazing. I want to be a seamstress too. Meanwhile, the seamstress's father, hiding behind the door and observing this scene, felt anxious and wanted to intervene. He was deeply concerned about the potential transmission of mental illness, but, remembering the medical advice, feared that his interference might exacerbate his daughter's psychological issues. He could only retreat silently, shaking his head in resignation, hoping that the psychological treatment would commence soon so his daughter could recover swiftly. Upon returning home, Su Yin found his parents had prepared a lavish feast, 4 dishes and a soup, with 2 meat dishes included. It rivaled a New Year's banquet. They eagerly filled his plate, but refrained from mentioning the impending exams. To them, the fact that their son had returned alive was the greatest gift from heaven. Even if Su Yin were to suffer from some mental illness, he was still their beloved son, and they would care for him for life. Su Yin said little, merely anticipating the announcement of the final exam results and grade rankings the following morning. As night fell, the conference room at number 8 High School remained ablaze with light. The hum of electronic devices filled the air, working tirelessly without respite. The technicians from the instance technology company were laboring late into the night to extract data from the Wild Wolf Den instance. Given that Su Yan's entire team had emerged alive from the Wild Wolf Den, a highly unusual occurrence, they were determined to uncover the reasons behind it in hopes of optimizing the instance protection measures. Thus, the technicians were unwilling to overlook any detail from the instance. Their chosen analysis method was a comprehensive overall analysis plan, aiming not only to extract the team's final results, but also to retrieve all recorded images from within the instance. This made the information extraction process exceedingly time-consuming. What should have taken 10 minutes stretched into a long night's work. Meanwhile, Principal Huang and Grade Director Wang, though exhausted, chose to accompany the technicians throughout the process, refraining from commenting on the labor-intensive analysis method they had adopted, as they too were eager to learn more about the instance. The fact that all 4 individuals had exited the Wild Wolf Den unscathed was indeed extraordinary. They were keen to discover what had transpired within the instance. How had a team of life-skilled professions managed to remain in the Wild Wolf Den for 2 days? How had they managed to leave intact? What was Su Yan's team's secret? Finally, through the technicians' relentless efforts, the complete footage was successfully analyzed. One technician wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "The information flow has been extracted." Chief Engineer Lu stood up. "Does it include the complete footage?" "Yes, it does. Project it immediately." With the imagery displayed on the projection screen, Principal Huang, Teacher Wang, Chief Engineer Lu, and all the technicians stared in stunned silence. Soon, the conference room echoed with a chorus of exclamations. Chapter 16. Not only had they exited the instance, but they could have easily navigated through it with ease. As the footage played on the projection screen, everyone was left dumbfounded. The scene depicted the team members trembling before the oncoming 8 giant wolves, while Su Yin remained calm, decisively stamping his right foot on the ground. Would release. The tree realm descends. In the next moment, centered around Su Yin, the earth with a diameter of 20 meters began to tremble violently, and countless saplings burst forth from the soil, growing at an astonishing speed. They surged forth at an incomprehensible pace, transforming into towering trees that swayed and twisted, morphing into vines that ensnared all the giant wolves tightly. The giant wolves, bewildered, found their hind legs, front paws, necks, and abdomens completely bound by the tree trunks that resembled giant pythons. The more they struggled, the tighter their restraints became. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Principal Huang, Director Wang, Chief Engineer Liu, and the technical staff felt as though their understanding of reality was crumbling. They could hardly believe that Su Yan, with a single skill, had managed to control a pack of 8 giant wolves, each 3 levels higher than himself. Several technicians from the dungeon company were the first to exclaim, "What kind of skill is this? The arrival of the tree realm? I've never heard of it before." Not only did it possess a wide-ranging crowd control ability, but it could also exert control over creatures of a higher level. Was this truly a skill possessed by a mere high school student? His level was only 2. At that level, I wouldn't have dared to face even a level 3 ordinary disaster beast, let alone a level 5 giant wolf. The technicians were utterly dumbfounded. They were well aware of the formidable combat power of these level 5 wolves, having dealt with dungeons for years. The reason why the Wolf Den was classified as a hell-level dungeon was precisely because the attributes and actual combat capabilities of the giant wolves within far exceeded those of other level 5 dungeons. Yet now, 8 oversized level 5 giant wolves were entirely subdued by a level 2 civilian class worker, rendered utterly powerless. Could this Su Yin truly be a farmer? The technicians couldn't help but glance at Chief Engineer Liu, who was equally astonished. He turned to Principal Huang. "Are you certain that your student Su Yin is genuinely a farmer? This so-called arrival of the tree realm cannot possibly be a farmer's skill." Chief Engineer Liu was a bit bewildered. He had seen and interacted with numerous geniuses during closed tests for various dungeon protection devices, and thus had encountered various extraordinary skills. However, he had never witnessed a skill that could seamlessly control so many opponents of a higher level. Moreover, to think this skill originated from the weakest civilian class worker, a farmer, was simply incomprehensible. Principal Huang, too, was taken aback. For indeed, Su Yin was still a farmer. Today's physical examination report confirmed that his occupational matching test still displayed the standard tree form, a common indicator of a farmer, with no signs of evolution. Yet the arrival of the tree realm was evidently not a standard farmer's skill. Could it be that Su Yan's singular skill had undergone an anomalous transformation? However, skill mutations were already a rare event, and most of the time, such mutations were detrimental, resulting in skills that were inferior to their original forms. A positive mutation, such as Su Yan's, that was so extraordinary, transcended the realm of mere mutation and instead entered the domain of evolution. Su Yan's luck was truly phenomenal. Principal Huang looked at Chief Engineer Liu, affirming, "Su Yan has indeed always been a farmer, as verified by today's report. I believe his skill is an instance of a rare and positive mutation. However, it is indeed exceedingly rare for a skill to be so potent after a mutation." Chief Engineer Liu nodded in agreement, aware that examples of beneficial skill mutations existed, but he had not anticipated such an exaggerated extreme case. At that moment, one technician gazed at the visuals and raised a concern. This arrival of the tree realm control skill is powerful, but what will happen when the skill's duration expires? The entire team consists of civilian class workers, and aside from this control skill, they possess no other combat abilities. When the control skill's duration is over, a single wolf beast could easily tear them apart. Upon hearing this, the others turned to the large screen, noticing that the trees began to show signs of loosening. It was evident that the duration of Su Yan's summoned tree realm was about to run out. They were all perplexed, uncertain how the team would cope next. Just then, Su Yan stomped his right foot on the ground. Would release. Arrival of the tree realm. The 2 tree realm skills seamlessly connected, leaving everyone once again astounded. Seamless skill integration? Was this a synchronization of cooldown and duration? Such a characteristic is typically found only in buff-type enhancement skills. This was simply absurd. At this moment, Principal Huang was dumbstruck. While skills with synchronized cooldowns and durations were not unheard of, such occurrences were limited to buff-type enhancement skills. To see an extraordinarily powerful crowd control skill exhibit the seamless integration characteristic of a buff-type skill was unprecedented. If Su Yan had an ample supply of mana, theoretically, he could maintain control over this pack of giant wolves indefinitely. Considering that the chef in Su Yan's team, Gao Yang, could provide continuous mana recovery, and that the disaster beasts within the wolf den lacked ranged attack capabilities, they posed no threat to Su Yan. Principal Huang suddenly realized. This was the reason Su Yan dared to lead the challenge against the wolf Denver. With the arrival of the tree realm providing infinite crowd control and the chef's culinary skills ensuring continuous mana recovery, the ordinary giant wolves, lacking any form of invulnerability, were utterly powerless against Su Yan. As long as they avoided the elite giant wolves that possessed a degree of invulnerability, Su Yan's team could easily dominate the wolf Denver. Principal Huang couldn't help but marvel at Su Yan's talent. Now the truth was clear. With Chef Gao Yang present, Su Yan had no worries about mana. allowing his tree realm to maintain uninterrupted control. The ordinary level 5 giant wolves, lacking ranged capabilities, could inflict no harm on the team members before or after being controlled. Without any invulnerability against control, the ordinary wolves throughout the dungeon would be systematically eradicated by the team. Everyone nodded in agreement, endorsing Principal Huang's assessment. The ordinary giant wolves without invulnerability were utterly helpless against Su Yan's team, who would undoubtedly capitalize on their advantage, maintaining their current momentum to eliminate the ordinary giant wolves in droves. The technicians fast-forwarded the footage to verify their hypothesis. But soon, everyone was left dumbfounded again. The technician in charge of the operation stood frozen, exclaiming loudly, "No, no." They directly entered the giant wolf cave. There's an elite giant wolf inside. It possesses invulnerability. Chapter 17. The priority of invulnerability should take precedence over control skills. Shouldn't it? In the video, Su Yan led his team directly into the giant wolf cave, a move that left everyone present utterly bewildered. For the elite giant wolf within the cave possessed a degree of invulnerability. One technician speculated, perhaps they took a wrong turn. They surely know that the elite giant wolf with invulnerability is their team's nemesis. They would likely retreat swiftly upon discovering its presence. However, upon hearing the technician's analysis, Principal Huang shook his head silently, dissenting, for he was acutely aware of just how exceptional the elite giant wolf in this cave truly was. This elite giant wolf was unlike any other. Not only is it far more powerful than other elite-level giant wolves, but it is also exceptionally obstinate. To approach its lair, let alone enter, would be to court death. Just the day before, Wang Ke's team nearly met their demise within this very cave. From the moment Su Yan led his team into the cavern, retreat was futile, confrontation was an inevitable outcome. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that, although the elite giant wolf possessed a short-term immunity to control, it could effortlessly break free from binding techniques. For this elite beast, annihilating Su Yan's team would take but a heartbeat. Principal Huang was perplexed. How had Su Yan and his companions managed to escape its clutches? In the next instant, clarity dawned upon him. At that moment, the once mighty elite giant wolf was ensnared against the rock face by Su Yan's tree domain, unable to extricate itself despite the golden aura that signified its activated immunity. Absurd. Utterly absurd. The technical staff from the dungeon company were left dumbfounded. How could they ignore the immunity? How could they enforce control? What was the hierarchy of control skills? Shouldn't the immunity take precedence over control techniques? If not, how could it still be deemed an immunity? This revelation threatened to unravel the existing hierarchy of skill interactions. Chief Engineer Liu shook his head, steadfast in his belief that the established countermeasure system was sound. Otherwise, humanity could not have navigated the world of calamities for so long. Perhaps the elite giant wolf's immunity lasted only a fleeting moment. Although it had managed to escape the initial binding, the tree domain was a sustained control skill, not a one-time effect. After a brief escape, the giant wolf was recaptured by the tree domain. Thus, the illusion that Su Yan's control skill could bypass immunity was created. As Liu deduced this, the others gradually grasped the situation, realizing their prior misconceptions. In essence, Su Yan's tree domain could indeed bypass the short-term immunities of elite calamity beasts. A revelation that was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, within this dungeon, aside from the boss, Su Yan's team had become invincible. As the footage fast-forwarded, the reason for the team's safe passage through the frigid night became clear. They had claimed the cave, gathered stone to seal the entrance, kindled a large bonfire with self-sourced timber, and crafted blankets from wolf fur, even grilling giant wolf steaks. This idyllic survival method rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. The darkest hour, which had once loomed ominously, turned out to be akin to a vacation for these youngsters. Yet, it was indeed unprecedented for a team of lifestyle professionals to spend the night in a high-level dungeon. The issue lay not in their understanding, but rather in the exceptional capabilities of Su Yan's team. Principal Huang found himself in deep reflection. Was the current educational evaluation system for lifestyle professionals truly fair? Su Yan and his comrades had demonstrably shown that lifestyle professional teams could outmatch traditional combat-centric teams in dealing with extreme environments. At the very least, elite selections should not be limited to combat roles. Specific abilities from lifestyle professionals could prove invaluable in certain extreme dungeon scenarios. In this instance, without the presence of the chef Gao Yang, Su Yan would not have been able to maintain continuous control. After much contemplation, Principal Huang's perspective on lifestyle professions underwent a significant transformation. He returned to the analysis of the dungeon challenge. The situation had become crystal clear. Neither ordinary wolves nor elite wolves posed any threat to Su Yan's team. If they maintained their current momentum, they might very well achieve scores comparable to Wang Ke's team in this final assessment. It seemed likely that following their survival through the night, their next endeavor would be to indiscriminately slay ordinary and elite giant wolves. Principal Huang postulated, and others concurred. By sustaining this pace, they could secure a top-tier ranking. For an all-lifestyle professional team, this was nothing short of miraculous. As the footage continued to fast-forward, the scene transitioned to the second day. Yet the subsequent images left everyone bewildered. There, in the footage, circular groves dotted the desolate plains, strung together like candied hawthorns. Su Yan's team had ensnared a multitude of ordinary giant wolves and several elite ones, yet they refrained from slaughtering any, choosing instead to sprint across the wasteland. What on earth? Su Yan could summon 2 tree domains simultaneously? This tree domain summoning was not merely seamless, but capable of multiple applications. Absurd, utterly absurd. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. What were they doing? Not a single wolf was slain. I simply could not comprehend. Were they racing across the plains merely to enjoy the scenery? Perhaps that was indeed the case. Their previous kill count was already sufficient to secure a top 10 ranking. A remarkable achievement for an all-lifestyle professional team. They seemed content to know when to stop, embodying a truly laid-back ethos. At that moment, a technician perceived something amiss. No. Extend their trajectory and see where it leads. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. The lair of the 3-headed hellwolf? They couldn't possibly be considering bypassing all the minions to challenge the boss directly? Chapter 18. For handling low-level materials, please queue at the adjacent window. Su Yan's team bypassed all the minions and directly entered the boss's den. This deviation from expected behavior once again shattered the assumptions held by the onlookers. Principal Huang, Teacher Wang, Chief Engineer Liu, and the technicians stood rooted in disbelief. While they were astonished by Su Yan's tree domain's terrifying capacity for multiple applications, the decision to confront the boss head-on seemed akin to courting disaster. The boss of this dungeon, the 3-headed hell wolf, possessed formidable immunity. Even the teacher's control skills could be easily dispelled by it. The 3-headed hell wolf wielded a genuine, prolonged immunity, vastly superior to the short-lived immunity of the elite giant wolf. However, the subsequent footage illuminated their ignorance. Just as the 3-headed hell wolf leaped from the towering rock before striking a pose, Su Yan unleashed a skill that bound it mid-air, rendering its immunity utterly ineffective despite its dazzling golden aura. At this juncture, everyone recognized a grave issue. Su Yan's tree domain had indeed surpassed immunity in the hierarchy of control priority. Everything was in disarray. The established system of skill interaction had collapsed. A control skill of the highest order, the tree domain, had emerged above immunity. This revelation necessitated a complete overhaul of the current countermeasure hierarchy in textbooks. In stunned silence, the audience witnessed the entirety of Su Yan's team's boss challenge. As the boss, gravely weakened, unleashed dozens of avatars, it remained inexorably fated to meet its demise. In the end, Su Yan's team amassed an impressive score of 38,000 points, utterly eclipsing Wang Ke's team, which garnered a mere 15,000 points, more than double their score. This outcome had been anticipated by many. Su Yan had assembled a team comprising 3 members specializing in lifestyle professions, which inherently lacked substantial offensive capabilities. Had it been otherwise, their score could have soared to even greater heights. The crowd remained in stunned silence for a considerable time, struggling to regain their composure. Yet they continued to feel an overwhelming sense of awe. Before the manifestation of Su Yan's tree domain, what did the so-called top 10 early game skills matter? What significance did rare or hidden professions hold? All were relegated to the sidelines. At least during the high school phase, Su Yan was indeed an extraordinarily formidable presence. Akin to a game-breaking anomaly. Chief Engineer Liu was the first to extend his congratulations, exclaiming, "Your school has truly produced a prodigy." The technicians were equally astonished, marveling at the spectacle before them. Despite Su Yan being merely a farmer, the sheer might of his skill, tree domain, might qualify him to contend for the title of provincial champion. Following tomorrow, the major educational institutions in Dian City would undoubtedly be set ablaze with excitement. However, the principal, after a brief contemplation, abruptly rose with a grave expression. "I urge everyone present to maintain strict confidentiality regarding Su Yan's unique skill and the results of this final assessment. This concerns the development trajectory of our school for many years to come, and I kindly request your cooperation." Upon hearing the principal's words, the technicians were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why such a fortuitous event warranted secrecy. Yet, Chief Engineer Liu soon connected the dots. He recalled receiving a whisper of news that, in a month's time, the Dian City Education Bureau would host a joint training session for various high schools. Such joint training sessions occurred every 3 to 4 years, and historically, their outcomes dictated the redistribution of educational resources among high schools for the ensuing years. Consequently, every institution would undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts. Su Yan, emerging as a dark horse, had thus far kept his true abilities concealed from all but a select few, rendering any countermeasures against him improbable. It appeared that the 8th high school intended to wield this hidden trump card to catch the other institutions off guard. Is it due to the joint training session? The principal nodded affirmatively. The other technicians quickly grasped the implications. The outcome of this joint training would indeed influence the allocation of educational resources for years to come. If the 8th high school concealed Su Yan's prowess, it would surely yield an element of surprise. Nodding in agreement, Chief Engineer Liu and the other technicians expressed their willingness to keep the matter confidential. The competition for resources among schools bore no relevance to their technology company, and should the 8th high school rise to prominence, they might find themselves in a favorable position to secure more orders and collaborations, a mutually beneficial arrangement. After signing a non-disclosure agreement, the technicians departed. Meanwhile, the grade director, Teacher Wang, found himself in a quandary. If they were to conceal this news, what about the final exam scores of Su Yin and his companions? Just assign them a nondescript ranking. As long as they are not eliminated, that suffices. What about the reward for the top scorer? Disperse additional funds privately. Understood. The following day, the final exam results were announced. The 4 members of Su Yan's team gazed at their scores, their expressions tinged with discontent. They congregated to express their grievances. Who would have thought we cleared the wolf den, yet our team ranked only 259th, barely avoiding elimination? Could it be that our precise timing in exiting the dungeon prevented the full synchronization of our points? It's also possible that our lack of monster kills, having gone straight for the boss, led the system to classify our performance as anomalous. In truth, not being eliminated and still advancing to the 3rd year of high school, thus retaining their eligibility for the college entrance examination, was already a source of satisfaction for Su Yan. He remained largely unfazed, recognizing that their approach to clearing the dungeon was indeed somewhat unconventional. The only loss was a few scholarships, completing the system tasks. He earned the task reward, a rare grade, Reaping Scythe, and the 2nd tier of Tree Domain. In comparison to these rewards, scholarships paled in significance. Moreover, the abundant materials obtained from the dungeon, once sold, might yield profits surpassing those offered by the school. There was ample time ahead. Let us go. We need to handle the materials first. The teammates nodded in agreement, following suit. At the materials distribution market, a level 5 materials recycling station was bustling with individuals, predominantly freelance hunters. After enduring a lengthy queue, Su Yin and his companions finally reached the front. The staff, observing the students clad in uniforms adorned with lifestyle profession emblems, politely remarked, "Apologies, but you may be at the wrong window. I only accept level 5 and above materials. For lower-tier basic materials, please queue at the adjacent window." High school seniors had already graduated, so those still in uniforms were undoubtedly 1st or 2nd-year students, primarily from lifestyle professions. Consequently, the staff was confident that the materials they sought to process were likely only level 1, perhaps occasionally mixed with level 2 materials. However, the staff remained courteous and patient, providing explanations and guidance. Newcomers to the low-level dungeons often found themselves unfamiliar with the process and window arrangements, making mistakes in queue placement a common occurrence. Typically, after one explanation, they would grasp it. Su Yan, however, paid no heed to the staff and directly retrieved 16 pairs of level 5 giant wolf fangs from his spatial backpack. There's no mistake. I just inquired at the front desk, and the level 5 giant wolf materials are indeed processed at this window. Chapter 19, The Novice's Hand, Once Blessed. Su Yan poured out a heap of level 5 giant wolf fangs, leaving the staff utterly speechless. The fangs could only be obtained from the level 5 hell dungeon, the Wolf Denver. This dungeon was notorious for its extreme difficulty, far surpassing that of other level 5 dungeons. A team composed solely of lifestyle profession players managed to challenge the Wolf Den. Moreover, the staff had not anticipated that this farmer student would possess such a staggering quantity of level 5 giant wolf fangs. 16 pairs, no less. What on earth was this all-lifestyle profession team doing? Were they truly rampaging through the Wolf Den? The staff felt as though their understanding of the world was shattering. However, upon reconsideration, it dawned on her that perhaps they were merely handling leftover materials for a graduating senior. That must be it. Yet, upon inspecting the materials, she was taken aback once more, as the imprint information revealed that the materials originated from Su Yan's team. She glanced again at the badges emblazoned on Su Yan and his companions' chests: farmer, chef, tailor, stonemason, a veritable quartet of lifestyle professions. The staff felt her understanding of the world spiral into chaos. Did they genuinely conquer the Wolf Den? Did they truly wreak havoc within? Unless they were all scions of wealthy families. If that were the case, it would indeed be a different matter altogether. Throwing money at equipment could certainly empower ordinary lifestyle professionals to contend with level 5 giant wolves. However, such actions are utterly devoid of significance, as the potential of careers in the realm of life skills is inherently limited. The initial investment of capital is unlikely to be recouped in the midterm, rendering it a mere waste. Nevertheless, the staff refrained from voicing any objections, for they were affluent and willing to squander their resources, a matter beyond their concern. You are indeed fortunate. Upon the graduation of the senior students, the demand for the giant wolf fangs surged, leading to a price increase of 30. Typically priced at 500 for a pair, they can now be procured for 600. Would you consider selling them? Very well. The staff utilized specialized equipment to erase all markings from the 16 pairs of giant wolf fangs and stored them in a unique space, subsequently transferring 9,600 to Su Yan's account. Just as they were about to call the next individual, Su Yan continued to retrieve the remaining materials. 1 pair of elite giant wolf fangs, 1 elite giant wolf core, 1. Three-headed hell wolf soul. The staff was once again taken aback by these materials. Elite giant wolf fangs? Elite giant wolf core? Three-headed hell wolf soul? Surely, you must have cleared the wild wolf den? Suyin nodded. The staff felt as though the ground might split beneath them. A team of life skill professionals clearing the wild wolf den? They were not merely wealthy second-generation individuals. They were super wealthy second-generation individuals. Otherwise, how could such an achievement be possible? The extravagance and extremes of the affluent were beyond her comprehension. Once she regained her composure, she promptly issued a quote. Elite giant wolf fangs, 5,000. Elite giant wolf core, 9,000. Three-headed hell wolf soul, 100,000. Upon hearing the quote, Suyan's team was momentarily stunned. The prices for the elite giant wolf fangs and core were understandable, only slightly above the market price by about 30. But the price for the three-headed hell wolf soul was an outrageous spike. Suyan was also perplexed. Was the three-headed hell wolf soul truly worth that much? You may not be aware of just how fortunate you are. The drop rate for the three-headed hell wolf soul is exceedingly low. Many individuals have completed the dungeon dozens of times without obtaining a single piece. Moreover, with the senior students having graduated, there are but a handful of teams capable of clearing the wild wolf den. Thus, the prices have naturally soared. However, your luck with the elite giant wolves seems somewhat lacking. In the wild wolf den, the drop rate for the fangs and the cores from the 10 elite giant wolves is around 20. Logically speaking, having cleared the wild wolf den, you should have at least 5 sets of elite materials. Perhaps your luck was spent on the boss instead. After the staff spoke, the team members all turned to Bai Ding, who appeared utterly bewildered and uncomfortable. Why are you all looking at me? At this moment, everyone was convinced that Bai Ding's luck was extraordinary, with drop rates nearing 100. This was simply unscientific. Observing this, the staff quickly cautioned, do not burden your teammate. Luck is a mysterious phenomenon, and even those with high luck can experience misfortune when gathering materials. Given this price, will you sell? Yes, Suyin replied without hesitation, simultaneously resolving to always include Bai Ding in their monster hunting expeditions. Their path to prosperity depended on him. The transaction completed, an impressive sum of over 120,000 was credited to their accounts. Su Yin and his companions exited the materials distribution market, astonished that they could earn so much from a single dungeon run. 120,000, while the top team in their grade received only 100,000 in total rewards. Although the school did not grant them their deserved accolades, they had obtained their fortune through their own merit. Su Yin picked up his phone and transferred 30,000 to each teammate, only to be met with simultaneous refusals, leaving him quite perplexed. Why refuse the money? Su Yin, we cannot accept this. In fact, we discussed this privately last night. We will not take a single cent. Were it not for you, we would not have even acquired a single wolf hair, let alone these materials. Moreover, for us, the greatest reward is simply being able to continue our studies in the senior year and have the opportunity to participate in the college entrance examination. Observing his teammates bid farewell without wanting to accept any money, Su Yin was at a loss for words. However, before they could depart, the 4 phones rang almost simultaneously. Their homeroom teacher was calling each of them at once. Hurry back to school. It concerns your final exam results. Go directly to the principal's office. He has something to discuss with you. As for the reason, I do not know. The principal will personally explain the situation to you. Upon receiving the notification, the team reconvened. Bai Ding inquired, puzzled, what is happening? It's vacation. Why are we being urgently summoned back to school? Gao Yang, looking anxious, replied, could it be that our method of clearing the dungeon does not comply with the dungeon's regulations, and the school intends to annul our final exam results? Hearing Fatty's words, Zhou He also panicked. You jinx. Chapter 20, The Arrival of the Tree Realm, Evolution Completed. Su Yan's team returned to school and arrived at the principal's office. Before Su Yan could inquire about the situation, the principal cut straight to the chase. Students, I sincerely apologize. Due to unavoidable circumstances, you have been burdened with results that do not rightfully belong to you. In truth, your actual performance is first in the grade. Before they could fully comprehend this, the principal handed each of them a bank card. 4 bank cards. 3 teammates received 50,000 each, while Su Yin received 150,000. This was the scholarship for achieving first in the grade. According to school policy, the top team was entitled to a 100,000 scholarship, which the captain could distribute at will. However, given that we unjustly deprived you of your honor, the school decided to compensate you each with 50,000 after discussion. This unexpected surprise left everyone in a state of confusion. It turned out the school deliberately concealed the team's results. Initially, they should have felt aggrieved, but now, with a total scholarship amounting to 300,000, they received twice as much as Wang Ke's team, who were first in the grade, and all feelings of grievance dissipated. Yet, Su Yan remained in the dark about the reason behind the school's concealment of their results. Why hide our first-place achievement? Because I wish for you to represent our school in the upcoming triannual interschool training camp. Your arrival of the Tree Realm is exceedingly extreme and powerful. If other schools were to learn of it in advance, it would undoubtedly lead to a concerted effort to target you during the camp. Therefore, for the sake of caution, we had no choice but to keep it confidential. Su Yin somewhat grasped the rationale behind the school's concealment of the team's results. Yet he was still unfamiliar with the concept of the joint training camp. What is the joint training camp? Is it important? Extremely important. The joint training camp occurs every 3 years, and its outcome will influence the redistribution of educational resources for the next 3 years. With a resigned sigh, Principal Huang continued. Our school has consistently ranked at the bottom in past joint training camps, causing us to continually miss out on the opportunity to select dungeons. The difficulty levels have been severely mismatched. In the 5th level dungeon, we are faced solely with the daunting Wild Wolf's Nest, an infernal level instance that poses a formidable challenge. Many promising students find themselves ensnared at this juncture, unable to transcend this hurdle. The impediments to their advancement severely diminish their capabilities, further preventing us from achieving commendable results in our joint training sessions, thus perpetuating a vicious cycle. Su Yen, I implore you to assist our school in breaking free from this detrimental loop. Upon the completion of the principal's explanation, Su Yen began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This pernicious cycle of joint training is, indeed, the primary reason why our school consistently lags behind in the rankings within Dine City. He recognized that he possesses the capacity to aid in liberating our institution from this cycle. However, he pondered the necessity of such an endeavor. Was it truly essential? The answer was no. The joint training inevitably harbored numerous ranged calamity beasts, presenting a significant risk, and the thought of placing himself in such peril was simply out of the question. Monetary inducements would not suffice. With a resigned expression, Su Yen candidly remarked to Principal Huang, to speak frankly, my manifestation of the tree realm can only counter melee calamity beasts. Against such foes, I am invincible. Yet, when confronted with ranged calamity beasts, the control exerted by the tree realm diminishes considerably. They can even retaliate after being subdued. My ability to challenge the Wild Wolf's Nest stems solely from the fact that its inhabitants are all melee beasts. The intricate dynamics of the joint training pose excessive danger for me. I sincerely apologize, but I must decline. Su Yan's refusal was forthright, revealing the limitations of his formidable prowess. Nevertheless, this did not preclude him from leading our school to a resurgence. The principal unfurled a flat map before Su Yan. This is the training map, depicting the dilapidated magical city. Even with your control abilities curtailed to melee encounters, our chances of victory remain substantial. Moreover, the situation will not be overly complex, thus mitigating your exposure to danger. We need not confront every calamity beast. Principal Huang proceeded to elucidate the rules of the training, directing Su Yan's attention to the map's periphery. The training is divided into 3 distinct phases. Let us first examine the initial phase, the equipment collection stage. Throughout the entirety of the training, participants are prohibited from bringing equipment, which can only be obtained through drops. Consequently, the equipment collection phase is paramount to this assessment. Notably, nearly 1/10 of the calamity beast clusters comprise exclusively melee beasts. Su Yan, by targeting these pure melee clusters, we can secure a significant equipment advantage in the first phase, thereby overwhelming other schools. Noticing Su Yan's tacit agreement, Principal Huang continued his explanation. The second phase will involve seizing equipment from rival high school teams. With the advantage accrued in the first phase, few teams will stand as our adversaries. We can strategically avoid teams equipped with magical cores and archery cores, opting instead to eliminate those lacking in ranged capabilities. Thus, we can secure a stable position in the mid-tier rankings, effectively dismantling the vicious cycle that has persisted at our school. Su Yan chuckled. Isn't this akin to the mechanics of a battle royale game? I am quite familiar with this approach. What of the third phase? The third phase is the Great Escape stage, which requires little further contemplation, as it is reserved for the top-tier high schools vying for supremacy. During this phase, multiple insurmountable bosses will descend, wreaking havoc across the entire map. The last team standing amidst the pressure will claim victory. Historically, around 80% of teams are eliminated in the second phase, leaving us unable to reach the third phase. Principal Huang, observing Su Yan's seemingly buoyant demeanor, inquired urgently, Su Yan, given the situation, can you represent our school in the training? Unfortunately, I cannot, Su Yan replied. Consider the median level rewards, a scholarship of 1 million. Principal Huang, it is not a matter of money. This joint training is rife with magical calamity beasts. Many appear to be melee but possess considerable ranged capabilities. The situation is fraught with unpredictability and risk, which is simply too great for me. Thus, I must decline. Su Yan's forthrightness left no room for misinterpretation. He feared for his life. Principal Huang, fully aware of this, was reluctant to concede. Yet the unwavering determination reflected in Su Yan's resolute gaze compelled him to sigh in resignation. As Su Yan prepared to rise and take his leave, a sudden notification resonated within his mind. Beep. Tree realm has descended. Evolution complete. Chapter 21. The first teammate, Gao Yang. The tree realm's sudden evolution ignited Su Yan's anticipation as he eagerly accessed the system information. Tree Realm, second tier skill unlocked. Tree Realm Blossoms. Upon invoking the Tree Realm, while it endures, you may utilize the second tier skill, Blossoms. Magic cost, 40 MP. Pollen will disperse with the wind, automatically tracking and sealing the magical circuits of enemy mages and magical calamity beasts within a 300-meter radius. Effective solely against mages and magical calamity beasts. Cannot be defended against, nor dispelled. Effectiveness limited to 10 levels above your own. Duration and cooldown sync with the Tree Realm's duration. Upon reviewing the system's description, Su Yin quickly comprehended the implications. Mages and magical calamity beasts were about to face dire consequences. The extensive range of this enforced silence on magic would compel mages and magical beasts alike to acknowledge him as their superior. Was that too much to ask? He revisited the joint training map, confirming that all calamity beasts present were magical in nature, from the smallest creatures to the most formidable bosses. With a magical attack range capped at a mere 200 meters, significantly less than the coverage area of the pollen, this presented an intriguing prospect. At least during the first phase of the joint training, he could stride forth unchallenged. Just then, another notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Main quest initiated. Aid our school in securing a top 3 position in the city during the joint training. Quest Reward 1. Rare Grade Accessory Blind Box. Quest Reward 2. Acquire a second aberrant skill. Double rewards. The first reward, a rare grade accessory blind box, promised treasures that were beyond his current reach. As for the second reward, a second aberrant skill, though the system provided no details, Su Yin was confident in the quality of its offerings. Surely, it would not be subpar. Even if only for the sake of this second skill, he felt compelled to undertake this system quest. Regarding how to ensure that their school attained a top 3 ranking in the joint training, the specifics were vague, but Su Yin had a general strategy in mind. The Blossom skill, activated during the equipment collection phase, rendered him nearly invincible. As for maximizing this advantage, an idea struck him. Why not target the bosses? With the Tree Realm's powers combined with the Blossom skill, he could bypass all minor beasts and deliver decisive blows to the leaders of the Calamity Beast clusters. While other teams busied themselves with vanquishing lesser foes, he could seize as many bosses as possible, leveraging the time differential. They acquired the finest equipment while leaving the lesser creatures and inferior gear for other teams, thereby creating a significant disparity in gear. This would lead to an overwhelming advantage in equipment. As for the second phase, although they would face teams from other prestigious high schools, as long as they performed admirably in the first phase, the other teams would be equipped with nothing but subpar gear, incapable of contesting against them. Moreover, they could adopt a more cautious approach, feigning weakness while waiting for the opportune moment, allowing for a flexible strategy. The challenges should not be insurmountable. In the third phase, as long as they eliminated all teams outside the top 3 in the second phase, a direct path to the top 3 would be secured. With a clear strategy in mind, Su Yin was resolute in his decision to participate in the joint training session. He understood that the challenges remained considerable and that unforeseen variables could arise, yet with his magic nullifying abilities, the magical beasts of the city posed no threat to him. With no danger present, any effort would yield benefits. Principal Huang pondered for a long time, struggling to devise a way to persuade Su Yin. The offered scholarship of 1 million was already the limit for their school. Unless he personally contributed another 200,000. One must spend to reap rewards. Gritting his teeth, Principal Huang declared a scholarship of 1.2 million. As soon as he uttered those words, he felt a twinge of naivety. If Su Yin had already declined 1 million, what made him think an additional 200,000 would sway him? Perhaps Su Yin's needs were not monetary at all. Yet Su Yin exclaimed, the joint training session. Leave it to me. This unexpected turn left Principal Huang momentarily stunned. Could it be that the additional 200,000 had indeed made a difference? But that was irrelevant. Now that Su Yin agreed to participate, their school would not finish at the bottom in this joint training. The persistent cycle of despair would finally be broken. Overjoyed, Principal Huang listened as Su Yin continued. I must be the core of this training. I need to be the captain for effective command. Absolutely. Principal Huang agreed. And I must select my own teammates. Of course, came the reply. Su Yin glanced at the chef, Gao Yang, his first teammate. Upon hearing his name, Gao Yang, who had been indifferent until now, was suddenly taken aback and flustered. You want me to participate in the joint training? This is a competition of geniuses from various schools. He quickly waved his hands in refusal, filled with trepidation. Me? No, Su Yin, you want someone else. You can't pick me, a useless one. You must come. Without you, I cannot replenish my mana. Chapter 22. Perhaps Principal Huang had some unavoidable reasons for his insistence. Su Yin chose Gao Yang as his teammate. Gao Yang was utterly bewildered. I'm not capable. I'm worthless. But Principal Huang interjected. No, your contribution is invaluable. The joint training lasts more than a week. Merely bringing back mana potions will not suffice for Su Yin's consumption. His control skills cannot afford a moment's interruption. In terms of mana recovery, no one surpasses you. Gao Yang rapidly shook his head. No, there are other chefs. Seeing Gao Yang still hesitating, Principal Huang slammed his hand on the table. The other chefs have already been eliminated in the final exams, and only you have collaborated with Su Yin before. But Gao Yang, if you dare refuse, I'll revoke your final exam results and prevent you from advancing to your senior year. Gao Yang stammered, fine, it's settled. You're the first team member. His expression twisted, yet he reluctantly nodded in agreement. With the first member confirmed, Su Yin turned his gaze to Bai Ding. Noticing Su Yin's focus, Bai Ding immediately looked away. Su Yin decisively selected him as the second team member. Bai Ding. Upon hearing his name, Bai Ding was taken aback. Wait, Su Yin, you're choosing me? Gao Yang can replenish your mana. What use am I? Your luck is exceptional. Su Yin replied, and only then did Principal Huang realize. During their challenge at the Wolf Den, Bai Ding was tasked with looting corpses, and the drop rates were astonishingly high, bordering on the extraordinary. In the gear collection phase of the joint training, having someone with such exceptional luck as Bai Ding would allow them to establish an insurmountable lead over other teams in the first phase. Principal Huang nodded. The second team member is Bai Ding. Bai Ding's expression twisted further. Isn't this a bit hasty? Do you even want to advance to your senior year? Hearing Principal Huang's threat, Bai Ding shuddered. Do I want to participate in the joint training? Yes, with Bai Ding acquiescing. Principal Huang nodded in satisfaction, reminding Su Yin. Su Yin, you still need a damage dealer. The third member will be the lightning mage Wang Ku. She will assist me and provide the necessary damage output. Nearby, the tailor Zhou he let out a sigh of relief, as the heavy burden on his heart finally lifted. Su Yin chose the final teammate. And after agreeing with Principal Huang to keep the details confidential for the time being, they departed. Principal Huang immediately called Wang Ku. However, he harbored some concern. As an A-class rare profession, the lightning mage, and the ostensible top talent of their school, he was hesitant to disclose Su Yin's abilities to her. Would she truly be willing to set aside her pride and willingly support Su Yin? Wang Ku, how would you feel about representing our school in the joint training? Sure. Wang Ku replied without hesitation. As the top student of her grade, she had received the highest accolades from the school. Now that her school needed her, it was her duty to respond. Furthermore, Principal Huang had privately supported her on numerous occasions. She had transitioned into her role later than her peers. And without Principal Huang's assistance, her impoverished background would have made it impossible to catch up in time, let alone reach her current heights. Therefore, even with the risks associated with the joint training, she was already prepared to fight for their school. However, she did have one small request. Can I avoid teaming with Zhang Hao? I can't stand him, and we want to be able to work together. Rest assured, I've already arranged your teammates, and Zhang Hao is not among them. That is fine then. Who are my teammates? Principal Huang awkwardly cleared his throat. Su Yin, Gao Yang, Bai Ding Hu. Upon hearing the names of her teammates, Wang Ku was left in shock. She had heard of these individuals due to the rampant gossip surrounding their recent misadventure in a level 5 hell dungeon, where they barely made it back alive. Was there a deeper intention behind Principal Huang's arrangement of allowing her to lead 3 lifestyle class professions in the joint training? Before Wang Ku could probe further, Principal Huang continued, Su Yin will be the captain, and you will assist him. Upon realizing she was not the captain, Wang Ku became agitated. Principal Huang, why? This is difficult to explain. Just understand that I have my reasons, and please trust that I am considering the best interests of our school. Fine then. The phone call ended, leaving Wang Ku utterly perplexed. However, she owed Principal Huang and the 8th middle school, and since he was reluctant to provide an explanation, she saw no reason to press further. Her only wish was for these 3 individuals from vocational backgrounds to survive the joint training, despite her own strength. She could not guarantee that she would be able to save others when faced with formidable beasts. Meanwhile, in a private training facility, Zhang Hao was drenched in sweat as he unleashed a powerful strike on the training assessment device, causing the readings to soar and eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around him. A single sword slash inflicting over 1,000 points of damage? Was this the kind of destructive power a high school student could wield? One should consider the caliber of the weapon in his hands, an exceptional primary weapon, something not typically affordable for an average household. Even the accompanying VIP coach shook his head in embarrassment, admitting, it seems I underestimated your prowess. I must arrange for a more advanced training apparatus for you. As Zhang Hao sheathed his weapon, pride welled within him. Accompanied by a sense of anticipation for the upcoming joint training session, he had prepared extensively for this. Spending considerable sums at home to acquire the finest equipment and the best coaches, convinced that he would shine brilliantly during the training. Yet, it struck him as odd that so many days had passed without any news. Typically, the roster for joint training would be determined just 2 or 3 days after the end of semester exams for the second year. Now, over 5 days had elapsed. Could the training have been postponed? With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao decided to call his homeroom teacher, hoping she could inquire about the situation. As confirming teammates in advance was crucial for fostering synergy, especially with Wang Ku as the team leader. This time, they had secured first place in their grade, and she would undoubtedly lead the team into the training. The mere thought of this gave Zhang Hao a headache. It was truly vexing to have Wang Ku as the captain. How would he coordinate with her? He dialed the number for Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi, has the roster for the joint training been finalized? I would like to know who my teammates are besides Wang Ku, so I can start building rapport with them. Oh, I see. Let me check, replied Teacher Yi. I have the information. The roster has indeed been confirmed. You're not on it. Zhang Hao stood frozen, struck as if by lightning. How is that possible? How could I not be included? I am the second in the grade. How could I have been overlooked? Did Wonka pull some strings? This remained uncertain, as the task of finalizing the joint training roster was always the principal's responsibility. It is quite strange, logically. Someone of your caliber should be included in such an important event. Zhang Hao was agitated, and Teacher Yi too felt perplexed. After all, he was the second in the grade, and his capabilities were beyond question. Moreover, what on earth were the criteria for Principal Huang's selections? As Teacher Yi examined the names on the list, she fell silent. The choices made by Principal Huang were indeed baffling. Perhaps he had his own compelling reasons. Zhang Hao, now even more bewildered by Teacher Yi's comment, inquired, Teacher Yi, who else is participating in the joint training besides Wang Ke? Su Yan, Gao Yang, and Bai Ding. Su Yan, Gao Yang, Bai Ding. Zhang Hao stood there, dumbfounded. Who on earth are they? I've never even heard their names. Chapter 23, Shadows of Deception. There must be some hidden agenda here. Upon discovering the specifics of the training roster, Zhang Hao felt utterly dazed. Su Yan, Gao Yang, Bai Ding. Who were these individuals? He had never heard of them. Teacher Yi could understand Zhang Hao's confusion, as he had always focused solely on his studies. Neglecting social interactions and refraining from engaging with classmates from other classes or those with poorer grades. His disinterest in gossip news was also evident. It was no surprise that he was unaware of the Wild Wolf Den incident or the names of these three individuals. However, Teacher Yi was quite familiar with them, as their actions had inadvertently led to her being penalized with a deduction of 500 yuan from her bonus. It was truly exasperating. A farmer, a chef, and a stonemason, three individuals from vocational backgrounds. One could only wonder what Principal Huang was thinking. After hanging up, Zhang Hao remained in a stupor, nearly at the brink of madness. A farmer? A chef? A stonemason? This was absurd. He would rather select them than include me? The thought of being the second in the grade, the team leader, and having invested so much effort into the joint training, only to be overshadowed by three vocational workers, left Zhang Hao fuming. Wang Ke, it has to be because of her. She must be scheming behind the scenes. What on earth was she up to? Forming a team of vocational workers? Did she think that being first in the grade gave her the right to act recklessly? Did 8th middle school hold a grudge against her? And what on earth was the school thinking to approve this? Fuming, Zhang Hao picked up the phone and called Wang Ke. Wang Ke, are you out of your mind? You're the one who is insane. You chose three vocational workers as your teammates? The captain ISNT me. What can I do? Zhang Hao paused. The captain ISNT you? Who is it then? Su Yan, that farmer. Yes. Wang Ke, disinterested in further conversation, hung up the phone. Zhang Hao was left utterly speechless, grappling with the revelation. The captain was a farmer? In a triannual joint training session of such significance, 8th middle school had chosen a farmer as the leader? This was madness. What on earth was going on at 8th middle school? Shadows of deception. There had to be something amiss. Zhang Hao realized that Principal Huang was undoubtedly involved. But being merely an ordinary student, he lacked the power to change the situation and could only sulk and pound the wall at home. The following day, Wang Ke reached out to Su Yan, wishing to engage in team-building training. Su Yan was inclined to agree but found himself in a predicament. Due to regulations in Dian City, any combat skills released within the city required prior notification. Otherwise, they could only be practiced at training grounds. This presented a significant challenge. With so many people present at the training ground, using his abilities to forcibly control the environment and disable magic would surely cause quite a stir throughout Dian City. At that point, the entire affair would be common knowledge, and he would undoubtedly be targeted during the joint training, rendering the task futile. Nevertheless, the importance of team building was undeniable. After much consideration, Su Yan ultimately agreed to the training session. The two parties arranged to meet at a public training ground. Soon, the four gathered at the training site. Wang Ke was quite familiar with this training ground, while Su Yan and the others had never been there before. Without further ado, she led the trio to the striking area. Let us get started. Wang Ke brandished her staff, and beneath her feet, a domain of thunder and lightning unfurled as she ascended into the air. Her lustrous short hair danced amidst the colossal waves of energy, and her exquisite visage, illuminated by the magical aura, drew the gaze of onlookers. With a formidable thunderclap building in intensity, it struck directly toward the iron stake. The crowd gasped in awe. Is this the prowess of an A-rank rare-class thunder mage? How astonishing. Incorrect. It is indeed A-rank. At such a tender age, possessing such terrifying area damage capabilities. It's truly envy-inducing. Alas, the advantages of class are laid bare. Were I a rare-class practitioner, I would not be relegated to the status of a lowly worker. Wang Ke showcased her abilities and turned her attention to Su Yan and the others, inquiring, what are your skills? Release them for me to witness. Gao Yang was present, rapidly preparing stinky tofu, his hands moving with astonishing speed, the ladle spinning in the air. As for Bai Ding, lacking a corpse to manipulate, he resorted to a live demonstration, swiftly carving a tiny figurine, his small screwdriver hammering away until it began to emit smoke. Su Yan's skill, however, truly caught Wang Ke's eye. She beheld him stomp his right foot upon the ground, igniting a vast green light circle. Pop, pop, pop. Countless tiny saplings burst forth from the earth. Yet, that was where it ended. Suyin dared not unveil his full hand in such a public setting. The crowd, drawn in by Wang Ke's display, erupted in laughter. What? Now even lifestyle skills require a training ground to unleash. Little sister, let me enlighten you. Lifestyle skills lack lethality, are unregulated, and do not necessitate a training ground. Wang Ke furrowed her brow, her lips twitching. Was Principal Huang genuinely serious in selecting them? Suyin leaned closer to Wang Ke and whispered, do not be deceived by appearances. While we may seem ineffectual, the truth is otherwise. Observe these saplings. They appear harmless. Yet they can instantaneously grow into towering trees, ensnaring everyone present. If the opponent is melee, they would be utterly helpless, bound to their demise without recourse. My reluctance to showcase my full prowess stems from the potency of my plant skills. I fear becoming a target. Wang Ke's lips quirked in disbelief. Saplings can instantly transform into towering trees and ensnare everyone. Such nonsense. Are you attempting to deceive a 3-year-old? What of Gao Yang and Bai Ding? What are they up to? Gao Yang's culinary skills possess remarkable restorative capabilities. You'll soon discover the merits of his stinky tofu. As for Bai Ding, I cannot ascertain his actions, yet that is inconsequential. His true value lies beyond his profession. He is the hidden ace of our joint training, and due to its significance, I cannot disclose our strategic plans, lest there be ears in the walls. At that moment, Wang Ke felt her head buzzing, a dull ache settling in. She had now fully confirmed that the three of them were merely here to amuse. Crucial as the synergy training was, she remained oblivious to what there was to harmonize. Ultimately, it all depended on her own capabilities. All right, I have observed your skills. The synergy training concludes here. If there are no further matters, I shall proceed to enhance my skill proficiency over there. Is that it? But Wang Ke, you have yet to grasp our strategy. Allow me to share it with you. Suyin protested. No need. I shall adapt as circumstances dictate. Wang Ke replied curtly, turning away and ending the synergy training. Suyin was left with no choice but to announce the disbandment. Gao Yang, feeling dejected, lamented, but my stinky tofu is about to be ready. Won't Wang Ke sample it? Suyin sighed. Forget it. Just give it to me. I skipped breakfast and am famished. Bai Ding chimed in. Count me in for a piece too. As the stinky tofu was prepared, its aroma wafted across the training ground, reaching Wang Ke, who had retreated to practice alone on the other side. She felt an intensifying throb in her head. Could she truly manage these three misfits? A month passed swiftly. With the school on break, the dungeon entrances were closed, and high school classmates could not freely leave the fortified walls to hunt wild disaster beasts. Suyin, lacking other avenues for advancement, spent the month idly at home. Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Zhou He frequently visited Suyin, who had become their de facto leader in their eyes. Together, they indulged in a month of leisure, allowing Suyin to temporarily cast aside thoughts of the joint training. He had already met the core damage dealers, whose output capabilities were quite promising. The critical synergy training had been conducted, albeit somewhat hastily. Nonetheless, it posed no significant issue. This joint training endeavor must be a resounding success. Before long, school resumed. After a simple registration process, Suyin and his companions boarded a large bus alongside Principal Huang. Over 20 buses convened in the city center and, escorted by a military convoy, traversed the streets, passed through the city gates, and crossed the towering iron walls, leaving Dian City en route to the dilapidated magical metropolis designated for the joint training. The magical metropolis lay 10 kilometers north of Dian City, nestled within a military base in the mountains, specifically designated for training new recruits for the Dian military. Every 3 years, after significantly reducing the difficulty, it was rented to the Education Bureau to facilitate joint training for universities. Given the importance of nurturing the future talents of Dian City, the military actively cooperated, not only assisting in the setup of the training grounds, but also voluntarily providing full escort for the university convoy, without charge. As the convoy sped through the wilderness, it attracted the attention of countless wild disaster beasts. Numerous audacious high-tier disaster beasts lifted their heads, scrutinizing the audacious convoy, sending shivers down the spines of the talented individuals aboard. These high-tier disaster beasts licked their tongues and drooled. With so many humans in the convoy, they represented an exquisite feast. However, they were merely given a fleeting glance before being locked onto by long-range, powerful magical skills. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of high-energy magic descended upon them, obliterating both them and the innocent disaster beasts nearby. Countless explosions erupted within hundreds of meters of the convoy, the overwhelming energy fluctuations shaking the hearts of all the talented individuals while simultaneously instilling a profound sense of security. At the forefront of the convoy, atop a military vehicle, 3 battle-hardened long-range magic warriors effortlessly swept away the threats surrounding the convoy with a mere wave of their hands. Their striking silhouettes, combined with an unparalleled aura of safety, ignited admiration and aspiration among the assembled talents. Is this the regular army of Dian City? How formidable! To so effortlessly annihilate such terrifying high-tier disaster beasts? Absolutely magnificent. Once I graduate from university, I too shall enlist. The three warriors exchanged glances, noting the anticipation and reverence reflected on the faces of the talented individuals within the bus. And they collectively exhaled in relief. Surely, the primary task assigned by the commander was now accomplished. Each of them held the rank of captain within the Dain military, specializing as long-range magic practitioners adept in ranged assaults. These details are not the crux of the matter, rather. It is the sheer elegance of their assault techniques and the explosive visuals that can deliver a profound visual and psychological impact on the students. The joint training in Dain City occurs once every 3 years, attracting only prodigies, and the military's enthusiastic collaboration is not without its motives. The military too seeks fresh talent and aims to enhance its public image. This particular campaign has undoubtedly been a resounding success, as evidenced by the adoring gazes of the numerous gifted individuals, particularly Wang Ku, who was so overwhelmed with excitement that she involuntarily rose from her seat. While all the luminaries were filled with aspirations, Su Yin alone remained contemplative. He observed the three soldiers, but was not preoccupied with visions of the future. Instead, he pondered whether, upon reaching level 20 and mastering the second-tier skill tree realm, Forbidden Magic, these three sorcerers would address him as brother. As for Chapter 24, the configuration of our team from the 8th High School is insufficient. The convoy arrived at the military base in the northern part of the city without pausing and proceeded directly to the military training ground, a dilapidated magical metropolis. Wang Ke sat alone in a corner at the back of the bus, contemplating the various scenarios she might encounter and devising corresponding strategies. She had resolved that she must abandon teamwork and adhere to her own rhythm. This joint training was destined to be a solitary battle for her. Su Yan, noticing Wang Ke's preference for solitude, chose not to engage with her. He understood she must have some misunderstandings, but it mattered little. Once the battle commenced, all misconceptions would be swiftly dispelled. As the convoy came to a halt, the gifted individuals gathered at the training center, each receiving a miniature crystal to wear on their wrists. This device served as both a life protection mechanism and a data recording tool, and it was strictly prohibited to remove it throughout the training duration. A leader from the Ministry of Education addressed the group, reiterating the key points of this joint training. Students, this joint training involves the redistribution of educational resources among high schools for the next 3 years, and its significance cannot be overstated. I implore you all to take this matter seriously. Now, let me outline the precautions for this training. Throughout the training, all personal equipment must be surrendered. An entry of any personal gear into the training area is strictly forbidden. Any breach of this rule will be classified as cheating. Additionally, you are not permitted to remove your protective crystals. They are newly upgraded special devices designed to safeguard your lives at various stages, ensuring that death will not occur. Upon hearing about the upgraded life protection devices, the tension among the students eased significantly, and Su Yan felt a greater sense of relief. Reassured that neither he nor anyone else would perish. With that concern alleviated, he felt emboldened to proceed with confidence. Next came the assessment rules for the training. The entire training would span 8 to 12 days, divided into 3 phases. The first phase is the equipment collection phase, during which participants will be teleported to peripheral villages, where they may choose to challenge beast hordes and collect equipment. During this phase, there will be no combat with other teams, as any intentional attacks will be shielded by the protective crystals. The second phase is the equipment contest phase, where teams will enter urban areas and may engage in combat with others, aiming to eliminate rival groups and collect their dropped equipment. The final phase is the Great Escape phase, during which a plethora of powerful boss-level magical beasts will be deployed. These creatures are beyond the current capabilities of the participants, and you must do everything in your power to evade the pursuit of 3 beasts. The longer your team survives, the higher your ranking. These rules were already familiar to everyone prior to the start of the joint training, with no discrepancies. One additional point to note. Due to the excessive damage potential and complexity of the magical beasts we have arranged, it will be exceedingly difficult for a single team to survive independently in the first phase. Furthermore, the protective crystals are still in the testing phase and cannot guarantee the safety of all participants. Therefore, each team must select allies and complete this training in an allied manner. Allies cannot engage in combat with one another, but they must eliminate teams that are not part of their alliance while ensuring their own survival. This will be your primary objective for the coming week. Are the rules clear? Clear. In fact, everyone was already aware of these rules. In previous joint trainings, alliances were often formed when challenges became particularly daunting. Alright, I will now grant you half an hour to form alliances freely. Following this, a large screen illuminated, displaying the participants' information entered by the various school principals. This included details such as team leaders, member names, professions, and levels. Initially, the atmosphere was amicable. Each high school engaged in cordial discussions after identifying suitable allies, and some quickly formed alliances. However, when Principal Huang from the 8th High School completed the entry of Su Yan's team information, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What is going on with the 8th High School? 3 individuals with life-oriented professions, and the leader is a farmer? Is the 8th high school that casual? Haha. They can't possibly be unaware that this joint training pertains to the redistribution of educational resources, can they? The teams that had already formed alliances had no intention of continuing to observe the large screen, but the commotion immediately drew their attention. How intriguing. The 8th high school was clearly deviating from conventional norms. In hindsight, our decision to swiftly form alliances seems remarkably wise. If one accidentally allied with the 8th high school, it would be tantamount to conceding defeat. As discussions ensued, the high schools yet to form alliances became increasingly anxious, hesitant to even glance in the direction of the 8th high school. What if the 8th high school chose them, and no other institution selected them? That would be disastrous. Upon witnessing this situation, the leaders from the Ministry of Education could not help but frown. Although the energy crystals could, to some extent, prevent fatal injuries during the training, they were designed primarily for main combat class students. Moreover, they were still in the testing phase. Sending 3 life-oriented professionals from the 8th high school to this training seemed rather reckless. It was evident that the 8th high school had not accorded this joint training the seriousness it warranted, while the 8th high school had consistently placed last in past trainings. So too had the 22nd high school. Yet, they did not adopt a passive approach to preparation. Resilience in adversity has long been the admirable quality and tradition upheld by Dine City. Principal Huang, even if discontent with the resource redistribution methods, should have pursued more appropriate channels of communication rather than resorting to this passive and immature conduct. The leaders from the Ministry of Education spoke loudly enough for Principal Huang to hear. Although he did take note, he remained unfazed. In this formal setting, he could only humbly nod and acknowledge his supposed shortcomings. Esteemed leaders, it is not that the 8th high school is unprepared. Rather, we simply did not obtain suitable copies. The mismatch between the copies and the students' capabilities has hindered the emergence of exceptional talent. The 4 students participating in the training program are undoubtedly among the finest scholars at our esteemed number 8 high school. Upon the completion of Principal Huang's statement, the expressions of several leaders from the Ministry of Education grew increasingly grim. This old Huang, rather than conceding a mistake, was clearly indulging in veiled sarcasm and subtle reproach. While it is true that disparities in the allocation of educational resources exist, it remains an unavoidable reality. There are only a handful of top-notch resources available. If they are bestowed upon you, what becomes of the other exceptional high schools? If you do not strive for your own advantage within the collaborative training, how can you expect others to readily deliver it to your doorstep? Although the leaders were rendered speechless, they found themselves powerless against Principal Huang. Decades ago, during the siege of monstrous beasts, Huang had played a pivotal role, shedding blood and sustaining injuries for the city of Dian, even receiving its highest honor in recognition of his sacrifices. Moreover, Huang has long been a stalwart in the educational field, nurturing numerous outstanding students for Dian City. However, in recent years, number 8 high school has encountered a streak of unfortunate circumstances, leading to a vicious cycle. Despite his past contributions and achievements, the Education Bureau could not compromise its regulations for the sake of one individual. Alas, the current situation is indeed challenging. The 3 practitioners of civilian professions, equipped with specially crafted energy crystals, were undeniably prepared for the combat-oriented students. Yet, the question lingered in everyone's mind. Could these energy crystals truly safeguard the lives of the 3? The leaders, left with no recourse, turned their gazes once more to the large screen. They then looked towards number 2 high school, which, among the remaining unallied institutions, possessed the greatest strength. Should no 2 be willing to ally with number 8, they might be able to mitigate the risks to a minimum. However, upon noticing the leader's attention, the principal of no 2 was immediately flustered. Before the leaders could utter a word, he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, we cannot do this. The configuration of no 8's team is beyond our capacity to manage." Originally, number 2 intended to select allies judiciously, but given the urgency of the situation, they could no longer afford such deliberations. The principal of number 2 quickly added, "We have already chosen our ally, number 13. Our ally is number 13. Upon hearing this, the principal of no 13 was momentarily taken aback, as they had never intended to select number 2. Although number 2 possessed the strongest capabilities among the remaining teams, their configurations clashed with those of number 13. Both teams lacked a strong output. If they were to force an alliance, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant imbalance. This matter had been previously discussed. However, considering the current circumstances, the principal of number 13 could no longer afford to hesitate, for among the unallied high schools, no 13 was the next most formidable after number 2. Should number 8's attempt to ally with number 2 fail, only to turn to number 13, it would spell disaster for him. With this thought in mind, the principal of number 13 swiftly responded, "Indeed, we at number 13 have allied with number 2. While we also wish to assist number 8, our capabilities are limited." The principal of number 2 promptly affirmed, "Yes, that is correct. Our intentions are sincere, but we are constrained." Following this, both number 2 and number 13 unhesitatingly completed their alliance process. Witnessing this decisive action from number 2 and number 13, The other remaining schools felt a jolt of urgency and swiftly sprang into action. They disregarded considerations of compatibility and hastily allied with the nearest high school. For the last team to ally had no choice but to select number 8. Anyone who chose number 8 would likely find themselves at the bottom of the rankings. The competition had shifted from discerning who made the correct judgments and could secure the most suitable allies to who could act with greater speed. As long as they ensured they were not the last to choose, they would claim victory. Before long, the team from number 16 was left dumbfounded. Within mere seconds, all remaining unallied high schools had successfully formed alliances, leaving them as the solitary team standing before the large screen. It was not that they did not wish to ally swiftly, but rather that their principal had temporarily stepped away to the restroom and had yet to return, rendering them unable to proceed with the alliance process. Just then, the principal of number 16 hurriedly returned from the restroom, only to find the scene before him utterly bewildering. He had thought that with half an hour allotted for alliances, there was ample time. He intended for his students to get acquainted with the other high schools while he took care of his business, believing that he would have time to make decisions upon his return. After all, it was merely a brief visit to the restroom. How could anything go awry in such a short span? Yet, in that fleeting minute, calamity had indeed struck. The team dispatched by number 8, comprising 3 practitioners of civilian professions, had a farmer as its captain. Such a team configuration could participate in the training? What a farce. And now, no. 16 was compelled to ally with number 8. Truly, this was an act of misfortune. Subsequently, the training system automatically responded, forming an alliance between number 8 and number 16, who had yet to assemble a team. The principal of number 16 and his participating team were left in utter despair. It was only then that the other high schools finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call. Thankfully, we acted swiftly. Number 16 was indeed unfortunate. Haha. The situation quickly solidified, and the leaders from the Education Bureau could only shake their heads in resignation. So be it. The performance of the specially crafted crystals should suffice. Let us hope this training session does not conjure any further calamities. The joint training officially commenced. The participating teams from various high schools entered through the entrance and arrived at the teleportation hall. At the center of the hall lay a colossal map of the magical city's outskirts. A military officer began to elucidate the detailed rules. The first phase is the equipment collection phase. There are a total of 5 levels, with increasing difficulty and progressively superior equipment drops. Each team will select an appropriate landing point in the first level area, the outer village. It is crucial to note that each landing point is surrounded by distinct clusters of monstrous beasts. Magical beasts are exceedingly powerful, and selecting incorrectly could result in immediate elimination. You have half an hour. Begin selecting your landing points. Upon the military staff's conclusion, the teams from various high schools began to scrutinize the general conditions of the monstrous beast clusters. They assessed factors such as terrain, cover positions, core output of their teams, counter effects, and the situation of allied teams, striving to ensure that both their own team and their allies could swiftly acquire equipment and hastily regroup, thus gaining momentum. Su Yen examined the map, sifting through potential landing points. Although he possessed a wide-range magic suppression ability, the optimal strategy would be to select clusters of melee beasts, as they tend to congregate, making them easier to control, and the bosses are simpler to capture. Encountering elusive ranged bosses or flying bosses would consume considerable time. Su Yan's thoughts were clear. However, due to the overwhelming number of monstrous beast clusters, he struggled to identify a satisfactory landing point. At that moment, Wang Ke nodded in satisfaction. Previously, she had worn a frown, but now a long-lost smile finally graced her face. What remarkable fortune it was to discover a cluster of pure dark attribute disaster beasts. The Shadow Night Owls, a level 5 disaster beast cluster with dark attributes, boasted a magical shield with 0 resistance to lightning. My thunder will vanquish them. Su Yen, you should select that Shadow Night Owl cluster as our team's landing point. Although the difficulty remains considerable, as long as you coordinate with me and employ the kite strategy, we can defeat them one by one. With the resources from this landing point, we stand a good chance of collecting everything we need. At this moment, a team from No. 16 Middle School gathered around to listen. The team leader, Zhou Min, donned a pair of heavy glasses and appeared quite petite and demure. Adjusting her glasses, she gazed at the landing point chosen by Wang Ke, her face lighting up with joy. She had initially feared that number 16 was doomed to face No. 8 in this training session, but now it seemed that Wang Ke's selection was quite suitable for number 8. If number 8 manages a good start, there might still be some hope. This landing point is quite promising. Nearby, there lies a cluster of tree spirits, and our team excels in fire attacks, giving us a significant advantage against them. If we can secure the resources from both landing points right from the start, and then regroup swiftly, even with 3 fewer teammates, we should be able to manage. Wang Ke is a rare lightning mage, capable of considerable output. After the start, she will undoubtedly be able to assist us effectively. Hearing Zhou Min's affirmation warmed Wang Ke's heart. She looked at the petite and gentle Zhou Min as if she had found a kindred spirit, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. The two exchanged smiles. Yet Su Yen, observing the landing point Wang Ke had chosen, couldn't help but frown. The Night Owl Disaster Beast cluster posed a significant threat. Their magical attack range extended up to 250 meters, nearly rivaling the effective range of flowering in the tree realm. While defeating them was not impossible, the challenge lay in their evasiveness, particularly as they could fly. Stealing their boss would require immense effort. With that time, we could have pilfered several bosses from other Disaster Beast clusters instead. This landing point is simply unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Wang Ke was taken aback. Su Yan was the team leader, and only he had the authority to choose the team's landing point. You, Su Yan, what do you mean by this? What is wrong with such a perfect landing point? Zhou Min pouted as well. Su Yan, you're not here to sabotage us on behalf of other high schools, are you? Chapter 26, A Wave of Madness? Su Yan was about to explain, but then fell silent. All the high school teams were present in this hall. If he disclosed their boss-stealing plan, they would likely become targets for the other schools. Just as the two sides were locked in a silent standoff, Gao Yang exclaimed, Haha, I found it. Su Yan, I found it. The Troll Disaster Beast cluster, this landing point, is absolutely secure. The crowd looked quizzically at the landing point Gao Yang had indicated. Wang Ke, after reading the information about the Disaster Beast cluster, was left speechless. What on earth had this rotund fellow chosen? The Troll Disaster Beasts, a level 5 cluster. Each troll could enchant weapons, and a single hammer strike could rival the damage of a small skill. Their output capabilities far surpassed that of the Shadow Night Owls. With no tank in the team, any encounter would spell disaster. More critically, trolls could generate magical shields of lightning attributes. As a level 5 lightning mage myself, I would have to consider resistance. And even 86 damage would be mitigated. Once they raised their shield, they would be virtually invincible. If this landing point were selected, what would be left to fight for? We might as well surrender. However, Wang Ke quickly thought that this might merely be a jest from the cook. Surely Su Yan wouldn't take it seriously, right? Yet the next moment, Wang Ke was stunned. Su Yan clapped Gao Yang on the shoulder, smiling as he praised. Fatty, your keen eye is commendable. I looked around and couldn't find a landing point as suitable as this. Consider it a credit to you. Gao Yang, taken aback by Su Yan's compliment, humbly scratched the back of his head, replying, It's just luck. Witnessing this exchange, not only was Wang Ke bewildered, but the entire number 16 team was too. At that moment, everyone felt a buzzing in their heads. What were these life class professionals up to? Were they joking? Wang Ke was just about to voice her objections. But it was too late. Su Yan acted swiftly, confirming the Troll Disaster Beast cluster as number 8's landing point. Consequently, the No. 8 team became the fastest in all the schools to select a landing point. The selection results were immediately displayed on the large screen. Other schools were momentarily taken aback, wondering which high school was so audacious to choose so quickly. With so many landing points available, how could they not deliberate thoroughly before making a selection? Number 8? Oh, that is no issue. A troll den? All I can say is, good luck. With number 8's team configuration, after the trolls enchanted their weapons, wouldn't it just be a single hammer blow for each? It was evident that number 8 had already given up. What difference did it make which landing point they chose? Wang Ke was rather unfortunate. With her rare lightning mage profession, she could have been a team leader in many high schools, yet she ended up in number 8, where she wasn't even allowed to lead. And they picked a landing point that completely countered her. Thus, sometimes, choices are more crucial than talent and hard work. I truly feel for number 16. Having to face number 8, they are destined for the bottom this time. The entire number 16 team fell into a state of despair, starting without allies. How could they possibly continue in this joint training? They had truly been led astray by this farmer. Do as you wish, Zhou Min declared, leaving No. 8 behind without a second glance. Yet Wang Ke was unwilling to let it go. She raised her hand high above her head. Addressing the military instructor in charge of maintaining order, Instructor, can we reselect this landing point? We made a mistake. However, the instructor, with a stern expression, flatly refused, no. He then turned to all the teams present, loudly reminding them, the joint training simulates a real battlefield scenario. A single erroneous judgment can lead to severe consequences. No one should harbor any illusions about the possibility of retracting their decisions or starting over, for when facing disaster beasts, humanity has never had the luxury of making mistakes. Upon hearing the instructor's response, Wang Ke was rendered speechless, her heart heavy with disappointment. Soon, all teams had selected their landing points. With a flash of blue light, all teams were transported to their designated locations. Su Yan's team found themselves in a dilapidated village outside a city. At the village entrance, the roars of trolls mingled with potent magical fluctuations, their penetrating sounds far exceeding those of ordinary disaster beasts, sending chills down the spines of the team members. The trolls, marking their territory, had left an overwhelming stench, causing everyone to grimace. The abandoned village was deserted, and all the crumbling houses had been claimed by the trolls. Most of the trolls were in slumber, and by the desolate well in the village, 5 trolls, plump and companionable, meandered aimlessly. These 5 cerulean behemoths raised a sense of vigilance in Wang Ke, who understood that if her team advanced even a meter further, it would rouse their awareness. To provoke these creatures without preparation could ignite a battle at the village entrance, drawing in more trolls and leading her team to imminent doom. At this juncture, It was imperative to create distance. They needed to wait for a lone troll to appear, luring it out of the village with ranged attacks and employing a kiting strategy to eliminate them one by one, thus grasping a slender chance of survival in this dire predicament. Wonka was just about to share her thoughts and strategy with the others when it was already too late. At that moment, Su Yin had already grasped a handful of small stones, charging them with energy before hurling them with all his might. He aimed to gather all the calamity beasts in one place and incapacitate them collectively. This would facilitate the theft of the boss. As the stones soared through the air, they struck the heads of the trolls by the well, landed atop the eaves of dilapidated houses, and finally fell upon the forehead of a colossal troll in the village square, towering over them like a small mountain. The wandering trolls paused in shock, while those in slumber were abruptly awakened. In the center of the village square, a troll several times larger than the others slowly opened its eyes. Squinting at the small stone that had just struck its forehead, it hefted a nearby hammer onto its shoulder, pointing at the human team emerging from the village with a low, rumbling growl. In an instant, dozens of trolls throughout the village seized their hammers, completing their weapon enchantments in a heartbeat. Each of them was soon enveloped by a pale blue, honeycomb-like energy shield. All the trolls began to converge upon the human team outside the village. The majority of the calamity beasts reacted swiftly, gathering together. Witnessing this scene, Su Yin nodded in satisfaction. This wave of aggro had been remarkably successful. He promptly issued combat orders, a single wave. Meanwhile, Wonka stood in stunned disbelief. A single wave? Was he insane? Su Yin, had he attended any basic tactical theory classes? Chapter 27, The Descent of the Tree God. Charisma at full throttle. Wonka felt as if she might go mad. She never imagined that in the face of an overwhelming horde of trolls, Su Yin would choose a strategy of a single wave. Their team was about to be overwhelmed. Moreover, Su Yan's bizarre pull not only attracted most of the trolls, but also drew the boss's ire. This was unequivocally a single wave. Neither the team nor she herself would have a second chance. Wonka had entirely abandoned hope of resistance. She had once entertained thoughts that, even with 3 supportive teammates assigned to her, and despite a hellish start, her skills and efforts might allow her to turn the tide. Now, she realized she had been overly optimistic. Su Yin was not giving her any opportunity whatsoever. The trolls, brandishing their enchanted hammers, charged towards Su Yin. Excitement etched on their faces. They swiftly reached him, their hammers raised high, poised to reduce the human before them to a pulp, exacting a brutal price for his prior affront. Witnessing this, Wang Ke's heart sank, for Su Yin remained unyielding, and the impending onslaught would be of an unimaginable density. Although the Education Bureau's leaders had asserted that the protective crystals could generate shields and activate teleportation without risk of death, shields must have their limits, right? If the energy crystals reached saturation, allowing some damage to seep through, could a mere farmer withstand it? Or if there were delays in the teleportation process, Su Yin might very well perish. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Wang Ke gripped her staff tightly. Though she was not the captain, she would not permit any fatalities within her team. In the next moment, a halo of lightning enveloped her, and a colossal magical circle expanded rapidly from her position, covering Su Yin's location with a diameter of 20 meters. Wang Ke levitated off the ground, her short hair tousled, her eyes shimmering with electric energy. Lightning Domain. This was the signature skill of the rare profession of lightning mage, summoning a realm of thunder and lightning that unleashed widespread and sustained electric magic attacks within its confines. The skill boasted immense power and extensive range, yet it demanded a significant amount of magical energy. Faced with the multitude of trolls and their lightning shields, Wonka did not expect to exert much influence. She merely hoped to draw the majority of the trolls' ire upon herself, thereby minimizing the likelihood of Su Yin being obliterated in one blow. As Wonka suddenly took action, Su Yin was unfazed. For most of the calamity beasts had already entered the control range of the tree realm. Whether aggro would drop no longer mattered for the outcome. Su Yin decisively stamped his right foot upon the ground. Would release. The tree realm descends. In the next moment, a colossal green circle nearly 100 meters in diameter radiated from Su Yin. With a series of popping sounds, countless saplings burst forth from the earth. They grew at an unfathomable speed, transforming into towering trees in mere instants. These trees twisted and swayed, morphing into vines that ensnared all the trolls within the attack range. The trolls, who had been charging forward with exhilaration just a moment ago, found themselves frozen in place, utterly immobilized. Their hammers, too, seemed to be bound by some unseen force, rendering them incapable of striking even once. The expressions of excitement on the trolls' faces vanished in an instant, replaced by confusion and bewilderment. Su Yin stood amid the dense grove, commanding the tree realm with an air of tranquility, as though the tree god had descended. The scene was not only striking but also delivered a powerful visual impact that left Wang Ke utterly dumbfounded. Crowd control. Overwhelming. What Su Yin had previously claimed was indeed true. His saplings could instantly grow into mighty trees, controlling all the melee calamity beasts. 100 level 5 trolls had been instantaneously immobilized. She had never witnessed such a formidable control technique in her life. At that moment, Wang Ke felt her very soul tremble, her worldview shattering. The lightning domain she had just begun to cultivate was abruptly severed. Chapter 28. The Tree Realm Descends. Second Phase. With nearly 100 level 5 trolls instantaneously immobilized, Su Yan appeared as the living embodiment of the tree god, commanding everything. Before Wang Ke could regain her composure, she was once again stunned by Su Yan's subsequent actions. The second activation of the tree realm. The third activation of the tree realm. All the trolls charging in were controlled by Su Yan. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ke stood in a daze. Such an immense control ability, possessing the capacity for consecutive casts. No, not only that. Those trolls bore magical shields that provided them with enhanced resilience. Su Yan's control technique could actually disregard that resilience. This was beyond the realm of comprehension. This is utterly beyond comprehension. Wang Ke was thoroughly bewildered, while Gao Yang and Bai Ding seemed to have long since acclimatized. They urged Wang Ke to follow closely behind Su Yan, saying, "Hurry up, Wang Ke. Don't just stand there like a fool. Once the duration of the tree realm descends expires, you'll be in dire straits. The only safe haven is beside Su Yan." Dazed and confused, Wang Ke instinctively fell into step, positioning herself next to Su Yan. The team continued to confront the horde of trolls, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. In the central square of the village, the level 6 troll boss furrowed its brow. In mere moments, the entire menagerie of calamity beasts was reduced to just it, immobilized. It too was bewildered, frightened, and yearning to flee. Yet, due to the constraints of the training system, it was utterly incapable of executing an escape. Helpless, it could only grit its teeth, raise its hammer, and attempt to cast a spell. It let out a bellow, illuminating its body with a honeycomb-shaped energy shield, and charged forward. However, in the next instant, it found itself rendered immobile. A green circle ignited, and vines ensnared it, proving that it was not fundamentally different from its offspring. It was simply inept. As Su Yan approached the colossal blue behemoth before him, he couldn't help but marvel, truly. A level 6 boss, as formidable as the three-headed hellhound. Upon hearing Su Yan's admiration, Wang Ke suddenly realized that Su Yan had encountered the fearsome three-headed hellhound. A sight she had yet to behold. The rumors of their earlier peril were nothing but fabrications. Peril? The three-headed hellhound had already encountered danger, hadn't it? If that were the case, then the top scorer of the second-year final exam was not herself, but Su Yan. The troll boss's right hand, clutching the hammer, trembled uncontrollably. It understood that if it could swing just once, it could crush the human before it into a pulp, yet it found itself utterly incapable of doing so. This human might not even be human at all. At that moment, Bai Ding instinctively drew out a screwdriver and a small hammer, asking, "Su Yan, may we commence our assault? This fellow has a shield of energy that is too formidable to breach. We must act swiftly, otherwise it could take us 4 hours just to shatter this shield." Despite the level 6 troll boss's panic, it noticed the nervous expressions of its adversaries, suddenly realizing that they seemed incapable of quickly breaching its magical shield. It thought, if that's the case, this will be amusing. I cannot die. My shield not only has a short cooldown, but can also stack. If they cannot break the first shield within an hour, the second shield will be activated. Though I cannot kill them, they cannot vanquish me either. Come on, let us inflict mutual harm. At this moment, Wang Ke fully comprehended why Principal Huang chose Su Yan as the captain. No one, not even her, who exceeded expectations, was more suitable for the role. For hours? You may be underestimating the output of the lightning mage. Even with its lightning attribute shield, even if that shield counters me, today I, Wang Ke, shall tear it apart within an hour. Surrounded by a crackling aura of lightning, her short hair danced in the air. Her gaze fierce as a vast domain of lightning began to spread from her as its epicenter. Her body began to levitate as thunderclouds surged, rapidly brewing a tempestuous force of lightning. The troll boss, sensing the oppressive force in the air, involuntarily swallowed hard. This woman was not ordinary. She seemed capable of swiftly shattering its shield. This was troubling. Yet, in the next moment, Su Yan pressed Wang Ke back down to the ground. "Wang Ke," he said, "do not rush your output. The training time is still ample. Your mana consumption is high. You must conserve it wisely and not waste it on this pathetic shield. Allow me to breach it first." Wang Ke was left bewildered. Gao Yang and Bai Ding were equally perplexed. Breach the shield? When did Su Yan gain the ability to do so? None could comprehend the meaning behind Su Yan's words. However, in the next instant, Su Yan waved his right hand. Tree Realm Descend. Second Phase. Bloom. As Su Yan signaled, 4 tree realms simultaneously responded to the command within the village. All the trees seemed to resonate with a certain force, a tender crimson glow blossoming upon them, and countless flower buds sprouted from their branches. The buds rapidly grew and then bloomed in a flurry. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying pollen that shimmered softly, dispersing toward the nearby calamity beasts. At this moment, only Su Yan could perceive the 4 immense halos, each with a diameter of 300 meters, unfurling instantaneously around 4 tree leaves. These constituted 4 absolute anti-magic domains targeting magical calamity beasts. As countless shimmering pollen adhered to the calamity beasts, their magical circuits began to clog and rapidly deteriorate. In mere moments, the magical aura emanating from the trolls' enchanted hammers began to fade, and their honeycomb-like magical shields swiftly disintegrated. All the trolls fell into panic and confusion, their expressions a blend of bewilderment and terror, having never experienced the collapse of magic before. The level 6 troll boss's pupils constricted as it could only watch helplessly as its life-saving shield disintegrated. That shield was its trump card. Without it, its frail form was less formidable than that of an ordinary calamity beast. Trembling, the level 6 troll boss wore a look of despair, feeling as exposed as a naked chick at the mercy of slaughter. This sudden, widespread, forced anti-magic spell left the entire team of adventurers in shock. Following the tree realm descend, another excessively advanced skill, Gao Yang was stunned. Wait a minute, Su Yan, aren't you only level 5? How can you possess 2 skills? This is illogical. Bai Ding was equally flabbergasted. Su Yan, you having 2 skills at level 5 is one thing. But for the second skill to undergo such a drastic transformation, an anti-magic spell of this magnitude should not manifest from a mere farmer. Wang Ku was even more astounded. In just a few minutes, the mental impact Su Yan had inflicted upon her was overwhelming. Her fundamental understanding shattered repeatedly, leaving her speechless and gazing blankly at Su Yan, awaiting an explanation. Su Yan, however, calmly elucidated, this is not a second skill. This anti-magic pollen is merely a second phase of the first skill. To release the pollen, one must first activate the prerequisite skill, Tree Realm Descend. Thus, theoretically, the phenomenon of blooming in the realm of trees is entirely plausible. After listening to Su Yan's explanation, the group was momentarily taken aback. The elucidation of the dual-stage skill indeed did not shatter their ingrained perceptions. Su Yan had not possessed 2 skills at level 5. However, as for the notion of reasonableness, reasonable my foot. Typically, dual-stage skills feature a first stage that is rather weak, while the second stage is marginally stronger. Yet, this particular dual-stage skill had an outrageously powerful first stage and an almost godlike second stage. This was utterly devoid of any semblance of fairness. Nevertheless, the fact that Su Yan, this monstrous entity, was on their side somewhat alleviated their profound sense of imbalance. At this moment, Su Yan produced an exquisitely crafted hoe, a gift from the training instructor, categorized as ordinary. The trees elevated Su Yan to great heights as he struck fiercely at the forehead of the troll boss. Clang! The troll lost its energy shield, and that strike dealt impressive damage. 13. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Brothers, it's time. This fellow's shield is down. Grab your weapons and take him down. Gao Yang, ever diligent, retrieved his culinary supplies, preparing to assist, while Bai Ding skillfully maneuvered to attack the boss's critical weak point from the rear. 14. Wang Ku, regaining her focus, refused to be outdone. Her body crackled with electrical energy, short hair dancing as she hovered in the air, unleashing a thunderous domain. Following that, 3 terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the troll boss with ferocious intensity. 800, 900, a critical hit, 1,800. With just a single blow, she obliterated 1/4 of the boss's health bar. A display of terrifying output that not only tightened the boss's defenses, but also allowed the rest of the team to truly recognize Wang Ku's prowess for the first time. Gao Yang's hand trembled as he fed Su Yan, marveling at their little thunder goddess, truly deserving of her title. Su Yan and Bai Ding exchanged glances, realizing that with her in their midst, their efforts seemed almost futile. Observing Wang Ku's overwhelming output and feeling the might of the thunder, both Su Yan and Bai Ding couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, instinctively halting their attacks. It seemed that indeed, their contributions were of little significance. Su Yan gestured towards Gao Yang, pointing at Wang Ku. In an instant, Gao Yang comprehended. As he fed Su Yan, he also tossed a piece of stinky tofu to Wang Ku, urging her to consume it while it was warm for a rapid mana restoration. After 1 strike, Wang Ku found her mana nearly halved. Though this significant depletion wouldn't hinder her ability to summon the thunderous domain again, it would affect the potency of her lightning strikes. Initially, she had intended to consume 10 mana potions to stabilize her reserves, but upon receiving Gao Yang's stinky tofu, she accepted it without hesitation. Wang Ku recognized that Gao Yang's culinary skills could replenish mana. While she didn't expect a substantial recovery, every little bit saved on potions was advantageous. This joint training session had an exceptionally lengthy duration, with a strict limit of only 100 mana potions allowed. If she didn't conserve her resources, she would scarcely make it to the end of the training. However, upon taking a bite of the tofu, she sensed something amiss. The addictively pungent aroma was one thing, but the rapid mana recovery was astonishing. Regaining 50 mana per second, within just 10 seconds, her mana was fully restored. What is more, the effect appeared to be lasting. Wang Ku gazed incredulously at Gao Yang, marveling at his extraordinary capacity for mana replenishment, truly beyond comprehension. At that moment, she realized that every member of their party had been deliberately chosen by Principal Huang. whether it was Su Yan's formidable crowd control abilities or Gao Yang's rapid mana recovery. Both were indispensable for this collaborative training. Aside from the stonemason by Ding, replacing any member with a different life class profession would significantly diminish their combat effectiveness, potentially jeopardizing the cohesion of their team. In that instant, Wang Ke's traditional views on life class professionals underwent a subtle transformation. She felt that all the conditions unexpectedly aligned perfectly. Perhaps, just perhaps, she could attempt that technique. With unwavering focus, she channeled her energy as the storm clouds gathered above. 1 minute later, the thunderstorm was fully charged. Subsequently, 9 bolts of lightning descended with a resounding crash, converging into a single pillar of lightning that struck the troll boss's forehead with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a critical hit of 18,000. Following that strike, the level 6 troll boss lay charred and lifeless, and each member of the team experienced a significant increase in their experience points. At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, including Wang Ke herself. This unprecedented barrage of 9 lightning strikes had only ever been theoretically feasible. She had never executed it in practical combat. The constraints of maintaining uninterrupted focus and a continuous mana supply had rendered such an execution merely a theoretical concept. Yet now, under Su Yan's absolute control and Gao Yang's boundless mana restoration, this theoretical phenomenon had seamlessly manifested in real combat. Wang Ke contemplated her previously underestimated teammates, her emotions a complex blend of reflection and gratitude. Meanwhile, her comrades swallowed nervously, a sense of trepidation washing over them. Divine retribution. This woman was not to be trifled with. She could obliterate them in an instant. As Su Yan observed the lightning goddess before him, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He had previously understood that Wang Ke, as a rare profession, an electric mage, boasted high output, but who could have anticipated that her damage potential could soar to such heights? A single strike exceeding 10,000, nearly reaching 20,000, capable of annihilating a level 6 boss. Was this truly an output capacity attainable by a mere high school student? Recalling their earlier misunderstandings that had led to various unpleasantness, Su Yan felt a sense of unease wash over him. In a direct confrontation, he held no fear of her. The realm of trees blossomed, effectively countering her abilities. However, the reality was not limited to mere face-to-face encounters. There were moments of leisure, instances of midday slumber, and the vulnerability of nighttime rest. If this woman were to unleash divine retribution while he was caught off guard, the consequences would be unfathomable. Regardless of his capacity to react, in a fleeting moment, all his armor, along with himself, could be rendered to dust. With that thought, Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine, a burgeoning sense of dread. Even with his equipment bonuses, his current health could scarcely surpass 1,000. This was woefully inadequate. It was then that Su Yan profoundly grasped the vast chasm separating ordinary life-class professions from rare grade ones. Simultaneously, he resolved to pursue a prudent path of stacking vitality to enhance his health. Not only would he focus on free attributes, but all his gear and armor would also require enhancements to his health. Without a health pool of at least 30 to 50,000, he would feel no sense of security. Otherwise, he would lack the standing to provoke this woman. If he were to offend her, at the very least, he should wait until his health exceeded 20,000. Wang Ke, you possess such capabilities. Why did you not mention it sooner? Perhaps it would be better if you took the lead. Su Yan's words immediately sent Wang Ke into a state of panic. To her, Su Yan represented the most formidable and transcendent force she had ever encountered. The thought of facing him left her paralyzed with fear. The prospect of being at his mercy, even subjected to his whims, sent a chill down her spine. The image alone was enough to terrify her. This overwhelmingly powerful entity, suddenly exhibiting humility, only rendered Wang Ke more uncomfortable. Moreover, had it not been for him and Gao Yang creating the most favorable conditions for her output, she would have never achieved the 9 bolts of lightning. Hastily, she waved her hands in modesty, stating, No, Su Yan. If it weren't for your absolute control and unparalleled ability to suppress magic, I would have had no opportunity to output anything. I couldn't even breach that energy shield. You are the one truly deserving of the captaincy. The 2 most gifted prodigies of the 8th school, who had always been at odds, suddenly set aside their differences, regarding each other with mutual respect, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere. Yet, at that moment, it was clear to all present that after this battle, all misunderstandings and barriers among the team members had been resolved. They had woven themselves into a singular, cohesive unit. Now, they stood at the pinnacle of the 8th school's training squad. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Su Yan, for the first time, shared his comprehensive plan with all team members. They were now well acquainted with each other's abilities and strategies. Let me first pose a question, he began. Have you all noticed what sets our squad apart from the others? Gao Yang immediately raised his hand, eager to respond. Invincible. Incorrect. Wang Ke pondered for a moment and quickly grasped the essence. We can disregard all minor creatures and directly circumvent to the rear to swiftly eliminate the boss. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Correct. The ability to directly ambush the boss is the primary distinguishing factor of our squad. As long as I do not dispel the tree domain's descent, we need not concern ourselves with these minor creatures. Once Bai Ding has scavenged the corpses and acquired the gear, we shall proceed directly to the next disaster beast cluster to vanquish the boss. Originally, according to my calculations, with control and magic suppression in place, and Wang Ku contributing her output, we would be able to stealthily eliminate a boss at a landing point in approximately half an hour. Other teams, on the other hand, would need to clear all minor creatures first, taking around 2 hours. I had initially planned to exploit this time difference to sweep through as many boss clusters as possible, thereby gaining a significant equipment advantage which would carry over into the second phase. However, I had underestimated Wang Ku's output capabilities. With her output, the time required to ambush a disaster beast cluster boss would be less than 10 minutes, even considering travel time. In light of this, my previous plan must undergo some adjustments. Gao Yang inquired, what sort of adjustments? Not only do we need to establish an equipment advantage, Su Yan asserted, but I intend to ensure that no other teams procure even a single piece of equipment. The revelation left the group astounded, yet invigorated, though they remained uncertain as to how this would be achieved. The first phase of training was divided into 5 levels, with countless disaster beast clusters. Even if our squad was swift in ambushing the boss, it would be challenging to outpace the other teams in clearing all disaster beast clusters. Though not entirely comprehending, Gao Yang erupted into laughter. Huh? We feast while leaving mere scraps for the other teams. This plan sounds exhilarating. However, Wang Ku shook her head. Gao Yang, you may have misunderstood Su Yan's intent. According to his plan, not only will there be no scraps left for the other teams, but they may not even get a taste of the broth. Not even a taste of the broth. What does that mean? Wang Ku elaborated. You may not have thoroughly examined the historical data from past joint training sessions. Throughout these sessions, the possible equipment grades included common, fine, excellent, rare, with a record of a single epic grade piece of equipment. Effective gear truly begins at the excellent grade. Moreover, every piece of rare grade equipment could substantially impact the final outcome of the training. The 5 equipment grades correspond to the 5 levels of the equipment collection phase. Typically, all teams must gather sufficient equipment in the lower level areas before progressing to higher level challenges. In the first level area, each individual possesses only a common grade primary weapon, making self-preservation somewhat challenging. No team would dare to recklessly venture into the second level area for fine grade equipment. Yet, our squad is the exception. With Su Yan's presence, we can bypass the minor creatures and challenge the boss directly, significantly reducing our equipment requirements. Furthermore, Su Yan's magic suppression perfectly counters all magical disaster beasts encountered during the training. This further diminishes our equipment requirements. With Su Yan creating an optimal output environment and Gao Yang providing continuous mana recovery, I can maximize my output indefinitely. Thus, theoretically, we can not only bypass the first level area and directly enter the second, but we might even challenge from the third level area, avoiding all fierce competition for low-grade equipment and securing an abundance of high-grade gear. Upon hearing Wang Ku's analysis, Gao Yang and Bai Ding were enlightened, and Su Yan nodded in approval, confirming that her analysis was indeed accurate. The first phase plan was roughly as such. However, I believe we can amplify our audacity even further. We can initiate challenges from the 4th level area, thus ensuring we clear out all high-tier disaster beast bosses in both the 4th and 5th levels. Before the onset of the second phase, all team members would possess equipment starting at the rare grade. Simultaneously, apart from us, no one else would possess rare grade equipment. Upon hearing Su Yan's final plan, the entire squad was once again taken aback. Gao Yang's voice trembled with excitement. All members starting with rare grade equipment? I've never seen such equipment in my life. Preventing other teams from acquiring rare grade equipment? This plan sounds like cheating. Su Yan nodded. Indeed, it is cheating. Chapter 31. This woman is no ordinary person. Bai Ding finished scavenging the corpses and obtained a common grade leather armor, which Su Yan donned first, slightly enhancing his defense. The team did not linger for long, setting off directly, traversing the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level areas, heading straight for the 4th level zone. The unruly disaster beasts they encountered along the way fell into submission upon meeting Su Yan. Even the flying disaster beasts, relying on their aerial abilities to harass, ceased their antics once subdued by magic suppression and ensnared by vines. Initially, Wang Ku had harbored some reservations about Su Yan's aggressive strategy. Yet, as they journeyed, even 7th and 8th level disaster beasts found no advantage against Su Yan. These 7th and 8th level beasts, regardless of being mere ordinary ones, were beyond her capacity to handle alone. Gradually, Wang Ku's apprehension dissipated entirely. This reckless, unyielding venture into higher level territories represented the most audacious endeavor she had ever undertaken in her life. Wang Ku trailed behind Su Yan, occasionally casting furtive glances at his composed demeanor. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite the madness of their current endeavor, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Is this the reassurance that a formidable presence can impart? In this moment, she yearned to grow stronger, to provide others with a similar sense of safety. Years ago, during the outbreak of the Beast Tide, when monstrous creatures besieged their city, her parents perished in that calamity, leaving her to navigate a life steeped in profound insecurity. This persistent and unsettling void had ensnared her, akin to being caught in a whirlpool. Were it not for Principal Huang, a comrade of her parents who discreetly offered her care, she could scarcely fathom how long it would take to emerge from that suffocating gloom. Thus, her aspiration became clear: to grow, to strengthen, to become a true powerhouse, and to extend protection and comfort to many others. Wang Ke pondered whether, when she reached a level of strength akin to Su Yan's, her dreams might finally come to fruition. Soon, guided by the map, Su Yan's team arrived at the first level 4 area plagued by disaster beasts, the level 8 Minotaur stronghold. They were drawing near to the dilapidated magical metropolis's main city, and the Minotaur stronghold was no longer a mere village, but rather the southern district of a town. Standing at the southern entrance of the town, the team heard the distant, grating cries of the Minotaurs, sending shivers down their spines. The howls of the level 8 beasts, intermingled with powerful magical vibrations, exuded an oppressive aura. From afar, each Minotaur was enveloped in a potent magical essence, their levels and magical prowess far surpassing those of the lower-tier beasts they had previously encountered. Clad in armor and wielding colossal axes, these were heavy-armored disaster beasts. And even the standard Minotaurs bore equipment of exceptional quality, without prior accumulation of advantageous gear and experience. Any ordinary team daring to venture into this territory would be courting death. Though the team understood that their arrival here was part of the plan and were well aware of Su Yan's might, the sight of these terrifying Minotaurs instilled a primal fear in them. They instinctively clustered together, closely following Su Yan. Even Wang Ke dared not lag behind, acutely aware that straying from Su Yan's protective boundary would spell certain doom against several level 8 beasts, regardless of her own prowess. And it would be swift and merciless. In no time, a squad of 5 Minotaurs, towering like small mountains, detected the intruders. They let out thunderous roars, the terrifying magical sound waves creating visible, expanding rings in the air. Following this, the 5 Minotaurs leaned back, gathering momentum before charging at Su Yan's team. Their speed was so formidable that they stirred fierce winds, and their weight and strength caused tremors in the earth beneath them. Yet, in the next moment, Su Yan summoned a surge of tree-like energy, ensnaring the Minotaurs in a tangle of vines, while he effortlessly walked past them without even casting a glance, treating these fearsome level 8 beasts as inconsequential entities. As the rest of the team passed by the Minotaurs, they realized they were barely taller than the beast's knees. A wave of overwhelming dread washed over them. However, they quickly shook off the momentary paralysis and hastened back to Su Yan's side. After ensnaring several more waves of Minotaurs, the team reached a church. Su Yan merely glanced up, and a colossal Minotaur emerged from within, hoisting an immense cross. As it stood upright, the sheer act demolished the church roof, debris scattering across the ground. It brandished the massive cross, roaring furiously at the intruders. A level 9 Minotaur boss. After its roar, the Minotaur boss stared at the intruders, momentarily bewildered. Level 5 humans? They posed no threat whatsoever? How dared these insignificant creatures invade its territory? It shrugged off the need for magic, deciding a simple physical attack would suffice. As the Minotaur boss swung its cross to prepare for a strike, it was all it could muster. In an instant, a vast green halo illuminated the scene, ensnaring the Minotaur boss and its colossal cross in a web of vines. The accompanying pollen swiftly obstructed the Minotaur boss's magical circuits. The herd summon was rendered ineffective. The charge was thwarted. The magical shield was nullified. It found itself utterly immobilized, its body unable to move, unable to even launch a basic attack. Realizing it had plunged into an inescapable predicament, the once disdainful gaze of the level 9 Minotaur boss transformed into one of profound fear as it beheld the level 5 human at the forefront, who was unleashing skills. This creature was no ordinary being. Wang Ke, sensing the shift, steeled herself for the next move. Without needing Su Yan's prompt, she had already consumed the dish offered by Gao Yang, activating her electric domain. Her short hair danced as her body hovered, 9 bolts of lightning coalescing rapidly. In no time, the 9 bolts descended, converging into a singular pillar of lightning that struck the level 9 Minotaur boss squarely on the head. As the Minotaur boss remained immobilized, unable to raise its magical shield, Wang Ke found it effortless to target its vital points with precision, delivering a devastating critical strike. 13,000. This blow severed a sixth of the Minotaur boss's health. Wang Ke felt somewhat disheartened by her seemingly insufficient damage output, burdened by guilt. I apologize, everyone. This Minotaur boss has a notably high resistance to lightning. I can't deal full damage nor eliminate it in one blow. Yet Su Yan reassured her, no worries. We have ample time, take it slow. Encouraged by Su Yan's words, Wang Ke regained her confidence, nodding earnestly. Observing Wang Ke's dwindling mana, Gao Yang furrowed his brows and promptly began distributing food, ensuring that the team maintained peak mana levels at all times. Within seconds, Wang Ke's mana was replenished to its zenith, and she began to channel the second round of 9 bolts of lightning. gazing up at the ominous storm clouds crackling with electricity, and then at the suspended level 5 human before it. The level 9 Minotaur boss's pupils constricted in terror. This woman was no mere human. In Chapter 32, the true protagonist, under Wang Ke's formidable output, the level 9 Minotaur boss soon fell into a pool of its own blood. The entire team advanced to level 6. As the Minotaur boss lay slain, the nearby lesser Minotaurs howled in rage, their futile cries echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Su Yin continued to disregard these minor nuisances, allowing Bai Ding to loot the boss. As Bai Ding employed a screwdriver and small hammer to methodically strike the Minotaur boss's skull, its body vanished, revealing a staff radiating an enigmatic aura. Upon witnessing the radiant halo, the entire team was instantly invigorated, for this luminous phenomenon signified the exceptional quality of the dropped equipment, undoubtedly of rare grade. When an item reaches the rare tier, its attributes undergo a significant transformation. Moreover, such a rare halo only manifests when a rare grade item fortuitously possesses additional special attributes. Thus, it was evident that the equipment dropped this time was not merely rare, but of exquisite rare caliber. An exquisite rare staff? At this moment, Wang was overwhelmed with joy, her exhilaration beyond words. It is noteworthy that the drop rate for rare grade equipment hovers around a mere 20 to 30%. She had anticipated needing to clear 3 or 4 disaster beast layers to secure a single piece of rare grade equipment. To her astonishment, the very first level 9 boss yielded such a treasure. Not only was it rare, but it was also of the finest quality, and it was a staff. Her primary weapon. How could she not be elated? It felt as though the goddess of fortune had bestowed her favor upon her. Wang, who had always been plagued by misfortune, had never imagined that she would experience such extraordinary luck. Although the equipment dropped during the training was prearranged by the Ministry of Education and the military to be surrendered upon completion of the training, acquiring this artifact at the outset foreshadowed a smooth sailing for the team's plans and the entire training session. Wang gazed greedily at the staff, then turned her hopeful eyes towards Su Yin, seeking his tacit approval. Even though the staff could only be equipped by her, Su Yin was the captain, and the credit for this achievement largely belonged to him. Without Su Yin's consent, she felt reluctant to claim the staff for herself. Su Yin naturally nodded in agreement. No matter how remarkable or valuable the equipment was, it was not his to keep, but belonged to the education department and military, to be turned in after the training. If he did not grant Wang the staff, enhancing the team's actual combat capability would merely be a waste. With Su Yin's silent approval, Wang joyfully picked up the staff, feeling its extraordinary and potent attributes. After a moment of astonishment, she promptly displayed the staff's full attributes. Phantom Staff, required level, 5 or above, magic attack, 500, all attributes, 100, special attribute. Upon hitting an enemy with a skill, there is a 30 chance to conjure 2 clones that mimic the original's actions, releasing the same skill, thus striking the enemy a second and third time. The clones inherit 80 of the original's attributes, and can be interrupted while casting their skills. Upon seeing this exquisite rare staff, Wang was left speechless, as were Gao Yang and even Su Yin. This was astounding. Merely the standard attributes of the staff made several life-class professionals feel utterly inadequate, as their own attributes paled in comparison. Moreover, this special attribute was simply phenomenal, effectively providing a 30 chance for triple casting, with Wang's skill dealing upwards of 10,000 damage. If she wielded this staff, wouldn't she have the potential to unleash 50,000 or 60,000 damage in a single strike? Such damage, who could withstand it? With the acquisition of the Phantom Staff, Wang's output capability experienced a qualitative leap. The team surged forward like a tidal wave, effortlessly clearing the entire town and defeating the bosses of 4 disaster beast layers in just half an hour. They additionally obtained 3 pieces of equipment, each emanating an enticing halo. Undoubtedly, all were exquisite rare-grade items. When the second piece of rare-grade equipment dropped, Wang sensed something amiss. While consecutive drops of 2 rare-grade items weren't particularly surprising, the occurrence of 2 exquisite rare-grade items in succession was indeed too fortuitous. Now, with the 4th exquisite rare-grade item falling, Wang fully grasped the absurdity of the situation. At this moment, she seemed to comprehend why Su Yin always forbade others from touching the boss corpses after defeating them, allowing only Bai Ding to do so. This stonemason must have some connections. Wang cast a dubious glance at Bai Ding. Bai Ding, do you have someone in the bureau who can temporarily modify the drop rates of equipment from the outside? Upon Wang's inquiry, Bai Ding immediately panicked, hastily shaking his hands. Sister Wang, you mustn't accuse me. Such a grave accusation cannot be taken lightly. I cannot bear it. I am entirely innocent. And Su Yin and Gao Yang can vouch for me. At this moment, Su Yin nodded and explained, Bai Ding has indeed not cheated, but it is tantamount to cheating. Bai Ding, huh? During our time in the wolf den, I sensed something unusual. Bai Ding's luck when looting corpses was frightfully good. Whenever a probability exists while looting a corpse, it invariably becomes advantageous for our side. However, his luck stat is not particularly high during the holidays. I took him to various luck-based activities, and it was proven that my luck is superior. Yet, solely when it comes to looting boss corpses, Bai Ding is invincible. I had previously inquired with Principal Huang about this, but he could not provide a reasonable explanation, merely suggesting it might be some sort of hidden talent not recorded in textbooks. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, adding, well, when something cannot be explained, we treat it as cheating. That's what our homeroom teacher taught me. Bai Ding was at a loss. What the heck? At that moment, Wang stood frozen, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Bai Ding was, in fact, the hidden ace of the team from Class 8 during the joint training. As long as Bai Ding was present, the Class 8 training team would never acquire subpar equipment. Before the onset of the second phase, the entire Team's equipment would create an insurmountable gap compared to other teams. Simultaneously, Wang also recognized another most pressing issue within the team. It seemed her output position was the only one that could be replaced. Su Yan's absolute control was irreplaceable. Gao Yang's terrifying mana recovery ability was irreplaceable. Bai Ding's extreme luck was irreplaceable. Only her output capability was somewhat dispensable, regardless of who was swapped in. Whether it be Zhang Hao or any random damage dealer from Class 8, it would merely slow down the pace without affecting the ultimate outcome. Contemplating this, Wang gazed at her three teammates, her heart a tumult of emotions. It became clear that their choice to have her as a teammate was not because they needed her specifically. Rather, it was she who needed them, as they provided her with an opportunity to showcase her skills. In truth, she was merely a supporting character, while the true protagonists were these three life-class professionals. Chapter 33. After fighting all day, you get a blank slate? The three exquisite rare-grade pieces of equipment were as follows. Cursed armor. Quality, rare. Increases all attributes by 150. Special attribute, passive curse. Within a 50-meter radius of the wearer, enemy units have their magic resistance reduced by 20. Com boots. Quality, rare. Increases all attributes by 60. Special attribute, active, gale. Within 5 minutes, skill casting speed and cooldown speed increase by 30. Crown of Wisdom, quality, rare. Increases all attributes by 50 points. Special attribute, passive, wisdom. Magic damage increases by 25. The required level for equipping these three pieces of equipment is above level 5. All members of the team can wear them, but Su Yan prioritized allowing Wang Ku to don them first, citing the need for optimal damage output. According to Wang Ku, she already possessed one piece of equipment, and the remaining gear should be distributed fairly among the team members. However, Su Yan dismissed Wang Ku's naive notion outright. In his perspective, this was not the time for fairness. After Wang Ku acquired the Phantom Staff, showcasing her formidable output capabilities, she had already gained the strength to influence the outcome of the joint training session. If Wang Ku were to equip the other excellent rare-grade items, prioritizing her to complete the 6-god set, she could potentially dominate the entire training session, something none of the other teammates, including himself, could achieve. As the second phase of the training approached, they would face other teams. Even if he was invincible in close combat. Even with his anti-mage abilities and an absolute equipment advantage, if the opposing team had just one strong output archer, he would only have the option of fleeing. No matter how exceptional his equipment was, ensuring a place in the top 3 among 8 was not guaranteed. If considerations of fairness led to a failure in completing system tasks, resulting in the inability to obtain a second mutated skill, the consequences would be dire. Thus, after careful consideration, Su Yan concluded that the most prudent and straightforward plan was singular: to elevate Wang Ku to godlike status. He would prioritize accumulating all the top-tier equipment onto her, forging an undefeated lightning mage. Even if unexpected events occurred after the second phase, even if Gao Yang or Bai Ding were eliminated, Wang Ku alone could stabilize the situation. As long as she survived, they could secure a top 3 position for their school. And even if he were eliminated, the system tasks would complete automatically. It would be exceedingly comforting and secure to have Wang Ku carrying the team. Therefore, as the team prepared to transition after clearing the town, no matter how Wang completed, Su Yan remained resolute against her removing the 4 exceptional pieces of equipment she had already donned. Wang Ku, listen carefully. The 3 of us are dispensable, mere support. You are acutely aware of how low our attribute growth is. As we progress into the second and third phases, our roles will diminish sharply. Only you possess the capability to contend with other talented teams. Should we be eliminated, you will represent us, representing our school, and claiming the glory that belongs to us. The decision to prioritize equipping you with all the gear was unanimously agreed upon by Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and myself. Our only request of you is to ensure our team and our school secure a top 3 finish in the city. Can you do that? Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Wang Ku grasped his intentions. She looked into the trusting and affirming gazes of her 3 teammates, feeling the weight of their expectations and resolve. Unknowingly, her eyes began to brim with tears. Su Yan, Gao Yang, Bai Ding, they were the true core of the team, the genuine protagonists, and the brightest stars in this joint training. Yet, they had placed all their hopes upon her. In that moment, she sensed the gravity of their trust. Although she had only spent a few days with them, it felt as if they had known each other for ages. A profound bond. one that typically requires time to forge, blossomed within her heart. Perhaps this was what they referred to as camaraderie, or, indeed, true friendship. Wonka paused, gazing earnestly at her companions, and solemnly vowed, regardless of how the battles unfold, regardless of the methods employed, I will ensure our team, and our school, enters the top 3 in the city. Hearing her pledge, Suyin nodded in satisfaction. In truth, there is no need for everyone to be so tense. I am merely considering the worst-case scenario. I theorize that the high-quality equipment allocated by the education department and the military during the joint training is exceedingly limited. Even if by Ding's drop rate from bosses approaches 100, equipment will not materialize out of thin air. The worst-case scenario is that we barely manage to assemble one complete 6-god set among us. However, if the best-case scenario unfolds, our team may not even need to engage in combat with other elite teams. Gao Yang, perplexed, interjected, not fight? What do you mean by that? Su Yin elaborated, fatty. Have you forgotten? We have an ally. The 16th Middle School Alliance team. Indeed, should the best-case scenario arise, the divine gear we gather will not be limited to 1, 2, or 3 sets. If we dare to dream, what if we amass more than 5? Beyond the 4 of us, we could potentially create 1 or 2 6-god war gods within the 16th Middle School Alliance team. Let them charge ahead while we secure our rear. The odds of victory would significantly increase. Upon hearing Su Yan's more secure possibilities, the team was instantly invigorated. Gao Yang could not help but exclaim, if that is the case, doesn't our team stand a chance at claiming first place in the city? But Su Yan promptly doused their enthusiasm, stating, what are you thinking? I only said our odds of making it into the top 3 are greater. Winning first place is still quite challenging. Wang Can nodded in agreement, acknowledging, Su Yan is correct. First Middle School has long dominated the city rankings. Their influence and resources are unmatched by any other high school. Consequently, most top talents have gravitated toward First Middle School after the entrance exams. Had it not been for Principal Huang's kindness, I would have already enrolled there. At First Middle School, powerful rare professions abound, and during alliance formations, did you notice that among the teams they announced, there are 3 hidden S-class professionals whose levels have already reached 9? Gao Yang was taken aback, level 9? They just started their senior year and already reached level 9? Is that even possible? It is indeed remarkable, and furthermore, during the first phase of this joint training, bosses will provide a substantial amount of experience. By the time they reach the second phase, their levels will only increase. If they encounter those formidable opponents, even with my 6-god set, victory would be elusive. Therefore, our chances of claiming first place are slim. However, we still hold hope for second or third place. Su Yin concurred exactly. Our goal is not first place, but rather securing the second or third positions. If the best case scenario occurs and we gather enough exceptional equipment, whether we achieve second or third depends on the performance of the 16th Middle School Alliance team. On the other side, within the Tree Demon Disaster Beast settlement, the 16th Middle School Alliance team, after enduring over an hour of fierce combat and exerting tremendous effort, finally cleared their landing point of all disaster beasts. Ultimately, following a sweeping magical attack from their leader, Zhou Min, they succeeded in vanquishing a level 5 tree demon boss. Zhou Min stowed away her fire staff, adjusted her heavy glasses, and with a wry smile, hurried to inspect the fallen boss. Yet, upon collecting the dropped plain white helmet, her face turned a shade of green with indignation, and she nearly hurled the helmet to the ground. What the heck? Is our luck truly this dismal? Wasn't it said that the drop rate for ordinary equipment was around 90? After battling for so long, we end up with a mere whiteboard? Chapter 34. This level 8 Minotaur settlement surely must have a boss, right? The members of the 16th Middle School team fell into silence as they gazed at the plain helmet dropped by the local boss. Despite their inauspicious start, they remained undaunted and persevered, spending another half a day relentlessly challenging the Disaster Beast settlement. Throughout their endeavor, they encountered numerous instances of competing with other teams over boss kills, but in direct confrontations, they were unable to prevail. They also inadvertently stumbled into several Disaster Beast settlements that required alliance teams to collaboratively challenge, narrowly avoiding significant losses. Despite their diligent efforts, they only managed to acquire 2 pieces of ordinary level equipment. It was exceedingly difficult, truly exasperating. At times, they could not help but envy the other teams for their allies. Other times, they lamented the cruel hand of fate that had paired them with the 8th Middle School. Oh, enough of this. The more we talk, the more it aches. By now, the 8th Middle School team had likely been eliminated and was sipping tea in the hall. Yet, we cannot afford to give up. We are the 16th Middle School. Even without allies, even if Lady Luck turns her back on us, we must never settle for last place. The team's complaints were directed at their leader, Zhou Min, who bore the weight of their pressure. Although the current predicament was not her fault, nor that of the 16th Middle School, but rather the 8th Middle School, she understood that mere complaints were futile. She needed to devise a practical solution. Presently, among all the training teams, only the 16th Middle School lacked allies, already at a disadvantage. If they continued to follow the conventional approach of clearing minor monsters, defeating bosses, and acquiring equipment, their prospects would be bleak. No matter how hard the 16th Middle School tried, They could not compete with other teams. Adjusting her heavy glasses, Zhou concluded that they would have to take risks. The only glimmer of hope lay in their team's sanctuary assassin, Su Ying, who could grant invisibility to 4 allied units. If they could exploit the loophole in the first phase's rule of non-aggression between teams and the mechanism that allowed the final killer to claim the loot, they could all become invisible, wait for other teams to near the boss's defeat, and then strike fiercely to claim victory and snatch the kill from under their noses. In doing so, they might navigate the first phase with minimal risk and maximum odds of success. The more she contemplated this strategy, the more feasible it seemed to Zhou, though it might seem somewhat unscrupulous, even a tad shameless. For the sake of the 16th middle school, Zhou felt she had no choice. Su Ying, grant us invisibility. Su Ying replied, but, Captain, the next disaster beast settlement is still quite far. It's too early to become invisible now. Zhou adjusted her glasses. It's not too early. Instead of heading to the distant settlement, let us target the one we just passed. Su Ying, puzzled, remarked, but that outpost already has someone there. Can we really sneak in and steal their boss? Upon hearing Zhou intentions, Su Ying instantly grasped the plan, her expression lighting up with excitement. Understood. In the next moment, the entire team entered an invisible state. With a clear direction established, the 16th middle school team united in purpose and set forth. Perhaps fate favors those who strive. After clarifying their correct course, the fortunes of the 16th middle school team began to shift. Though lacking allies, their fortunes turned astonishingly well. Over the past 2 days, even when facing teams with allies that far surpassed them in strength, the 16th middle school continued to triumph in boss contests, securing victory after victory. In numerous boss battles, they frequently achieved the final kill, driving other teams to the brink of fury, wishing they could deliver severe retribution upon the 16th middle school team. However, due to the regulations of the joint training, inter-team aggression was prohibited during the equipment collection phase. They could only watch helplessly as these audacious individuals from the 16th middle school snatched away the exquisite equipment that rightfully belonged to them. With venomous glares, they cursed. Zhou, you shameless thief. Stealing our boss. Just wait, 16th middle school. When the second phase of training arrives, we'll see how you fare. Yet, Zhou remained unfazed by the threats and vitriol of the other teams. The second phase? When that time comes, I'll simply become invisible. Finding me will be no easy feat. After delivering a few pointed remarks, the team once again vanished into invisibility, heading toward the next disaster beast settlement where a fierce battle was underway. The 2 allied teams that had been ambushed were nearly driven to the point of bloodshed. The unconventional tactics employed by the 16th middle school team became increasingly effective, leading to a string of victories and a growing notoriety, emboldening their audacity. They not only navigated through the first-level area, surpassed the second-level zone, and traversed the third-level region, but also planned to directly storm into the fourth-level area to intercept the truly talented teams. In Zhou view, given that the reputation of the 16th middle school team had already been thoroughly tarnished, it was inevitable that they would become targets in the second phase of training. Therefore, rather than timidly struggling in the lower-level regions, it would be far better to unleash their full potential and seize the opportunity to raid the elite teams for their equipment. Having already offended so many teams, a few more elite teams would hardly matter. The most formidable genius teams had already ventured into the fourth-level area. If luck favored them, they might snatch rare-level equipment from these teams, or perhaps even acquire exceptional rare-level gear. If they could indeed lay claim to such exceptional equipment, it would not only disrupt the opponent's developmental rhythm, but also significantly enhance their self-preservation capabilities in the second phase. Moreover, with their team possessing invisibility, even if the duration was limited, as long as they remained sufficiently stealthy and concealed, it wouldn't be easy for the opponents to exact revenge. Surely, those super geniuses wouldn't solely focus on hunting them down, would they? Zhou thoughts were met with unanimous approval from the entire 16th middle school team. The originally hopeless situation had been completely revitalized by Zhou strategy. Whatever course of action they took now would be a gain, providing them with no reason not to persevere. All members of the 16th middle school team unanimously agreed to follow Zhou plan. Embarking on a singular path with unwavering resolve, united in thought and purpose, the 16th middle school team, on the third day of training, entered the fourth-level area, fully cloaked in invisibility. This is a realm that only exceptionally gifted teams dare to venture into. At the southernmost edge of a small town lies a level 8 Minotaur enclave, where Team 16 encounters a most extraordinary squad, Team 1. Upon realizing it is Team 1, the members of Team 16 are momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Why is it Team 1? Damn it, how unlucky can we be? We've only just entered the level 4 zone, and now we encounter them? It's not merely our misfortune. Only teams like Team 1 and Team 2, comprised of prodigious talents, would dare to enter this level 4 area. If we don't run into them, who else could we possibly encounter? So what shall we do now? Should we steal or not? They possess 2 level 10 monsters in their formidable team. If we are caught by them in the second phase, the consequences could be dire. At this moment, Zhou also interjects. Let us not forget that our reputation is already in tatters. Even if we do not offend Team 1, Should we be discovered by any other team, our plight would not improve. Our sole objective in this training phase is to remain undetected. However, this is a level 4 zone, which has a significant probability of yielding rare-grade equipment. If we could seize a few pieces of rare-grade gear from these prodigious teams, then even if we inadvertently expose our whereabouts in the second phase and face the combined firepower of several ordinary teams, we might still prevail. Therefore, let us not cower merely because Team 1 appears strong. We shall proceed as planned. Upon hearing Zhoumin's words, the resolve of Team 16 is once again fortified and unified. With a determined gaze, they stealthily approach Team 1, preparing to strike when the latter engages the boss. Yet, before they can draw too close, Team 16 is left bewildered. Where is the boss of this Minotaur stronghold? Is Team 1 that fast? They have only just entered the stronghold for a mere few minutes, and have already dispatched the boss. That cannot be right. Most of the Minotaurs have yet to be cleared. Could it be that the boss of this stronghold also possesses the ability to become invisible? It remains uncertain. Let us observe further. Meanwhile, Team 1, clad in exceptional grade equipment, easily dispatches the overwhelming number of level 8 Minotaurs without breaking a sweat. However, all members wear puzzled expressions. How peculiar. We have been battling for quite some time, having explored every corner of this area. Yet why has the boss not revealed itself? Surely, this level 8 Minotaur enclave cannot lack a boss. That would be impossible, if such were the case. It would imply a significant oversight during the design phase of the training dungeon by the Education Bureau or military. This is a serious bug that contradicts the rules introduced. Such a crucial joint training event, how could they possibly commit such a blunder? Indeed, during this training, not only are all high schools in the city closely observing, but so too are the leaders of the Education Bureau. The dungeon's design has undergone rigorous scrutiny multiple times, and bugs should not occur. It is highly likely that the boss here possesses an invisibility ability or requires specific conditions to be met to trigger its appearance. Let us clear out these Minotaurs first, and then reassess. Chapter 35. What the heck? Still no boss. Team 1 had anticipated that once they eliminated all the Minotaurs, the boss would emerge, and with a stroke of luck, they could obtain rare-grade equipment. Yet, they ultimately discovered that obtaining rare-grade equipment was not a matter of mere fortune. Instead, they were not even afforded the opportunity to test their luck. They had already eradicated every level 8 Minotaur. But not a single trace of the boss was to be found. No boss means no rare-grade equipment? What on earth? Are they truly not summoning the boss? This shouldn't be happening. Has there been a serious oversight from the Education Bureau or military? It certainly should not be. Hadn't the principal stated that this joint training was of utmost importance to the city leaders? The dungeon's verification had undergone 2 rounds of scrutiny by the Education Department and 2 by the military to ensure absolute precision. How could such a simple bug evade detection after 4 thorough reviews? It appears that public officials are becoming increasingly lax. Sigh, while it's fine to harbor grievances internally, one must refrain from speaking recklessly. If those words were to slip out, you might find your qualification for the college entrance examination inexplicably jeopardized. I apologize. I spoke without thinking. It's merely a level 8 disaster beast enclave. I am willing to grind it out. Indeed, everyone makes mistakes from time to time. Understanding is key. However, after over an hour of fruitless effort, they found themselves with an abundance of exceptional grade equipment. But how to manage it? Should we keep it for our allies? Team 32. That random group of inept allies. Do you really consider them allies? It's the same with or without them. So, what shall we do with the excess exceptional grade equipment? Should we discard it? If it can be exchanged, then do so. If not, let us bury it, a simple task. Let us bury it directly. We must not allow other teams to acquire it. Leave it to me. My earth magic ensures it will be buried seamlessly, indistinguishable to any who might come upon it. After Team 1 concealed the surplus exceptional grade equipment, they departed for the next level 8 disaster beast stronghold. Meanwhile, Team 16 remained cloaked, daring not to breathe, their hearts racing with excitement. They had no intention of leaving. Captain, may we begin digging now? Not yet. We must wait until they are far enough away. Zhoumin whispered, cautious of Team 1's potential return. A cooked duck could fly away in an instant. 3 pieces of exceptional grade equipment. While these items might be regarded as useless trash by Team 1, they were indeed exquisite treasures for ordinary teams. Team 16 had labored for 2 whole days just to acquire 2 pieces of exceptional grade equipment, so the prospect of effortlessly obtaining 3 pieces felt like a divine blessing. Although the current circumstances diverged greatly from their initial plan of stealing the boss, Zhoumin could not fathom why the level 8 Minotaur Disaster Beast Enclave had not summoned a boss. Yet, this was of little consequence. In the absence of rare-grade equipment, exceptional grade gear was the pinnacle of what they could acquire. Once Team 1 had moved far enough away, Team 16 dispelled their invisibility and effortlessly unearthed the 3 pieces of exceptional grade equipment buried beneath the ground. After a swift distribution, they cloaked themselves once more and followed in the direction Team 1 had departed. At this juncture, Zhoumin's original plan underwent a transformation. Initially, she intended to seize the opportunity to steal Team 1's boss, but given the chance to acquire equipment without effort, it was evident that the latter was far more secure and cost-effective. Team 1 did not recognize Team 32 as allies, hence all equipment meant for allies was buried away. The timing is perfect. Our 16th high school lacks allies, so let us quietly become allies of the first high school squad. Sisters, the plan has changed. We will no longer steal the boss from the first high school squad. After careful consideration, I have concluded that it is not that stealing the boss is unfeasible, but rather that picking up the spoils is far more cost-effective. Thus, our squad's operation to pilfer the boss will henceforth be officially renamed the Spoils Collection Plan. Clearly, Zhou Min's sudden alteration of the plan resonates well with the current sentiments of the team members. After all, this effortless spoils collection strategy is indeed far more relaxed than the previous plan of stealing the boss. As Zhou Min concluded the announcement of the plan modification, the entire squad promptly expressed their agreement. All right, no problem. I concur. Meanwhile, the first high school squad continued their journey. They had not departed from the town, as it harbored 8 level 8 disaster beast clusters. Although they encountered a severe bug in their chosen first cluster of minotaurs, resulting in the absence of the boss, none of the squad members were particularly concerned. It merely consumed over an hour, squandering a stronghold in vain, as long as their subsequent luck improved slightly. This minor flaw could be easily overlooked. Furthermore, the Education Bureau and military personnel had exerted tremendous efforts and labored day and night for the sake of Dian City. Thus, they could certainly understand a small imperfection. The first high school squad set off toward the southwestern direction of the town, arriving at an 8th level griffin cluster. They thought to themselves, surely this time there could not be any bugs. The first piece of rare-grade equipment should finally emerge. However, after yet another hour spent exterminating the entire population of level 8 griffins, they stood frozen in disbelief, exchanging silent glances. For, just like the previous Minotaur cluster, no boss had appeared here either. How can there still be no boss? This is an outrageous oversight. 2 consecutive disaster beast strongholds without a boss? We wasted nearly 3 hours for nothing. This joint training session is entirely closed off. Any bugs must be reported only after the training concludes. But what significance would a report hold by then? Fixing the bug would take another 3 years. Indeed, it was utterly exasperating. Let us not dwell on it any longer. Quickly bury the useless equipment. We cannot afford to waste time here. Let us move on to the next disaster beast cluster. The members of the first high school squad, feeling quite disheartened, buried their unnecessary exceptional grade equipment and immediately set off for the next disaster beast cluster. Meanwhile, after the first high school squad departed from the vicinity of the equipment burial site, the 16th high school squad emerged from their invisible state and promptly began their excavation work with ease. The first high school's brother is truly remarkable. They generously provided us with 3 exceptional grade pieces of equipment. What a delight. Free equipment is indeed enticing. I find myself becoming somewhat addicted. Yet, it strikes me as peculiar. Why is the first high school squad still unable to summon a boss? Could it be that there is a bug in the training instance settings? Perhaps they are simply unlucky. Regardless, since rare grade equipment cannot be obtained, the exceptional grade equipment we collect will serve as our highest grade treasures. What could be more exhilarating than acquiring the highest grade equipment for free? Nothing, truly. It's simply irresistible. On the other hand, within the level 8 Centaur Disaster Beast Cluster, the Centaurs faced utter annihilation, while the expressions of the first high school squad members looked as if they had just swallowed flies. What the hell? Still no boss. This is preposterous. Chapter 36. Can this joint training session be conducted properly? In the 4th level area, the 3rd level 8 Disaster Beast Cluster also failed to yield a boss. The members of the first high school genius squad were utterly flabbergasted. They could not believe that the long-standing rules of the training session had suddenly changed, especially since the education department had provided no prior notification or explanation, which was entirely at odds with the meticulous style they had always upheld. Rather than accept a change in rules, they were more inclined to believe that a flaw had occurred in the design of the instance by the education department. To encounter 3 bugs in succession, and all of them affecting us, our luck is indeed quite terrifying. Do you think there is a possibility that in this joint training session, there are simply no bosses in all the disaster beast clusters above the 4th level area? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If there are no bosses above the 4th level area, rare grade equipment will not drop. Without rare grade equipment, when the 3rd phase arrives, even a team as strong as ours could easily be eliminated by the super boss of the 3rd phase, if we are easily discarded. What significance does the 3rd phase of the joint training hold? Indeed, the contention for rare grade equipment has always been the key to the top squads competing for the championship. This has been a consensus among the education department and all high schools, leaving no rationale for such a sudden alteration without prior notice. What should we do now? What can we do? We must grit our teeth and continue grinding. If the 4th level area also fails to yield a boss, we will head directly to the 5th level area. Entering the 5th level zone without the support of rare grade equipment, the bosses there are level 10. They might even possess epic grade equipment. If we truly encounter a level 10 boss equipped with epic grade gear, will we be alright? Whether we are or not, we must proceed. The first high school has always held the top position in the city, and we cannot allow it to slip through our fingers. No matter what, we must obtain rare grade or higher equipment. Otherwise, when we reach the third phase, our squad will be no different from other ordinary squads when facing the super boss. Oh, this is truly a headache. We are facing the most unreliable joint training session in history. Our cohort has it quite tough. Let us quickly bury the unnecessary equipment and clear all the disaster beast clusters in this town. If no bosses appear again, we will head straight to the 5th level area. Half a day later, the 8 level 8 disaster beast clusters in the town had been entirely cleared by the first high school genius squad, yet the outcome remained unchanged. No bosses had appeared. The entire squad was left in a state of numbness. They had definitively established that there were indeed no bosses in the 4th level area. This is utterly ridiculous. Not a single boss to be found. What is the point of all this? I've wasted an entire day? Can this joint training session not be conducted properly? If it can't, it should just be cancelled. Indeed, such an unreliable joint training session, riddled with bugs, would be better off not happening at all. Let us just hold a tournament instead. We at the first high school can simply stand there. And anyone who is unconvinced can come challenge us. The squad leader, Wu Qingyuan, though his expression was grim, said little more and directly issued the order. No more grinding. We're heading straight to the 5th level area. Also, everyone, try not to be too negative. I have a hunch that the absence of a boss in this 4th level area may be a hidden test arranged by the education department for the top squads. In the future, as we enter society, the variables and challenges we face will only be greater than those we encounter today. If one were to harbor resentment over such a minor setback, they would hardly be worthy of the esteemed title of the top 4 from our school, Wu Qingyuan declared. And the other 3 prodigies offered no further objections, for the captain's words indeed held merit. Perhaps this was, after all, a unique test orchestrated by the Ministry of Education. The twists and turns of this challenge may very well lie within the 5th level zone. Although venturing into the 5th level area without the accumulation of 4th level equipment entails a certain degree of risk, such risk might be precisely what the ministry has prepared for them. Revitalized in spirit, the team from our school securely buried their surplus equipment and, with a resolute demeanor, set forth directly towards the 5th level zone. Upon their departure, the team from the 16th school revealed themselves, each member radiating sheer delight, their smiles more radiant than the most exquisite blossoms. The elder brother from the first school is indeed remarkable. With 4 pieces of exceptional grade equipment acquired, they had effortlessly amassed 28 pieces in a single day, a true windfall. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, the 4th level zone had ceased to spawn bosses or yield rare grade equipment. This implies that the 30 exceptional grade pieces they currently held represented the pinnacle of available gear. As they progressed to the 2nd phase, any teams they had previously offended would surely think twice before provoking them. Yet, what to do with their surplus of fine grade and duplicate exceptional grade equipment? Space was running out. Should they seek a place to bury it? How regrettable that would be, as they had painstakingly acquired those items through sheer strength from other teams. Perhaps they should distribute some to their allies. Now that they had prospered, it would only be fitting to extend a hand to their comrades. But the question lingered, was the 8th school still intact? They might have already been eliminated by the calamity beasts in the 1st level area. For now, they would retain the excess equipment. Burying it would be a waste. If the 8th school still existed, it would be theirs to use. If not, they could engage in private trades with other teams once they reached the 2nd phase. Moreover, with the team from the 1st school now having entered the 5th level area, should they follow? I believe that doing so would entail excessive risk. The 5th level zone, even for super genius teams, is not particularly high in cost effectiveness. True, the difficulty presented by the calamity beasts has escalated significantly. Yet the drop rate for equipment remains comparable to that of the 4th level zone. Bosses may only yield epic grade items at a low probability. Our team harbors no ambition of claiming the top spot. Thus, I see no necessity to pursue them. The members of the 16th school discussed this, glancing towards their captain, Zhou Min. She too felt it was indeed time to refrain from further pursuit, having already reaped considerable benefits from the 1st school. Venturing into the 5th level zone for a handful of exceptional grade items would hold little significance. Yet, given the absence of bosses above the 4th level, rare grade equipment has become an absolutely vital strategic resource for the 1st school. The current state and morale of the 1st school's prodigy team are rather unstable. Should they inadvertently snatch a rare grade item from them, or, worse still, an epic grade one, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Not only would they be relentlessly pursued during joint training, but they might also become targets of these formidable individuals in future endeavors, rendering the effort wholly unworthy. Therefore, knowing when to withdraw could indeed be a sagacious strategy. Thus, we shall not follow the 1st school. Moving forward, we have 2 plans. The first plan is to locate the 8th school, if they still exist, and distribute some equipment to them, allowing them to draw fire for us in the 2nd phase. All members of the 16th team nodded in agreement, recognizing their current notoriety. Elevating the 8th school's equipment level and having them attract attention would undoubtedly be a shrewd transaction. The second plan is that our equipment is now sufficiently adequate, and we need not pursue overly aggressive development. However, the 7th and 23rd teams, those that have insulted us the most, must now be targeted preemptively. We shall return, and, if we encounter them again, continue to steal their bosses, striving to leave them exposed in the second phase. All members of the 16th team raised their hands in enthusiastic approval. They had dared to threaten us. Now, we shall show them our strength. These two teams have been spreading ill words about us, tarnishing our reputation. It is time they learned that the 16th school is not easily trifled with. Chapter 37. Seek out the 16th school and arm those individuals. The 16th team began their return to the third level zone, hoping to fortuitously encounter the 8th allied team, while simultaneously launching a crackdown on those teams that posed significant threats, continuing to steal their bosses and seize their equipment, aiming to leave them vulnerable during the second phase of training. Not long after, teams from the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 9th schools, all formidable contenders in the second tier, also reached the 4th level zone, soon encountering the same issues and confusions as the first team. What the heck? Does the 4th level zone only have minor monsters and no bosses? Is this a bug? They lamented. Is exceptional grade equipment really the pinnacle of this training session? Perhaps the ministry is facing financial difficulties this year and can no longer afford rare grade equipment. They should have informed us in advance, after all. How challenging it is to battle the calamity beasts in the 4th level zone. Grinding for equipment here offers such low cost effectiveness and high risk. I might as well return to the 3rd level zone. Although that area has its own boss thieves, it is still preferable. The teams from the 2nd tier grumbled, with some immediately choosing to retreat to the 3rd level zone. Others opted to remain in the 4th level zone to continue their attempts. Knowing that the 3rd level zone could not yield any rare grade equipment, to secure a spot in the top 3, such gear was indispensable. Though the cost effectiveness was low, they had no choice but to press on with determination. Meanwhile, in the 5th level zone, upon the walls of the magical city, a formidable level 10 scorpion lion boss was suspended mid-dive, ensnared by countless vines that clung to the wall, leaving it immobilized in midair. Below, the wall bore an enormous inscription array, and the complexity and intricacy of its magical circuits indicated that it was a powerful summoning spell. However, it was evident that this summoning spell had failed to activate. The magical circuit had utterly collapsed, leaving only traces of its former activation on the wall. Beneath the wall, nearly 100 level 9 scorpion lions were entirely enveloped by the tree realm, gazing at their severely weakened leader with despairing eyes, wailing in agony. Above the level 10 scorpion lion boss, a young girl floated in midair, her short hair billowing, her eyes sparking with lightning as she wielded her staff. With the second strike of ninefold thunder, a colossal bolt of lightning descended, striking the scorpion lion boss directly on its forehead. Immediately thereafter, two phantoms appeared beside her, mirroring her stance and movements, wielding the same ninefold thunder. Two bolts of lightning fell simultaneously. 30,000. 25,000. Critical hit. 50,000. Immediately following, a multitude of thunder seeds descended. Moments later, a widespread and persistent thunderstorm erupted. 30,000. 30,000. Another critical hit. 60,000. The level 10 scorpion boss collapsed with a resounding crash. The entire team advanced to level 10. This terrifying output left Su Yin and his companions in awe. No matter how many times they witnessed it, they could only describe it as extraordinary. 2 strikes to eliminate a level 10 boss. Who would dare to believe it if not seen with their own eyes? Truly, the epic Thunder God necklace lived up to its reputation, as its additional special thunderstorm effect surpassed even the ultimate move's damage. Gao Yang, holding a skewer of grilled meat, called out to Wang Ku, urging her to return and replenish her mana. Sister Wang Ku, you've worked hard. Come down and have a bite of the skewer. Your mana has diminished. In truth, Wang Ku's mana had not depleted significantly, only by 5. Now equipped with 5 pieces of rare grade gear and an epic Thunder God necklace, she could unleash the ultimate move like before over 20 times in succession. However, she had long grown accustomed to Fatty's insistence. He could hardly bear to see anyone in the team with less than full mana. Wang Ku dispelled the field of lightning, soared down, and accepted Gao Yang's skewer, devouring it without regard for her image. Su Yin then turned his gaze to Bai Ding. Bai Ding, go. Whether we can obtain a second piece of epic gear depends on you. Understood. Although they spoke thus, both were acutely aware that the likelihood of acquiring a second piece of epic equipment had dwindled to nil. In reality, this level 10 scorpion boss was the 30th they had slain in recent days, marking the final one. Prior to this, after defeating the first level 10 disaster beast boss, Bai Ding had already procured an epic piece of equipment, the Thunder God necklace. Quality, epic. Class requirement, mage. All attributes, 600. Thunder magic damage, 80. Special attribute, Thunder Seed Burst. Each successful hit with thunder magic will plant a thunder seed. Once the number of seeds accumulates to 9, a massive damage thunderstorm will be triggered, with damage linked to the holder's magic attack attributes. After the defeat of the second level 10 boss, no further epic equipment had emerged, and Su Yin had sensed that the only epic item from the joint training might have already been secured by their team. Upon searching the boss's remains, Bai Ding could only salvage a pair of ordinary rare-grade shoes. Seeing this, he shook his head in embarrassment. I'm truly sorry. My luck seems to have run out. My hands are so cursed, producing yet another useless rare item. I feel unworthy of your trust. No one paid Bai Ding's self-reproach any mind. In fact, they scarcely acknowledged him. For at that moment, all 4 members of the team were equipped with 6 divine items, and Wang Ku possessed an epic Thunder God necklace. Moreover, the team had accumulated over 30 pieces of rare-grade gear, nearly overwhelming their storage capacity. Thus far, in the first phase of the joint training, Su Yan's team could confidently claim to have fulfilled their established objectives. They had not only vanquished all high-level bosses and collected every piece of rare-grade equipment, but all members had also successfully reached level 10, an achievement that could very well be the fastest upgrade record in the history of Dine City. Su Yan's attributes had undergone a profound transformation. Name, Su Yan. Level, LV10. Class, Farmer. Attack power, 34. Equipment bonus, 900. Health, 1,200. Equipment bonus, 22,000. Magic, 500. Equipment bonus, 8,000. Strength, 34. Equipment bonus, 900. Constitution, 98. Equipment bonus, 200. Agility, 56. Equipment bonus, 900. Spirit, 35. Equipment bonus, 800. Defense, 1,000. Equipment bonus, 25,000. Planting technique, wood release, tree realm descending, can unleash a secondary technique, tree realm blossoming. Gazing at his attributes, Su Yan felt a sense of disorientation. He seemed to behold a formidable boss and the ideal version of himself, with both health and defense exceeding 20,000. This unparalleled sense of security was indeed intoxicating. Regrettably, these items belonged to the Education Bureau and were not his own. Yet Su Yan had thus clarified his future direction. He must acquire substantial wealth to procure excellent equipment that enhances health and defense. Indeed, equipment could significantly diminish the inherent gap in attribute growth between himself and other primary combat classes. With sufficiently superior gear, his shortcomings could be rendered nearly negligible. Even as a farmer, with the right equipment, he could contend with anyone. At that moment, a strong impulse to earn money for equipment surged within Su Yan. He also seemed to grasp the true reason behind the Education Bureau's peculiar organization of the joint training. They appeared to aim to instill a first-hand appreciation for the importance of equipment through the borrowing of gear, thereby stimulating consumption and economic circulation in Dine City. Su Yan had indeed felt the Education Bureau's earnest intentions and, from the depths of his heart, wished to voluntarily join the effort to promote consumption and economic circulation. The team gathered in a circle, savoring the yellow braised scorpion hot pot prepared by Gao Yang, and began discussing the subsequent plan for training. As for the follow-up plan, they already shared a consensus. Su Yan directly issued the command. We have completed the tasks for the first phase of training. Once we finish the hot pot, we will head to 16th Middle School and arm those fellows. Let them draw fire for us in the second phase of training. Chapter 38. Is 16th Middle School that ruthless? As Su Yan's team departed the level 5 region and exited the southern outskirts of the main city, turning back toward the low-level area, another scene unfolded in the northern outskirts of the main city. A fierce special squad, after immense toil, had finally cleared all the golems from the level 9 disaster beast cluster. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, they gasped for breath. Yet, despite their strenuous efforts, the occurrence they dreaded most transpired. The disaster beast cluster was still devoid of a boss. The members of Team 1 gazed at the several excellent grade items that had dropped, utterly speechless. No boss, still no boss. What use were all these excellent grade items? Damn it, this joint training has descended into chaos. It's utterly unplayable. The team leader, Wu Qingyuan, despite his typically good temperament, had reached his breaking point. However, as the captain, he could not express his negative feelings as freely as the other team members. He could only silently bear the burden in his heart. The current situation was indeed highly unfavorable for Team 1. Unlike other teams, they bore the pressure of competition. Moreover, the principal had imposed a stringent directive upon himself, mandating that they must secure the first place in the joint training exercises. However, based on previous experiences, it was evident that without the support of rare-grade equipment, once they entered the third phase of training, the super bosses that descended would dispatch anyone in mere moments. Although his squad was the strongest, there was simply no way to establish a substantial lead over the other teams in the third phase. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, and they failed to achieve first place, it would jeopardize their absolute priority in the subsequent redistribution of educational resources at Yizhong. How could he possibly explain that to the principal? How could he justify it to his classmates at Yizhong? The weight of these thoughts bore heavily upon Wu Qingyuan. With no viable options left, he resolved that although this course of action might seem rather unsavory, it was necessary for the sake of Yizhong. Under the bewildered gazes of his teammates, he began to outline the upcoming operational plan. As soon as the second phase commenced, they would initiate indiscriminate hunting, eliminating all other squads without exception. The only teams that would be permitted to advance to the third phase of training would be theirs. Upon finishing his statement, the squad members were unsurprised, for they recognized this as the most reliable strategy available. Historically, Yizhong, as the eldest brother among high schools, had always exercised restraint during joint training, deliberately allowing as many squads as possible to progress to the third phase, fostering a sense of unity and diversity among all high schools. This not only demonstrated Ijong's magnanimity, but also showcased its absolute confidence and strength. Yet now, they found themselves with no alternatives. In the absence of rare-grade equipment, allowing other squads to advance to the third phase would not guarantee their victory. Ijong had to emerge as the ultimate victor. The squad members, understanding Wu Qingyuan's intentions without further elaboration, expressed their unanimous agreement. Total extermination, I am in favor. Perhaps this is the trial set forth by the Education Bureau. While exterminating foes was not his personal preference, he saw no other recourse. Wu Qingyuan seated himself upon the ground, gazing up at the towering walls. Everyone, rest in place and conserve your strength until the second phase begins. Su Yan's squad retreated to a lower-level area. To avoid inciting widespread panic prematurely, and to keep their strategies concealed from prying eyes, they opted for a low-profile approach. Every member deliberately concealed any rare-grade equipment, presenting only standard-grade gear to outsiders, aside from what was provided by the Education Bureau. Wang Ku even utilized the unique abilities of a top-tier rare-grade mask to temporarily alter the appearances of all 4 squad members. The purpose of their return was to locate their allies from the 16th Middle School. If they could arm the 16th Middle School squad to the teeth, they would possess a greater advantage in the upcoming stages of training. However, with the map being so vast, if the allied squads did not converge at the outset, finding one another later would prove quite challenging. Thus, Su Yan resolved to inquire for assistance. Yet he harbored some concern that the rather inconspicuous 16th Middle School squad might not attract much attention from others. With a nothing ventured, nothing gained mindset, Su Yan approached 2 allied squads that were currently engaged in battling a level 6 disaster beast swarm. Apologies, brothers, for interrupting your monster hunt. I simply wish to inquire if you know the whereabouts of the 16th Middle School squad, specifically the Zhou Min squad. Does anyone have a rough idea of their location? Initially, Su Yan anticipated impatience from these individuals, perhaps even indifference to his inquiry. However, to his astonishment, his question ignited a powder keg among the 8 individuals. They momentarily abandoned their monster hunting to rush over, fervently sharing their grievances. Boss dealers, have you also been robbed of a boss by the 16th Middle School? Are you looking to settle the score with them? Su Yan found himself utterly befuddled by their words. Boss dealers? Is that not us? How could it be the 16th Middle School? And why does it seem like everyone harbors a grudge against them? Unable to grasp the situation, he could only respond vaguely with an aha. That single aha elicited immediate sympathy, agreement, and resonance from the 8 individuals. The 16th Middle School is utterly outrageous. Our alliance has been robbed of 3 bosses and 3 excellent grade pieces of equipment, and we could only watch helplessly as they took them away. If it weren't for that damned regulation prohibiting attacks in the first phase, I would have eagerly engaged them in battle. One of them added, Brother, I empathize with your desire for vengeance against the 16th Middle School, but I advise you not to express it openly, lest you draw their ire. Exactly. The 7th Middle School was too blunt, and now they are being toyed with by the 16th Middle School. Su Yan, perplexed, inquired, Is the 16th Middle School truly that formidable? It's not that they are particularly strong, but rather insidious and petty. Their entire squad can remain invisible for extended periods, ambushing bosses with ease. Furthermore, you may not be aware of just how vindictive the 16th Middle School squad is. When the 7th Middle School merely suggested that they should clean up before the second phase, the 16th Middle School turned their focus entirely on them. Anytime the 7th Middle School dares to challenge a boss, they are guaranteed to be robbed. The 7th Middle School's damage output was already slightly inferior to that of the 16th Middle School, and now the latter is specifically targeting them, almost always succeeding. So far, the 7th Middle School has only managed to secure a single excellent grade piece of equipment, rendering them nearly useless. Su Yan was taken aback upon hearing this. Was the 16th Middle School truly that ruthless? Indeed, they are merciless. Thus, if you wish to exact revenge, you will have to wait for the second phase of training. At that time, we can form a second alliance. The matter of joint training can be set aside for now, but the 16th Middle School must be eliminated first. When the time comes, simply follow the main force. Most squads are already filled with hatred towards the 16th Middle School, and once the second phase begins, the first order of business will be a united assault against them. The commotion will surely be significant. Su Yan began to piece together the events and couldn't help but marvel at the capabilities of his ally. Initially, he had intended to leverage rare-grade equipment as bargaining chips to attract fire, but now, without needing to make any requests, they had already succeeded in drawing all the fire before the second phase had even commenced. Zhou Min was quite impressive. Which direction is the targeted 7th Middle School squad in? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the 16th Middle School? I'm just going to take a look. The individual pointed northward, indicating about 2 to 3 kilometers in that direction. However, I advise against going. The 7th Middle School is in dire straits. I can handle it. Thank you. After a brief farewell, Su Yan's squad set forth towards the location of their allies from the 16th Middle School. Chapter 39. Su Yan. It seems you have had a challenging few days. In a level 7 disaster beast swarm, the 7th middle school squad was diligently battling monsters on their own. Due to the special treatment afforded to Class 16 by Class 7, the allies of Class 7, Class 34, have fled. Class 34 believes that, given their collaboration with Class 7 in battling monsters, they would inevitably fall prey to Class 16's attempts to seize the boss. Although separating carries its own risks, it at least provides an opportunity for individual growth. They cannot blame themselves for being unfaithful. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon Class 7 for provoking Class 16, who is notoriously single-minded. The relentless targeting from Class 16 is intolerable. Class 34's departure was met with little protest from Class 7, as they recognized this predicament was self-inflicted. They alone must bear the consequences. Class 7 has cleared all the minor monsters in this level 7 disaster beast stronghold, and the boss is now at half health. At this juncture, everyone dares only to use basic attacks, too fearful to unleash their skills. Although this method of combating the boss is painfully slow, they have no choice but to endure. The later the battle progresses, the more patient they must remain, for once their skills are deployed, Class 7 could find themselves ambushed and the boss quickly dispatched. We ought to be more audacious, one murmurs. This time, we maneuvered around several disaster beast clusters, feigning attacks and retreating. Surely we have successfully shaken off Class 16. They express hope that, prior to engaging the boss, their area-wide AoE attack did not hit any suspicious targets. I believe Class 16 has genuinely chosen to overlook us this time. Captain, it's your fault for speaking carelessly. What harm was there in Class 16 stealing a few bosses? You insisted on making threats, and now we're being targeted relentlessly. I can't be blamed for that. Who knew they would be so vindictive? Can't even voice our grievances. Just accept it. With only one day remaining until the second phase, we are likely the only ones without any decent equipment. Class 7 is bound to finish last this time. Enough. I admit my fault. Let's hurry and defeat the boss. Class 16 should be busy stealing from other teams now. We must capitalize on this rare moment of stability to gather our gear. At that moment, the 4 members of Su Yan's team suddenly appeared, startling Class 7 into thinking it was Class 16. However, upon realizing these individuals were not Zhou Min and her group, they collectively exhaled in relief. The team leader stepped forward to negotiate. Brothers, this level 7 disaster beast cluster was discovered by us first. As you can see, we are already engaged with the boss. Could you refrain from contesting with us? We have suffered long enough from Class 16's interference, having finally found an opportunity to fight a boss. We would greatly appreciate your cooperation. We, Class 7, will remember this kindness. After the leader's plea, he awaited a response from the unfamiliar faces. However, Su Yan disregarded his request, instead removing his disguise and calling out loudly, "Zhou Min? Are you there? Zhou Min, we have come to find you." Upon hearing Zhou Min's name, the members of Class 7 felt a shiver run down their spines. Nevertheless, reassured by the absence of Class 16, they calmed down, realizing these strangers were merely seeking someone. Yet, at that moment, the entire Class 16 team suddenly materialized beside them. Class 7's hearts raced, sensing that Class 16 had been lurking nearby all along, sending chills down their spines. At this moment, the captain of Class 7 felt on the brink of madness. There was but one day left in the first phase of training. Did these women intend to pursue them to the final moment? Were they truly determined to drag each other down together? Zhou Min, you are being excessively unreasonable. You can't always exploit the same sheep. Yet Zhou Min, uninterested in his complaints, had found little enjoyment in toying with Class 7 after so many days. She waved her hand dismissively. My allies have arrived. I have matters to attend to. I will let you off this time. Upon hearing that Class 16 would spare them, the members of Class 7 were momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming sense of relief washing over them, nearly bringing them to tears with joy. Zhou Min beckoned Su Yan and his companions to a secluded area where they would not be disturbed. On the way, Zhou Min gazed at Class 8, feeling a swell of pride, especially upon observing that they were still clad in ordinary gear. She had not expected all members of Class 8 to have survived. Logically, they should have been eliminated upon landing. Especially since they had not acquired any equipment, it was nothing short of a miracle that this lifestyle team, equipped only with their tattered starting gear, had managed to traverse through the first and second level zones to reach the third level, without suffering any losses amidst the lurking disaster beasts. Although she could not fathom how they achieved this, the fact that they were still alive was a positive outcome. Their presence would serve as a shield for her, allowing her to navigate interactions with the team she had offended when the second phase of training commenced. Now, it was time to attend to business. After exchanging pleasantries with Class 8, Zhou Min instructed her teammates to produce an array of exceptional equipment, their faces radiating pride. Take what you need, she declared. Su Yan, you must have had a challenging time these past few days. Feel free to select any of this outstanding gear. We have an abundance of it here. You are our allies in Class 16. Even though we have yet to fight side by side, we will not treat you unfairly. As she spoke, Zhou Min deliberately picked up an exceptional round shield. Considering your team lacks a tank to absorb damage, I have specifically chosen this shield from our top-tier equipment. It adds 50 points to all attributes and offers a 20 chance to block 500 points of damage. Even among exceptional gear, this item is quite rare. However, I believe its significance to you may be even greater. So after careful consideration, our team has decided to part with it for your benefit. After her declaration, Zhou Min cast a sidelong glance at the members of Class 8, eagerly anticipating their expressions of surprise and gratitude. She planned to propose that they assist Class 16 in drawing fire during the second phase of training once they had finished selecting their equipment. However, Zhou Min was perplexed as they displayed no reaction whatsoever upon seeing the bounty of exceptional gear. Why did they not express astonishment at the magnificent round shield? And why did the portly chef's lips twitch upwards in what appeared to be a smile? Was he laughing? Did he find something amusing? The chef's thought process was truly peculiar, as Class 16 revealed such an impressive array of exceptional equipment and even made the sacrifice of offering their cherished round shield. They professed they would not treat them poorly. As Su Yan's heart warmed, he simultaneously felt a wave of embarrassment. However, for the sake of camaraderie among allies, he refrained from saying much more. He simply offered a sheepish, "Thank you. By the way, we happen to have some unused equipment here. Please take a look and see if there is anything you might need. Fatty, bring out all the gear." Chapter 40, Epic Level. The surplus equipment of Team 8 was all stored on Gao Yang. When Su Yan instructed Gao Yang to retrieve the excess gear, he could hardly contain his excitement. He had been awaiting this moment for quite some time, having meticulously selected the items. He first pulled out a rare grade heavy shield, the Undead Heavy Shield. Rare grade. Class. Usable by all classes. All attributes, 300. Defense, 2500. 60 chance to block 2000 damage. Though this shield was not particularly exceptional, it would suffice for the time being. Upon seeing the heavy shield produced by the chef, the members of Team 16 were left utterly dumbfounded, as the attributes of the Undead Heavy Shield made their carefully chosen exquisite round shields seem like mere child's play. Zhou Min was equally astonished, her mouth agape, even stuttering as she spoke, for she immediately recognized the quality of the heavy shield. Rare grade quality. You expect me to believe this is just something to make do with? After Zhou Min's exclamation, the entire Team 16 was once again left in utter shock. They had been tracking Team 1 for quite some time, and they knew that in the Level 4 area, it was impossible to encounter a boss, let alone obtain rare grade equipment. Thus, they had always believed that excellent grade equipment might be the pinnacle of what could be acquired during this joint training session. But now, who could have imagined that their ally, a team composed entirely of life class professions, would casually produce a rare grade heavy shield? They could not fathom how Team 8 managed to obtain rare grade equipment that Team 1 could not even find. Could it be that they had stumbled upon a legendary hidden area and opened a concealed treasure chest? What left them even more perplexed was that this heavy shield was universally usable, with no class restrictions, meaning any member of Team 8 could equip this extraordinary item. Yet, they were all still clad in basic gear. Why would they not keep such a valuable rare grade item for themselves? Even if Team 16 was their sole ally, it did not seem plausible that they would be so generous. Was it true that Team 8's ethos was one of such magnanimity? Or did they realize they had no chance of competing with other teams and thus decided to place all their hopes on Team 16? Was this the essence of trust and friendship among allies? While Team 16 was bewildered, their emotions were incredibly complex. They gazed at the exquisite heavy shield with eyes gleaming hungrily. They understood that, out of politeness, they should initially decline the offer and engage in a bit of pleasantry before reluctantly accepting once the other party insisted again. That would be the expected etiquette. However, this heavy shield was rare grade. Who would dare to be polite? What if they declined out of courtesy and the other party, feeling reluctant, retracted the offer? They would be at a tremendous loss. What to do? The members of Team 16 hesitated, fidgeting, glancing at their leader Zhou Min, who was equally at a loss. At that moment, Chef Gao Yang produced another piece of rare grade equipment. I found another item we don't need. Leaving it with us would just collect dust. So please take a look and see if you need it. Minotaur Heavy Armor. Rare grade. Class. Usable by all classes. All attributes, 320. Defense, 1800. Restores 1 of maximum health per second, and when affected by slow or other hard control effects, the restoration effect doubles. Once again, Team 16 was left speechless. This was madness. Another piece of rare grade equipment. You claim you don't need it? You say it would just collect dust? Or perhaps this was merely an elaborate pretense, a way to express concern that they might be too proud to accept it? Amidst their confusion and hesitation, Zhou Min picked up the 2 pieces of rare grade equipment, believing that these must be the only exceptional items Team 8 possessed. After all, even if Team 8 had accessed that legendary hidden area, it was improbable they would have opened 3 hidden treasure chests in succession, each yielding rare grade equipment. Thus, these 2 items should represent all that Team 8 had. However, this only underscored the significance of these rare grade items and the absolute trust Team 8 placed in Team 16. After securing the equipment, Zhou Min gazed at Team 8, her emotions swirling. No words could express our gratitude. These 2 rare grade items are crucial for us. With them, I am confident we can rank among the top 10 in the city. Moreover, since you have chosen to place all your hopes on us, I, Zhou Min, can assure you that your ranking will never fall behind ours. Should any high school or team attempt to eliminate you, they must first tread over our fallen bodies. Hearing Zhou Min's grandiose declarations and solemn promises, Su Yan felt a touch of embarrassment. There seemed to be a significant misunderstanding at play. It was all Gao Yang's fault for dawdling with the equipment. Fatty, can you be a bit quicker? Just bring out the gear without fussing around. Upon hearing Su Yan's reprimand, Gao Yang sheepishly chuckled. But I have so much equipment. I must let them pick carefully, right? Pick. Just dump it all out and let them choose for themselves. Just as Team 16 was puzzled by Su Yan's words, Gao Yang suddenly emptied all the rare-grade equipment in one go. A total of 32 pieces nearly formed a small mountain before Team 16. As Zhou Min and her companions gazed at the towering pile of extraordinary gear, their collective understanding shattered, leaving them utterly petrified. Everyone's mouths dropped open in astonishment. Unable to close. What is this? Can someone explain what all of this is? All of it is rare-grade equipment. Where on earth did you acquire so many exceptional items? Team 16 stared incredulously at Team 8, hardly believing their eyes. If they had not witnessed it themselves, who would dare believe that Team 8, a seemingly inconspicuous team composed entirely of life-class professions, could amass such a mountain of rare-grade equipment? It was well understood that even a single piece of rare-grade equipment could significantly impact the outcome of the joint training session. Now, with dozens appearing all at once, was this not utterly extraordinary? Zhou Min remained in shock for quite some time before finally regaining her composure, turning her gaze to the captain of Team 8. Su Yan, how is it that you possess such a plethora of rare and exquisite equipment? At this moment, Su Yan had no intention of continuing to conceal the truth from his allies. He glanced at his teammates, recognizing that there was no longer any need for subterfuge. It was time to reveal their gear. In the next instant, the true equipment of Su Yan and his three companions materialized, no longer mere blanks, but instead an array of rare-grade items, each emanating a distinctive aura that made it evident that these pieces were all imbued with special attributes. All of the highest rarity, all rare-grade. How can this be possible? Just as the members of the 16th middle school team were left in a state of disbelief, someone noticed that the necklace adorning Wang Ku was unlike any other. Not only did it radiate a unique glow, but it also emitted a striking crimson light. This crimson luminescence was enough to indicate the necklace's extraordinary nature. Pointing at Wang Ku's necklace, the individual's expression turned to one of terror, their voice trembling. Epic level. Chapter 41. Is it truly feasible for such an extraordinary skill to manifest in the early to mid stages? Goodness. Epic level equipment. With a gasp, the entire 16th middle school team turned their attention towards Wang Ku, their eyes narrowing in shock as they beheld the necklace, leaving them utterly astonished. Wang Ku, however, confidently displayed the necklace's attributes. Thunder God Necklace. Quality, Epic. Class requirement, Mage. All attributes, 600. Lightning magic damage, 80. Special attribute, Thunder Seed Burst. With each successful lightning magic attack, a Thunder Seed is planted. Once the number of Thunder Seeds accumulates to 9, a massive damage thunderstorm will be triggered, with damage linked to the holder's magical attack attributes. Upon witnessing the attributes and special properties of the Thunder God Necklace, the realization of its epic status struck all present like a lightning bolt. They had never imagined they would witness such a caliber of equipment firsthand. Epic-level equipment had only appeared twice in the annals of the entire joint training history. The last individual to acquire epic-level equipment was a once-in-a-century genius from Dine City. Renowned as the strongest hidden class, the Necromancer, his unmatched combat prowess, augmented by the epic equipment, had allowed him to chase after super bosses during the second phase of training. Although he eventually faltered and withdrew, his remarkable performance etched him into the chronicles of history. Now, the 16th middle school team could hardly fathom that Wang Ka had obtained the second piece of epic-level equipment. And this joint training might very well witness a historic scene of pursuing a boss in the third phase. However, upon regaining their composure, the team was beset by a barrage of questions. How could a team comprised of an A-grade rare lightning mage, Wang Ku, along with 3 seemingly useless life-class professions, amass such an impressive collection of superior equipment? Not only did they possess an abundance of rare-grade items, but they also boasted an entire ensemble of exquisite rare-level gear, topped off with Wang Ku's epic-level piece. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of joint training. Even the legendary Necromancer had struggled to achieve such a feat. The very notion was unfathomable. Realizing something, Zhou Min turned to Su Yan with a serious expression. Su Yan, tell me the truth. Is the means by which you acquired this equipment legitimate? You aren't cheating, are you? Cheating was the only possible explanation that Zhou Min could conceive. It was evident that the 8th middle school must have procured these items through some illicit channels and methods, while she was unsure of how they had accomplished it. Such actions were undeniably a serious violation. The thought of having accepted 2 of their items sent Zhou Min into a state of panic. If the 8th middle school had indeed cheated, it would implicate her as an accomplice. This was a grave offense. The Dian City Education Bureau was notoriously strict, firmly opposed to any form of malpractice, especially during a joint training event that would influence the redistribution of educational resources for high schools in the coming years. With all the Bureau's leaders present, the implications of blatant cheating were dire. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. In previous training sessions, perhaps one could get away with acquiring a piece or two of rare-grade equipment through questionable means without drawing attention. But now, even the first middle school had difficulty obtaining rare-grade items. In such a context, producing 2 pieces would inevitably cast her into the spotlight. No, this could lead to serious trouble, not just for herself, but for the entire 16th middle school, which could also face repercussions. With this in mind, Zhou Min quietly retrieved the 2 rare-grade pieces she had previously accepted and said, "I'm sorry, we cannot accept these 2 items. While we at the 16th middle school strive for a good ranking, we must remember that we represent not only ourselves, but the entire institution. We cannot afford to take such risks. My sincerest apologies. Moreover, I advise you, if these items were obtained through illicit means, you must not use them in the second phase of joint training. The Education Bureau is extremely stringent and will crack down on all forms of cheating without mercy. Your actions do not only reflect on yourselves, they represent the 8th middle school as well. If such misconduct is caught by the Bureau, not only would your futures be jeopardized, but the 8th middle school's reputation would also be tarnished." Regarding Zhou Min's misunderstanding, Su Yan had anticipated such a reaction. After all, acquiring such an abundance of exceptional equipment would indeed baffle anyone and could understandably lead to misconceptions. However, he paid little mind to it, nor did he intend to clarify. In the face of absolute power, many matters do not require verbal explanation. Without uttering a word, Su Yan firmly planted his right foot on the ground. Wood release, the forest realm descends. In the next moment, a vast green circle illuminated, enveloping the entire 16th middle school team. Countless tender sprouts burst forth from the earth, rapidly growing into towering trees that ensnared the entire team. As Zhou Min and the others stood in shocked disbelief, they found themselves completely bound and unable to move. Su Yan then waved his hand, invoking the second-tier skill, Blooming Forest. In an instant, a multitude of glowing pollen wafted through the air, drifting toward Zhou Min simultaneously. Her magical circuits were thrown into chaos, collapsing in disarray. All her magical abilities became nullified, reduced to a mere melee combatant. She found herself unable to wield her staff even for a moment. Although the first phase of the joint training did not permit inflicting substantial damage on other teams, Su Yan's techniques remained fully effective, as both the Forest Realm Descends and Blooming Forest were not offensive skills, even when fully applied to Zhou Min and her companions. The protective crystal had not been triggered, as no damage warranted mitigation. The members of the 16th middle school team were swiftly subdued, and Zhou Min, immobilized, realized that not only had she underestimated Su Yan, but so had everyone else. Su Yan's profession may not truly be that of a farmer. With sheer prowess, he swiftly subdued his entire team, a feat that even those formidable beings from number 1 high could not accomplish. Zhou Min gazed at Su Yan in astonishment, inquiring, "Su Yan, how long can your tree domain persist?" With Gao Yang continuously replenishing his energy, the theoretical duration is, in essence, infinite. Zhou Min was taken aback, and in her shock, she posed a second question: what about the duration of this magic suppression? The second-tier skill, Tree Domain Blossoming, shares its duration with the arrival of Tree Domain, which, theoretically, is also infinite. In her state of alarm, Zhou Min asked a third question: what is the range of effect for the first and second-tier skills? I can simultaneously summon 4 tree domains, each with a control radius of 100 meters. The range of pollen-induced magic suppression triples that base radius. Having asked her 3 questions and comprehended the sheer extent of Su Yan's abilities, Zhou Min stood there, utterly dazed. Her common sense shattered, her worldview collapsing. An expansive range, absolute control. A duration nearing infinity. The second-tier skill, an absolute suppression of magic. Could such an outrageous skill truly manifest in the early to mid-stages of development? Chapter 42, Arno. 16 High will directly declare war on all high schools in the city. Though Su Yan did not directly address the initial query regarding whether they had cheated, Zhou Min felt there was no longer a need for further confirmation. For Su Yan's mutated abilities had evidently countered the first phase of the joint training. He possessed the capability to obtain these rare-grade equipments purely through his strength. When number 16 High had been tracking the team from number 1 High, Zhou Min had been perplexed as to why they could not spawn a boss. At that time, no one knew whether it was a bug or a lapse in the arrangements made by the Education Bureau and military for the dungeon. Now, the truth was unveiled. It was neither a bug nor a mistake, but rather, it was because of Su Yan. The team from No. 8 must have relied on Su Yan's absolute control and magic suppression to swiftly steal all the high-tier bosses from the first phase of training. Reflecting on this, Zhou Min couldn't help but exclaim, Su Yan's skills are simply too overpowered. No, they are even more exaggerated than cheating. Su Yan, did you guys steal all the bosses from the first phase of the joint training? Zhou Min had already deduced the truth, yet she sought confirmation from Su Yan. As the misunderstanding was resolved, Su Yan nodded, lifting the tree domain and tree domain blossoming, allowing the team from number 16 high to regain their mobility. After experiencing Su Yan's abilities firsthand, the members of the team from number 16 could no longer harbor any disdain toward him. This individual surpassed any of them, even exceeding those monsters at number 1 high. At that moment, they all recognized that Su Yan, this farmer, was the epitome of a true monster. Su Yan then addressed Zhou Min and her companions, earnestly clarifying the doubts that lingered in their minds. As you can see, my mutated skills are perfectly capable of countering the first phase of the joint training. To be frank, our team did exploit a loophole, but we did not cheat. We did not engage any minor monsters, but instead utilized the strong control and magic suppression of Tree Domain's arrival to employ decapitation tactics, effectively stealing all the high-tier bosses from the first phase of training. Currently, all rare grade and above equipment is in our possession. Upon learning the entire truth, the team from number 16, despite still finding it hard to believe, could understand after experiencing Su Yan's extraordinary skills. For had they possessed skills akin to Su Yan's, they might have achieved even more astonishing feats. Su Yan continued, while our team has acquired all the high-tier equipment, we are critically lacking in team composition. Aside from Wang Ku, there are no other damage dealers. Moreover, my skills have a fatal weakness. They can only counter mages and melee classes. When the second phase commences and teams begin to attack one another, without your assistance, should our possession of rare-grade equipment be revealed, our team would undoubtedly be targeted by all the other teams, and the team from number 1 high would undoubtedly take immediate action against us, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Even if our team is well-equipped, we would likely be eliminated before the other teams. However, in comparison to us, your team from No. 16 has a more reasonable and complete class configuration. If you can fully arm yourselves, you will possess greater combat capability and resilience. Furthermore, your team has the ability to become invisible, allowing you to maneuver against other teams far more adeptly than we can. If possible, I propose that you draw attention and fire from other teams by revealing the rare-grade equipment, while we from number 8 remain hidden, acting as your silent protectors and providing fire support. This way, both our team and yours will have a greater chance of achieving a favorable ranking. Thus, it is not just you who needs us. We are equally in dire need of your collaboration. As Su Yan spoke, Zhou Min was momentarily stunned, realizing that her perception of Su Yan had undergone a profound transformation. Before the training commenced, she had perceived Su Yan as someone who ascended through dubious means, lacking capability, and thoughtless of others' feelings. Yet now, the reality proved that Su Yan had deceived everyone. He was not only formidable, but also sincere, possessing a comprehensive grasp of information and strategic thinking that was remarkably clear, adept at both concealment and restraint. More importantly, despite number 8's current dominant position within the alliance, he showed no signs of underestimating number 16. Instead, he was considerate of their feelings in his words, which was greatly appreciated. This capacity to coordinate various parties and maintain control over the overall situation is indeed rare. Su Yan is undoubtedly a natural leader. No one could be more suitable than him as the captain of team number 8. Moreover, for number 16 to have such an ally is indeed a great fortune. After a brief discussion among Zhou Min and her teammates, they promptly expressed their support. We, the entire team from number 16, fully endorse your plan. Moreover, to be frank, due to certain special circumstances, we have offended quite a few people, and our reputation has been thoroughly tarnished. To seek revenge against us, many schools have secretly formed secondary alliances. They will not attack each other until we are eliminated. Now is the perfect opportunity. Since we are destined to be targeted by most teams, we might as well grant them their wish. Once the second phase of the joint training commences, we from No. 16 will boldly declare war on all high schools in the city. Chapter 43, Defeat number 16. Defeat Zhou Min. Soon, the second phase of the joint training arrived, with a blue light curtain enveloping the entire map, officially marking the 1-hour countdown for preparations. A number of squads were engaged in combat with a formidable boss. And just as the boss's health was nearing depletion, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The entire horde of calamities, along with the boss, vanished into thin air. The squads were left seething with frustration, nearly choking on their anger. How infuriating. They were so close to vanquishing this level 8 boss. Goodness. Was the first phase of the joint training already at an end? Our squad barely managed to acquire a few pieces of superior grade equipment. Wasn't there a 1-hour countdown? How could the boss disappear so suddenly? Are you foolish? That hour wasn't intended for us to defeat the boss. It was meant for us to hasten our way to the main city. Quickly now, no time for hesitation. The main city has been opened. We must enter at once to secure advantageous positions for cover. This will be crucial for the impending grand melee. As the dilapidated gates of the magical metropolis swung open, all squads sprang into action, entering the city in swift succession. The moment they crossed the threshold, the energy crystals adorning everyone began to subtly transform. They would no longer shield against damage inflicted by non-allied teams. Furthermore, the energy crystals unveiled a mapping function, indicating the coordinates of both their own squad and the allied squad leaders with green markers. Moreover, with the countdown reaching its conclusion, The energy crystals introduced a declaration of war feature. Every squad now had the option to select a rival squad as their target for war. Once a declaration was made, the coordinates of both squad leaders would be simultaneously revealed on each squad's map until one side was entirely eliminated. At this juncture, the 8th squad and the 16th squad had found refuge within a crumbling bell tower. Su Yin had no intention of activating the declaration of war feature against any high school squads, as they possessed an undeniable equipment advantage and had no need to compete for anyone's gear. He intended to adhere to their original plan, remaining inconspicuous while covertly supporting the 16th squad. Meanwhile, Zhou Min unfolded the map, revealing a multitude of red dots densely scattered across the screen. Upon witnessing such a vast array of red markers, Su Yin couldn't help but express his astonishment. Your enmity is quite remarkable. Seeing so many squads declaring war on the 16th squad, Zhou Min couldn't help but smile wryly. Have we unwittingly offended so many teams? On the bright side, this meant she wouldn't have to declare war on them one by one. Faced with the declarations from so many squads, the members of the 16th squad remained unfazed, for they were all equipped with rare-grade gear, bolstered by the support of the 8th squad. Each member donned a complete set of 6 divine artifacts. In this overwhelming display of equipment superiority, unless they encountered multiple powerful squads simultaneously, even facing the first squad would not intimidate them. However, a moment later, Zhou Min found herself somewhat speechless. The red dots on the map were not rushing toward them, but were instead converging. Clearly, the squads capable of participating in the joint training were no fools. To enhance their chances of victory, not a single squad intended to challenge the 16th squad in isolation. Goodness, are they planning to form a coalition? A bunch of grown men. Can't they show a bit of spirit? Is it truly necessary to mount such a grand offensive against a few weaker girls? Zhou Min glanced at Su Yin with a pained smile. Perhaps it would be wise for you to distance yourselves from us. The opposing force seems poised for a substantial display. Although they were not truly intimidated by these lesser squads, the 16th squad could easily handle them. If both their teams were exposed simultaneously, they would have to contend with the formidable first-tier squads, putting them in a precarious position later on. We should proceed separately. Agreed. Let us act independently and seize the opportunity. After the 16th squad's assassin granted the 8th squad a brief invisibility capability, both allied teams entered a state of concealment and set off on their separate paths. Meanwhile, all the teams harboring grievances against the 16th squad were coordinating their efforts. Each of their squads had suffered multiple losses to the 16th squad in terms of bosses, particularly the 7th squad, which had been targeted relentlessly after exchanging a few harsh words with the 16th squad. Throughout the first phase of the joint training, they had managed to secure only a single piece of superior-grade equipment, a truly dismal outcome. Everyone, let us temporarily set aside the joint training matters and our petty grievances. However, we cannot let the 16th squad, the notorious boss thieves, escape our retribution. Indeed, they previously exploited their invisibility, taking full advantage of the restrictions on inter-squad attacks during the first phase, callously stealing our bosses and pilfering our equipment without regard for the camaraderie and harmony among high schools. The 16th squad not only deprived everyone of their rightful gains, but also undermined the original intent of the joint training phase, which was to focus on challenging bosses and gathering equipment. Their actions were nothing short of despicable, inciting the fury of all. Until now, the 16th squad had operated with impunity due to their invisibility and the protective mechanisms of the first phase, which had allowed them to act with audacity and arrogance. But now, armed with the ability to declare challenges and pinpoint rival coordinates, the 16th squad's advantage of invisibility was rendered utterly ineffective. This was clearly an optimization made by the joint training to counter such unscrupulous teams. Thus, the joint training was predicated on fairness, and this time, it was evident that the Educational Bureau stood firmly on our side. We were the ones in the right. This time, the 16th squad would undoubtedly experience the bitter taste of their ill-gotten gains turning against them. They could not have anticipated that their avarice in seizing our equipment would become the very reason for their elimination. When they decided to pilfer our bosses, they should have foreseen this day would come. Brothers, the coalition against the 16th squad is officially underway. Let us defeat the 16th squad, take down Zhou Min, and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Alongside the grievances between the ordinary squads and the 16th squad, the struggle among the elite teams had quietly commenced as well. The first squad had initiated a challenge against the second squad, and their coordinates were now locked in mutual alignment. Manhwaedit, the captain of the second squad, was somewhat taken aback by the sudden challenge from the first squad, yet he was not overly surprised. He simply hadn't anticipated the first squad would act so decisively, opting to eliminate themselves at the onset of the second phase. Historically, encounters between the first and second squads during joint training typically unfolded in the third phase. This was an unspoken understanding between the two high schools, for in the second phase, being eliminated would result in a significantly lower ranking, inevitably straining the relationship between the schools. However, Manhwaedit could fully comprehend the first squad's decision. If the roles were reversed, he would likely make the same choice. This joint training session was unlike any previous ones. During the first phase, bosses had not spawned in the 4th and 5th level areas. As a result, superior grade equipment had become the pinnacle of gear available during this joint training. Consequently, the first squad had not been able to create a significant gap between themselves and other teams in the second phase, particularly in the forthcoming 3rd stage. When confronted with the formidable superboss, it is highly improbable that Team A can endure for an extended duration. This predicament results in Team A lacking the certainty of securing victory. Thus, their sole recourse is to retract their leniency towards the other teams and eliminate all rivals during the second phase of the joint training, ensuring their own triumph. In this context, the most significant obstacle and variable remains solely Team B. Anticipating Team A's strategy to focus on them, Team B's captain, Manhwaedit, remains unperturbed. Wu Qingyuan. Oh Wu Qingyuan, in light of the equipment disparity, do you still dare to forsake your allies? This decision may very well lead Team A to experience the bitter taste of defeat for the first time. At this moment, both Team B and Team C are fully armed and on high alert, adorned in a uniform array of exceptional grade equipment. Manhwaedit glances at Team C's captain and asks, "Brother, how are you feeling about facing Team A soon? Are you nervous?" Team C's captain smiles, seemingly unfazed. Dragon slaying? I'm most intrigued by that. Chapter 44, a mere close combat. After granting Team H a temporary invisibility capability, Su Yan leads his squad to investigate the main city, heading wherever battles unfold. Although Team H currently enjoys a significant equipment advantage, Su Yan is not entirely familiar with the trump cards of the first-tier teams. If they were to inadvertently encounter them, his chances of success remain uncertain. Furthermore, the stealth capability of the Sanctum Assassins is indeed formidable. Team H's temporary invisibility lasts for 2 hours if they refrain from attacking. During this period, without provocation from other teams, no one can ascertain their whereabouts. Team H is unequivocally safe for now. Therefore, Su Yan resolves to conduct further investigations during this interval to gather more intelligence concerning other strengths, steadfastly avoiding any unprepared confrontations. After observing several fierce skirmishes between other teams over equipment, with both sides unleashing their full firepower, Su Yan and his squad reflect on their own superb rare-grade gear with a sense of superiority. They marvel at the intensity of the battles, where teams engage fiercely for a few pieces of exceptional grade equipment, all while under the protective life force of energy crystals that prevent actual fatalities, allowing teams to fight without restraint. Eliminating opponents to seize their superior equipment and bolster their own strength aligns perfectly with the design of the second phase. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoes from a nearby square, causing nearby structures to collapse extensively. The commotion of this battle is unparalleled to any other battlefield. Su Yan, realizing that a confrontation among first-tier teams is underway, contemplates joining the fray. However, he observes a multitude of teams fleeing from that direction, the once curious spectators abandoning their interest. Nearby, teams engaged in combat abruptly cease their struggles, all scrambling for safety. Run. Team A has gone berserk. They care not for your school or your equipment. They will kill indiscriminately. Even Team B and Team C, united, are facing annihilation. Teams H and I, initially drawn to the spectacle, find themselves swiftly eliminated by Team A, plummeting to the bottom of the ranks. Team A indeed embodies cold-blooded monstrosity. It's terrifying. Flee, flee. Once Team B and Team C are finished, Team A will commence their hunting phase. Being caught by them equates to certain death. Hearing that Team A is involved, Su Yan's interest is piqued. Whether they can prevail is secondary. He still possesses over an hour of invisibility. Team H has previously trailed Team A unnoticed, and he sees no reason to believe they would be detected now. The battle between Teams B and C against Team A continues, intensifying with each passing moment, as more buildings collapse and high-tier disaster beasts, set as traps, are inadvertently triggered and obliterated in the ensuing chaos. By the time Su Yan and his team arrive at the scene, a profound silence envelopes the battlefield, littered with debris and dust, obscuring visibility. As the dust settles, they can finally discern the aftermath of the conflict. At the epicenter of the battle, the ground has deeply cratered, forming an immense pit. At the bottom of this pit stands Team A's captain, Wu Qingyuan, transformed into a golden giant, clutching 2 individuals in his massive golden hands. The captives, bloodied and tattered, exhibit no capacity for resistance. The other 3 members of Team A, aside from Wu Qingyuan, have refrained from participating in this clash, instead dispatching onlookers with casual precision. From the onset, Wu Qingyuan had forbidden them from engaging with Teams B and C, leaving them to pass the time by fulfilling Team A's ultimate objective. After all, with so many enemies, clearing a few is better than none. As the golden giant, Wu Qingyuan relinquishes the battered duo to the ground. He speaks slowly, his voice resonating with divine authority due to his current state of battle god transformation. Manhwaedit, Dongfei, do you yield now? As they gaze upon Wu Qingyuan, the captains of Teams B and C feel no inclination to resist. They had underestimated Wu Qingyuan's true prowess. Indeed, he is an S-class hidden profession, a battle god, with an incarnation that boasts a second-tier skill. Until now, he had only revealed the first-tier form. No one had ever witnessed his second-tier battle god transformation. This transformation not only augments his offensive and defensive capabilities, but also forcibly elevates his level by 5, reaching level 15. With the activation of his second skill, Destructive Impact. A single strike from this level 15 ability decimates over half of both squads. Now only the 2 captains remain. What a farce. To be eliminated so directly by Team A, relegating them to the bottom of the ranks, is profoundly frustrating. Yet, defeat is defeat. Shen Haoyu and Dong Fei must reluctantly concede. We yield. We cannot fight back. Witnessing the capitulation of Teams B and C, Wu Qingyuan reverts from his battle god form and tosses them 2 healing potions. As the 2 stood in astonishment, Wu Qingyuan continued. You 2 have surprisingly managed to endure for so long against my second-tier war god transformation. I, Wu Qingyuan, commend your resilience. You are indeed the backbone of your respective schools, number 2 and number 13. The truth is, my declaration of war against No. 2 was not aimed at outright eliminating you, but rather at weakening your forces to ensure that neither of your teams poses a threat to us. You must understand that this joint training session is unlike any we have previously experienced. There are no bosses appearing in the level 4 and level 5 zones of the first phase. Our No. 1 school has not even managed to secure a single piece of rare equipment. As we enter the third phase, the super bosses will be nearly level 20. Without the advantage of rare equipment, even with my war goddess second transformation, I cannot expect to endure for long. Under such circumstances, I cannot guarantee that our No. 1 school will secure first place, yet you are aware that our principal has issued me a strict order. Number 1 must win the championship. Thus, defeating both of you is a reluctant necessity on my part. I hope you can comprehend this. Of course, before the third phase commences, both of your teams must be eliminated by us. However, I, Wu Qingyuan, am willing to preserve your school standings within the top 3. Once I have dealt with the other teams, I kindly ask that you voluntarily withdraw from the competition in the third phase. Wu Qingyuan articulated his intentions clearly, offering terms that Shun Haoyu and Dong Fei could hardly refuse. Even in defeat, should they cooperate with number 1 to forfeit at the last moment, they could still retain their positions in the top 3. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Brother Wu, you need not say a word at that time. After the other teams are eliminated, we will withdraw from the joint training on our own. With their promise secured, Wu Qingyuan laughed heartily. Good brothers. After this joint training, I believe the friendship and collaboration between number 2, number 13, and our number 1 will certainly deepen. Wu Qingyuan smiled, and Shun Haoyu and Dong Fei joined in his laughter. Meanwhile, Su Yan, standing nearby, felt a twinge of temptation mixed with hesitation. The captain of number 1, Wu Qingyuan, appeared to be merely a melee fighter after his war god transformation. Should he not consider taking him down now? Chapter 45. Shall we quietly depart, leaving each other undisturbed? The captain of number 1, Wu Qingyuan, had forcibly elevated his level to 16 through divine transformation, single-handedly vanquishing the alliance of number 2 and number 13 with overwhelming success. Yet Su Yan could ascertain that, despite Wu Qingyuan's strength, he posed no real threat to himself. After all, he remained fundamentally a melee fighter. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Su Yan ultimately hesitated. This was due to the fact that Wu Qingyuan had 3 teammates. Su Yan was certain that one of the conventional mages posed no significant threat. However, the other 2 were his nemesis. Su Yan recalled the initial assembly of teams, when each high school registered the professional information of their squad members. He could not remember the names of those 2, but their professions remained etched in his mind. One was a wind ranger, and the other a holy priest. Their offensive and supportive capabilities were unaffected by the arrival of the tree realm or its blooming. Moreover, with their abilities yet to be revealed, Su Yan could not gauge their true strength. If he could not guarantee a 100 victory against them, he must not engage. It was merely the beginning of the second phase, and most teams were still intact. Should he gamble and lose, resulting in the elimination of Team 8, the ranking of Team 8 would be a secondary concern. The gravest issue would be the failure to complete his system task. If he were to miss out on the rewards for the system task, losing the opportunity to acquire a second mutated skill would be an insurmountable loss. If he were to take a risk, it would only be after the battlefield was reduced to 3 teams. For now, his priority was to remain cautious and survive. At that moment, another thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. A spectator team was targeted by a spell from a mage of number 1. Yet the terrifying magical assault failed to inflict casualties upon the team. After a brief moment of shock, the mage regained composure and chuckled. Oh, so it is our allied team. Did our captain not mention that we, number 1, require no allies? Furthermore, our alliance with you is not predicated on your value, but rather because our captain pointed randomly in your direction. Do you understand? Is my explanation sufficiently direct? Meanwhile, amidst the inferno, the members of Team 32 shielded themselves with energy barriers, as the energy crystals absorbed the assault between allied teams. Yet, despite the protective barriers, the members of Team 32 remained uneasy, for even the energy shields could not fully negate the residual damage from the spell. It dawned on them that the protective crystals did not guarantee their safety from elimination by their supposed ally, intensifying their trepidation. Nonetheless, the captain of Team 32, Yu Erlong, summoned his courage and took a step forward, fervently explaining, "No, we are not entirely without value. In fact, I can demonstrate our worth to you right now." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyuan felt a flicker of curiosity and turned slightly to him. "Oh, pray tell, what value do you possess?" he added. "If it turns out you are merely wasting our time, I assure you, regardless of your ally status, the energy crystals may shield you from much of our damage. But I still possess the capability to eliminate you at this very moment." Yu Erlong gulped nervously and continued, "Brother Wu, I believe you may not have noticed, but there exists a special team whose members can enter a prolonged state of invisibility. I believe such a unique ability could pose an insurmountable challenge for you." Wu Qingyuan, however, remained unfazed. "You refer to Team 16, don't you? I am aware of them. Their invisibility is indeed formidable, even with the declaration of war function. We cannot precisely lock onto all of them. But what of it? These fools, relying on their invisibility and the first phase's prohibition against inter-team assaults, have been stealing from bosses left and right, incurring the wrath of countless teams. Now, under the declaration of war mechanism, their coordinates are laid bare. And facing the carpet search of dozens of high school alliances, I dare say they have likely been eliminated by now. If you risk your life to inform me of this useless information, then you might as well perish now." With that, Wu Qingyuan once again entered his war god transformation. Yu Erlong felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly gestured to continue explaining, "No, Brother Wu, that is not all I have to say. Our team has also declared war on Team 16, yet, guess what? They are still alive. On our map, their red dot has not vanished. Although it defies common sense, the outcome has become painfully evident. Despite having the real-time coordinates of Team 16, the Allied forces remain utterly powerless against them. If this is the case, Wu Ge, do you still believe that Team 16 poses no threat to you?" After Yu Erlong's statement, Wu Qingyuan fell into a brief silence. The resilience of Team 16 has indeed surpassed his expectations. Even with their cloaking abilities, it shouldn't have taken them this long to persist. If the coalition forces are unable to subdue them, then he certainly lacks the confidence to capture Team 16 himself. Moreover, should an unlikely event occur where the coalition fails against Team 16 and suffers a counterattack, resulting in Team 16 amassing superior equipment by the third phase, even if the super boss possesses wide-area AoE capabilities, and even if Team 1's overall strength far surpasses theirs, it is uncertain that they will be the last one standing. Contemplating this, even Wu Qingyuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Subsequently, he tossed 10 pieces of superior-grade equipment to Team 32. "This information you provided is indeed advantageous to us in Team 1. I will not eliminate you now. Take these 10 pieces of superior-grade equipment and depart. We shall not have another opportunity for collaboration." Yu Erlong cautiously gathered the 10 pieces of equipment but did not leave. Instead, he confidently proclaimed, "No, Wu Ge, the cooperation between our alliances may have only just begun." Wu Qingyuan furrowed his brow. But a member standing at the back of Team 32 suddenly began to chant to himself. As a wave of special sound waves spread, the hidden Su Yan's team, which had been quietly observing from the shadows, suddenly found their cloaking state lifted, and they were forced to reveal themselves. With Team 8's emergence, Yu Erlong displayed a satisfied expression. Gao Yang was startled, exclaiming, "What the? Su Yan, our invisibility has been compromised." Su Yan awkwardly glanced at Wu Qingyuan, who was intently staring at him. Wu Ge, you see, we are merely a harmless life class profession team. We just came to observe and broaden our horizons. We will leave quietly now, without causing any disturbance. Would that be acceptable?" Chapter 46. Wu Ge, you mustn't let them escape. Su Yan feigned weakness, hoping to leave first. While not intimidated by Team 1, the second phase had only just begun, and without a 100 guarantee of victory, they could not afford to take risks. If they lost the gamble, failing the system task, and missing out on the second mutated skill would be a tremendous loss. Seeing Team 8 attempting to flee, Yu Erlong immediately pointed at Su Yan, anxiously stating, "Wu Ge, you mustn't let them escape. This Team 8 is allied with Team 16, under Team 16's orders. They have been brazenly lurking nearby, gathering information on you, relying on their cloaking ability. Though they are merely a life-class profession team, their invisibility, granted by Team 16, combined with their relatively weaker presence compared to other teams, makes them less likely to be suspected of declaring war. If it weren't for our bard's talent for sensing hidden targets, no one would have discovered them." Wu Qingyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Yan. Without Yu Erlong's urging, he had no intention of allowing Team 8 to leave. He was merely astonished at the formidable nature of Team 16's invisibility. Not only could they cloak themselves, but they could also render other teams invisible. Team 8 had been watching the spectacle right under his nose. And even as the area turned to ruins amidst the battle's aftermath, he had remained oblivious to their presence. The strength of this invisibility was indeed beyond imagination. If he allowed Team 16 to go unchecked now, he might truly jeopardize Team 1's chance at victory. Team 16 simply could not be spared, and their minions must be eradicated immediately. Eliminate Team 8, and then we shall swiftly move to confront Team 16. With Wu Qingyuan's command issued, the faceless masked mage in Team 1 raised his staff, a playful smile creeping beneath his mask. Do not worry, leave it to me, they won't escape. Seeing that the situation was completely under control, and recognizing Wu Qingyuan's newfound awareness of his team's significance, Yu Erlong mustered his courage and flatteringly smiled. Wu Go, you see, our alliance is indeed quite effective. Might you consider granting us a spot in the top 3? Team 32 has never had the chance to enter the top 3, which has always been our greatest regret. He gazed pitifully at Wu Qingyuan, who pondered for a moment. Team 32 had indeed proven to be remarkably effective against invisible units. And he turned his attention to Team 13. Dongfei, your team is ranked 4th. Do you have any objections? Dongfei shook his head. As the defeated party, Wu Qingyuan could eliminate him at any time, allowing him to achieve a higher rank. He dared not voice any objections. I have no objections. Wu Qingyuan then looked at Yu Erlong. Erlong, Team 2 is significantly stronger than yours. They are ranked 2nd, and you are 3rd. How does that sound? Hehe, we are naturally very satisfied. Just as the few were discussing how to divide the spoils of victory, an enormous green halo suddenly illuminated beneath all of them. Amidst their astonishment, countless saplings burst forth from the ground. As the saplings grew instantaneously, they ensnared all enemy targets present. Second-tier skill bloom. Before anyone could react, Su Yan's second-tier skill successfully activated, and countless pollen dispersed in the wind, directly sealing off the magic circuits of all mages present. The faceless mage from Team 1 had barely swung his staff halfway when he was horrified to discover that all his magic circuits had completely collapsed. Oh no, I've been silenced. What the hell? What are these vines? I can't even move my staff. The faceless mage stared blankly at his captain, Wu Qingyuan, only to find that the captain's bewilderment was no less than his own. At that moment, Wu Qingyuan had activated his war god's second transformation, and his level surged to 16. Although he had sensed something was amiss the instant the eerie green light appeared, and had unhesitatingly activated his war god's second transformation, he found himself utterly immobilized in this peak state. This is utterly absurd. Wu Qingyuan was utterly bewildered. In his god of war second transformation state, he possessed an ability of absolute invulnerability, akin to that of a high-tier boss, not a fleeting invulnerability, but a prolonged and unwavering one. This ability was the very reason he could single-handedly confront 8 adversaries, completely overpowering those from the 2nd and 13th divisions. He originally harbored confidence, believing that upon activating his transformation, no one in this world could hinder him for even half a second. Yet now, his confidence had crumbled, utterly and irretrievably shattered. How could there exist a control skill that disregarded invulnerability? Impossible. It was absolutely inconceivable. In his confusion, Wu Qingyuan glanced at the ranger in his team. Although the ranger too was restricted in movement, he did not appear to be as completely controlled as Wu Qingyuan. He still possessed the ability to counterattack. Without needing any command from Wu Qingyuan, the ranger instinctively understood what was required of him at this moment. His bowstring was already drawn to its full tension. A massive arrow imbued with terrifying power was poised to be unleashed, aimed directly at Su Yan, the center of the green circle. At that moment, Gao Yang and Bai Ding stood protectively in front of Su Yan. Although they were not frontline combatants and lacked defensive capabilities, their 6 divine armors bestowed upon them boundless courage. They resolved to use their bodies to shield Su Yan from this impending strike. Just then, a figure defied gravity and ascended into the air. Her short hair danced wildly, her eyes sparkled with electric brilliance, and dark clouds swirled above her head, enveloping her in a shroud of lightning. A unique field of lightning erupted around her as the epicenter, the lightning domain. As Wang Ku soared upward, every onlooker felt an overwhelming sense of mortal peril. Sensing the might of the thunder, everyone's hearts trembled. Although they could not fathom how an A-class lightning mage could command such formidable power, they understood that if she completed her charge, and the heavenly thunder descended, the consequences would be catastrophic. Ranger, forget about that farmer. Shoot down that lightning mage at once. The arrow shifted its trajectory, and as the ranger released it, several expanding white halos appeared at the arrow's tail. The colossal penetrating arrow, imbued with terrifying might, shot towards Wang Ku in the sky. Wang Ku, during the accumulation of her lightning, was at her most vulnerable. A moment's carelessness could result in a backlash from the very lightning she conjured. She could not withstand this arrow head-on. Reluctantly, Wang Ku abandoned her strongest lightning strike, hastily releasing 2 bolts of thunder she had prepared. The 2 bolts surged forth with wild fury. Wang Ku had initially aimed to strike the ranger, as he was the only one capable of posing a threat to Su Yan and needed to be eliminated first. However, the ranger's charged arrow forced Wang Ku to evade, causing her to miscalculate her angle, and the lightning bolts headed straight for Wu Qingyuan. Wu Qingyuan's pupils constricted. Damn, he shouted anxiously, priest, are you done yet? All right, what is the rush? In the next moment, Wu Qingyuan was struck by a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting his fury. Chapter 47. Shall we mind our own business? Wu Qingyuan, captain of the 1st Division, after enduring a bolt of thunder, suddenly found a golden halo beneath his feet. Sacred light overflowed from the circle, enveloping his entire being. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qingyuan vanished from his original location, reappearing atop a building several hundred meters away. At that moment, Wu Qingyuan's skin was charred, his hair frizzed, and he no longer resembled the nonchalant figure who once faced 8 foes with ease. Clearly, Wang Ku's strike, though only one bolt had struck him, inflicted considerable damage. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the priestess' skill, he would have faced a second strike, resulting in even greater harm. Yet immediately after, a green aura radiated from him, steadily restoring his health. Within a few breaths, his health was fully replenished. The other 3 members of the first division, freed by the golden halo, also escaped from Su Yan's tree domain and appeared behind Wu Qingyuan. Su Yan cast a scrutinizing glance at the priest, frowning involuntarily. It was the first time someone possessed the ability to extricate others from the tree domain. Moreover, the priest class was not affected by the pollen from the second-tier technique. This was indeed quite troublesome. Through the system, Su Yan learned of this extraordinary skill, divine redemption. After a brief charge, it can teleport 4 allied units to any location within 200 meters of the caster's line of sight and restore a substantial amount of health. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Once every 10 seconds? Damn it, Su Yan lamented. It was not that he could not defeat these opponents, but with the priest present, swiftly annihilating the first division would prove exceedingly challenging. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with them was not a wise course of action, especially with the risk of attracting other powerful teams seeking to capitalize on the chaos. Most critically, none of the members of his team had sustained any real damage. Their concealed equipment status remained unbroken, still hidden at the ordinary level. The fact that they possessed numerous rare items had not been revealed, and the first division had no reason to pursue a vendetta against them. It was prudent to call for a truce and continue to operate from the shadows, as this pace suited Su Yan perfectly. With this in mind, Su Yan called out to the first division, Wu Gu, you see, I never intended to compete with you. You have not suffered any losses. Why don't we just let this matter rest? You can consider it as though you never encountered us. Shall we mind our own business? At this moment, 6 individuals remained under the control of the tree domain. 4 from the 32nd Division, the captain of the 2nd Division, and the captain of the 13th Division. Although the confrontation between the 1st and 8th Divisions lasted only a few breaths, the brief clash had undoubtedly left these individuals utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was this? The 1st Division had actually faltered. What was going on with the 8th Division? The 32nd Division had initially thought the 8th Division merely a subordinate of the 16th Division, but now they were acutely aware of their misjudgment. Who among their subordinates could be this formidable, capable of evenly matching the 1st Division? Moreover, throughout this exchange, the 8th Division had only 2 participants engage, while the entire 1st Division had entered combat mode. Not only that, but during this engagement, the 8th Division had suffered no damage, while Wu Qingyuan of the 1st Division had taken a direct hit from a bolt of thunder. It was evident that, in this confrontation, the 8th Division had gained the upper hand. At that moment, all those still immobilized were left in shock, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Although they understood that the 8th Division's advantage stemmed from the element of surprise, emerging from their seemingly harmless demeanor to strike the 1st Division unexpectedly, they also recognized that the 1st Division was renowned as the top prodigy team of Dine City. Wu Qingyuan, an S-level hidden class warrior, is hailed as the unparalleled genius of Dine City, a talent seldom seen in a decade. The city holds high hopes for him to secure the provincial top scholar in the upcoming college entrance examination. In contrast, apart from Wang Ku, an A-level lightning mage, the other 3 members of the 8th middle school team are purely in life-oriented professions. Although their captain, Su Yan, a farmer, possesses somewhat exaggerated skill mutations, he remains fundamentally a farmer, with growth attributes that are inherently limited. Moreover, the holy priest from the 1st middle school holds an advantage over him. In light of these comparisons, it becomes evident that the 8th middle school's ability to gain an upper hand against the 1st middle school was merely fortuitous. All eyes turned to Wu Qingyuan, their curiosity piqued as to how the top talent of Dine City would react after suffering a setback against the 8th middle school. Now that the 8th middle school has chosen to show weakness and propose a truce, how will Wu Qingyuan respond? At this moment, the captain of the 1st middle school, Wu Qingyuan, wore a grim expression. This was the first time since he transitioned to the warrior class that he had encountered such a setback. As for Su Yan's claim that the 1st middle school had suffered no losses, that was a fallacy. The damage to the 1st middle school's reputation was its most significant loss. The notion of mutual non-interference? If Wu Qingyuan could not reclaim his honor in this matter, he would not bear the surname Wu. However, he was still grappling with the enigma of the 8th middle school. Captain Su Yan, a farmer, not only possessed strong control skills that could disregard the effects of physical invulnerability, but could also impose a wide-range magic seal, rendering the mages in his team ineffective. Such an extraordinary control ability was virtually unheard of. Then there was Wang Ku. Recalling her recent display of thunder, Wu Qingyuan felt a lingering ache in his head, as if he had been struck by lightning. He had been in the peak state of his warrior transformation. His level had forcibly surged to 16, with all attributes significantly enhanced, and his defenses multiplied several times over. Yet, despite all this, he had still been injured. An A-level lightning mage, even with superior grade equipment, should not have been able to inflict such harm upon him. This was simply illogical. Thus, there could be only one explanation. Wang Ku possessed rare grade equipment, and not just one piece. The perplexing part was that during the first phase of the joint training, there were no bosses in the 4th and 5th level areas. How had they acquired rare grade equipment? Could it be that they stumbled upon the legendary hidden area and obtained rare grade equipment from a hidden treasure chest? Had they truly been that fortunate? In the absence of high-tier bosses, a single piece of rare grade equipment could indeed alter the course of a battle. Wang Ku's exceptional lethality showcased this reality. Upon this realization, Wu Qingyuan felt an even stronger urge to ensure that the 8th middle school team could not escape this confrontation. Their valuable equipment must be seized. In the past, Wu Qingyuan never needed to deliberate on how to handle his adversaries. However, now, faced with the 8th middle school team, he had to maintain his composure and prepare for the worst-case scenario. If, by some unprecedented stroke of luck, they had found 3 pieces of rare-grade equipment in the hidden area, Wang Ku's terrifying output indicated that at least 2 rare-grade offensive pieces were likely in her possession. If there were a 3rd piece of rare-grade equipment, it would certainly belong to Wang Ku as well. After all, regardless of how exceptional offensive gear might be, without adequate defense, one could be easily eliminated. Therefore, it was probable that Wang Ku's other teammates were merely decorative, including Su Yan, who was merely blustering. Had he not taken advantage of an opening to strike, Wu Qingyuan would not have fallen for his trap. Though his skills were peculiar, he was fundamentally a farmer, with low base attributes and a fragile constitution, likely unable to withstand even a basic attack without quality equipment. Moreover, the teleportation ability of the holy priest countered him. If he could withstand a few of Wang Ku's lightning strikes, he could likely eliminate Su Yan in a single blow. Once Su Yan was defeated, Wang Ku alone would pose no significant threat. Thus, this battle was winnable. Not only did they need to fight, but they must also seize all the rare-grade equipment unexpectedly acquired by the 8th middle school while eliminating any potential threats. Chapter 48. Cheating. This could only be achieved through cheating. Wu Qingyuan had resolved to eradicate the 8th middle school and seize their equipment. The current dilemma was that the entire 8th middle school team had chosen to conceal the level of their equipment, presenting themselves with only ordinary grade gear. Based on his conjecture, the 8th middle school likely possessed 2 or 3 pieces of rare grade equipment, all of which had been bestowed upon Wang Ku. However, in a situation where both sides were evenly matched, merely speculating about the opponent's equipment was insufficient. He needed to ascertain the precise number of rare grade items the 8th middle school possessed. Did they truly all belong to Wang Ku as he suspected? Therefore, they needed to inflict area damage on the 8th middle school, regardless of the amount, as long as it could break their equipment's concealment state. They would be able to comprehend their true equipment distribution. Only by knowing both themselves and their adversary could they emerge victorious in battle. Regarding Su Yan's call for non-interference, Wu Qingyuan paid no heed, instead addressing his own team members, who were still immobilized in the field. My previous promise to you was based on our 1st middle school's triumph. However, the 8th middle school has clearly posed a significant threat to our victory. Thus, our prior commitments must be adjusted accordingly. Whoever among you can break the 8th middle school's equipment concealment status will be awarded 2nd place in the joint training. Upon hearing Wu Qingyuan's declaration, Shenhao, the captain of the 2nd middle school team, was instantly alarmed. Wu Qingyuan had previously promised him that the 2nd middle school could secure 2nd place, but now, the one who could break the 8th middle school's concealment status would claim that position. Achieving this was not particularly difficult. They merely needed to inflict any damage upon them, regardless of magnitude, to break their concealment. If the 13th middle school or the 32nd middle school struck first and dealt any damage to the 8th middle school, Shenhao's 2nd place standing would be in jeopardy. He believed that the 1st middle school would surely annihilate the 8th middle school, and he desperately wanted to align himself with them to secure his 2nd place finish. Yet now, trapped by these vexatious trees, he was utterly immobile. He could not even swing his battle axe, let alone inflict any damage on the 8th middle school. His dignity as a berserker was at stake. He was at a loss for what to do. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Similarly perplexed was Dong Fei, the captain of the 13th middle school. Earlier, the 1st middle school had promised him that the 13th middle school could achieve 4th place in the joint training. To be honest, he was dissatisfied with this ranking. He truly desired a place among the top 3. Now, the opportunity had finally arisen. As long as he could deal any damage to the 8th middle school, he could secure 2nd place in the city. As an ice mage, he possessed wide-ranging area of effect skills. With just one spell, he could meet the 1st middle school's requirements. Yet, ever since these bizarre trees had bloomed, his entire magical circuit had become severely obstructed, preventing him from casting even a single spell. Just as Chun Haoyu and Dong Fei were in utter dismay, Su Erlong suddenly exclaimed, "My opportunity has arrived." In the next moment, the bard of Team 32 began to sing once more. His voice was piercingly sharp, as if it could transform the very air into blades. Meanwhile, the 4 members of Su Yan's team suffered a staggering 500 points of damage per second amidst this cacophonous melody. Witnessing the effectiveness of his attack, the bard was filled with exhilaration. Su Erlong, too, was elated, proclaiming, "I am now in second place." This incited great satisfaction in Wu Qingyuan. As long as he could ascertain the specific distribution of equipment among Team 8, he was confident, 100% certain, of eliminating them in the ensuing battle. However, when the true equipment of Su Yan's team was reluctantly revealed, the bard stood dumbfounded, as did Su Erlong and all members of Team 32, collectively gasping in disbelief. What on earth? Rare grade. Each of them donned rare grade gear. And not just any rare gear, but exceptional rare gear, all imbued with special attributes? Look, that necklace worn by Wang Ku, that crimson aura, could it possibly be epic grade equipment? Chun Haoyu and Dong Fei, completely ensnared by the arboreal domain, could barely blink in disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. Am I hallucinating? 6 divine sets. Everyone is outfitted in 6 divine sets. Who could possibly challenge them? Even if they were all life class professions, no one could contend with them. Team 1 is surely doomed this time, and we might also share their fate. A few hundred meters away, Team 1, being too distant, instinctively questioned whether their eyes were deceiving them due to the great distance. Yet the ranger, equipped with the eyes of a hawk, observed their gear with crystal clarity. Trembling, the ranger exclaimed, "Not only does everyone possess rare grade 6 divine sets, but there is also an epic grade piece. Wang Ku's necklace is the epic Thunder God necklace. What on earth?" A stunned gasp from the ranger jolted Team 1 awake. Despite the distance, everything they witnessed was indeed real. They were not imagining things. Wu Qingyuan's expression contorted as he turned to the ranger with the keenest vision. "Look again and confirm what equipment they possess." After repeated verification, the ranger reiterated the same conclusion. Everyone was starting with exceptional rare grade gear, with Wang Ku being the exception, as she possessed an epic grade Thunder God necklace. Upon hearing the ranger's confirmation, Wu Qingyuan stood frozen, and the entirety of Team 1 was left in shock. How could this be? In the first phase of the joint training, weren't there supposed to be no bosses in areas above level 4? How could they possibly have amassed such rare grade equipment, let alone an epic grade item? Is there some mistake here? Cheating. They must be cheating. Could it be possible that all the high-level bosses in the first phase were eliminated by Team 8? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if that farmer's control abilities were extraordinary, and even if his skills possessed a secondary ceiling capability, they had only one A-grade lightning mage. With their output capacity, there is no way they could have defeated all the bosses before us. The time simply would not allow. Unless they bypassed the minor creatures entirely and stole the bosses instead. The realization that all high-level zones were devoid of bosses, only containing minor creatures, sent a chill through everyone. Yet, soon, someone dismissed their terrifying thoughts. That is also impossible. We were the fastest to reach the high-tier disaster beast area. By the time we arrived, all high-tier bosses had already vanished. I refused to believe they could skip the early accumulation of equipment and directly steal high-tier war beast bosses. You're right. While that farmer's control skills are formidable, can he maintain complete coverage over all minor creatures? Without an adequate early accumulation of equipment, even we would be easily slain by the minor creatures. Moreover, attempting to kill high-tier bosses at this stage would require an inordinate amount of time. Thus, to achieve the feat of bypassing all minor creatures to steal a boss, one would need to sustain their control skills indefinitely, which is simply impossible. Do control skills have no cooldown? Is their coverage infinite? Do they possess unlimited mana? Furthermore, and most critically, their equipment is not merely ordinary rare grade, but exceptional rare grade. Just how extraordinary must their luck be to yield such an abundance of exceptional rare grade gear? This is utterly inconceivable. Yes, and even more outrageous is that Wang Ku is adorned with an epic grade necklace. The drop rate for epic grade equipment is terrifyingly low. The last occurrence of an epic item was over a decade ago. I cannot believe anyone's luck could be so astronomical as to defy all odds. This is akin to demolishing the probability mechanism and replacing it with a deterministic one. The level of equipment possessed by Team 8 can only be achieved through cheating. Indeed, they are undoubtedly cheating. Chapter 49, A Ceasefire? Now, Team 8 refuses to comply. The entire team of Team 1, including their leader Wu Qingyuan, is now firmly convinced that, by whatever means or tactics, Team 8 could not possibly have acquired the current level of all 6 divine sets plus an epic grade item. Hence, there can only be one conclusion. Team 8 must be engaging in fraudulent practices. Cheating during joint training is exceedingly rare and not without its challenges. Yet it has occurred before. There have been instances where individuals used special spatial transfer methods to introduce high-tier equipment into the joint training grounds. Team May 8 will have employed a similar tactic, and the sudden disappearance of high-tier bosses might be linked to their fraudulent activities. While the specifics of their methods remain unclear, it is evident that Team 8's actions are exceptionally nefarious, not only severely undermining the fairness of the joint training, but also inflicting significant damage upon the established norms regarding high-tier bosses. This marks the most serious act of sabotage since the implementation of joint training in Dine City. However, as the joint training is still underway, Team 1 is unable to establish contact with the outside world, nor can they report the undeniable evidence of Team 8's cheating. Faced with Team 8, Wu Qingyuan found himself at an impasse. His initial expectation was that Team 8 would possess only 1 to 3 pieces of rare-grade equipment, under which circumstances Team 1 would have been 100% confident in defeating Team 8. All they needed to do was withstand a few of Wang Ke's thunder strikes to eliminate Su Yan. Yet now, all 4 members of Team 8 are equipped with exceptional rare-grade gear. With the enhancement of numerous exceptional rare-grade items, their individual attributes will soar to staggering heights. This is no longer merely about withstanding Wang Ke's thunder. Even enduring her output may not guarantee Su Yan's defeat. Although the other 2 teammates from Team 8 are merely life-class professions, their 6 divine sets render them unusually resilient. If they position themselves as shields before Su Yan, taking him down would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Meanwhile, Wang Ke, adorned with the epic necklace, is no mere ornament. To withstand her output in order to eliminate Su Yan would undoubtedly lead to significant casualties on their side. The championship position hangs in the balance. The small team from First High was at a loss, casting their anxious glances towards their captain, Wu Qingyuan. At that moment, Wu Qingyuan felt the weight of the situation acutely. The preparations for the joint training were exceedingly complex, time-consuming, and financially draining. This year, the Ministry of Education's funding would likely cover only this singular joint training session. Should the 8th High sabotage this endeavor, every team participating would be deprived of future opportunities. As the leader of the First High team, he bore the responsibility to safeguard the integrity and stability of the joint training, not only for his own school, but for all participating high schools in Dine City. If he failed to neutralize 8th High, even a successful report post-training would carry little significance. While 8th High's final scores may be annulled, the losses incurred would remain irreparable. Therefore, it was imperative that he eliminated the deceitful 8th High before the conclusion of the joint training. Moreover, it was a task that only they, the First High, could accomplish. Yet, engaging in direct conflict now would likely lead to mutual destruction. 8th High, unencumbered by shoes, had no fear of those who wore them, regardless of victory or defeat. The losses would be theirs alone. The most prudent course of action would be to retreat, conserve their strength, and gather more teams. Only through collective effort could they hope to eradicate the malignant presence of 8th High. Wu Qingyuan called out to Su Yan from a distance. Su Yan, our confrontation ends here for today. I have decided to accept your previous proposal. Let us keep to our own paths, shall we? The First High team suddenly feigned weakness, agreeing to a ceasefire. However, Su Yan was not pleased. Had his rare-grade equipment not been exposed, even after demonstrating a fraction of his strength, First High would have regarded him merely as a somewhat threatening adversary, not a mortal enemy. In that scenario, a truce would have favored him. However, with First High now aware of his rare-grade equipment, they no longer saw him as a rival, but as a foe to be eliminated. First High would certainly not relent at this juncture. If they were afforded time to regroup and strategize against him, the consequences would be dire. Su Yan shook his head. Previously, when I suggested not engaging, you insisted on fighting. Now that combat has commenced, you propose a truce? We at 8th High do not agree. Wang Ke, eliminate the bard first. The First High team fled, unable to engage, yet they could certainly handle the sycophants. This bard, who could break stealth, must be dealt with. Wang Ke understood instantly, making a decisive move as the lightning domain surged forth, rising into the air. 6 bolts of lightning descended, instantaneously obliterating the bard. The bard, ensnared by the tree domain, had no chance of escape, transformed into a wooden post, subject to Wang Ke's precise strikes of thunder. All that remained was a curse. And then he was gone. The protection crystal activated, transporting him to the waiting area. Since his team had not yet been entirely vanquished, he could only await in a special space, unable to leave the joint training. Wu Qingyuan was left speechless, watching helplessly as the only counter to the stealthy bard fell before his eyes, while the sacred priest's abilities were on cooldown. Without this bard, the stealth capabilities of the 16th High were rendered insurmountable. Damn, priest, are you not ready yet? I am ready, but the bard is dead now. What shall we do? Wu Qingyuan's complexion darkened. Save the others. In the next moment, Su Yan's tree domain descended over the control area, capturing Chun Haoyu from 2nd High, Dong Fei from 13th High, Su Erlong from 32nd High, and 1 random fortunate soul. For golden sacred circles illuminated beneath their feet, and they were transported beside the First High team. Meanwhile, those who could not be teleported were all eliminated by Wang Ke's fully charged lightning strike. Wu Qingyuan issued a direct command, run. Su Yan released the tree domain. You think you can flee after uncovering our secrets? Brothers, eliminate First High. The 8th High team charged forward, shouting for blood. Wu Qingyuan cursed under his breath. Damn it. He took his 8 comrades and fled desperately. With the sacred priest's skills just expended, they would need 20 seconds before they could teleport again. Facing the relentless pursuit of 8th High, they had no choice but to run. Thus, the elite first-tier geniuses raced ahead, while the 8th High's life class team pursued closely behind, creating a scene that was truly surreal. Meanwhile, Zhou Min continued to lead the alliance team in circles. Even though they suffered some attacks from the enemy, Zhou Min refrained from retaliating. With the support of 6 divine armors, these minor assaults felt akin to mere tickles. It wasn't that her adversaries were weak, the second phase had only just begun, and few teams had been eliminated. In this stage, the teams that struck first were at a disadvantage. After all, this was a survival test, not a kill test. Endurance was the ultimate strategy. Moreover, aside from these third-tier teams, there were also second-tier and first-tier formidable presences. Until she secured a satisfactory ranking, it was best not to draw their attention. At that moment, the coalition pursuing the 16th High was utterly frustrated, even contemplating abandoning their quest for vengeance. The stealth abilities of the 16th High were indeed exceptional. Even though the declaration of war function could reveal their general coordinates, they still found themselves powerless against them. No matter how hard they tried, the 16th High girls remained elusive. They could endure indefinitely. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Should they simply give up? I have my doubts now. I heard that 2nd High and 13th High challenged 1st High and were swiftly annihilated, and that 1st High indiscriminately exterminated all observing teams. Their behavior this time was indeed peculiar. What could they do? Did you not know? This joint training is unlike any before. The first phase of Advanced Disaster Beasts has no bosses, making it impossible to obtain rare-grade equipment. Without rare-grade equipment, once the third phase commences, facing the super bosses would diminish 1st High's advantage significantly. Thus, to ensure their victory, 1st High must eliminate all teams before the third phase begins. They might have already commenced a full-scale hunt. Meanwhile, we are brazenly pursuing the 16th High, which carries considerable risk. The urgent priority now is not to chase the 16th High, but to find a hiding place, considering the third phase has likely commenced early. You're right. Anyone who encounters 1st High will surely be eliminated. Chapter 50. At last, we've got you. The coalition from the third tier speculated that the 1st High team would undoubtedly hunt down all teams before the start of the third phase, effectively clearing the field. Furthermore, the prospect of successfully avenging the 16th High in the short term seemed increasingly difficult. The longer they paraded around, the higher the probability of being confronted by 1st High and directly eliminated. Gradually, the majority of the teams began to entertain the notion of relinquishing their pursuit of the 16th High School. Perhaps it would be wiser to withdraw for now. The audacity of chasing after them so brazenly is perilous. It is entirely plausible that the 1st High School has already encroached upon our vicinity. You speak the truth. Should we jeopardize ourselves in the quest for retribution against the 16th High School, only to face elimination by the 1st High School? We would find ourselves in a most regrettable position, becoming a source of amusement for the 16th High. The grievances with the 16th High are not to be resolved hastily. We shall have our time. My friends, until we meet again, I shall seek refuge. Indeed, until we meet again, I too have conceived of an exquisite hiding place. Just as the coalition of the third tier prepared to disperse and conceal themselves, someone suddenly pointed towards an approaching team in the distance, exclaiming in terror, "It's the 1st High School. It truly is them. Goodness, they have arrived so swiftly. I have yet to find cover. This is disastrous. What are we to do? We are clustered together in dozens of teams. Will we not be easily eliminated by the 1st High School? Could the 16th High School be in cahoots with them? Consider this. What if they deliberately provoked us, drawing us together merely to facilitate a thorough extermination by the 1st High School? Indeed, such a possibility exists. The 16th High are quite cunning, and there is little they would shy away from. If that were the case, we are in grave peril. We have all declared war on the 16th High, which implies they are now acutely aware of our every position. Even if we flee now, or conceal ourselves adeptly, the 1st High could obtain our real-time coordinates from the 16th High. This is the end. What if we band together to resist the 1st High? Resist? Do we stand a chance? The crux of the matter is, who will take the lead? Who will be the vanguard? Indeed, who dares to charge to the front? Knowing they will be the first to face annihilation at the hands of the 1st High, this joint training session pertains to the redistribution of educational resources for the next 3 years. No one can afford the consequences of being at the bottom. Enough of this. I shall take my leave. It has been an honor to fight alongside you. Farewell. Just as the coalition of the third tier was about to dissolve once more, someone sensed something amiss. Wait, something feels off. Look, the manner in which the 1st High is advancing seems peculiar. They appear somewhat disheveled. Could they be fleeing? Fleeing? How is that conceivable? The 2nd High and the 13th High united could not withstand them. Who else poses a threat to the 1st High? Exactly. What are you insinuating? They are the 1st High School, the mightiest institution in Dian City, with Captain Wu Chengyuan, an S-rank hidden profession warrior, upon whom the Education Bureau has high hopes for securing the provincial top spot. Who could possibly rival him? However, before the speaker could finish, they were abruptly silenced. As the 1st High's team drew closer, all were astonished to discover that indeed, another team was in pursuit of them, though the distance was too great for immediate recognition. It was now clear that the 1st High's team was being chased by this unknown high school, not daring to look back. The holy priest of the 1st High, upon the cool down of his skills, unhesitatingly activated a teleportation, frantically sending his nearby teammates to safety. Meanwhile, the ranger within the first high's ranks unleashed a flurry of skills behind them, desperately attempting to slow the relentless advance of the pursuing team. Even more bizarrely, the speed of this mysterious team was astonishingly swift. Despite the first high's desperate efforts, the gap between the two teams continued to diminish. This scene left all present in utter shock. Behind the first high, Suyin couldn't help but exclaim, "Those exquisite rare shoes are simply phenomenal. This Wind Fury buff is incredibly effective. It seems tailor-made for pursuit. Come on, fatty, keep up the momentum. The Wind Fury buff must not cease. I'm about to catch them." Running at the forefront of the team, Gao Yong gleefully gnawed on skewers of meat, his face alight with excitement. "Rest assured, Suyin, I have ample mana. This Wind Fury buff will remain unbroken. Haha, these Wind Fury boots are exhilarating. I must be the fastest fatty in Dian City." Suyin, Wang Ku, and Bai Ding chimed in, "Whether you are the fastest fatty, we cannot ascertain, but you are undoubtedly the quickest chef in Dian City." As they heard the boisterous laughter of fatty behind them, the first high team felt a chill run down their spines. What the hell? Has this fatty become so fast? He is about to catch up with us. What is he so pleased about? Is it merely his rare shoes obtained through dubious means? Damn it. If only we had rare equipment, we would have them reeling on the ground. And the 2nd, 13th, and 32nd high teams were utterly unreliable. Seeing the 8th high pursuing us, they scattered in different directions. Had they provided any assistance, we wouldn't be in such a precarious position. Everyone, hold firm and do not stop. My redemption teleport is nearly ready. Also, does anyone have any mana potions left? I'm running low. None. I have some. Here, do you mind the dregs of this half bottle? As the first high team drew ever closer to the coalition of the 3rd tier, they finally began to discern the identity of the mysterious team in pursuit. However, every face was etched with confusion. Goodness, it's the 8th high, Suyin's team. That lifestyle profession team? The 8th high? How can it be them? Is such a lifestyle team truly that formidable? The first high has no reason to fear them. Why do they not dare confront them directly? Surely, it must be that the first high sustained severe injuries after challenging the 2nd and 13th high, leaving them in a weakened state, thus allowing a team like the 8th high to pursue them. Indeed, that must be the case. If this is true, do we not have the opportunity to eliminate the first high? Should we succeed in ousting the first high, we would gain renown. Moreover, if the first high were to fall, we would no longer have to dread unilateral hunts nor exhaust ourselves seeking hiding places. This joint training could return to its intended course, back to the original design of the Education Bureau. As these thoughts crystallized, many hearts began to quicken with anticipation. Just as the crowd was poised to take action, they all froze. Suyin, utilizing the unique abilities of his equipment, executed a 50-meter blink, propelling himself to the forefront of the 8th high team. His face radiated excitement as he planted his right foot firmly on the ground, exclaiming, "At last, I've got you." Immediately, a massive green light circle erupted around Suyin, within which countless saplings burst forth from the earth, rapidly growing into vines that ensnared the ranger at the rear of the first high team. That ranger suddenly felt his body seize up, rendering him unable to advance even a fraction. Indeed, the real marvel lies in the equipment of the 8th high. The ranger, originally the swiftest among the team, could effortlessly maintain the lead even while evading attacks and executing maneuvers. However, after numerous failed attempts to strike back, he found himself in a state of frustration, contemplating a risky charged attack. Yet, this momentary lapse into concentration rendered him the last in line, allowing Suyin to seize the opportunity with a blink of an eye and ensnare him with a devastating tree realm skill. Wang Ku, ever decisive, unleashed the lightning domain, summoning 3 bolts of thunder to strike down. Having learned from past experiences, Wang Ku dared not attempt to summon the full 9 bolts of lightning. 3 would suffice. Her sole desire was to unleash the thunder as swiftly as possible, hoping to strike even once. The ranger emitted 2 anguished cries, "Ah, ah." Just as he faced imminent demise, the golden circle beneath his feet illuminated, teleporting him 200 meters ahead of the team. Upon regaining his composure, the ranger was left with bristling hair and charred skin. The healing effects of divine redemption began to take hold, swiftly restoring his condition. Yet he was still far from full recovery. The ranger felt a lingering dread. Of the 3 lightning bolts, only 2 had struck him, one inflicting 3 health and the other 3 health. Had the priest been even a moment slower, all 3 bolts would have hit, and if one had crit, he would have been out of the fight entirely. How terrifying, how utterly terrifying. Was this the sheer dominance of exquisite equipment? Soon after, the golden circles beneath the remaining 3 members of Team 1 illuminated simultaneously, transporting the entire team 200 meters forward, successfully widening the gap between them and Team 8 once more. Although Team 1 had narrowly escaped peril thanks to the holy priest's efforts, the priest was now in a state of panic, as his blue potions were nearly depleted. How perplexing. What was the source of this team acceleration? How could they achieve such infinite speed? Did they not tire? Did they not require rest? I could very well collapse from exhaustion, and my potions are running out. The clash between the two teams lasted but a few seconds, yet this brief encounter left the onlookers dumbfounded. They had come to a profound realization about their own folly. Team 1 was far from being at their wits' end, and Team 8 was certainly not a mere ragtag squad. This was a confrontation between two of the most elite teams. What was that immense tree realm skill? Was the area control an ability of Su Yan? Is this a skill befitting a farmer? Team 1 had been evading, likely avoiding Su Yan's control ability. The jump and instant control was indeed remarkable. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the holy priest, teleporting Team 1's ranger away, he would have perished by now. Su Yan's true profession could not possibly be that of a farmer. And then there was Wang Ku. What was the source of her output capability? One bolt of lightning had severely injured Team 1's ace ranger, leaving him in disarray. Fortunately, the holy priest had acted swiftly, preventing him from suffering the full brunt of Wang Ku's skills. Had the remaining two bolts struck home, would the ranger not have been eliminated? After all, he was an S-rank hidden class wind ranger, equipped with top-tier gear. Who could possibly eliminate him with a single skill? Wang Ku's capabilities were certainly suspicious. Could an A-rank truly eliminate an S-rank? Is that even plausible? And then there was their bizarre movement speed, which seemed deeply unnatural, reminiscent of that rotund fellow's abilities. A mere cook wielding team acceleration capabilities? Team 8 was far more formidable than we had previously surmised. They had undoubtedly concealed their strength until now. The portion of power they exhibited was already indicative of a top-tier combat force. Furthermore, Team 1 was not as severely weakened as we had believed. Their retreat stemmed solely from the fact that they genuinely could not contend with Team 8. The realization that Team 1 could not overpower Team 8 was staggering. Who would dare to believe it without witnessing it firsthand? Goodness, today has truly opened my eyes. Team 8 is undeniably impressive. Moreover, who was it that claimed we should take advantage of Team 1's weakness to eliminate them? Go ahead. Due to the distance still separating the two sides, most could only catch a glimpse of the general situation of the battle. However, a select few archers, utilizing their exceptional visual acuity, discerned the crucial details that eluded the rest. Wrong. You are all mistaken. It is not Su Yan who is remarkable, nor Wang Ku, nor even Team 8. The true marvel lies in their equipment. The reason Team 1 was being relentlessly pursued by Team 8 was solely due to their superior gear. As the crowd gaped in astonishment, the archers continued to exclaim in disbelief. Holy moly, rare grade. No, it's exquisite rare grade. And everyone is equipped with exquisite rare grade gear. Even their cook and stonemason are decked out in 6 divine sets. Is there no justice left? Are we not allowed to play? Look at Wang Ku. The necklace she wears, its crimson aura, is unequivocally epic grade. The archers present were so astounded that their voices trembled. Meanwhile, the others, hearing the archers' exclamations, were equally left in a state of existential doubt. Wasn't it said that the first phase of the joint training could not yield rare grade equipment? How on earth does Team 8 possess exquisite rare grade gear? And what of Wang Ku's epic necklace? 6 divine sets for everyone. No wonder Team 8 could pursue Team 1 relentlessly. If our team were similarly equipped, with 6 divine sets and an epic piece, we could do it too. Indeed. The overwhelming effect of exquisite equipment is extraordinarily pronounced, which is why the equipment collection phase has always been of paramount importance in past joint training sessions. But the question remains, how did Team 8 acquire so many top-tier equipments? During the first phase of joint training, there were no high-tier bosses. And normal boss farming could not yield rare-grade equipment, even if they were fortunate enough to stumble into the fabled hidden area and unlock hidden treasure chests. It would be improbable to acquire so many exquisite items. If that were the case, what would be the point of this joint training? Would it be all left to chance? I refuse to believe that our educational bureau would commit such a fundamental error in principle. Team 8 must have obtained these top-tier equipments through some special means. Some special means? Are you suggesting that they cheated? Aside from cheating, do you think there is any other possibility? Chapter 52. Have the sisters of Team 8 missed us? The spectacle of Team 8 relentlessly hammering Team 1 shocked everyone. Yet what truly left the observers in utter disbelief was the fact that Team 8 was outfitted with 6 divine sets and Wang Ku's epic necklace. To the watching teams, such a level of equipment could only be attributed to cheating. It could only be achieved through deceit. Of course, there was one exceptional team that stood apart. Team 16. With the assistance of Team 8's allies, they too were outfitted with 6 divine sets. Following Su Yan's detailed demonstration and explanation, they had come to understand that these top-tier equipments were indeed acquired through stealing from bosses. Although the act of stealing from bosses is tantamount to cheating, it remains lawful and compliant with the rules set forth by the Educational Bureau. Regarding the misunderstandings and misconceptions held by the masses, they found no inclination nor time to provide any explanations. At this moment, Zhou Min was leading her team, all cloaked in invisibility, concealed among the crowd, stationed along the route that the 1st and 8th teams would inevitably traverse. Zhou Min had not anticipated the audacity of the 8th team, who, barely into the 2nd phase, had aggressively pursued the 1st team. Such behavior was undeniably perilous, although both the 8th team and herself, bolstered by their divine armaments, possessed a probability of overcoming the 1st team. it remained merely a chance, not a guarantee of victory. In this critically important joint training session, having already secured a significant advantage, there was no need to gamble. Fortunately, the 8th team triumphed, as the first team proved utterly powerless against them. Furthermore, the 8th team's relentless pursuit of the first team was a tactically sound decision. Given that the existence of their superior equipment had been revealed, they could not afford to grant the first team any opportunity for preparation or counterattack and must press their advantage to secure a decisive victory. Currently, the directives from Zhou Min were clear to all members of her team. Although the 8th team held the upper hand, they could not swiftly eliminate the first team without the assistance of the 16th team. The 16th team was prepared to expose all their trump cards and engage with full force. Soon, the first team found themselves fleeing near the onlookers, contrary to the rumors. However, the first team did not indiscriminately annihilate the other squads. Captain Wu Qingyuan of the first team, while evading, proclaimed loudly to the assembled crowd, "You have all witnessed the equipment of the 8th team. Every member possesses rare-grade gear, and one even bears an epic item. There is no need for me to elaborate. You must have surmised by now. They are cheaters, utilizing unconventional means to illicitly acquire superior equipment. They have violated the training rules and disrupted the fair order. All of you have the obligation to assist us in eradicating the 8th team." Upon hearing Wu Qingyuan's fervent call to action, bolstered by his authoritative endorsement, the crowd became even more convinced of their previous suspicions. Indeed, the 8th team had engaged in deceitful practices. The egregious nature of the 8th team's cheating had undeniably compromised the fairness and interests of all involved. Whether out of envy or a desire to restore their rightful fairness, it was imperative for everyone to eliminate the 8th team. However, the quandary remained. How could they contend with the fully equipped 8th team? At this moment, Wu Qingyuan earnestly implored the gathered crowd, "I, Wu Qingyuan, beseech you all in the name of the first team, lend us your strength. All archers, all bards, and all non-melee, non-mage classes, focus your fire on the captain of the 8th team, Su Yan. We do not seek to kill, only to restrain him. We of the first team possess absolute confidence in turning the tide of battle and restoring fairness to this joint training." After Wu Qingyuan's impassioned plea, the non-melee, non-mage individuals among the onlookers glanced at one another hesitantly before ultimately stepping forward. Although they were unclear as to why Wu Qingyuan specifically sought their aid, they had surmised that he must possess knowledge of the 8th team's critical weakness amidst the ongoing conflict. The non-melee and non-mage classes were likely the key. Judging by the current circumstances, if they failed to assist the first team in dealing with the 8th team now, once the 8th team triumphed over the first, they would become an invincible entity. In such a scenario, regardless of the outcome, the entire joint training could be rendered null and void due to the actions of the cheating 8th team, a catastrophic incident for the Education Bureau. Now that they had the capacity to avert this disaster, remaining passive would be untenable. Should the Education Bureau seek accountability, the repercussions would be daunting. However, if they aided the first team in eliminating the 8th team, a significant portion of the 8th team's superior equipment would fall into the hands of the first team. This would provide the first team with an absolute advantage in claiming victory in the third phase. Once the first team was assured of their triumph, they would refrain from executing a comprehensive extermination strategy, allowing the joint training to quickly revert to its former state, while the first team would still be the designated victor. This would at least render the situation relatively fair for the other high schools. Thus, considering all factors, they resolved to cooperate with the first team in eliminating the 8th team first. In the next moment, a multitude of archers raised their bows, their arrows aimed squarely at Su Yan. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ku felt a surge of anxiety. "Su Yan, with so many arrows targeting you, you may not withstand it. If anything were to happen to you, Wu Qingyuan would surely teleport in and resolve the situation directly. We cannot pursue any further." Gao Yang and Bai Ding urged, "Perhaps we should let it go for today. The first team will have ample opportunities to settle the score in the future." Su Yan remained silent, fully aware that if he missed this opportunity, he might never have another chance against the first team. Allowing the first team to escape now would undoubtedly result in them leveraging their influence to rally more archers and non-melee classes to mount a focused assault against the 8th team. At that point, the 8th team would stand little chance against the first team. Yet, considering the 16th team, who could render him invisible, Su Yan felt a glimmer of hope. With 2 squads equipped with divine armaments, coupled with the ability to cloak themselves, if both sides launched an all-out assault on the first team, victory was still plausible. However, the current situation was undeniably unfavorable for him. Should he concede? Just as Su Yan began to reconsider his retreat, a dazzling curtain of light materialized, enveloping the entire 8th team. In the next instant, the 4 members of the 8th team vanished from sight, and all arrows that had been aimed at Su Yan lost their targets. Suddenly, 4 indistinct figures appeared before the members of the 8th team. "Sisters of the 8th team, did you miss us?" Chapter 53, The Hunt commences. The sudden appearance of the 16th team invigorated the members of the 8th team. Su Yan was now certain that their victory was assured. No matter how skilled or eloquent the first team may be, or how adept they were at rallying allies, all would crumble before the invisibility of the 16th team. In their cloaked state, he had a genuine opportunity to simultaneously ensnare all 4 members of the opposing team. The holy priest on their side, having been conditioned by the 8th team's relentless pursuit, would instinctively trigger their holy redemption upon being ensnared by his tree domain. This would reflexively transport all team members to the farthest point, a maximum distance of 200 meters from the 8th team. This conditioned reflex, cultivated by the 8th team, would be pivotal in determining the outcome against the first team. Moreover, the final blow need not be dealt by the 8th team. It could just as easily be delivered by the 16th team. As long as the 16th team lay in ambush at a likely teleportation target of the first team, they would not require pinpoint accuracy, even with a deviation of several hundred meters. The 16th team could launch a lethal strike against the first team before the Holy Priest's redemption skill could cool down. Furthermore, the 16th Division need not vanquish all their adversaries. It suffices to eliminate either their Holy Priest or their Wind Ranger to accomplish the mission. Should the Holy Priest fall, the 1st Division would lose their teleportation capability, rendering them as lambs to the slaughter. If the Wind Ranger were to perish, the 1st Division would also be deprived of their soul, means to regulate their own movement speed. Even if the Holy Priest retained the ability to teleport, the 1st Division would inevitably find themselves ensnared. The outcome remains unequivocally favorable. Having established a general tactical direction, Su Yan began to contemplate how to maximize the probability of success for the 16th Division. The most viable strategy he conceived involved an exchange of equipment between both sides. Although the 16th Division boasted a full roster of 6 divine armaments, the rare-grade gear they possessed was not of the finest quality. The disparity in fundamental attributes between premium and non-premium equipment is considerable, compounded by the unique attributes that premium-level gear possesses. Ordinary rare-grade and premium rare-grade equipment can indeed be regarded as belonging to entirely different tiers. If an exchange of equipment were to take place, the actual combat strength of the 16th Division would experience a qualitative leap. Conversely, the 8th Division, as the fainting force, does not require equipment of the highest caliber. Mere survival and the ability to intimidate the 1st Division would suffice. Wang Ke's epic-level Thunder God necklace is most suited for lightning mages, yet within the 16th Division, only Zhou Min is a fire mage, rendering it less applicable. Moreover, Wang Ke's epic necklace radiates a distinctive red aura, making it particularly conspicuous. Should the opposing side discover that Wang Ke's Thunder God necklace is absent during their confrontation, it could potentially alert them. Thus, the Thunder God necklace must remain, serving as a tool of intimidation. Meanwhile, other premium rare-grade equipment, such as the wind shoes belonging to the hefty individual, is also unmistakably characteristic and cannot be exchanged. However, all other premium rare-grade gear can be transferred to the 16th Division, elevating their actual combat strength to new heights. Ultimately, this would enable the 16th Division to deliver a fatal blow to the 1st Division. Having devised the next strategy, Su Yan addressed Zhou Min, exclaiming, "Brother, we have indeed missed you. Now that you are here, it will be your task to eliminate the 1st Division." Zhou Min was taken aback, exclaiming, "Huh? In a moment, when our 8th Division feigns an attack, the 1st Division will undoubtedly reflexively teleport to a position 200 meters away from us. You few from the 16th Division should lie in ambush nearby, focusing your fire on their Holy Priest or Wind Ranger. That will spell their doom." Upon hearing Su Yan's straightforward and lucid tactical proposition, Zhou Min felt a surge of anxiety. The previous instance of the 1st Division escaping the 8th Division's pursuit indeed involved them fleeing to the furthest possible distance of 200 meters. Following Su Yan's strategy, there was indeed a significant probability of successfully ambushing the enemy. No precise prediction was necessary. Even with a 200-meter margin of error, success seemed attainable. Yet, a critical variable loomed, a variable that was the 16th Division itself. Given their current output capability, they lacked absolute certainty in defeating the opposing Shadow Priest or Wind Ranger. Should they falter and raise the enemy's alertness, their next teleportation position would no longer be fixed but entirely random, making it exceedingly difficult to apprehend the 1st Division again. Reflecting on this, Zhou Min felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. "No, Su Yan, are you entrusting the ultimate task to us right from the outset? It is not that we are unwilling to execute it. The crux lies in our equipment level. Our output capability may still be lacking, and we might falter." Before Zhou Min could finish, Su Yan interjected confidently, "You will not falter. I believe in you. But the issue is, we do not believe in ourselves." Zhou Min countered, "Isn't it merely a matter of equipment? It's quite simple. Wait, Su Yan, what are you doing? Why are you undressing? Hold on, let me clean my glasses." Su Yan responded. Soon, at Su Yan's behest, the equipment exchange was completed. "Zhou Min, do you now possess confidence?" At this moment, the members of the 16th Division were all equipped with 6 divine armaments. Feeling their actual combat strength elevated once more to a new pinnacle, the entire team brimmed with confidence. Zhou Min, patting her premium rare-grade armor, replied assuredly, "Now I am confident." Su Yan nodded in satisfaction and promptly commanded, "The hunt commences officially." The figures of the 8th Division vanished beneath the watchful eyes of the spectators. All arrows poised to be unleashed suddenly lost their targets due to the abrupt invisibility. At that moment, everyone realized the gravity of the situation. They remembered that their opponents were not solely the 8th Division, but also the 16th Division, which possessed the ability to remain concealed in the shadows. The sudden disappearance of the 8th Division could only be attributed to the machinations of the 16th Division, with the 8th Division now adorned in premium 6 divine armaments. Their combat prowess was formidable, and with the added advantage of invisibility, Su Yan's archers would be utterly incapable of locking onto a target. All archers found themselves at a loss. Meanwhile, Wu Qingyuan began to panic, acutely aware of the terror that the 16th Division's invisibility engendered. Previously, when the 8th Division had lurked in close proximity, none had detected their presence. Moreover, the inability of the 3rd Coalition to capture the 16th Division thus far indicated that none present possessed the means to dispel invisibility. The special bard from the 32nd Division was no longer in the fray. In the absence of any capability to counter invisibility, the only recourse was to wait for the 8th Division to strike and voluntarily relinquish their concealment. This left them with even less time to react and a diminished margin for error. Subsequently, the 8th Division would undoubtedly launch an even more ferocious assault. Taking decisive action, Wu Qingyuan issued a command. Everyone, charge into the crowd. Use them as natural shields for defense. Priests, remain vigilant and be prepared to initiate divine redemption at any moment. Chapter 54. Su Yan, you cunning old fox. The 1st Division immediately surged into the throng, intending to use the masses as natural cover against the now invisible 8th Division. Simultaneously, Wu Qingyuan ordered all non-warrior, non-mage professions to concentrate. Everyone, stay alert. Su Yan will undoubtedly stealthily approach our 1st Division and unleash large-scale control and anti-magic skills. His control range extends nearly 100 meters, and most of us will fall victim. However, do not be afraid. His control skills only affect melee professions, and his anti-magic skills solely target mages. Moreover, Su Yan cannot inflict any damage. The true threat to us comes solely from Wang Ku. Once Su Yan's tree domain manifests, Wang Ku's thunder field will inevitably follow. Bolstered by epic-level equipment, Wang Ku's lightning attacks are immensely damaging, and even our 1st Division would find it challenging to withstand them continuously. With the 8th Division granted invisibility, Su Yan's control skills would undoubtedly take effect. Therefore, we must not allow Wang Ku's thunder to strike. When we see the tree domain materialize, and the 8th Division dispels their invisibility, everyone must immediately focus on Wang Ku, ensuring to interrupt her skill charging at all costs. If Wang Ku persists in brewing her thunder, even if our team suffers casualties, we shall not hesitate to act as a shield to draw her fire, allowing you to seize this opportunity to eliminate her. Upon hearing Wu Qingyuan's directive and understanding the weaknesses of Su Yan's control skills, coupled with the willingness of our team to become a meat shield to attract fire and ensure everyone's safety, the onlookers were instantly filled with confidence. Furthermore, the mere prospect of fighting alongside the legendary team was a tremendous honor, as they joined forces to eradicate evil and restore justice. In that moment, the crowd brimmed with confidence and fervor. Even when faced with the seemingly invincible 8 middle school, it appeared that there was still a glimmer of hope. As long as we unite our efforts, what does it matter if the opponent resorts to cheating? What does it matter if they are strong? We can still eliminate them. Indeed, the odds were 30-2, and the advantage was ours. Moreover, standing shoulder to shoulder with our team to uphold the fairness of the joint training was a privilege for all of us. Wu Qingyuan displayed a sincere smile, emphasizing that the protection of the joint training relied on everyone's dedication. He would duly recognize and remember the efforts of each individual present. Listening to Wu Qingyuan's words and receiving the acknowledgement of this prodigious talent warmed the hearts of the onlookers, further bolstering their confidence and courage for the impending battle. Wu Qingyuan successfully rallied the spectators, yet he had no intention of becoming that shield at a critical moment. After all, with Wang Ku adorned in 6 divine artifacts and epic gear, she would not be so easily dispatched. Should Wang Ku evade being overwhelmed and instead, our side suffers casualties first, the consequences would be dire. However, if these third-tier individuals prove their mettle and inflict serious injury upon Wang Ku, then he could swiftly return to finish off the injured Wang Ku, effectively bringing the confrontation with 8 middle school to a decisive conclusion. This was the epitome of a foolproof strategy. As Wu Qingyuan contemplated, he added, the allies of 8 middle school are from 16 middle school. They have now converged with 8 middle school. Their ability to become invisible is exceedingly troublesome. If 16 middle school joins forces with 8 middle school, while we focus fire on Wang Ku, we must also strive to eliminate the Sanctum assassins from 16 middle school. In truth, the members of the 3rd tier harbored a deep-seated animosity towards 16 middle school. Should they dare to reveal themselves, they would undoubtedly meet their demise alongside 8 middle school. United in purpose, the 4 members of our team positioned themselves at the center, with their weapons pointed outward. Everyone maintained silence, holding their breath, concentrating intently. prepared to confront the imminent assault from 8 middle school and 16 middle school. The gentle breeze rustled through the fractured rocks and weeds surrounding them. Even the faintest sound was acutely perceived by all, capable of stirring everyone's anxious spirits. They were aware of their position while the enemy lurked in the shadows, wielding absolute initiative. Yet, supported by our team and righteousness, they felt undaunted. They must remain in a state of heightened vigilance, ready to react the instant 8 middle school made its move. However, as time ticked away, 8 middle school did not reveal themselves. A tense atmosphere enveloped everyone. And after 5 minutes, someone could no longer contain their impatience. It's been several minutes without any movement. Do you think 8 middle school is afraid of us and has fled? Well, that is indeed a possibility. If they have truly retreated, it would be rather embarrassing for us to remain on high alert, appearing foolish. 8 middle school and 16 middle school are allies. Now that we have united, they will undoubtedly act together. Since we have declared war on 16 middle school, by observing their approximate coordinates, we can ascertain the movements of 8 middle school, can't we? That makes sense. Let me check the map. Goodness, their coordinates are indeed moving away. They are genuinely fleeing. Here we are, standing like fools on high alert while they escape. Everyone, let us take a break. They've already run off, and I've been drawing my bow like a simpleton. My arms are sore. Upon hearing this archer's words, the other archers felt the strain in their shoulders as well. If a battle were to ensue, what harm would it be to hold their bows a moment longer? Yet the issue remained. The enemy had indeed fled, leaving them powerless to hold their bows any longer. Wu Qingyuan contemplated urging everyone to hold on a bit longer. However, considering that they had declared war on 16 middle school and were aware of their general movements, and that 8 middle school was likely to act in concert with 16 middle school, their rationale held merit. It was possible that upon witnessing their united front, 8 middle school truly intended to avoid direct confrontation. If that were the case, it would not be without its advantages. 8 middle school had granted them a respite, allowing them to gather more professionals capable of countering Su Yan and to devise strategies more effectively targeting 8 middle school. When the time came to engage again, their chances of victory would only increase. Moreover, with so much time having elapsed, it was conceivable that 8 middle school had genuinely retreated. All right, everyone, let's relax. 8 middle school may very well lack the courage to face us. Just as everyone began to lower their guard, a colossal green circle suddenly illuminated beside the team at the center. Would release the forest of birth. Upon hearing that familiar voice and witnessing the massive green circle, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Wu Qingyuan could not help but grimace, unleashing a torrent of curses. Su Yan, you treacherous scoundrel. Chapter 55, Escape? Is there any escape? The gigantic green circle blazed to life, engulfing our team and dozens of nearby squads. Trees surged forth, vines ensnared, and a vast domain of thunderstorm erupted. Due to their recent moment of relaxation, very few could immediately pinpoint Wang, suspended in the air. In just a few breaths, for bolts of thunder had already coalesced. They hurtled directly toward our holy priest. Wu Qingyuan's heart sank. Priest, move. Do not hesitate. Quickly. The priest also wished to flee promptly, but the activation of his teleportation required time to charge. Just as the priest prepared to unleash his teleportation skill, 2 bolts of thunder struck him mercilessly, enduring excruciating pain. The priest waved his staff, and after 4 golden circles shimmered, the entire team successfully teleported to a position 200 meters behind. Having successfully evaded the battlefield, the priest's health began to recover gradually. Although he was not gravely harmed, the entire team still felt a wave of trepidation. With 8 middle school possessing the ability to become invisible, their timing for attack was unpredictable, leaving them with mere moments to react. A slight lapse in vigilance could yield irreversible consequences. Thankfully, this time they managed to escape by sheer luck. The turn had shifted to these third-tier squads. Could they create an opportunity for victory? The attention of the entire team was fixed on the distant 8 middle school, blissfully unaware of the mysterious squad lurking beside them. Beneath their feet, the earth had been infused with an abundance of fire magic. Purgatory. With a soft utterance from Zhou Min, a terrifying fire array was suddenly activated. Endless waves of crimson flames surged forth from the array, shooting towards the heavens. The ground beneath the small team was transformed into molten lava in an instant, overwhelmed by the searing heat. With just this one strike, the slightly defenseless Windrunner Ranger lost half of their health. Even the most resilient among them, Wu Qingyuan, saw his health diminish by 10. As Wu Qingyuan discerned the ambushing team, his brow furrowed in confusion. 16 high school. He had considered the possibility of an unexpected strike from them, but he never anticipated such devastating damage. How could Wang Min, an A-rank fire mage, unleash such explosive power? However, upon noticing her equipment, Wu Qingyuan realized the gravity of the situation. Her gear was composed entirely of top-tier rare items, most of which had previously belonged to the 8th high school. 16 high school had exchanged equipment with 8th high school. This time, the opportunity for 8th high school to eliminate him was entirely entrusted to 16 high school. Furthermore, Wu Qingyuan soon recognized that the energy of the fire array beneath him had not yet been depleted. A second, even more terrifying wave of attack was already brewing. Without hesitation, Wu Qingyuan shouted, "Run! Quickly escape the range of the fire array's attack. The second wave is coming." In response, Zhou Min dismissed his warning. Run? Is that even possible? As she spoke, one of Zhou Min's teammates, covered in strange glowing runes, emanated an unsettling aura. The rune girl pressed her right hand downwards. Seal. In the next moment, an energy barrier adorned with runes surged upward, encasing the small team within the confines of the fire array's attack. Wu Qingyuan wasted no time and activated his battle god transformation. A colossal golden hand morphed into a giant fist, crashing down upon the four-sided prison. Boom. A tremendous shockwave erupted, sending energy rings radiating outward. The very ground trembled under the force of the impact. Yet, despite Wu Qingyuan's full-powered strike, he could not breach the eerie cage. It merely dimmed the prison's glow slightly and reduced the runes on the rune girl. However, after a few breaths, the runes on the girl re-emerged, and the radiance of the prison quickly restored, regaining its peak fortitude. The rune girl calmly declared, "No need to struggle. I am now truly equipped with the 6 divine artifacts. You cannot break my prison." As despair filled the eyes of the first high school team, the fire array unleashed its second wave of purgatory, the third wave of purgatory, the fourth wave of purgatory. Simultaneously, within a massive green circle, 3 thunder gods ascended into the air, the terrifying thunder continuing to brew. All members of dozens of teams felt the overwhelming force akin to a heavenly calamity, sending chills down their spines and causing their pupils to constrict. The A-rank Thunder Mage, equipped with the 6 divine artifacts and an epic necklace, was still unwaveringly precise. There was no escaping this. How on earth do we fight this? Outside the joint training instance, leaders from the Education Bureau and high school principals awaited the results of this training session. Ever since the second phase of the joint training began, results had been trickling in. The first 3 teams to be eliminated were those nearby when the first high school clashed with the 2nd and 13th high schools. All of them, without exception, had been randomly eliminated by the first high school while merely spectating. Consequently, these 3 teams were filled with self-reproach, lamenting their decision to idly watch the spectacle instead of finding a safe corner to hide. Had they behaved more prudently, they wouldn't have faced such a dire outcome today. After being randomly picked off by the first high school, their respective high schools plummeted to the bottom 3 ranks of the joint training. Their principals were furious, their faces turning pale. They had been eagerly awaiting the first team from 8th high school to emerge, with 8th high school at the bottom. Their own pressures would diminish significantly. They were also curious to witness the spectacle of 8th high school, which had sent a team of purely life class occupations to participate in the joint training, an amusing topic for casual conversation. They had even prepared comforting words for Principal Huang of 8th high school, such as long as no one is hurt, that's the best outcome. Yet now, they could hardly believe that they had become the subjects of gossip themselves, the very topic for others' casual discussions. In less than half an hour since the start of the second phase of the joint training, their strongest team had been eliminated due to their idleness. What a shameful event this would be if it were to spread. How could we ever show our faces again? The principals of the first 3 eliminated high schools were thoroughly frustrated. Meanwhile, the principals of the 2nd and 13th high schools, upon learning that their teams dared to challenge the first high school, felt their hearts leap to their throats. Challenge the first high school? Are we even qualified to do so? Especially at the onset of the second phase, the S-rank battle god, Wu Qingyuan, could single-handedly take down all members of 2 teams. Challenging the first high school was akin to courting death. Chapter 56. My goodness, this is quite the spectacle. The principals of the 2nd and 13th high schools were in a state of panic, utterly at a loss for what to do. Even if Chun Haoyu and Dong Fei joined forces, they could hardly last 2 rounds against Wu Qingyuan. Once they were eliminated, the 2nd and 13th high schools would plummet to the 4th or 5th lowest ranks. Such a fall from grace was simply unacceptable. However, since no one had yet emerged, it indicated that they had not been eliminated. Strangely, given how long both sides had been fighting, results should have emerged by now. Or perhaps the outcome had already been determined, with Wu Qingyuan merely imposing a slight punishment and weakening the 2nd and 13th high schools without truly eliminating them. As this thought crossed their minds, they exchanged astonished glances with Principal Li of the first high school. Principal Li, could it be? Principal Li smiled reassuringly at the two, saying, "Gentlemen, do not worry. Wu Qingyuan is a student I personally trained. I have repeatedly told him that both the 2nd and 13th high schools are the backbone of our dying city. I believe Wu Qingyuan will remember this. Moreover, I trust he will exercise his discretion." Upon hearing Principal Li's words and grasping his implication, a profound sense of gratitude welled up within the hearts of the principals of the 2nd and 13th high schools. Principal Li's unspoken message was clear. Even if Wu Qingyuan were to overpower the 2nd and 13th high schools, he would not allow them to be ranked at the bottom. This kindness was truly beyond repayment. The 2 individuals expressed their sentiments aloud, exclaiming, "Indeed, Yizhong is truly the paragon of all high schools in Dine City. We must learn from Yizhong more diligently in the future." Principal Li chuckled heartily in response. "Oh, not at all. We are hardly a model to emulate. There is no need to learn from us. We should engage in mutual learning, sharing knowledge, and assisting one another. The dialogue among the three principals was clearly audible to the other heads of schools, who could only click their tongues in disdain at the blatant display of forming alliances. One could only wonder if Ijong would be willing to embrace them. Although the formation of such alliances was belated for this joint training session, there would be future opportunities. Ijong had always maintained an aloof demeanor, rarely signaling a desire for in-depth exchanges with other high schools. Now that Ijong seemed open to collaboration, it was imperative to seize the moment. Establishing a cordial relationship with Ijong would undoubtedly yield benefits in the next joint training session. Consequently, the principals of various high schools gradually gravitated towards Principal Lee of Ijong, showering him with pleasantries and vying for his favor. Unbeknownst to them, Ijong had no intention of forging amicable ties with other high schools, nor did it wish to exchange resources or extend assistance to what it deemed less worthy. The prospect of monopolizing all resources was far more appealing. Yet, Principal Lee found himself constrained. The Education Bureau had issued directives in his presence. Ijong had long dominated, monopolizing the finest resources and consistently ranking first in joint training sessions. While this was not entirely unfeasible, for the sake of the long-term sustainable development of education in Dine City, Ijong needed to engage in some degree of resource exchange and extend a modicum of support to other high schools. Implicitly, this meant that Ijong would have to relinquish some of its vested interests. However, Principal Lee felt that conceding outright would be somewhat unjust. The exceptional resources Ijong possessed had not simply fallen from the sky, but had been painstakingly acquired through merit. If they were to share with other high schools, it ought to be in exchange for equivalent benefits. Considering the joint training, where Ijong held an unequivocal dominant position, engaging in resource exchange might still prove advantageous for Ijong after several rounds of negotiations. Thus, prior to the commencement of the joint training, Principal Lee had already formulated a strategy, particularly keeping a close watch on formidable institutions like Erzhong and Shizhong, as well as those with abundant resources. He had previously instructed Wu Qingyuan regarding this matter. Consequently, after challenging Ijong, both Erzhong and Shizhong remained uneliminated. Principal Lee was well aware that Wu Qingyuan had adhered to his instructions and spared them. The principals of Erzhong and Shizhong were sincerely grateful for Ijong's leniency. Most of the other principals had flocked towards Ijong to curry favor. Only Principal Huang of Bajong remained unimpressed. He was all too familiar with Principal Lee's nature. In his youth, Principal Lee had once been one of his team members, and they had endured several harrowing experiences together during Monster Siege events. Despite their past connection, Principal Lee was reluctant to extend even the slightest assistance to Bajong. Previously, Principal Huang had set aside his pride, pleading with his former teammate for a suitable level 5 dungeon for Bajong, but Principal Lee had consistently declined, citing mutual understanding and the difficulties Ijong faced. At that time, Ijong already possessed 8 premium level 5 dungeons. Thus, Principal Huang had long understood that obtaining benefits from Ijong, regardless of their relationship, required commensurate sacrifices. With Bajong having nothing to offer, there was little point in participating in this endeavor. Alone, Principal Huang sat in the VIP chair, patiently awaiting Su Yan's ultimate performance. He was confident that with Su Yan, Bajong's results in this joint training would not fall short, at least achieving a middle-tier ranking. Once Bajong secured a median position, the long-standing vicious cycle would be broken. He eagerly anticipated the day Bajong would officially find its footing. Principal Huang, why are you still sitting here? Others urged. Ijong is unusually willing to share resources with other high schools today. In the past, even exchanging a word with Principal Lee was a formidable challenge. This is a rare opportunity. To the entreaties of the other principals, Huang shook his head, replying, I shall not go. You may proceed. Come on, don't linger here. This could very well be Bajong's turning point. Don't let pride hold you back. You must consider the children. What is a little face-saving matter? Look at the other principals. Who isn't striving earnestly? Principal Huang waved his hand in resignation, stating, we at Bajong are impoverished and have nothing to offer Ijong in exchange. They would not be interested. I truly will not go. Fine, if you choose not to go, we shall go. If we can secure a few good dungeons from Ijong, our school might just cultivate a few exceptional talents. Just as the principals encircled Principal Lee of Ijong, engaged in lively conversation, a small team was collectively teleported out of the joint training venue. Upon appearing in the central hall, recognition of this fourth eliminated team left all the principals momentarily stunned. Each face was etched with embarrassment and confusion. The mutual compliments ceased. The cheerful banter vanished. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a single fly buzzing could be heard distinctly by all present. A startled exclamation from one principal shattered the stillness. Wu Qingyuan. Ijong team. How could Ijong be eliminated? Another female principal, unable to restrain herself, blurted out, my goodness, this is quite the spectacle. Realizing her indiscretion, she hastily covered her mouth, casting a glance at Principal Lee, hoping he would not take offense. At that moment, the smile that had previously adorned Principal Lee's face had completely vanished, replaced by a contorted expression and a pale complexion, as though he had ingested a fly. In a fit of anger, he slammed the table, which splintered into ashes instantly. Wu Qingyuan, explain this to me. What on earth happened? Chapter 57. Who would have thought that Yizhong would experience such a day? The preliminary results of the training had emerged, yet what none of the principals had anticipated was that the mightiest Yizhong, an invincible team, had been eliminated shortly after the commencement of the second phase of the joint training. This situation was indeed amusing. At that moment, the Wu Qingyuan team was transported out of the joint training dungeon, appearing in the center of the administrative hall. Though the 4 members of the team were not in mortal danger, their physical and mental states appeared rather poor. Each bore severe burns, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Their expressions profoundly distressed, as if they had swallowed a fly. In response to Principal Li's inquiries, Wu Qingyuan merely crouched down in anguish, waving his hand. It was evident that they had not yet recovered from their recent ordeal. Observing this, Principal Li could only furrow his brow in helplessness, refraining from pressing further. Though the reasons and processes remain shrouded in mystery, the outcome has undoubtedly astonished and amused all the principals present. In an instant, nearly everyone's gaze turned towards the principals of the 2nd and 13th high schools. Why was it not them who triumphed, but rather the first high school that faltered? Even if the collaborative training process allowed for private negotiations, such a thorough exchange seemed improbable. To have relinquished the prestigious title of the city's top school? This is indeed a delightful turn of events. I suspect that the most likely scenario is that the first high school genuinely intended to assist the 2nd and 13th high schools, only to inadvertently let the situation slip out of control, resulting in a spectacular counterattack. How amusing this is. I must have a word with our school's faculty about this. Meanwhile, the principals of the 2nd and 13th high schools, after a moment of bewilderment, were secretly overwhelmed with joy. Well done, Chen Haoyu and Dong Fei. These 2 fine students. Their performance was truly remarkable. The first high school has been eliminated. Regardless of the circumstances, this result is nothing short of excellent. Although the 2nd and 13th high schools allied to defeat the first high school, it still qualifies as a miracle. The first high school is an unbeatable force, and having triumphed over them will undoubtedly elevate the reputations of the 2nd and 13th high schools, ensuring their names are widely celebrated throughout Dian City for a considerable time to come. The future recruitment prospects for the 2nd and 13th high schools will see significant improvement. Moreover, this joint training could influence the redistribution of educational resources over the next 3 years, with the first high school now at the bottom. Should the 2nd and 13th high schools secure the top positions, the valuable resources could be reallocated, benefiting them significantly. Given the vast disparity in resources over 3 years, the dynamics between the elder and younger institutions could very well shift dramatically. Although the principals of the 2nd and 13th high schools were elated, their expressions betrayed confusion and discomfort. Something unexpected must have transpired. While the first high school was defeated, everyone was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the first high school's team. Indeed, under normal circumstances, even an alliance between the 2nd and 13th high schools would not suffice to challenge the first high school, indicating that some unknown variables must have been at play. Let us await Wu Qingyuan's explanation. Despite the principals of the 2nd and 13th high schools asserting that their teams could not possibly rival that of the first high school, it was evident to all that they were overjoyed. This sudden turn of events even caught the attention of the leaders from the Education Bureau, who had been discussing the potential changes in the availability of quality educational resources following this joint training, as well as the possible implications. With Wu Qingyuan at the helm, the first high school's continued success seemed inevitable. As in previous years, they analyzed the situation based on established patterns, under the premise of the first high school securing victory. With their priority on eliminating the majority of outstanding resources, any significant shifts in the rankings of other high schools could potentially incite turmoil within Dian City's high school community. The leaders expressed particular concern over the 8th and 16th high schools. The 8th high school's passive preparation with an all-living class team clearly indicated strong objections to the resource allocation policies implemented by the Education Bureau. If they were to finish at the bottom again, it was likely that Principal Huang would resort to more extreme measures. The 16th high school, having been forced into an alliance with the 8th high school, harbored considerable dissatisfaction. Furthermore, such an alliance was undeniably unfair to the 16th high school, which aspired to achieve a median ranking. Should this result in their finishing last, principal of the 16th high school might well resort to protests at the Education Bureau. Fortunately, the 3 high schools currently at the bottom did not include the 8th or 16th high schools, which was a relatively positive outcome. The 3 eliminated schools had comparable overall strengths, making their placement at the bottom somewhat expected. However, when the team finishing in 4th place emerged, the leaders were left dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. None had anticipated that the first high school would be the 4th team to be eliminated. This outcome was starkly at odds with their prior projections. The leaders hurriedly left the backstage to head to the main hall. They were eager to uncover the details behind this shocking result. What had transpired during the joint training? Meanwhile, the military personnel, initially indifferent to the outcomes of the training, found themselves compelled to intervene as chaos erupted at the venue. As the rightful owners of the training grounds, the military had to send representatives to maintain order. At that moment, Military personnel arrived to restore stability, while the principals and education department leaders focused intently on Wu Qingyuan, who sat breathless in the center of the hall. Everyone was eager to learn what had transpired during the joint training. Amidst their curiosity, many principals couldn't help but feel a sense of glee. What a sensational revelation. The first high school had plummeted to the bottom? Fourth from last, how unexpected. Who would have thought the first high school would face such a fate? Yet, in the next moment, the smiles faded from the faces of the principals. Wu Qingyuan had not yet caught his breath, when suddenly, a series of blue lights began to flicker incessantly beside him. Following that, numerous teams were consecutively teleported out, one after the other, creating a bottleneck of chaos. Almost 30 teams were simultaneously eliminated. Chapter 58, Report. The 8th and 16th high schools cheated. One team after another fell out, leaving all the principals and leaders in utter shock. Even the military personnel were astonished. Such a spectacular scene was unprecedented in their experience with joint training. The principals and education bureau leaders were utterly perplexed, their expressions reflecting their confusion. Some principals, witnessing their teams being teleported out mere moments ahead of others, felt a mix of bewilderment and frustration. This peculiar occurrence, though its cause remained unknown, was undeniably indicative of a collective elimination. There were nearly 30 teams involved, a phenomenon never before seen in the history of joint training in Dine City. Who could possibly possess the capability to simultaneously defeat them? To eliminate 30 teams at once? Surely, even the first high school could not achieve such a feat. In an instant, the majority of the principals shifted their focus away from Wu Qingyuan and back to their own teams. They were desperate to understand the reasons behind this event. The principals immediately began to scrutinize the peculiarities displayed by their students. Although the energy crystals mitigated most lethal damage, visible signs of battle remained. Burns. Yes, arc burns. All the teams bore numerous scars inflicted by electric arcs. Could it be that they were annihilated by a thunderous mage? Surely not. It seems implausible. Which lightning mage possesses such formidable prowess? Or perhaps, they simply had the misfortune of being struck by lightning while gathering. Yet, the odds of such an occurrence appear rather slim. Just as confusion enveloped everyone, several teams gradually regained their composure, including a certain team from the first school. To everyone's astonishment, the expressions on their faces revealed neither the despair of elimination, nor the regret of finishing last, nor the self-reproach of defeat. Instead, there was only righteous indignation and a shared sense of camaraderie against a common foe. Led by Wu Qingyuan, all the teams rallied together, raising their voices in unison to report, "We denounce cheating. Schools 8 and 16 have cheated." The children's emotional outburst was palpable. Upon hearing these cries of cheating and denunciation, all the principals and education bureau leaders were taken aback. The head of the education bureau immediately stepped forward. If what these children claimed were true, the presence of cheating during the joint training would constitute a grave and malevolent incident, possibly leading to the annulment of the entire joint training results. However, the bureau had invested significantly in this joint training, in terms of manpower, resources, and finances, having committed everything they had. If the results were to be voided, the bureau would be unable to organize a second joint training session in the foreseeable future. Contemplating this, he cast a stern gaze toward Principal Huang of School 8. Once again, it was School 8. Could it be that old Huang would truly resort to such underhanded tactics? Old Huang, how could you betray our past camaraderie forged in the crucible of battle? This time, I might truly be unable to protect you. The moment Principal Huang and the bureau head exchanged glances, they recognized the resoluteness in each other's eyes, and Huang felt a twinge of panic. He was certain that neither School 8 nor Su Yin could have engaged in any cheating, but he was uncertain about School 16. If School 16 had cheated, then School 8 would be complicit and equally doomed. Despite Su Yin's capabilities, he had no need to resort to such duplicity by simply maintaining a steady approach. He could easily secure a median ranking. After all, Su Yin was still a young and impetuous lad, while the team from School 16 consisted entirely of rather charming young ladies. If School 16 had concocted a scheme to cheat for better results and ensnared Su Yin with their allure, the situation would be dire indeed. Cheating during joint training was, without a doubt, the greatest taboo for the Education Bureau of Dine City. If it were merely a case of petty theft without significant repercussions, perhaps a minor reprimand would suffice. Yet now, if 30 teams were collectively eliminated due to cheating, it would fundamentally undermine the entire premise of the joint training. Undoubtedly, if cheating were indeed proven, the results of this joint training would be rendered null, regardless of the final standings. Furthermore, both schools 8 and 16 would face unprecedented and severe repercussions. Dissolution or merger were not out of the realm of possibility. With this thought, Principal Huang genuinely felt a pang of anxiety, glancing toward the principal of School 16. At that moment, the principal of School 16 was also scrutinizing him. Both were certain that no wrongdoing existed on their side. If cheating had occurred, it must have been at the hands of the other party. It had to be due to their manipulation that their own team became embroiled in this scandal. Yet, the truth remained uninvestigated, and the matter was not yet resolved. Thus, neither side had torn their masks off nor reported each other. The head of the Education Bureau, Director Yang, approached Wu Qingyuan. Young Wu, tell us, what exactly is this cheating you speak of? And how did so many of your teams end up being collectively eliminated? Wu Qingyuan unleashed the entire truth, Director Yang. Our team from the first school was eliminated by School 16. All the other teams were eliminated by School 8. Upon hearing this, not only did Director Yang freeze in shock, but all the principals present were equally stunned. School 16 eliminated the first school? School 8 eliminated nearly 30 teams in one fell swoop? Was this not the stuff of legends? In everyone's minds, neither School 16 nor School 8 was considered a powerhouse among high schools. School 16 was merely below average, while School 8 was at the very bottom. Moreover, this time, the team from School 8 was merely a vocational team focused on everyday life, presenting a disheveled and hopeless image. Yet, these two seemingly inconsequential teams had not only expelled 30 teams, but had also vanquished the strongest team from the first school. This was no joke, it was a myth. All eyes turned toward the principals of Schools 8 and 16, leaving the two of them utterly bewildered. Don't look at me. I have no idea what is going on. Wu Qingyuan continued. Our joint denunciation of Schools 8 and 16 is not merely because they eliminated us, but rather because the team from School 8 possessed a plethora of rare-grade equipment right at the onset of the second phase of the joint training. Director Yang shook his head. A wholly vocational team acquiring a significant amount of rare-grade equipment is indeed unusual. However, this still falls within the realm of the norm and does not definitively indicate cheating. Wu Qingyuan persisted. Not only did they acquire a significant amount of rare-grade equipment, but every member was equipped with exceptional rare-grade gear. Additionally, they possessed an epic-grade item on top of that. Schools 16 and 8 shared these items, utilizing their stealth capabilities to frequently harass us, deliberately guiding us to congregate before launching a joint onslaught. This led to our honest teams being collectively eliminated. Upon hearing this, Director Yang was taken aback, and all the principals stood in stunned silence. Every member equipped with exceptional rare-grade gear, plus an epic-grade item. This, in the history of joint training in Dian City, has never occurred before. Chapter 59. It is impossible for there not to be high-tier bosses. Think carefully about it. Wu Qingyuan stated that Schools 8 and 16 jointly possessed an abundance of exceptional rare-grade equipment, sufficient to equip an entire team with exceptional gear, and on top of that, they had an epic-grade item. Such an anomalous accumulation of equipment had indeed never been witnessed in the annals of Dian City's joint training. Moreover, neither School 8 nor School 16 was considered a strong team. How did they come to possess these items? The methods and reasons behind this were certainly worthy of scrutiny. Director Yang also acknowledged that the possibility of cheating could not be dismissed. Young Wu, please continue. Are there any other points of doubt or evidence? Yes. During the first phase of the joint training, the 4th and 5th level areas contained only minor creatures, with no bosses present. Director Yang was taken aback. No bosses? How is that possible? Regarding Wu Qingyuan's assertion that there are no high-level bosses, Director Yang was utterly incredulous. Prior to the commencement of the joint training, the Education Bureau, in collaboration with the military, had conducted 4 thorough confirmations, making it implausible for such an absence of high-level bosses to exist. Surely, there must be some mistake on your part. Reflect on this matter once more, he insisted. Yet, Wu Qingyuan remained resolute, reiterating, indeed, there are no bosses. Not a single high-level boss exists. We have nearly cleared all available clusters in the level 4 and level 5 zones, and there are no signs of injury or battle. Yet we have encountered no boss. Furthermore, our squad reached the level 4 zone at an unprecedented speed without any delays, and I find it hard to believe that any other team could have progressed faster than us. Throughout this period, we did not encounter any other squad, and I am confident that our team was the quickest and the first to enter the level 4 zone. The absence of high-level bosses is not merely my claim. Other squads have faced the same situation and can attest to the fact that no team has encountered even a single high-level disaster boss. I suspect that the collective disappearance of high-level bosses is somehow linked to the malpractices at Schools 8 and 16. Upon hearing this, Director Yang was taken aback. He believed that Wu Qingyuan's squad undoubtedly possessed the capability to be the first to enter the high-level zone. He also trusted that Wu Qingyuan had no reason to fabricate a lie about the disappearance of the bosses, as it could be corroborated by other squads. Fabricating such a falsehood would serve no purpose. However, the perplexing question remained. Why were there no bosses appearing? Moreover, it seemed that not only had the bosses vanished, but their equipment had also been mysteriously concentrated within the squads of Schools 8 and 16. If that were the case, then this joint training had indeed encountered a grave issue. As for whether this was, as Wu Qingyuan suggested, related to the malpractices at Schools 8 and 16, that conclusion could not be hastily drawn. Following the self-inspection protocols, the first step should be to investigate the training system. These bosses and their exceptional equipment were constructed through a collaborative effort between the Education Bureau and the military, automatically generated and allocated by an algorithm. Should the disappearance of the bosses and their anomalous transfer be verified, the likelihood of issues within the training system would also be considerable. Soon, several other teams came forward to confirm that they too had experienced the disappearance of high-level bosses. Consequently, Director Yang summoned Director Zhang. Old Zhang, you were responsible for overseeing the inspection of the training system in conjunction with the military. What is your perspective on the disappearance of high-level bosses and the abnormal transfer of high-level equipment? Although Director Yang's tone was remarkably gentle, devoid of any accusatory undertones, Director Zhang felt the weight of doubt creeping into Yang's perception of his work due to Wu Qingyuan's statements. Nevertheless, he was adamant that he had diligently worked overtime, enduring 4 sleepless nights to successfully complete the 4 rounds of system inspections alongside military personnel. He was confident that his inspection process contained no oversights. Furthermore, the military personnel had cooperated fully throughout, with neither side exhibiting any negligence. Thus, he could not accept such suspicions. Director Yang, I can vouch for my reputation that no potential bugs were found during the 4 system inspections. The disappearance of high-level bosses and the abnormal transfer of equipment must be attributed to other reasons, unrelated to system errors. In fact, the military personnel responsible for the system inspection had also arrived on the scene. Director Yang, as Director Zhang has stated, there are no potential bugs in the 4 system inspections. However, we are willing to cooperate with the Education Bureau for a 5th system inspection to ascertain the true cause of the disappearance of the high-level bosses and the abnormal transfer of equipment. However, given that the joint training is still ongoing, conducting the 5th system inspection at this juncture may impact the final results of the training. After the military personnel spoke, Director Yang immediately smiled and clarified, I do not doubt the diligence of your work. It is simply that the current situation is indeed anomalous, and I seek to uncover the cause of these irregularities. However, given that the joint training is now halfway through, it would be impractical to conduct a 5th system inspection at this time. Moreover, with many participating squads facing significant eliminations, it seems this joint training is nearing its conclusion. We should exercise a bit more patience. Subsequently, Director Yang addressed everyone present, stating, this joint training has indeed encountered serious irregularities, including the collective disappearance of high-level bosses and the suspected abnormal transfer of high-level equipment. As for the specific reasons behind this, we will conduct a comprehensive review after the conclusion of the joint training and provide everyone with an explanation. Regarding the reports from various squads alleging malpractices by schools 8 and 16, while we cannot dismiss the possibility, we must refrain from jumping to conclusions at this moment. A thorough investigation will be conducted after the joint training concludes. Students, you must trust that our Education Bureau has always upheld objectivity, rigor, and fairness. And please believe that our Dian City Education Bureau will not overlook any instances of cheating. We will ensure that everyone receives a fair and just joint training experience. With Director Yang's statement, Wu Qingyuan and the other members of the squad had nothing further to say. Their objective of involving the Education Bureau had already been achieved. Although they had been eliminated by schools 8 and 16, if it was confirmed that those schools had engaged in cheating, then their elimination would not be recognized by the Education Bureau, and their high school would not lose its current educational resources because of this. Meanwhile, in the crumbling magical metropolis main city, the second phase of the joint training was still ongoing, albeit in utter chaos. Chapter 60, Don't Rush to Leave. Help me crush them before you go. After the first high school and the third-tier coalition were jointly slaughtered by schools 8 and 16, the surviving training squads were thrown into complete disarray. Have you heard? Have you heard? A coalition of 30 squads was utterly decimated by schools 8 and 16. Not only that, but the strongest squad, the first high, was directly eliminated by school 16. Nonsense. Are you trying to fabricate stories to mess with our minds, and then seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack against us? And if you're going to spin a tale, at least use your brain and make it somewhat plausible. The first high was eliminated by school 16? Your imagination is not only wild, it seems to have completely lost its grip on reality. Enough chatter, take this. Damn it, I'm telling you the truth. How can you not believe me? You two idiots are still fighting here, while schools 8 and 16 are already coming after us. Forget about them. Let them serve as bait. Run. You're right, you two keep fighting. Zhou Min and Wang Ku, these two madwomen, are utterly deranged, disregarding their equipment and indiscriminately slaying anyone in their path. Remarkably, with a single strike, they can annihilate an entire squad, an output capacity that is simply incomprehensible. What is there to misunderstand? Each of them is adorned in exquisite, rare grade 6 divine garments, complemented by an epic level necklace. If I had that, I could do the same. I truly cannot fathom where they acquired such an abundance of rare grade equipment. Of course, it must be through cheating. The moment they stepped out, a report should have been filed. I wonder if this will nullify the rankings from this joint training session. I sincerely hope that the report fails. Are you an accomplice too? What are you thinking? Are you out of your mind? How many squads are left in the arena? What is our ranking? Tell me. Goodness. A sudden realization. It turns out they are cheating, and we are the beneficiaries. We must flee and hide. We have already achieved victory. Whether we can expand our triumph and enter the city's top 10 depends on how well we can evade the pursuit from the 8th and 16th schools. The two squads, which had just been engaged in battle, had only just ceased fire and were preparing to escape. A colossal fire-based magic array flared to life beneath their feet. In the next moment, flames erupted, illuminating the sky. Double kill. Heh, Wonku. You are not as formidable as you claim. Even with an epic-level necklace, your kills are still slower than mine. Why don't you let your Holy Hall assassin grant me their stealth ability? As soon as I approach, they flee. How can I possibly kill faster than you? If I had stealth, you would be surpassed. But no, I want to give it to you, haha. Although we are still in the second phase of the joint training, all squads have treated this moment as if it were the third phase. There is nothing to consider. Nothing to do. The only task is to hide and escape. The 8th and 16th schools have clearly become the final phase bosses of the joint training. As long as we can survive their onslaught, we shall claim victory. Meanwhile, Suyin has found himself completely idle, trailing behind the two madwomen while savoring the freshly grilled skewers from Gao Yang, fully transformed into a bystander. Now he awaits Zhou Min and Wang Ku to clear the remaining squads before initiating the third phase of the joint training. As for what formidable superboss will emerge in the third phase, there is no need for further contemplation, as clearing the field will allow the 8th school to secure a solid position among the top 3 in the city. The system task will also be deemed accomplished. Soon, Zhou Min and Wang Ku successfully completed their task. The scene was devoid of any other squads that could declare war. Thus, the third phase of the joint training commenced ahead of schedule. With all teams outside the alliance eliminated, a profound sound resonated. 10 colossal pillars of light pierced through the clouds, connecting heaven and earth, manifesting within the main city of the magical metropolis. 10 indistinct figures, resembling humans, gradually emerged within these towering beams of light. The hazy silhouettes began to sharpen into clarity. Although these calamity beasts were not particularly large, the 8 members of the alliance squad felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, even experiencing a flicker of fear from the depths of their souls. Wang Ku trembled in spirit. These are the superbosses of the third phase. Zhou Min affirmed. Indeed, they are the so-called unbeatable superbosses. The runic girl inquired, what exactly are these creatures? And why do I feel as if my soul is trembling? Zhou Min shook her head, uncertain. The final bosses of each joint training session vary. All temporarily captured by the military, yet without exception, they represent the most terrifying calamity beasts that humanity must confront. Gao Yang remained unconcerned, indifferent to their species. After all, there was no need to engage them. Soon, we would merely observe, broaden our horizons, and exit the joint training. We are currently in 1st and 2nd place. Zhou Min nodded. All right, once the boss fully manifests, we from the 16th school will retreat first. Su Yan gazed at these final bosses, feeling an unsettling dissonance he could not articulate, yet he understood that these calamity beasts were beyond their capability to challenge at this moment. In a moment, following Gao Yang's suggestion, he would simply observe and then exit. But just then, a system notification sounded. Ding. Temporary task released. Eliminate 10 demon-type mages. Task reward. Unlock the 3rd tier of Tree Realm Descend. Upon seeing the system prompt, Su Yan was momentarily stunned. Tree Realm Descend, Tier 3? He had always believed that Tree Realm Descend only had 2 tiers since the main quest reward was to unlock the 2nd mutated skill. Thus, he had speculated that the 2nd tier of Tree Realm Descend had reached its limit. However, it was now evident that this was not the case. Furthermore, the higher tier of Tree Realm Descend was not unlocked through the main quest, but through temporary tasks. This meant that during this joint training, he could not only obtain a 2nd mutated skill, but also unlock the 3rd tier skill of Tree Realm Descend. This was an astonishing opportunity. This temporary task must be completed. As for how to accomplish the task, it was quite simple. Regardless of the species, as long as they were mages, they were to obediently lie down. Soon, 10 demon-type mages appeared in the main arena. They donned pure black robes, tattered and ethereal, resembling fabric transformed into flames. Their hoods concealed empty voids, as if their faces existed in the abyss. They held floating crystal orbs in their right hands, emanating purple magical energy, with a chaotic magical aura casting an eerie purple hue over everything around them. Merely that aura severely corroded the surrounding entities. Demon Mage, level LV20. Upon witnessing these bizarre and formidable calamity beasts, everyone involuntarily shuddered. A chilling sensation swept through their entire being from the depths of their souls. Zhou Min swallowed hard. Well, we've seen the boss and broadened our knowledge. Sister, I must take my leave. Yet Su Yan obstructed her path and addressed everyone present, loudly declaring, don't rush to leave. Help me eliminate them before you go. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Min expressed some reluctance. Su Yan, they are level 20 bosses. You want to confront them? Meanwhile, Su Yan had already approached the nearest boss. They may be level 20, but they are all mages. Concurrently, within the joint training hall, aside from the 8th and 16th schools, all participating squads had already emerged. Some clamored to immediately investigate the cheating behavior of the 8th and 16th schools and annul the rankings of this joint training. However, many opposed this vehemently. Why should those ranked lower claim others are cheating? Exactly. I believe Su Yan and his team did not cheat. Just because you cannot obtain rare grade equipment does not mean they cannot. What kind of reasoning is that? I propose we maintain the current training rankings. Absolutely. The present rankings are the most just. In an instant, the leading teams and the underperforming teams divided into two factions, each holding steadfast to their opinions. Embroiled in a heated dispute, Director Yang rubbed his temples, feeling a persistent throbbing in his head. Chapter 61. Wang Ku, you are not so impressive either. After all the teams were eliminated by the 8th and 16th schools and returned to the hall, the debate over whether the 8th and 16th schools had engaged in cheating never ceased. The faction that denied any wrongdoing argued vehemently, asserting that the equipment was legitimately acquired by the 8th and 16th schools through proper channels, insisting that the current rankings must be upheld. Conversely, the faction that believed cheating had occurred maintained that it was inconceivable for anyone to acquire such an abundance of exceptional rare or even epic-grade equipment during the joint training, asserting that even the strongest necromancer from Dian City's history could not achieve this feat. As the argument intensified, many who had previously reported misconduct began to reconsider, realizing that their current rankings were, in fact, higher than they should be, prompting them to withdraw their allegations. The scene descended into chaos, and Director Yang of the Education Bureau felt a dull ache in his head from the uproar. Enough of this clamor. Now that you are all here, only the 8th and 16th schools remain as allied teams. According to the Joint Training System's regulations, the third phase of the joint training has commenced ahead of schedule. The final boss for this joint training is a level 20 demon sorcerer, a formidable beast captured from the front lines by the military, truly a powerful disaster entity. Even regular soldiers could easily falter against such a foe. Facing this boss, the 8th and 16th schools would be hard-pressed to last more than 10 minutes. Whether cheating actually took place will soon be revealed once the 8th and 16th teams emerge, as the footage from their energy crystals will provide clear evidence. Upon hearing Yang's words, the commotion among the crowd gradually subsided. They understood that further argument was indeed futile, especially considering that the final boss was a level 20 demon sorcerer, a disaster beast typically encountered only post-graduation. It would require no more than 3 to 5 minutes for the 8th and 16th schools to return. As for the question of cheating, once their energy crystals are examined, the truth will be unveiled. At that moment, Principal Dong of the 16th school had inexplicably appeared beside Principal Huang of the 8th school. Given the current state of the joint training, it was evident that the two of them were the only allies present. Should there be no cheating, according to the joint training rules, their schools, due to their alliance, would both survive to the end and simultaneously be ranked first in the city, achieving a historic first for the dual excellence of Dian City. They would also gain the highest priority for educational resources in the city. And if both could maintain their positions and share resources, it was conceivable that one day they could potentially overshadow the first school altogether. However, regarding the possibility of cheating, Principal Dong was uncertain. He was primarily unfamiliar with the 8th school and Su Yan. Approaching Huang, he sought reassurance. Old Huang, do you believe our students engaged in any cheating? He began. Let me be clear. I swear on my personal reputation that we at the 16th school have absolutely no intention or plan to cheat. Moreover, while Zhou Min comes from a wealthy background, and it wouldn't be overly difficult for her to acquire some exceptional rare equipment, I know her well. She will indeed go to great lengths for the benefit of her team, but all her methods are within the bounds of the rules. From her first to her second year, she has skillfully navigated the fine line, never crossing it. This is a testament to her family's legacy. Therefore, I do not believe Zhou Min would engage in any cheating this time. Having spoken, Principal Huang did not respond immediately, for his thoughts were in disarray. He increasingly felt that, astonishing as it was, Su Yan might have achieved their current standing through genuine prowess. During the first phase of the joint training, utilizing the unique characteristics of the tree realm to dominate in close combat against disaster beasts, Su Yan had initially planned to gain a significant advantage in equipment quality over the other teams. However, the current situation had exceeded all expectations. Not only had high-tier close combat disaster beasts vanished, but all high-tier disaster beast bosses had disappeared collectively, resulting in an acquisition of numerous exceptional rare and even epic grade items. They had even collaborated with the 16th school to eliminate the first school entirely. Why had it come to this? He found it incomprehensible. Yet, one thing was certain. The mass disappearance of the high-tier disaster beast bosses was likely linked to Su Yan. As for whether he had cheated, Principal Huang was adamant. It was impossible. Although the 8th school might have desired to cheat, the conditions for such an endeavor were simply unattainable. To cheat during joint training would require a substantial supply of exceptional equipment, as well as the technical capability to bypass the barriers of the joint training, which was no easy feat. He had previously researched the requirements for successfully executing effective cheating during joint training, concluding that it necessitated a significant financial investment and the expertise of qualified personnel. The 8th school lacked both of these critical resources. Su Yan, being a poor student whose family home was rented, had even less opportunity for such actions. Cheating? With what means could he cheat? These genuine thoughts weighed heavily on his mind, yet he felt unable to voice them. After a prolonged silence, Principal Huang finally said, Principal Dong, while I too am perplexed by how we arrived at this situation, I can assure you that the 8th school has no possibility of cheating. Moreover, Our decision to send 3 lifestyle practitioners for training was not a sign of resignation. Although Su Yan is a farmer, his agricultural skills have undergone a significant and extraordinary transformation, endowing him with unparalleled close combat attributes. He is, in fact, our true ace. All his teammates were chosen by him for a singular purpose: to maximize the likelihood of conquering all high-tier close combat disaster beast bosses within the joint training. The disappearance of these high-tier bosses was Su Yan's original plan. Yet, I cannot fathom why all high-tier disaster beast bosses vanished simultaneously. This far exceeds our initial strategy. Thus, I too am somewhat bewildered. Can you understand my position? After Huang's explanation, Principal Dong's breathing quickened. Although the current circumstances had surpassed the 8th School's original expectations, and Huang himself was somewhat dazed, it was evident that the 8th School had seemingly never intended to cheat. Moreover, the crucial point of contention, the disappearance of the high-tier disaster beast bosses, was, astonishingly, the strategic objective set forth by Su Yan from the beginning. If this were indeed the case, it was highly probable that the current rankings and results would stand as the final and unalterable outcome. With this realization, Principal Dong trembled with excitement. The 16th School might truly be on the brink of a remarkable breakthrough. Having received a tremendous reassurance, Principal Dong felt an overwhelming sense of relief and elation. The 3rd stage has commenced, and 5 minutes have already elapsed. Ultimately, the final boss remains the level 20 Demon Mage. Children, it should be emerging any moment now. The resolution shall soon be unveiled. Meanwhile, in the capital of the magical city, all the demon mages have just gathered to annihilate the sole 2 teams present. In the next instant, they find themselves collectively silenced by Su Yan's magic suppression, rendered immobile. Their magical crystal orbs have entirely lost their luster. The magical circuits within them suffering catastrophic failure, transforming into mere transparent crystal spheres devoid of levitation properties, now lying on the ground gathering dust. All the demon mages long to bend down and retrieve these treasured orbs, but they are completely under the control of the tree realm, unable even to perform such a simple action. Although their expressions remain hidden beneath their hoods, the members of Team 8 and Team 16 can easily surmise that if these demons were capable of showing emotion, they would undoubtedly appear utterly bewildered at this moment. Simultaneously, they have just begun to grasp the extent of Su Yan's extraordinary abilities, even though these demon mages possess levels 10 higher than his. His control and magic suppression capabilities remain impeccably effective. Su Yan gazes at these formidable demon mages and cannot help but reflect upon their unfortunate fate. Their luck is truly dismal. The tree realm's descent and the blooming of leaves only function effectively within a 10-level range of their own. After thoroughly exhausting all high-tier bosses in the first phase, he precisely reached level 10, allowing his skills to cover the target at level 20. Now, at level 20, they find themselves perfectly positioned at the threshold of the tree realm's effects. Otherwise, upon encountering them, he would have been eliminated without question. Wang Ku and Zhou Min, their grotesque forms are now immobile. How long will it take to deal with them? Without hesitation, Wang Ku unleashes a bolt of thunder upon one demon mage, dealing 1,200 damage. Wang Ku furrows her brow. Their magical resistance is exceedingly high, and combined with level suppression, defeating one may take an hour. Zhou Min, upon hearing this, bursts into laughter as another demon mage is subjected to the relentless bombardment from Team 16. Damage numbers flash: 700, 500, 600, 300. Wang Ku, little sister, it seems you're not as formidable after all. We can eliminate this one in no more than 30 minutes. Go on, go on. I'm just one person, while you are an entire team. Can that even be compared? Chapter 62. This is a contest between the two of you. I cannot assist. Team 8 and Team 16, with Wang Ku and Zhou Min as the primary damage dealers, lead their comrades in a concerted effort to vanquish the final boss of the 3rd stage. Meanwhile, onlookers Gao Yang and Bai Ding cannot help but marvel at the scene. This 3rd stage of the joint training was originally intended for evading boss wipeouts, with all participants engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. Yet now, it has been forcibly transformed by Su Yan into a scenario where the boss is immobilized, and everyone is simply striking at a stationary target. This 3rd stage was jointly designed by the Education Bureau and the military, and one can only wonder how they will react upon witnessing this spectacle. Therefore, it is evident that Su Yan is akin to a major glitch. Wherever he goes, the pre-existing rules of the game crumble. On the other side, outside the joint training instance, in the hall, officials from the Education Bureau, military personnel, high school principals, and all eliminated teams await the inevitable wipeout of Teams 8 and 16 by the final boss. Originally, the consensus was that despite any cheating, whether through divine gear or epic-level Thunder God necklaces, these teams would only last 3 to 5 minutes under the relentless pursuit of level 20 demon mages. However, an hour has now passed, and neither Team 8 nor Team 16 has been eliminated. Confusion is gradually spreading across the faces of the spectators. How can these individuals be so adept at evasion? An hour has gone by, and they have yet to be dispatched by the level 20 demon mages? This is unimaginable. These level 20 demon mages are akin to catastrophic beasts that one would only encounter on the front lines of battle after graduating from university. Even if their equipment is exceptional, they are still at least 10 levels below. Under such level disparity, they should not be able to survive for so long. This is simply preposterous. But wait, have you forgotten about the control abilities of Team 8 and the stealth capabilities of Team 16? Coupled with their exquisite equipment, if they flee with all their might, even 10 level 20 bosses may struggle to catch them swiftly. Yet now, does their desperate escape hold any significance? As it stands, these two teams remain allies. And according to the rules of the joint training, if two allied teams survive to the end, both high schools will be declared co-champions. Indeed, they do not have an urgent need to push themselves to such extremes. No, it is essential. I believe they are striving to break the record for survival. Break the survival record? Precisely. The greatest genius in Dian City's history, the necromancer, once set a record of 3 hours in the third stage of the joint training. A record that remains unbroken to this day. I surmise that teams 8 and 16 are currently putting forth such effort to surpass this prestigious record and make history. However, the issue lies with the fact that these two alleged cheaters, can their records truly be validated? You are the real cheater. They have not cheated at all. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Thank you. How can you assert that they haven't cheated? Those exquisite rare level gear and the epic level equipment, were they obtained through legitimate means? Just because you are incapable of achieving it, does that mean they cannot either? What kind of logic is that? You accuse them of cheating. Where is your evidence? Strangely enough, after an hour of silence, the two arguing parties have inexplicably reignited their dispute. Meanwhile, Director Yang of the Education Bureau is no longer concerned with them. He is currently in the back, meeting with Director Ding of the Dian City Military District. Director Ding had initially not planned to attend, as the military's role in joint training is merely to provide the venue and assist in coordination, without any leadership or organizational responsibilities. However, upon learning about a significant oversight in the joint training, a major bug suspected within the military's training system that could potentially invalidate the results, he made time to come. After all, if the training system were to fail due to negligence on the part of military technicians, they would bear undeniable responsibility. The Dian City joint training occurs once every 3 years, involving not only the redistribution of educational resources, but also the cultivation of future talents. If this blunder tarnishes the reputation of the military in the eyes of these future candidates, it could severely impact future conscription efforts, resulting in the military's greatest loss. Originally, he merely intended to assist with the review of the training system. Yet, it has become evident that the current situation far exceeds his expectations. Director Ding never anticipated that teams 8 and 16, without any other teams to divert firepower, could withstand the assault of 10 level 20 demon mages for an entire hour without either side being eliminated. Merely this aspect, Director Ding, has left an exceptionally favorable impression of these two small teams. Even in light of rumors suggesting that they have illicitly acquired a substantial amount of rare-grade equipment through unscrupulous means, he remains entirely unconcerned. It is essential to recognize that the equipment they currently possess is, at best, only of the 5th or 10th rare grade. Such gear, regardless of its excellence, pales in comparison when faced with a level 20 demon sorcerer, whose power far exceeds their own by 10 levels, rendering their efforts almost futile. Numerous freshly enlisted level 20 recruits, despite boasting superior 20th level rare grade equipment, struggle to endure even a single encounter with a level 20 demon sorcerer. At this juncture, whether or not the two teams have engaged in cheating is of no consequence to Director Ding. What truly matters to him is the indomitable spirit they exhibit in confronting 10 formidable level 20 disaster beasts that vastly outclass them. After all, only soldiers who survive can be deemed worthy. Director Ding is also convinced that the core members of these two teams undoubtedly embody the qualities of exemplary soldiers he envisions. In Dian City, the finest soldiers have been selected through a unified training system. That young necromancer, who managed to endure merely 3 hours in the third phase of joint military training, is now on the verge of attaining the rank of a major general. Director Ding is now somewhat curious about how long these two teams will ultimately withstand the rigors of this third phase of joint training. Meanwhile, in the magical metropolis's main city, Wang Ku and the entire team from number 16 middle school are still engaged in a fierce contest of output. Explosive detonations erupt one after another, causing the very ground to tremble beneath the relentless barrage. Both sides are secretly vying to eliminate these level 20 demon sorcerers as swiftly and efficiently as possible. Zhou Min cautiously consumed her last bottle of magic potion, unable to suppress a grimace. Continuously unleashing powerful spells while relying solely on blue potions is becoming quite taxing. Hey, little fatty, could you lend me a bit of support? Gao Yang silently retrieved a piece of stinky tofu, preparing to hand it over, when Wang Ku immediately interjected loudly. Gao Yang, you belong to my side. You can only replenish my mana, not theirs. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, retracting the stinky tofu he had just pulled out. Wang Ku nodded in satisfaction, while Zhou Min's expression soured instantly. Pouting, she protested, Wang Ku, how can you be like this? I'm almost out of mana. And you still won't let Fatty give me a little boost? No way. If I let you regain mana, your output will surpass mine. Absolutely not. Besides, I trust in your natural mana regeneration. Manage your skills wisely, and I believe your mana will suffice. Su Yan, come and arbitrate. Wang Ku is bullying me. In response, Su Yan could only helplessly wave his hands. This is your contest. I can't assist you. Chapter 63, System Crash. Su Yan observed Zhou Min's pleading eyes and could only shrug in resignation. He had learned one crucial truth. One could offend anyone, but never Wang Ku. For this woman possesses the capability to eliminate him in an instant. Seeing Su Yan's apparent allegiance, Wang Ku smirked triumphantly, and the next moment, 9 bolts of lightning converged into a single pillar, crashing down and obliterating a severely weakened demon sorcerer. Acknowledging her lack of any chance of victory, Zhou Min resignedly raised her hand in surrender. All right, Wang Ku, you win. With Gao Yang continuously assisting you with mana recovery, I cannot possibly defeat you. Thus, the output contest concluded with Wang Ku's overwhelming victory. Under Zhou Min's duress, Gao Yang produced a plethora of culinary delights. After consuming several pieces of stinky tofu, the entire squad from number 16 rapidly regained their strength. Having previously endured a prolonged period of mana conservation, meticulously managing their resources and hesitating to expend skills, they now experienced the exhilarating sensation of unlimited mana. At that moment, they fully realized the immense value of the unassuming cook from Team Number 8. With their firepower unleashed, Team Number 16's progress in eliminating the demon sorcerers accelerated dramatically. As time passed, an hour and a half, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, approaching 3 hours. The excitement in the hall outside the training arena reached a fever pitch, with several students exclaiming with fervor, "Wow, the highest escape record is about to be shattered. Teams number 8 and number 16 are truly remarkable." Even if they had indeed obtained exceptional equipment through dubious means, the mere fact that they had managed to endure for 3 hours was sufficient proof of their inherent strength. As the highest escape record loomed on the brink of being broken, the hearts of all present tightened in anticipation, and discussions of possible cheating began to fade from memory. Everyone understood that even if they possessed equipment on par with that of the two teams, surviving 3 hours under the assault of 10 level 20 demon sorcerers was an impossibility. A collective intuition arose, suggesting that this time, teams number 8 and no. 16 might indeed break the highest record set by the city's premier genius. Yet, just as the 3-hour highest escape record was on the verge of being shattered, a jarring alarm echoed throughout the hall, and red lights began to flash ominously in a loop. This unforeseen occurrence left both the Education Bureau and the military at a loss. A system crash? How could the unified training system suddenly fail? Both Director Yang and Director Ding were momentarily stunned, as such a system failure had never occurred since the inception of the joint training exercises. The abrupt collapse of the unified training system left everyone bewildered. Director Zhang from the Education Bureau, responsible for system inspections, along with several military technicians, wore expressions of utter confusion. They had transported all the necessary diagnostic equipment, preparing to conduct a 5th round of system checks once the joint training concluded. Director Zhang had initially been reluctant, firmly believing that the 4 previous rounds of system reviews could not possibly harbor any errors. He held steadfast to the conviction that no minor bugs could exist. His meticulousness and dedication to responsibility were his personal mantras. He could not fathom that 4 days and nights of unwavering diligence, exceeding standard inspection hours by over 80, under the dual scrutiny of himself and military technicians, could yield any discrepancies. It was an absolute impossibility. He would even stake his reputation on it. But now, panic set in. The system had indeed malfunctioned. And this was not a mere minor error. The occurrence of a looping alarm indicated a catastrophic system collapse. Director Zhang was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why such a situation had arisen. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be a false alarm. He immediately led his team to investigate the system. But after a thorough examination, he found himself utterly incapacitated in his chair, drenched in sweat and wearing a grim expression. It was true. The system had indeed collapsed. Moreover, it was a catastrophic failure. As the system crumbled, Director Zhang felt his own composure unravel, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He could hardly believe that such a catastrophic incident had occurred under his command. This was an impossibility. Yet, despite his reluctance to accept it, he had no choice but to face the reality that the training system had collapsed right before his eyes. Although the precise cause remained unclear, it was evident that the system's failure indicated a previously unseen, monumental bug. This could only stem from severe conflicts within the system's foundational logic, and as its maintainer, he bore the brunt of the responsibility. Director Zhang was in despair, while the various high school teams present were embroiled in chaos, their previous arguments devolving into utter confusion. I said it before, the 8th and 16th high schools must have cheated. Weren't you all insisting that we provide evidence of their cheating? Well, here it is. The joint training system has crashed. Such a severe act of cheating must have caused this collapse. I have every reason to suspect that the 8th and 16th high schools might have directly tampered with the data of the joint training system. How else could such a disastrous failure occur? The evidence is irrefutable, and the 8th and 16th high schools must pay for their fraudulent actions. Immediately. In the center of the hall, 8 beams of red light flashed, and members of both the 8th and 16th high schools successfully exited the joint training. Returning to the hall, upon witnessing the pandemonium that had erupted, everyone was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Why are alarms sounding? Has our hall been attacked by a disaster beast? Chapter 64. How much do I have to compensate? Can I afford it? After successfully slaying 10 level 20 demon mages, the 8th and 16th teams returned to the hall, each member having gained 2 levels. Suyan's level had risen to 12, and both the main and side quests had been accomplished. Main quest: achieve a top 3 city ranking for the 8th high school during the joint training. Completed. Reward 1. Unlock the 3rd tier skill, Tree Realm Manifestation. Unlocking in progress. Estimated time, 1 week. Reward 2. Rare grade jewelry blind box X1. Side quest: slay 10 demons. Completed. Second mutation skill, Animal Husbandry, Spirit Calling. Unlocking in progress. Estimated time, 1 month. As soon as the 2 teams returned to the hall, they were bewildered by the ongoing chaos and the looping alarms. However, Suyan paid little heed to the turmoil, as his mind had already immersed itself in the system. Eagerly anticipating the rewards, he could set aside the jewelry blind box for now. What he truly wished to discover were the 2 newly unlocked abilities. Although both skills required time to unlock, the information was already available for review. Tree Realm Manifestation. After the 2nd tier skill is released, the 3rd tier skill, Tree Realm Result, can be executed. Magic cost, 500 MP. Each segment of the tree realm can quickly produce 4 fruits, only consumable by allied units recognized by the host. Upon consuming the fruit, immunity to curses, poisons, and all negative effects is granted. During this period, any curse or poison damage negated will be converted into an equivalent amount of healing. Duration, 4 hours. Daily production limit, 48 fruits. Storage time, valid for the day. If any allied unit's level exceeds the host's by 10 levels, consumption will have no effect. Upon reviewing the skill description, Suyan realized that several types of disaster beasts would soon face dire consequences. Those that inflicted poison or curses would find themselves in dire straits. Not only could he immunize against these negative effects, but he could also convert them into healing. The stronger the poison or curse, the more he would heal. This meant that if cursed or poisonous disaster beasts were present, he would not merely be their equal, he would be their superior. With them around, he effectively had a mobile spring of healing. Furthermore, the effect of each fruit lasted for an impressive 4 hours. Although the daily production was limited to 48 fruits and only effective for that day, it was sufficient for both teams to maintain this buff continuously for 24 hours. This was undoubtedly another extraordinary team skill. Moreover, it was the only skill that provided healing abilities, and Suyan was immensely pleased with the Tree Realm result. He then turned his attention to the 2nd mutation skill, which emerged following the manifestation of the Tree Realm. Animal Husbandry, Spirit Calling. Level requirement, 20, not yet met. Spirit Calling enables the host to forcibly establish a contract with any disaster beast whose level does not exceed the host's by 10 levels, instantly raising its favorability to max. Through Spirit Calling, the beast can be summoned at any time. Duration is linked to the host's level, with an initial time of 1 hour. Once the duration ends, the summoned beast will return to its original position. The contract is irrevocable. After establishing a contract, the level restriction of 10 levels no longer applies. Maximum number of contracts, 3. Examining the skill description, Suyan was thoroughly satisfied. He also understood that this Spirit Calling skill differed significantly from other summoning abilities. It could transcend a level gap of 10 and enforce a contract. Consequently, this skill offered 2 primary applications. The first was as an absolute finishing move. In the future, should he encounter an insurmountable disaster beast, as long as its level did not exceed his by 10, he could forcibly contract it, turning it into his ally. For instance, if he were to reach level 90 and come across a level 100 disaster beast boss that he could not defeat, he could simply enforce the contract and make the level 100 disaster beast his mount. Just imagining it made Suyan feel as though this skill was almost akin to cheating. Of course, this application was for the far future, and he was still quite distant from that stage. Considering the contract was irrevocable and limited to 3 opportunities, it would be wise to prioritize finding 1 or 2 disaster beasts with growth potential as his companions. For example, dragon hatchlings, extreme demons, or unique disaster beasts possessing stealth or spatial abilities. Once he nurtured these companions to strength, he could sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. This was the most cost-effective use of this skill. Unfortunately, he would not be able to utilize it until reaching level 20. Currently, at level 12, he had time to contemplate his strategy for when he reached level 20. After reviewing his new skills, Suyan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With these 2 exceptional abilities at his disposal, he felt significantly more confident in facing the treacherous world ahead. Subsequently, He opened the jewelry blind box, revealing a unique piece of jewelry. Mask of Suffering. Level requirement, 10. Rarity, rare. All attributes, 200. Special attribute, Team Camouflage. Capable of disguising up to 30 allied units, altering or concealing species, appearance, aura, voice, equipment, and attire at will. The unique camouflage feature of the pain mask left Su Yin momentarily perplexed regarding its utility. However, the comprehensive attribute enhancements it provided greatly pleased him. Yet, the mask's design appeared somewhat unsettling and slightly comical. Thus, Su Yin opted for its concealed wear. His consciousness returned to the external realm, and it was only then that he became aware of the buzzing alarm echoing throughout the hall, the scene descending into utter chaos. Officials from the Education Bureau and the military had already arrived before them. Director Yang spoke directly. Please surrender all protective crystals to the technical personnel. Regarding the submission of the protective crystals, the 8 individuals offered no objections, fully compliant, as these crystals rightfully belonged to the Education Bureau and the military. Not only did they surrender the protective crystals, but they also handed over all the equipment acquired during the training session. Before Su Yin could inquire about the current situation, Director Yang continued. The joint training system has collapsed for unknown reasons. You were the last to leave the joint training. Did you notice any anomalies before the system's failure? Although there were reports of cheating from the 8th and 16th high schools, and some students claimed that the system's collapse was due to these individuals, Director Yang did not share this perspective. The training system was a collaborative effort between the Education Bureau and the military, honed over a decade to reach its current iteration, the most stable version in history. It was implausible that a mere handful of students could bring it down. If that were the case, the system would be woefully fragile and utterly incapable of withstanding pressure. Therefore, Director Yang was convinced that regardless of whether the students had cheated, they could not be held responsible for the system's collapse. The failure must have originated from a fundamental logical error, resulting in a severe conflict. This was the responsibility of the Education Bureau and had nothing to do with the students. The data contained within their protective crystals might provide crucial insights into the system's collapse for technical personnel to investigate further. As for the question of cheating, it was unnecessary to ask. Once the data from the protective crystals was extracted, the truth would be evident. Inquiring if they had noticed any clues was merely a formality. Any leads could potentially expedite the troubleshooting process for the technical team. Upon hearing Director Yang's remarks, a sense of unease gripped the hearts of the 2 squads. Had the system's collapse anything to do with their defeat of the 10 final bosses? Everyone cast anxious glances at Su Yin, who felt a surge of panic. Historically, no one had ever defeated a 3rd-stage boss during joint training. The final boss was designed to be invincible, intended to create a scenario for a mass escape, testing each squad's ability to evade. Yet here he was, having led his team to vanquish them. If the system's collapse stemmed from this, he would be the culprit. What a hefty price he would have to pay. Could he even afford it? For now, he was not yet under suspicion, and he resolved to deny any involvement at all costs. Su Yin, maintaining a composed demeanor, declared unequivocally, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I have no idea who did." Chapter 65. Are we 8th high school facing dissolution? Su Yin's emphatic denials left Director Yang momentarily taken aback, his bemusement evident. Su Yin, I never suggested that you were responsible. Furthermore, the collapse of the joint training system could not possibly be attributed to human factors, since you did not observe any abnormalities. You may as well wait for news alongside the other squads. Subsequently, Director Yang addressed everyone with a firm voice. Rest assured, the recovery efforts for the joint training system may take considerable time. Everyone should return to their respective schools. As for the final rankings and results of the joint training, they will only be announced once the system is restored and the investigation concluded. Although the joint training had ended, no results were available. All participants returned to their respective high schools, and it was undeniable that the 8th and 16th high schools had become the center of attention throughout the city. After all, cheating during the joint training, leading to the collapse of the training system, was not something just anyone could accomplish. While officials from the Education Bureau insisted that the system's failure had no connection to the 8th and 16th high schools, the majority of those unfamiliar with the technical details remained skeptical, disbelieving that such a coincidence could occur. Rumors of collusion between the 8th and 16th high schools in cheating began to escalate, swiftly reaching the ears of 8th High. In no time, the faculty and students were whispering amongst themselves. Have you heard? Our 8th high school colluded with the 16th high school to cheat during the joint training for a better ranking. It even caused the collapse of the joint training system. Oh my goodness, does that mean our 8th high school might be disbanded? It's highly possible. Such heinous actions are utterly intolerable to the Education Bureau. Disbanding or merging is certainly on the table. Is it really that serious? Absolutely. Disbanding might even be considered lenient. There was a 37th high school in Dian City that faced dissolution for cheating during joint training. The principal and the students were scattered across several other high schools, but they were merely engaged in conventional cheating. They didn't cause the training system to collapse. Our 8th high school has caused the very system to fail. Who knows? Principal Huang might face unprecedented disciplinary action. We ordinary teachers and students should probably start preparing for the worst. I've said before, the lineup of our team from 8th high school seemed peculiar, with 3 vocational students. Perhaps Principal Huang intentionally arranged it so that they would take the blame if things went awry. If that is the case, Principal Huang is quite noble, sacrificing himself and those 3 seemingly doomed vocational students to gamble on the future of 8th high school. Too bad our gamble failed. What a pity for Wang Ku, our prodigious talent. Now it seems he will suffer alongside Principal Huang. The teachers and students engaged in hushed discussions. These rumors also reached Zhang Hao's ears. As the second in his grade, he had harbored resentment towards Principal Huang and 8th high school for not selecting him for the joint training. He felt it was utterly absurd that he was overlooked despite his capabilities, and remaining at 8th high school felt like a waste of talent. He even contemplated transferring to another high school. However, now, Zhang Hao felt immensely fortunate. Thank goodness he had not participated in the joint training. He was relieved to have been excluded. Otherwise, his future would have been irreparably tarnished. Engaging in cheating during the joint training would leave an indelible blemish on his personal record. At this moment, Zhang Hao was resolutely determined to transfer to another high school, and he felt an urgent need to do so. Currently, the Education Bureau has yet to issue any sanctions against number 8 high school. This allows for a certain degree of composure, but once the penalties are imposed and number 8 is dissolved, number 16 will inevitably follow suit, resulting in an overwhelming number of teachers and students facing intense competitive pressure. The ability to enroll in a desired high school may no longer be within one's control. Contemplating this, Zhang Hao promptly called his father. Dad, have you made any progress on the matter I entrusted to you? Hao, I was just about to call you. Guess which high school I managed to contact? You'll never guess. It's a big surprise. Is it number 3 high school? Try again. Number 2 high school. Think bigger. Unleash your imagination. Number 1 high school? Exactly. It's number 1 high school. Oh my goodness. Dad, you are amazing. Is this for certain? Certain. This time it was Principal Lee from number 1 high school who personally responded to me. He holds your abilities in high regard and has great expectations for your future. The transfer procedures should not pose any problems from their end. This is what he explicitly stated to me. Personally, I would estimate, if not a 10 out of 10, at least a 9 out of 10 likelihood of success. How? Shall we proceed with the transfer? Yes. Not only must we proceed, but we must do so with utmost urgency. Our number 8 high school and number 16 high school could soon face calamity if we delay any longer. A multitude of students will need to transfer, and the competition and pressure will only intensify. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. Thanks, Dad. I must hang up now. I need to contact our homeroom teacher. She has always been very supportive of me, and I should give her a heads up. In an instant, a wave of job hopping and transfers surged through number 8 high school, unnoticed by the administration. Principal Huang had already sensed this trend, but chose not to intervene. He knew that Su Yin had not cheated, and it was impossible for number 8 to have cheated. This time, no. 8 high school had achieved the highest scores in the entire city, securing absolute rights to educational resources for the next 3 years. However, he was unwilling to explain or justify anything. As for those fickle individuals, those who wavered in their loyalty, he let them go. Number 8 would not retain them. Meanwhile, Su Yin, Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Wang Ku received a reminder from Principal Huang consisting of just 3 words. No explanation. Su Yin and his friends were already disinclined to offer explanations, and with Principal Huang's implicit approval, they felt even more at ease. They continued with their daily routines, eating, drinking, attending classes, and resting, completely disregarding the rumors circulating around them. Upon receiving the scholarship from Principal Huang, Su Yin and his teammates ventured to the Equipment Procurement Center in the World Trade Center to indulge in some shopping. Due to their team's exceptional performance, Principal Huang not only awarded Su Yin an unprecedented scholarship of 1.5 million but also granted 500,000 each to Wang Ku, Bai Ding, and Gao Yang. This delighted everyone immensely. Inside the Equipment Procurement Center, an array of weapons and gear dazzled the eye. Wang Ku rushed directly to the weapons section. But Su Yin had no need for weapons. He possessed the rare-grade main weapon, the Reaping Scythe, which already met the requirements for use. What he truly lacked were armors that could enhance his vitality and defense. Unlike main weapons, which are typically bound to specific professions and are considerably more expensive, armors are largely universal, with many companies producing them in bulk. Some even with set bonuses were not overly costly. During the joint training sessions, Su Yin had personally tested many exquisite armors and had a clear understanding of which special attributes suited him best. Consequently, he quickly selected the armor that was ideal for him, the Earth Defense Set. Quality, excellent. Overall attributes, 280. Set effect, increases health by 20, increases defense by 20. Set special effect, restores 1 of maximum health per second, and restores 2 when movement speed is impaired. Priced at 2 million, it completely drained Su Yan's savings. However, he felt no remorse. Compared to his savings, this Earth Defense Set, which provided him with a profound sense of security, brought him far greater joy and peace of mind. Although the excellent grade gear fell short of rare grade equipment, This set allowed his health and defense to just surpass 5,000. Still far from his modest goal of breaking 10,000 in both categories, yet it was somewhat sufficient. Su Yan believed that as long as he lived frugally, worked hard to earn money, and frequently teamed up with Bai Ding to tackle bosses, he would be able to don a full set of rare-grade armor within a few years. On the other side, at the military district of Dian City, the joint training venue faced challenges due to the collapse of the joint training system, complicating the extraction of protection crystal data. Thanks to Director Zhang's relentless efforts to overcome obstacles, the data from the protection crystals held by number 8 and number 16 high schools could finally be extracted properly. Director Zhang understood that the two teams had been the last to be expelled from the training system during the collapse, meaning their protection crystals contained the most comprehensive data. If any clues about the system's breakdown were to be found, they would likely be within these 8 crystals. Soon after, Director Yang and District Chief Ding received notification from Director Zhang and arrived at the scene, eager to uncover the nature of the significant bug that had caused the collapse of the joint training system. At that moment, Director Zhang had successfully extracted the final image data from the 8 crystals and merged all the information into a more comprehensive 3D panoramic view. Director Yang approached the control panel and operated it personally, projecting the final footage onto the large screen. However, after just a few seconds of playback, everyone was left in stunned silence. The footage displayed the moment when Wang Ku and Zhou Min's teams were secretly competing against each other in terms of output. In the video, Zhou Min cautiously consumed a bottle of magical potion, smacking her lips. I can't keep up with my skills while only relying on blue potions. Hey, Gao Yang, could you lend me some support? Gao Yang quietly pulled out a piece of stinky tofu, preparing to hand it over, but Wang Ku immediately shouted, Gao Yang, you're on my side. You can only give me blue potions, not her. Gao Yang froze, slowly retracting the stinky tofu he had just taken out. Wang Ku nodded in satisfaction, while Zhou Min's expression soured. She pouted and said, Wang Ku, how can you be so unfair? I'm running low on blue. And you want to even let the chubby guy help me out? Absolutely not. If I let you have blue, your output will surpass mine, won't it? No way. Besides, I trust in your natural blue regeneration ability. Conserve your skills. I believe your blue potions will suffice. Su Yan, come settle this. Wang Ku is bullying me. Su Yan waved his hand helplessly. This is your competition. I can't assist. Witnessing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. District Chief Ding couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't the third phase of the joint training supposed to be a great escape? How can they still find time to secretly compete? And how did this great escape turn into a fixed-point siege? Chapter 66. Can we entrust this child, Su Yan, to our military? Upon viewing the final footage, Director Zhang was left in a state of bewilderment, as was Director Yang, and even District Chief Ding found himself equally astonished. Previously, District Chief Ding had expressed a tinge of regret, for had the escape duration of the students from the 8th and 16th high schools been just a fraction longer, they might have shattered the 3-hour escape record. However, now he stood utterly dumbfounded. Escape? These children had no need for such a thing. They simply bound 10 level 20 demon mages and pummeled them. 8 high school seniors were vanquishing high-tier disaster beasts on the front lines. This was simply inconceivable. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, who would dare believe such a mind-bending spectacle? Not only was District Chief Ding on the brink of a breakdown, but Director Yang was equally distressed. The very reason for the collapse of the joint training system may have just been revealed. The ultimate boss for the third phase of the joint training was fundamentally designed to be invincible at its core. Who could have foreseen that someone would not only choose not to flee during the Great Escape, but would audaciously confront the final boss? If these bosses were indeed eradicated, it would undoubtedly lead to a profound conflict within the foundational logic of the system. Director Yang fast-forwarded the footage to validate his hypothesis, and indeed, as the last demon mage was brutally defeated, the system collapsed in tandem. Director Zhang exhaled in relief and glanced at Director Yang, silently querying whether the collapse of the system could be attributed to him. Director Yang shook his head, asserting that it could not be blamed on him. No one could have anticipated that students would annihilate all the final bosses responsible for the pursuit during the Great Escape. Furthermore, now that they understood the cause of the system's collapse, repairing it would not pose much difficulty. The cost of restoration would be minimal, requiring only a modest expenditure for labor. Director Yang looked at District Chief Ding with confusion, questioning whether the 10 demon mages captured by the military might have been insufficiently powerful. However, District Chief Ding promptly refuted this notion. Absolutely not. Demon-type disaster beasts differ fundamentally from others. Their starting level is already 20. Moreover, the demon species possesses inherently superior attributes and skill potency compared to other disaster beasts. Thus, their strength cannot be deemed lacking. Moreover, have you not discerned the real issue? Su Yan's planting technique, Tree Realm Descending, offers unparalleled crowd control. It completely disregards invulnerability. Not only can he simultaneously summon 4 instances of the Tree Realm, but the cooldown for each instance is independently calculated, resulting in seamless connections. One skill with such monstrous control capabilities is astonishing enough, yet this formidable crowd control technique is merely his first-tier skill. The second-tier skill, tree realm blossoming, enforces an extensive area of absolute magic suppression. The effective range of this suppression is estimated to extend up to 300 meters. Such capabilities are, to be frank, a sight I have seldom encountered in my lifetime. District Chief Ding's focus diverged from that of Director Yang. As the head of the Education Bureau, Director Yang was primarily concerned with the collapse of the joint training system. In contrast, District Chief Ding, representing the military, regarded the collapse with less urgency, as their involvement in the joint training and related systems was primarily one of basic assistance and cooperation. From the moment Su Yin engaged the demon mages, all of District Chief Ding's attention was fixated on this seemingly unremarkable farmer student. Although the subsequent footage was played at a high speed, District Chief Ding observed every action, every skill, and every characteristic of those skills with clarity. After accurately recounting Su Yan's skills and their attributes, Director Yang snapped back to attention, once again rendered speechless. Such powerful early-stage control skills were indeed unprecedented, not to mention that these skills were manifested by a farmer-class individual. Furthermore, all the exceptional equipment Su Yan utilized was jointly provided by the Education Bureau and the military. Having reviewed the equipment list, Director Yang was certain that Su Yan's abilities stemmed not from his gear, but entirely from his innate skills. While Director Yang was momentarily lost in thought, District Chief Ding's expression turned serious as he earnestly remarked, "Director Yang, may I propose that we enlist Su Yin into the military?" District Chief Ding directly sought to recruit him. Although Director Yang was taken aback, he was not entirely surprised. After all, a previous super genius, a necromancer, had been directly recruited by the military, and despite his youth, he had already attained a commendable rank. A significant portion of the educational resources acquired by Dian City was attributable to the contributions of that necromancer. If Su Yin were to join the military, it would be immensely beneficial not only for his personal future, but also for the vested interests of Dian City's educational landscape. Director Yang did not oppose the idea, yet he could not readily acquiesce. District Chief Ding, we at the Education Bureau do not object to Su Yin joining the military. However, as you know, we cannot make that decision on his behalf. If you wish for Su Yin to enlist, you must also seek his personal consent, as well as that of 8th High School. District Chief Ding nodded, I understand. Your lack of opposition is sufficient. We will handle the other matters within the military. The Education Bureau, having grasped the cause behind the system's collapse through subsequent analyses of the crystal data, fully understood the sequence of events. Previously, many high schools had made unfounded accusations of cheating against the 8th and 16th high schools, which were entirely baseless. All equipment acquired by the 8th and 16th during the joint training was pilfered from the bosses by Su Yin right from the onset. Although such actions might seem rather shameless to disclose, they did not violate any relevant rules and regulations set forth by the Education Bureau regarding the joint training. Thus, the final rankings and results of the joint training were valid. However, given that the final rankings would impact the reallocation of educational resources for various high schools in Dian City over the next 3 years, they needed to conduct a thorough inventory and verification of all educational resources currently held by the high schools before announcing the final results. This included resources from dungeons, shared equipment, training facilities, and certain specialized teaching resources. The final announcement would require additional time. A few days later, District Chief Ding of the military summoned Su Yin and Principal Huang on behalf of the Dian City Military District. In the military special reception room, Su Yin and Principal Huang faced District Chief Ding alone, feeling somewhat anxious and restrained. Regarding the rankings of the joint training, they held a clear conscience and were filled with confidence. They could guarantee that their citywide first-place achievement was compliant, legitimate, and reasonable. However, in the presence of the military, they felt intimidated. Su Yin was particularly concerned that the collapse of the joint training system might indeed be linked to his actions, especially after recounting to Principal Huang the complete annihilation of all bosses in the third phase. Principal Huang's trembling form only reinforced Su Yan's belief that he had inadvertently caused a significant debacle. Based on Principal Huang's judgment and speculation, he believed that there was at least a 99 probability that Su Yan's actions had led to the collapse of the system. Moreover, the joint training system had taken the Education Bureau and the military over a decade to collaboratively build and maintain. Its significance and value were beyond monetary measure. The joint training program, overseen by the Education Bureau, is also under military jurisdiction. At least a portion of it constitutes military property. Should Su Yan's actions precipitate an irreversible malfunction in the joint training system, potentially leading to permanent paralysis, one must ponder the extent of compensation owed to both the Education Bureau and the military. Principal Huang finds himself at a loss, unable to calculate the damages, but can only estimate that in the direst scenario, should the joint training system become irretrievable, the compensation might amount to at least 100 units equivalent to that of the 8th high school. As the military unexpectedly summons Su Yin and Principal Huang, a sense of foreboding grips them. They are acutely aware that the situation is precarious. They can only hope that events do not unfold in the most unfavorable manner. Principal Huang has already steeled himself for the prospect of sacrificing both the institution and his own standing. In Chapter 67, Su Yin muses that had he known earlier, he would not have felt drowsy. In the military district's special reception room, Su Yin and Principal Huang find themselves alone before the highest authority of the Dian City military region, both palpably anxious. Based on their previous conjectures, they are certain that the repercussions will be significant. Before Director Ding can elucidate the reasons behind their urgent summons, Su Yin, with a pitiable demeanor, inquires, Director Ding, "May I ask, is the joint training system costly? How much do we owe?" The expressions of Su Yin and Principal Huang betray their extreme nervousness, coupled with a sincere acknowledgement of their errors, leaving Director Ding somewhat bewildered. "What are you talking about? Costly? Compensation? I do not comprehend." Despite his confusion, Director Ding's tone retains an air of unyielding severity, heightening Su Yin and Principal Huang's anxiety, as they fear they may have incited genuine anger. The magnitude of the losses is bound to be substantial, and Director Ding's reluctance to be direct suggests that the forthcoming negotiations may be protracted and fraught with intrigue. Should matters be mishandled, there could be an increase in the compensation demands. Su Yin, sensing the reluctance to address the matter head-on, decides to take the initiative. After all, the authorities traditionally favor transparency and honesty over resistance. Moreover, one does not strike a smiling face, particularly when that face belongs to a child. By voluntarily admitting his fault and demonstrating a level of maturity and resolve beyond his years, Su Yin hopes that Director Ding might, in a moment of compassion, reduce the penalties. With this in mind, Su Yin adopts a wronged expression and boldly confesses, "Director Ding, the collapse of the joint training system is entirely my fault. My teammates, the 16th high school team, Principal Huang, and the 8th high school bear no responsibility. The annihilation of 10 demon mages was solely due to my impulsive decision. When I beheld those formidable bosses, I too felt fear. Yet inexplicably, a fierce impulse surged within me. I wanted to know if humanity is destined only to flee in the face of insurmountable calamity." At this juncture, Su Yin's expression shifts from one of grievance to earnestness. "I refuse to accept, nor can I acquiesce to the notion of perpetual evasion and hiding. Thus I rebelled. I led my team to vanquish all 10 demon mages. I am now aware that this action has led to a severe conflict in the foundational logic of the joint training system, resulting in its collapse. However, I harbor no regrets regarding my choice. Should I face a similar situation in the future, I would make the same decision. I, Su Yin, am willing to shoulder all responsibility and endure whatever punishment may come." Su Yin initially intended to manipulate the situation through his impassioned rhetoric, hoping to evoke sympathy from Director Ding, who might then lessen the penalties for him and the 8th high school. However, his heartfelt admission, born from misunderstanding, left Director Ding momentarily stunned. He recognized that Su Yin had misconstrued the circumstances. The joint training system had not suffered any loss, and no compensation was required. Yet, the sincerity embedded in Su Yin's words struck a deep chord within Director Ding. He had long believed that the third phase of the joint training program, the Great Escape, was meticulously designed and aligned with humanity's fate, yet he felt something was amiss. Upon hearing Su Yin's impassioned declaration, he recognized the essence of tenacity that was sorely lacking. While the calamities may reign at the pinnacle of the food chain, humanity can still carve out a path to survival amidst adversity. This requires not only patience and avoidance, but also the indomitable spirit of a few brave souls. This, indeed, underscores the very purpose and significance of the military's existence. "Su Yin, what a remarkable young man," Director Ding thought resolutely. He then addressed Su Yin directly, his expression earnest. "The joint training system has not sustained any loss, and you are not required to make any compensation. Now, to the matter at hand. Su Yin, I, Ding Yuanshan, the district commander of the Dian City military region, officially invite you to join us." At this proclamation, both Su Yin and Principal Huang were momentarily taken aback. The joint training system had not incurred any losses? No compensation? This was splendid news. Yet, what was the meaning behind Director Ding's sudden invitation? As Su Yin processed this information, he became bewildered. Could it be that his prior ramblings had so profoundly moved Director Ding that he was now being compelled to enlist? If so, that would indeed be a disheartening turn of events. Su Yin found himself wishing he could slap his own face for his earlier indiscretion. Why had he felt the need to elaborate so extensively? Now, Director Ding might mistakenly believe he harbored aspirations of military service and had set his sights on him. How could he navigate this predicament? Scratching his head awkwardly, Su Yin stammered, "Well, Director Ding, I do have an inclination towards military service, but I am still quite young. My parents harbor modest expectations for me, merely wishing for me to take the college entrance examination and gain admission to a prestigious university. Perhaps I could return to Dian City after my university graduation and join the military then? What do you think?" Su Yin reasoned that by the time he graduated from university, 5 years would have elapsed, and anyone would likely have forgotten his offhand promise. Even if they did remember, he could always claim that he was merely a child at the time, speaking without the wisdom of age, or simply assert that he had forgotten. After all, any current troubles could easily be deferred to the future, thus ceasing to be problematic. However, Director Ding erupted into hearty laughter. "You may not realize it, But these 2 points are entirely compatible. Once you join the military, you can still take the college entrance examination, obtain your degree, and even attend university. I can sign a document granting you a special leave of 4 to 5 years. It's quite simple. Moreover, I can even assign you a special task. As per military requirements, to obtain a university diploma, for after all, our military also seeks highly educated talents. In this way, both your parents' expectations and your personal aspirations can be fulfilled. Is this not a win-win situation? Director Ding's remarks effectively closed off all avenues for Su Yan, leaving him utterly bewildered, rooted to the spot, speechless, his face turning an ominous shade of green, unable to conceive of any verbal loophole to exploit. Observing Su Yan's awkward demeanor, Director Ding could easily discern his inner thoughts. This young man, Su Yan, surely felt that the military district of Dine City was too feeble, its resources too limited to befit a prodigy like himself. Given his extraordinary talent, he was entirely qualified to join the province's most prestigious military districts, gaining access to superior resources and a more streamlined path for advancement. Yet, Director Ding, despite the circumstances, felt a pang of reluctance to part with this child. In Su Yan, he could almost see a reflection of his own past and a glimpse of the future. After a moment's contemplation, Director Ding resolutely stated, Su Yan, I understand your concerns. Our Dine City, though merely a small locale, possesses a military district that, while not particularly formidable compared to others, still harbors potential. With your capabilities, you are undoubtedly eligible to join a more robust military unit. As these words left his lips, Su Yan became flustered, exclaiming, No, that's not it. I have no intention of enlisting at all. He hesitated, shifting uncomfortably, contemplating whether to reveal his true thoughts. However, Director Ding's expression suddenly turned serious. While our military district may not boast the strength of more formidable counterparts, nor do we possess ample military supplies, I hope you can see our earnest desire to recruit talented individuals like yourself. Su Yan was taken aback. Firstly, I, Ding Yuanshan, am willing to personally fund the resolution of your equipment issues. Su Yan responded. If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have been so troubled. Chapter 68 Director Ding. Look, this is a rare-grade scythe, imbued with special attributes. Upon mentioning equipment, Su Yan's eyes sparkled with interest, and Director Ding immediately recognized that Su Yan had become intrigued. Seizing the moment, he elaborated, I believe you understand that equipment issues cannot be generalized. While most defensive gear is common and easily accessible, you might not find it particularly noteworthy. The primary weapon category is intricately tied to one's profession. As a farmer, the exclusive primary weapon for your class is exceedingly rare, a fact you are likely more aware of than anyone else. You must be grappling with this predicament. However, the scarcity of a farmer's primary weapon cannot be attributed to you or your profession. Rather, it is a consequence of a profit-driven market. Farmers are often marginalized in combat roles, making combat-ready farmers a rarity. Consequently, the high-quality primary weapons suitable for farmers cannot be mass-produced. Without mass production, costs remain high, and thus, there is no profit to be made, discouraging any company from sacrificing profit to manufacture high-quality weapons for farmers. This is also the primary reason why you find it challenging to procure a weapon that meets your desires on the market. However, if you are willing to join our Dine City Military District, I am prepared to personally fund and commission specialized military enterprises to craft a primary weapon tailored for you, suitable for a farmer. At levels 10 to 20, I cannot guarantee the quality beyond rare grade, but I can assure you of that much. As Ding Yuanshan spoke, Principal Huang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Ding Yuanshan was willing to personally invest in crafting a rare-grade primary weapon for Su Yan. This was no trivial matter. The crafting of equipment involves a yield rate, and it is notoriously low. For instance, attempting to forge a rare-grade hoe would likely result in 10 failures, yielding 10 excellent-grade hoes as byproducts. If it were a weapon for a primary combat class, 10 failures would be inconsequential, as 10 excellent-grade swords could still be sold and even become bestsellers. However, who would buy 10 excellent-grade hoes as byproducts? Even an excellent-grade hoe, despite its quality, has a price that reflects its value. Aside from Su Yan, no farmer in their right mind would squander such a sum on an excellent-grade hoe. Due to the issues of yield and the inability to capitalize on byproducts, if Ding Yuanshan intends to help Su Yan craft a rare-grade hoe, under normal circumstances, barring extraordinary luck, he would need to invest tenfold more than usual. A rare-grade primary weapon for combat roles costs nearly $1 million. Thus, a rare-grade weapon suitable for a farmer would cost close to $10 million. Furthermore, this was a personal investment from Ding Yuanshan. Merely this one promise could deplete his entire fortune if luck were not on his side. Principal Huang's breath quickened, as he profoundly sensed Ding Yuanshan's determination to recruit Su Yan. Simultaneously, he felt a genuine sense of relief that Su Yan had caught Ding Yuanshan's eye. After all, Su Yan was a rare talent, and his mentor needed someone with Ding Yuanshan's caliber and audacity to guide him. At the very least, he himself lacked that level of strength and risk tolerance. Principal Huang turned to Su Yan, attempting to persuade him. Su Yan, you have yet to enter society. and you may not fully grasp the underlying logic of economic operations. The weight of Director Ding's promise is something you likely do not yet comprehend. Allow me to elucidate further. But before Principal Huang could finish, Su Yan silently produced a black scythe, labeled as a reaping scythe. Quality, rare grade. Requirements, level 10. Attack power, 1000. All attributes, 250. Special attribute, when attacking immobile enemies with the scythe, reduce the target's defense and resistance by 70. And completely suppress the target's ability to recover health by 80. I already possess a primary weapon suitable for farmers. Upon revealing the scythe, the special aura emanating from its blade demonstrated that it was indeed a weapon with unique attributes. This was not an ordinary rare-grade scythe, but a veritable pinnacle of rare-grade craftsmanship. Its special attribute aligned perfectly with Su Yan's abilities, with activation conditions that were notably stringent, only triggering when attacking immobile enemies, thereby reducing their defenses and inhibiting their health recovery. Yet, this demanding condition was precisely what Su Yan excelled at, rendering foes immobile. Moreover, this black scythe was notably large and striking, resting upon his shoulder like the harbinger of doom. Undoubtedly, this was a scythe that harmonized exquisitely with Su Yan in terms of quality, attributes, and presence. Director Ding acknowledged that even if he commissioned others to forge dozens of times, he might not achieve a creation superior to this scythe. Su Yan observed the awkward expression on District Chief Ding's face. Chief Ding, look, this is a rare-grade scythe for cutting grass, equipped with special attributes. I can utilize it until I graduate from university. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the corners of District Chief Ding's mouth twitched slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, since you currently do not require a primary weapon, that is of no concern. I can provide you with a complete set of armor. Starting at the rare grade, you can choose the style yourself. With that, Su Yan was truly invigorated. This was indeed an enticing offer. Just a few days ago, he had spent all his savings of 2 million to acquire an excellent grade earth defense set. While it had significantly increased his health and defense, he still felt it fell short of his aspirations, as he was far from achieving his modest goal of surpassing 10,000 in both health and defense. However, if he were to possess a rare-grade defense set, reaching that milestone would be a breeze. Furthermore, a complete rare-grade defense ensemble would be priced at a minimum of 10 million. If given the choice, it might even be more expensive. As he contemplated this, Su Yan hesitated. Joining the Dian City Military District would undoubtedly save him years of detours, which seemed a viable option. At that moment, he realized he had previously overlooked a crucial factor. His second mutated skill, Spirit Contract. It could forcibly bind 3 formidable disaster beasts that were 10 levels above him. Initially, it would not serve as a one-hit kill skill. Rather, he would need to locate a disaster beast with exceptional growth attributes to become his steed. However, the pressing issue was this. If he followed the conventional path, graduating from high school, taking the college entrance examination, entering university, and then joining society, the entire process would take 5 to 6 years, until he gained a certain social standing. It seemed unlikely he would have the opportunity to encounter extreme disaster beasts. He could not afford to wait that long. Yet, if he were to enlist in the military, the scenario would change dramatically. The identity of a soldier would grant him access to various missions, exploration of secret realms, international aid, and investigations into special species. By leveraging military resources, he would have a substantial chance of encountering the most exceptional extreme disaster beasts early on. If he could capture a top-tier extreme disaster beast at the outset, he would soar to new heights. With this realization, Su Yan was convinced of the necessity to join the military. Although he had made up his mind, he still felt a twinge of reluctance. If he truly enlisted, he would lose Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Wang Ke. He would be without infinite mana regeneration, without absolute critical hit rates, and without supreme output. Would his future development truly be secure? Contemplating these thoughts, Su Yan unconsciously shook his head. Seeing this, District Chief Ding became flustered. He had already offered such generous conditions. Yet Su Yan remained unmoved. He had poured in a significant amount of resources and was nearly at his financial limit. Chapter 69. Suspected of damaging military assets. Should they be taken away? Noticing Su Yan still shaking his head, District Chief Ding panicked. It was puzzling. When he initially mentioned providing a rare-grade defense set, Su Yan had shown signs of interest. Why was he now backtracking? Could it be that the grade was insufficient? District Chief Ding gritted his teeth once more, this time with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. An exquisite rare-grade defense set is a deal. Su Yan's response was so swift that he himself barely registered it, for District Chief Ding had truly offered too much. It was a reflexive agreement. Yet, as he composed himself, Su Yan decided to address his uncertainties first. Chief Ding, if, just hypothetically, Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Wang Ke were to join me in the military district, what would the likelihood of that be? Would the military create difficulties for them? I understand that, according to standard criteria, their abilities, except for Wang Ke's, would not be deemed impressive enough for special recruitment. But they are crucial to me. Without them, I hesitate to join the military. Su Yan had anticipated that District Chief Ding might find this request challenging, given that none of the three had met the special recruitment standards, not even Wang Ku. However, to his surprise, District Chief Ding, without a moment's hesitation, excitedly responded, "Not at all. They all fully meet the criteria for special recruitment. If you wish, you can bring them to me for registration today." While District Chief Ding couldn't quite comprehend why Su Yin insisted on enlisting these three classmates, perhaps it was due to a reluctance to part with their camaraderie or a lack of security, yet none of that mattered. What was paramount was Su Yin. District Chief Ding had a premonition that within a few years, Su Yin would evolve into a formidable force, capable of standing against 100 foes. Securing Su Yin meant that both Dian City and its military district would gain a true pillar of strength. That was the crux of the matter. Su Yin nodded. "All right. Chief Ding, I am willing to join the Dian City military district. However, I must first consult with my teammates and inquire about their opinions. If they are amenable, we can finalize this." Once Su Yin formally consented, a heavy weight lifted from District Chief Ding's heart. He then turned to Principal Huang. "Principal Huang, regarding Su Yin and his designated three teammates joining the Dian City military district, does the 8th High School foresee any difficulties?" Principal Huang shook his head. "No difficulties at all. This is a positive development for our school, and we at 8th High will actively cooperate." Principal Huang understood that having 4 students recruited under special circumstances would significantly benefit the school. Such recruitment was a recognition of the students' abilities and the efficacy of the school's education, as well as an excellent opportunity for publicity. Having 4 students simultaneously recruited was unprecedented in the history of Dian City's high schools. By capitalizing on this, banners could be raised, advertisements could be made, and it would undoubtedly enhance the enrollment for 8th High in the coming year. However, Principal Huang felt a tinge of concern. Would Su Yin genuinely return to participate in the college entrance examination? After all, for someone who had enlisted, there seemed to be no necessity for that. Yet, given Su Yan's caliber, he might very well secure the title of provincial top scorer, an honor of immense significance for both Dian City and 8th High. "Su Yin, when you mentioned your intention to participate in the college entrance examination, was that a sincere statement?" "Absolutely. Obtaining a university admission letter is not only my personal goal, but also my parents' expectation." Su Yin spoke from the heart, and Principal Huang nodded in appreciation. Xu Yuan's words indeed came from the depths of his heart. He recalled the senior students who had gained admission to prestigious universities, not only securing substantial scholarships, but also, for those with particularly outstanding achievements, receiving generous financial assistance from the city. A vivid memory lingered of a senior who, upon merely gaining entry to a university in the magical city, was awarded a rare piece of equipment by the municipal authorities. If he were to become the top scholar in the province, or even the nation, it was difficult to fathom the extent of benefits that city officials might bestow upon him. Perhaps even an epic piece of equipment was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, the college entrance examination spanned merely 2 to 3 days, hardly demanding a significant investment of effort on his part. Such a high return on a minimal investment was an opportunity too precious to be disregarded. After the discussion concluded, Xu Yuan turned to District Chief Ding. "District Chief Ding, unless there is anything else, I shall seek out my teammates. I still need to persuade them to join me in the military district." "No need," Ding replied. "They should already be boarding the military vehicle by now." This statement took Xu Yuan by surprise. Unbeknownst to him, prior to his request for teammates to accompany him to the military district, District Chief Ding had discreetly sent a message to his subordinates, instructing them to bring the children over. The matter of Xu Yuan's smooth entry into the military district was of paramount importance to Ding, who felt compelled to oversee the situation personally. Soon, at the entrance of the 8th Middle School, several military vehicles had been parked. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Wang Ku were summoned aboard. This alarming scene stirred a considerable uproar within the school. What was happening? Had Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Wang Ku committed some offense? Why were they being taken away by the military? Are you not aware? During the joint training sessions, our 8th Middle School's blatant cheating led to the collapse of the entire training system. This system was jointly developed and maintained by the Education Bureau and the military, meaning part of the destroyed training system was military property. Given the suspicion of damaging military assets, do you think they should not be taken away? Chapter 70. Confused and enlisted. How will I explain this to my mother? The scene of Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Wang Ku being escorted onto the military vehicle not only caused a stir, but also instilled a sense of dread among their peers. The implication of damaging military assets was indeed severe. With the absence of Xu Yuan and Principal Huang from sight, it was reasonable to speculate that they too had been taken by military personnel. Heavens! I had thought that the dissolution and merger of 8th Middle School would take some time. I never expected events to unfold so swiftly and unexpectedly. The value of the joint training system is incalculable. Now, having ruined it, how much compensation must 8th Middle School provide? Can they afford it? As innocent and ordinary students, would we be seized by the military to settle the debt? While it is unlikely we would be taken for that purpose, all assets and resources of 8th Middle School might be confiscated by the end of the day. It is possible that after today, 8th Middle School will cease to exist. Moreover, the worst-case scenario is that a significant blemish will stain our personal records. This is disastrous. I have yet to finalize my transfer. I must urge my father to expedite the process. Enough of this. I must also hurry my mother. The transfer cannot be delayed. Meanwhile, aboard the military vehicle, Gaoyang, Bai Ding, and Wang Ku exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Wang Ku, mustering his courage and adopting a pitiful demeanor, inquired, "Military brother, may I ask why we are being taken?" A military officer, his expression inscrutable, replied, "I do not know. We are merely following orders from above to bring you back to the military district. You will understand the specifics once we arrive." The officer's response only heightened the trio's anxiety. There was no denying it now. The truth had been exposed. The catastrophe that led to the collapse of the joint training system was now laid bare. Their return would undoubtedly involve an inquiry to determine penalties and fines. But could they afford to compensate for the precious joint training system? Gao Yang's voice trembled as he whispered to his companions, "Compensation is highly unlikely. I fear we may be dispatched to the frontier defense outpost as laborers to settle the debt," Bai Ding calculated, and after a moment, his heart sank. Based on an average monthly salary of 3,000, if the joint training system were worth 100 million, it would take one person 333 months to repay. That equates to 777 years. Including Shi Yuan, if the four of us worked day and night without pause, we would need to labor for 684 years. This is the end for us. I wonder if Principal Huang will help us shoulder some of this burden. Upon arriving at the military base, the group was led to a special reception room, where they found Shi Yuan and Principal Huang already present. The three were near tears. It seemed there was no escape for anyone. As soon as they entered the reception room, District Chief Ding got straight to the point. "Do you three wish to join Shi Yuan in enlisting in our Dian City military district?" Ding's tone was calm. Yet his habitual sternness instilled a sense of helplessness in the trio, rendering them unable to refuse. Moreover, Ding's offer was undoubtedly the best possible outcome, merely joining the Dian City military district rather than being sent to the border as laborers. Although much of their future wages might be forfeited, the environment was certainly preferable to the border, and it was closer to home, allowing them the opportunity to visit their parents. Thinking of this, the three did not hesitate or resist. "We are willing." Without a moment's thought, they provided their answer, leaving District Chief Ding momentarily astonished, yet elated. Although the reasons remained unclear, all immediate problems had been resolved. Shi Yuan could formally join the Dian City military district. To expedite matters, District Chief Ding immediately had enlistment application forms and 4 thick dossiers brought forth, instructing them to complete the necessary processes and affix their signatures. Once all was completed, Ding finally exhaled, revealing a benevolent smile. "Welcome, 4 of you, to officially join our Dian City military district." In response to Ding's smile, the trio displayed expressions of profound resignation. Ding continued, "Although in name you have joined our Dian City military district, in reality, you have not yet secured formal military status and will not immediately enjoy the associated privileges. You still lack one essential requirement: passing the new recruit assessment and submitting your volunteer application to the Dian City military district. Fortunately, there is an upcoming new recruit assessment in Baitan City. You need not rush to pass this time, as your current levels are still too low and require considerable training. However, you may participate in this assessment to gain experience, aiming to achieve formal status during the next recruitment cycle." Director Ding's words had struck a chord, and the 3 young ones had resigned themselves to their fate. Their eagerness to secure a formal position and benefits was undoubtedly driven by the looming threat of salary deductions. It seemed that their lives were irrevocably altered. Subsequently, Director Ding pulled Su Yen aside and whispered, "Su Yen, the exquisite rare-grade defensive gear I promised you may have to wait until after the new recruits assessment to be realized." "What?" Su Yen exclaimed. But Ding urged him to remain calm, explaining, "You understand the immense value and the rarity of such defensive gear. It requires time to procure, does it not?" With a resigned sigh, Su Yen acquiesced. He comprehended Ding's concerns. The latter was undoubtedly worried that Su Yen might waver after obtaining the rare-grade gear, perhaps even neglecting the new recruits assessment altogether or choosing to volunteer for a more prestigious military district after passing. If he were to act in such a manner, it would surely leave Director Ding in a precarious position. But was he truly that kind of person? Once he had reaped the benefits, he would undoubtedly see it through to the end. After all, what was the new recruits assessment but a mere formality? Wasn't it merely a matter of filling out his application for the Dian City military district? There would be no need for another assessment. He could simply pass this one in Baitan City and secure the necessary arrangements. The 3 young ones followed Su Yin out of the reception room and obtained their official passes for the Dian City military district. They were preparing to return home, pack their belongings, and embark on their dim, uncertain futures. Su Yin, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Joining the military is such a significant matter. Don't you 3 need to consider it? Why are you so quick to agree?" Gao Yang shook his head in resignation. "Haven't we dismantled the joint training system? Haven't we incurred debts to the military? Working in the Dian City military district to repay our debts is certainly preferable to heading to the border." Bai Ding added, "Exactly. Working in the Dian City military district means I can at least visit my father." Hearing their words, Su Yin realized that they, too, were under the same misapprehension he had once held. He awkwardly smiled and clarified, "Actually, the joint training system did not suffer any losses. And we are not obligated to provide any compensation." "No losses? No need for compensation? We don't owe the military anything?" The three were left speechless. Suyin continued, "The only reason you three were invited to join the Dian City Military District is that Director Ding took a liking to me. And I did not wish to join the military alone." Upon hearing this, the three halted abruptly, utterly stunned, rendered momentarily speechless. Bai Ding, in disbelief, exclaimed, "The true reason we were invited to join the military is that you didn't want to go alone? Wait a moment, my mind is a bit muddled. I need to process this." Gao Yang's voice trembled. Suyin, now that the paperwork is complete, you tell us this? Good heavens, I've unwittingly enlisted." He fretted over how he would explain this to his mother. Chapter 71, You didn't know? They've already reported to Yizhong. Realizing the true reason behind their invitation to join the Dian City Military District, and having just completed their enlistment paperwork without a second thought, the three were left in a state of shock, their minds in a whirl. However, as they regained their composure and reflected on their journey with Su Yan, a figure of extremes, they recognized that no matter the circumstances or dangers they faced, they had always been safe in his presence. In fact, the only truly secure place was by Su Yan's side. Their earlier disarray was merely a consequence of the stark contrast between reality and expectation. In their hearts, they were not as anxious as they initially believed. Even though they had now joined the military and faced the prospect of heading to perilous front lines, they never doubted that with Su Yan beside them, they would encounter no true peril. In fact, envisioning a future where Su Yan departed alone filled them with genuine trepidation. It was not that Su Yan needed them. Rather, they had already become inseparable from him. With this realization, the three young ones felt a sense of relief. If death awaited them, so be it. With Su Yan around, it wasn't so easy to meet that end. The four proceeded to follow Principal Huang back to Banzhong to complete their leave of absence paperwork. And then they returned home to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, whispers among the faculty and students of Banzhong persisted. They've all taken a leave of absence. Su Yan, Gao Yang, Bai Ding, Wang Ku, they're all gone. This is concrete proof. The military's punishment has been handed down, and they have all received severe reprimands. The military has already acted, and I suspect the education department's penalties will soon follow. The transfer must be expedited. I couldn't care less. I'm already a member of Qizhou. Farewell, everyone. I'll take my leave. Wait, this guy works fast, doesn't he? What about Zhang Hao? Why haven't I seen him? Don't you know? He has already reported to Yizhong. I can't believe it. I thought I was quick, but there's someone even faster. Impressive. Farewell. The matter of enlisting early was kept under wraps by both Principal Huang and the four young men. Director Ding had mentioned that their positions were still temporary and had not been formally established. They would need to pass the new recruits assessment to secure their places. However, from Ding's remarks, it was evident that the assessment was not an easy feat, with a significant likelihood of failure. Ding had even indicated that several could opt out this time, merely to familiarize themselves with the assessment process and enhance their chances for the next round. It was clear how daunting the new recruits assessment could be. If they were to boast about their military enlistment only to fail the assessment later, it would be an embarrassing predicament, an act of self-sabotage that would only burden them with unnecessary psychological pressure. Thus, the four decided, in discussion with Principal Huang, to temporarily refrain from disclosing their special recruitment into the Dian City Military District. If they were to announce it, they would wait until they had secured their formal positions, at which point they would proudly display banners at the school gates and proclaim their achievements aloud. After completing their leave of absence procedures, the four returned home. Recognizing the necessity of informing their parents about their impending departure for the new recruits assessment, which would require them to be away for an extended period, they felt it prudent to keep their enlistment a secret from their parents, not wishing to cause undue worry, nor to avoid the embarrassment of potentially failing the assessment multiple times and having to return to school. They resolved to share the truth only when they officially received their military identification cards. Upon returning home, Su Yan casually mentioned at the dinner table, "Dad, Mom, the military's joint school is hosting a military summer camp. It's a rare opportunity, and I must give it a try. My companions Gao Yang and I may depart for other cities for several months." To this, my parents offered no objections. After all, Su Yan has unexpectedly passed the second-year final examination, thus qualifying for his third year and the upcoming college entrance examination. This is truly a stroke of fortune. Now that my son has developed a newfound ambition, they are exceedingly pleased. Su Yan has rarely discussed his academic matters at home, but now that he speaks up, it must be regarding the additional fees for the summer camp. My father, Su Shan, then inquired, "A summer camp, you say? How much is the extra fee? Is it exorbitant?" My mother, however, retorted with a hint of irritation, "Why do you ask if it's expensive? Su Yan's prospects cannot be compared to those of other children. We cannot allow financial constraints to widen the gap with others. If there is an opportunity, we must seize it. Rest assured, son, I still have some jewelry that I can sell. Even if the extra fees are steep, we cannot fall behind." Su Yan felt warmth in his heart and clarified, "There are no fees. It's free. I'm already full." Having said that, he took his dishes to the kitchen, then quietly entered his parents' room, opened the drawer of the old vanity beside the bed, and placed a bank card with a written password inside. It contained 300,000 yuan, which was all of Su Yan's savings. Meanwhile, at the roadside, the Gao family restaurant buzzed with activity as Gao Yang's parents diligently cooked while warmly welcoming customers. As Gao Yang assisted his parents, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to share the news of his enlistment, even though he was only being recruited due to Su Yan's influence. However, joining the military is indeed a matter of great honor, and his parents would surely be elated upon hearing it. "Mom, I'm going to the military district," he announced. "Oh, splendid." Gao Yang was taken aback. "Aren't you curious?" "What is there to be curious about? Su Yan's parents already told me. It's just a summer camp, right? Go ahead. Just remember to bring plenty of clothes so you don't catch a cold, and pack extra food so your classmates don't go hungry." Gao Yang chuckled awkwardly. "All right." The Bai family resided in a modest workshop nestled in an alley. Outside, several unfinished stone lions were displayed. Bai Ding's father was alone, meticulously chiseling and polishing the last details of these stone sculptures. "Son, have you truly thought this through? You are our only child. A military career is not suited for those of us who lead ordinary lives. For people like us, it is best to live honestly and earnestly to navigate through life safely." As he spoke, Bai Ding's father continued his focus on the stone lions. As if discussing a trivial matter, Bai Ding nodded. "I've made up my mind. Well, if you've decided to enlist, then make sure to live well. Live to see your second transformation." "Understood, Dad." In the Wang household, the environment was pristine, devoid of anyone but Wang Ku. Before the portraits of her father, mother, and sister, she lit a stick of incense and murmured, "Dad, Mom, Sis, I have finally become a soldier." She gently wiped away the dust from the 3 military merit medals adorning the portraits. "Now, it is my turn to become a guardian for others." A few days later, Su Yan and his companions, burdened with suitcases, arrived at the train station, preparing to board a train bound for Baitan City to undergo new recruit evaluations. Just before their departure, District Chief Ding had taken the liberty to ascertain the specifics of the evaluation. He quickly called Su Yan. "Su Yan, you and your friends must not go." "But Chief Ding, we've already purchased our tickets." "Cancel them." "Why?" "I just had someone investigate, and it turns out that the content of this new recruit evaluation is not suitable for you." Su Yan immediately felt displeased. "Not suitable? What do you mean by that? Is Chief Ding attempting to delay the distribution of my exceptional rare-grade defensive gear?" "Absolutely not. Why is it unsuitable?" "The reason the new recruit evaluation is set in Baitan City is that there has been a crisis there, necessitating additional personnel. The evaluation is one means of reinforcement." "Crisis? What exactly has happened?" "Baitan City is experiencing an extreme beast siege incident." "Extreme beast siege? I understand what a beast siege is, but what does extreme refer to?" Su Yan was puzzled. A beast siege is indeed a wave of beasts, but this situation is particularly rare, as the cause of the beast wave is not due to the migration of disaster beasts, but rather human instigation. Human instigation? To be precise, it involves half-humans. Half-humans? I'm not familiar with that concept. Aren't they're just humans and disaster beasts in this world? What is a half-human? It seemed that District Chief Ding was not exaggerating after all. "Chief Ding, what exactly is a half-human? This species is indeed quite rare. It's understandable that you're unaware. Let me explain it to you, and once I'm done, you must return immediately." "All right." The beast wave in Baitan City was instigated by a shaman from the Voda tribe. We classify the shamans of this tribe as half-humans because they represent a unique existence that lies between disaster beasts and humans. They exist due to the accidental divergence of humanity during the long history of cohabitation with disaster beasts. Normal humans and disaster beasts have always maintained a balance, with top-tier powerhouses from various nations delineating boundaries with king-level disaster beasts, generally refraining from interference. However, throughout humanity's extensive evolutionary history, some individuals, in their struggle for survival, have forsaken their humanity and worshipped king-level disaster beasts as deities, offering sacrifices in hopes of divine protection. After multiple generations of evolution, they have lost their humanity entirely, devolving into demons that serve the disaster beasts. Moreover, the reason I assert that this new recruit evaluation is unsuitable for you is not solely because of the beast wave and half-humans, but because the half-human shamans this time are toxic, and they wield long-range curse and poison attacks. Given your skill set, you would be utterly annihilated. Do you understand? If you comprehend, return immediately. Do not take this risk. There will be plenty of opportunities for new recruit evaluations in the future. After hearing District Chief Ding's explanation, Su Yan finally grasped the situation. However, annihilate me? Chief Ding, that assertion may be a bit premature. In just a few hours, his Tree Domain's third-tier skill would be fully loaded. Tree Domain's fruition. Its effects not only grant immunity to all curses and poison damage, but also convert any curses and poison attacks received into healing. Previously, when facing melee fighters and mages, I was at the top, but now, against those who wield poison and curses, I am invulnerable. If the difficulties in this new recruit evaluation are merely this slight, then it is an opportunity handed to me on a silver platter. There's no way I will let you delay my exceptional rare-grade defensive gear. Chief Ding, I understand the risks associated with this new recruit evaluation, but I still intend to go. Rest assured, we shall merely observe the spectacle, broaden our horizons, and refrain from any physical confrontation. As for the new recruit's assessment, should circumstances prove unfavorable, we shall abandon the endeavor without hesitation. As you aptly stated, the existence of half-breeds, though rare, is one I shall inevitably encounter in the future. If I do not take the opportunity to observe and investigate their abilities and characteristics now, I may find myself caught off guard when we cross paths later. After hearing Su Yan's words, Director Ding found himself wavering. Indeed, Su Yan's reasoning held merit. He would eventually face such extraordinary beings. If he could gain some insight beforehand, it would undoubtedly serve him well in times to come. Furthermore, should we merely observe without engaging, the worst outcome would be a few scathing remarks from the military personnel of Baitan City, which is hardly a significant loss. With this in mind, Director Ding acquiesced. Very well then, if you wish to witness it, go ahead. But let it be clear, we are to forego this new recruit assessment. We may only observe, and under no circumstances shall we engage. I have no desire to travel great distances merely to retrieve your remains. Director Ding, fret not, I shall exercise prudence. Upon concluding the call, Su Yan noticed that Gao Yang, Bai Ding, and Wang Ku were practically pressing their ears against his face. All right, that's enough. Do not encroach any closer. Gao Yang chuckled innocently. Su Yan, what exactly did Director Ding just say? What tide, what half? What poison? I couldn't quite catch it. There has been an outbreak of a beast tide surrounding Baitan City. Moreover, this is no ordinary beast tide. It has been instigated by half-breed sorcerers. These sorcerers venerate king-level calamity beasts as deities and possess the ability to curse, curses that are laced with poison. Our participation in the new recruit assessment in Baitan City may very well lead us to confront these aberrations. Su Yan did not withhold any information, sharing everything he knew in one breath. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang immediately felt weak. Sorcerers, curses, poison, these seem to be the very antithesis of Su Yan. Perhaps we should reconsider our decision? I find our home city of Dian quite agreeable, and I would prefer to remain here for a while longer.